Chapter 1. The gentle warmth of the sun cast its golden rays upon the shimmering sea, imparting a hint of warmth to the otherwise frigid ocean. In the East Sea, in the village of Coco West, young Nami was frolicking along the shoreline when, unexpectedly, she spotted a small boat drifting in from the distance. Curiosity piqued, Nami instinctively moved to approach it. But just as she extended her foot, she hesitated and called out to a nearby spot on the shore, "Belmare, something is drifting over." Upon hearing this, Belmare, who was lazily basking in the sun, lifted her head and replied, "What is it, little Nami?" Seeing that Belmare had sat up, Nami slowly raised her hand and pointed towards the boat on the water, saying, "Belmare, look, there's a small boat." In response, Belmare stood up, casually glanced at it, and was about to lie back down when she suddenly froze. A small boat. Inside, it seems there is a child. Perhaps. Realizing this, Belmare hurriedly stood up again, gazing intently at the boat for a moment before confirming her suspicion. Indeed, there was a child on the boat. Though she couldn't fathom how the child had arrived alone, she knew she could not ignore the situation. Without delay, she sprinted towards the shore, determined to intercept the small vessel. Splash! With the sound of splash, Belmare leaped into the water. Amidst Nami's startled exclamations, she dragged the boat to the shore. After casually wringing out her clothes, Belmare gently lifted the child from the boat. Examining the child in her arms, Belmare estimated he was about 5 or 6 years old, then glanced at Nami beside her. With a charming smile, she crouched down and said, "Little Nami, from now on, this will be your little brother." "Eh, my brother? That means he'll be a big sister from now on." Excited, Nami continued to pinch the face of the unconscious child with her tiny hands. Observing Nami's enthusiasm, Belmare couldn't help but speak with a hint of exasperation. "All right, let your little brother rest well." With that, Belmare tenderly stroked the child's small head, feeling a pang of compassion. Under Nami's beaming gaze, Belmare carried the child back inside the house. She then turned to Nami and said, "Nami, your brother will sleep with you tonight. In the coming days, we'll prepare a room for him." Sure. For Nami, having a brother was a trivial matter. Belmare laid the child on the bed and tucked him in with a blanket before stepping out with Nami. However, not long after they left, the child, Ye Tian, who lay asleep on the bed, began to emit a faint glow. At that moment, within the realm of his consciousness, Ye Tian stared vacantly at the transparent interface that appeared before him. A prompt box on the interface was flashing incessantly. Filled with excitement, Ye Tian reached out and pressed the confirmation button. Ye Tian has joined the chat group. Shiro Amiya. Meng Tian. It seems this person is from your Dragon Kingdom. Order Meng Tian. I told you I'm a bit different from the Meng Tian you know. Nonsense. By the way, why can't I change my name? What does nonsense even mean? Ye Tian, wait. How did you all gather here? This shouldn't be happening. Red A, how do you know us? Order Meng Tian. Yes, same question. Nonsense 1. Ye Tian, I'm not surprised that Red A and Nonsense are here, but Meng Tian, you're not from the same system. Red A. Same system? Me and Nonsense? Order Meng Tian. Care to elaborate? Nonsense. This group is quite magical. I can still see it even after quitting the game. High-tech, absolutely high-tech. Ye Tian, to sum it up, Red A is a heroic spirit. Nonsense is an undead. And Meng Tian is a general. Red A, that's hardly informative. Nonsense. When did I become undead? Are you referring to my character in the game? Order Meng Tian, you must know us. Ye Tian, nonsense, you're not undead now, but you'll be in due time. Make sure to buy some artifacts in the game, and if you have enough time, I suggest you see if you can change your character. That way, you might be able to change your name too. Nonsense, bro, you definitely know us. I'm sure of it. Red A, I share the same sentiment. Order Meng Tian. You might want to reconsider, he certainly knows us. Just as Ye Tian was about to respond, in the outside world, "Nokigao, look, this is her little brother." As she spoke, Nami couldn't help but pinch Ye Tian's tender, smooth face with her little hands. Seeing this, Nokigao covered her head in exasperation and said to Nami, "Nami, you should stop, don't disturb your brother's rest. Oh, who knows how long he's been asleep. Waking him up is for the best. What if he wakes up as a fool?" Nami's lively eyes darted around. Clearly, she was overjoyed to have a brother, but this pesky little brother was still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking. Ye Tian, within his consciousness, heard the voices from the outside and couldn't help but feel exasperated, thinking, what the hell, waking up as a fool. Ye Tian, I have something to do, we'll log off now. We can talk later. Ye Tian hastily bid farewell and woke from his slumber. In the outside world, while Nami was still pinching Ye Tian's face, she turned to Nokigao and said in her melodic voice, Nokigao, you should try too, it feels so nice. At that moment, Nami resembled a little imp with horns atop her head. Lying on the bed, Ye Tian slowly opened his drowsy eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Nami's tiny hands had stealthily descended, grasping his cheeks and tugging them playfully. However, she was not looking at Ye Tian, so she did not notice that he had awakened. But Nokigao, seated beside Nami, saw that Ye Tian had already come to and tugged at Nami's arm, saying, Nami, your brother is awake. Really? Upon hearing this, Nami's voice brimmed with excitement and joy. She quickly turned to face Ye Tian, who was now wide awake, his eyes filled with a hint of resentment. Seeing Ye Tian awake only made Nami smile even brighter, and she hastened her movements, exclaiming, Brother, you're finally awake. Ye Tian, with a look of indignation, gazed at Nami and reached out to stop her from tormenting him further. However, Nami, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, slowly lowered her hands, fixating her gaze on Ye Tian, causing him to feel a sudden unease. In that instant, Nami extended her hand and cheerfully said, Come on, brother, let me help you up. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Ye Tian reached out as well. Their hands clasped together, but Ye Tian was oblivious to the cunning glimmer in Nami's eyes. With a gentle tug, Nami attempted to pull Ye Tian up from the bed. Yet, just as Ye Tian was about to stand completely, his expression changed dramatically. Holy crap! Holy crap! Ye Tian's face paled as he felt a chill breeze brush against his smooth skin. Without hesitation, he flopped back down, grasping the blanket he had just thrown aside, enveloping himself within it, trembling uncontrollably. Observing Ye Tian's reaction, Nami couldn't help but express her disappointment. What a pity. At her words, Ye Tian nearly burst into a tirade. What a pity. What on earth does she mean? He now truly understood just how mischievous young Nami could be. Ahem, where are my clothes? Could someone please fetch them for me? Ye Tian awkwardly addressed Nami and Nokigao. Upon hearing this, Nami's lively eyes began to dart around, and she quickly agreed. Before long, Nami entered the room, carrying a pile of clothes, and set them down beside him. Seeing this, Ye Tian let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, finally, I can be free. However, just as Ye Tian was about to ask Nami and Nokigao to step out, he caught sight of the garments Nami was holding. To his dismay, it was unmistakably a piece of women's clothing. In an instant, Ye Tian's face darkened ominously. At that moment, Nami's voice broke the silence, saying, Come on, little brother, try on some clothes and see if any of them fit. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian quickly buried his head beneath the covers, muffled and reluctant. He replied, I want to try. Just let me lie here in peace. Nami, observing Ye Tian curled up in the blanket, felt a surge of annoyance, and suddenly, a mischievous idea struck her mind. She stealthily approached Nojiko, leaning in to whisper a few words in her ear, then turned to Nojiko with a beaming smile, awaiting her response. However, Nojiko, filled with concern, remarked, Nami, that might not be a good idea. Your little brother has just woken up. But that's precisely why we should tease him. You must understand, the more you tease a brother, the closer you become. At that moment, Nami gazed at the huddled Ye Tian, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Noticing that Nojiko was still hesitant to respond, Nami took matters into her own hands. She gathered all the clothes she had just fetched and forcefully shoved a pair of small undergarments into the blanket where Ye Tian was ensconced. Curiously, Ye Tian began to explore the object that Nami had just inserted, his mind swirling with questions about what it could possibly be. Just then, Nami took a deep breath and suddenly shouted loudly, Belmare, my little brother is stealing my underwear. Upon finishing her declaration, Nami's face transformed into that of a little imp. In response, Ye Tian, hearing Nami's voice, turned crimson in an instant and hurled the object he was holding away. However, in that brief moment, Nami swiftly seized the corner of the blanket, preparing to pull Ye Tian out from his cocoon. At that very moment, Belmare, having heard Nami's exclamation outside, pushed open the door with a puzzled expression. As she entered, her eyes fell upon the peculiar scene before her. The petite Nami, her cheeks flushed, was tugging at the blanket's corner, attempting to lift it. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was fervently resisting, feeling utterly drained. Who would have thought that someone as small as Nami could possess such strength? Yet he was not one to yield after all. He was a man, and this was a battle for his dignity. It was a holy war. As the two remained locked in their struggle, Belmare spoke up, her tone laced with exasperation. Nami, who had been focused on her efforts to overturn the blanket, paused at the sound of Belmare's voice, turning her head with a hint of embarrassment. Belmare, my little brother is bullying me. As she spoke, Nami's voice wavered with a touch of guilt. Ye Tian, nestled within the blanket, could only roll his eyes at Nami's words. How absurd to refer to him as a little brother. Nevertheless, seizing this opportune moment, Ye Tian yanked back the corner of the blanket that Nami had snatched, reclaiming control. Wrapped tightly once more, he lay motionless. Observing the scene, Belmare could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. She then turned to Nami with a thoughtful expression, saying, Nami, you mustn't bully your brother. He has just joined our family and is still unfamiliar with everything. As his sister, you need to guide him gently. Okay, I understand. Nami nodded, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Seeing Nami's acknowledgement, Belmare's expression softened into a smile as she approached the bed and gently patted the blanket-covered Ye Tian. All right, little one, it's time to get up. Ye Tian heard Belmare's voice, but had no intention of emerging just yet after the ordeal with Nami. He was not about to make it easy for them. No, I refuse to wear women's clothing. Even if you frame me for it, I will not be fooled. Give it up. That old man is quite devious. Oomph. Hearing this muffled protest from beneath the blanket, Belmare couldn't help but feel a few beads of frustration forming on her forehead. Casting a sidelong glance at the slightly embarrassed Nami, she shook her head in resignation. Turning back to Ye Tian, she spoke softly. All right, I'll go find you some clothes. With that, Belmare took Nami and Nojiko by the hand and exited the room. In the living room, Belmare shot Nami an exasperated glance, then slowly said, Nami, go ask everyone if they have any clothes that would fit a small child. Okay. Nami nodded eagerly, keen to avoid inciting Belmare's ire. After a response, Nami swiftly dashed towards the door. Inside the room, wrapped in blankets, Ye Tian cautiously lifted a corner of the duvet, peering through the gap to survey the now empty space. Observing the deserted room, Ye Tian let out a sigh of relief and slumped onto the bed. The earlier incident had startled him profoundly. He had never paid much attention while watching anime, yet he was taken aback by how mischievous Nami had been in her childhood. With nothing else to occupy his time, Ye Tian opened the chat group and began to engage in conversation. Rede, by the way. How did that guy vanish in an instant? Order, Ming Tian. Who knows, but it seems he possesses a wealth of knowledge. Absurd talk. I must inquire about the meaning of absurd talk next time. It feels ominous. Ye Tian. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Rede, wow, you returned so quickly. Order, Ming Tian. We were just discussing you when you showed up. Absurd talk. I can't fathom why I became absurd talk. Ye Tian. Ye Tian, absurd talk. If you can't comprehend it, then perhaps it's best not to dwell on it. Just follow my lead, and you won't go wrong. Absurd talk. I can't. The server is shutting down tomorrow. Ye Tian. Oh? Then let S remain in the game until the last moment, I assure you. You will emerge as a formidable figure. Absurd talk. No way, that can't be true. Red A. Ye Tian, you know who I am, right? Ye Tian, I do. But have you participated in the 5th Holy Grail War yet? Red A. How did you know I intend to join the 5th Holy Grail War? Ye Tian, so you have not yet. Red A. Not yet. I am curious. Did I succeed? Ye Tian, regarding that. Red A. You won't leave me hanging, will you? Please, you must tell me. Ye Tian, after you had a confrontation, you acknowledged him, and ultimately, he walked the same path as you, yet he remained steadfast and forged a different route. Red A. Is that so? I think I understand now. To express my gratitude, allow me to gift you this. Member Red A sent Ye Tian a special red envelope. Ye Tian's face lit up with joy upon seeing the sudden appearance of the red envelope on his screen, and he eagerly clicked to open it. Acquired the character panel of Heroic Spirit Amelia. Ye Tian, wow, such a grand gift. Red A, it's nothing extraordinary. It merely allows you to replicate one of your abilities. I hope it proves useful. Ye Tian, it will undoubtedly help, as this place is quite perilous. And as a child, my safety is far from guaranteed. Absurd talk. A child? Can a child even join this group? Order, Ming Tian. What is your world like? Does the court neglect its people? Red A, it seems I made the right choice. Smile. JPG, Ye Tian, this world is rife with darkness, controlled by a multitude of self-proclaimed descendants of gods. Absurd talk. No way. A pirate world? How could that be? Ye Tian, it appears you are aware of my world. Absurd talk. Indeed. I wish you luck. Order, Ming Tian, truly a world that brings despair to ordinary people. Red A, indeed. Ye Tian, it's all right, now that I possess Brother Red A's ability. I can protect myself here. Order, Ming Tian. Ye Tian, I wonder if you know of me? Ye Tian, I do, from the King's continent. General Ming Tian of Xianyong. Order, Ming Tian, as expected. May I ask if the future me repel the Blood Clan? Ye Tian, when Ing Zheng returns from his studies, you will achieve your goal. He is a formidable leader, regardless of the world. Order, Ming Tian. Thank you. To ensure you gain more means of self-preservation in such a world, please accept this as my token of gratitude. Acquired the character panel of Order, Ming Tian. Ye Tian, thank you both, truly. Order, Ming Tian. I am curious why the Ming Tian they speak of is entirely different from my experiences. Do you know why? Ye Tian, yes, it is derived from the history of the ancestral Star Dragon Kingdom, but after the author's adaptation, it transformed into a game, creating the King's continent. With Xianyong being a representation of the Qin Empire. Order, Ming Tian, a game, you say. Red A, so, does this mean? We. Absurd talk, impossible. Ye Tian, yes, I hail from the ancestral star, yet due to certain extraordinary circumstances, I have been reborn in the world of pirates. Order, Ming Tian, the ancestral star. Could you elaborate on the Qin Empire? Ye Tian, of course. The Qin Empire. Order, Ming Tian, truly a nation that ignites passion. It is something to aspire to. Red A, indeed, as Ye Tian stated. Ing Zheng is a formidable leader in any world. Absurd talk, yes. Ye Tian, apologies, someone is coming, I will talk later. With a swift closure of the interface. Ye Tian turned to see Nami entering with clothes in hand, sending a chill down his spine. He vividly recalled how mischievous Nami could be. As Nami noticed Ye Tian sitting up, she rolled her eyes and said weakly, your clothes. With that, she placed the garments on the bed. After neatly arranging them, Nami sat quietly beside Ye Tian, not leaving. Seeing this, Ye Tian felt a wave of frustration. I need to get dressed, he said helplessly. Nami nodded but remained seated, unmoving. With a sigh of resignation, Ye Tian took the clothes from beside him and carefully began to dress beneath the blanket. Fortunately, Nami did not cause any mischief during this time, merely watching him in silence. Once dressed, Ye Tian slowly descended from the bed, standing beside Nami. With a smile, he extended his hand and introduced himself. I am Ye Tian, pleased to meet you. Seeing Ye Tian's outstretched hand, Nami smirked and playfully replied, should I call you big brother? She then placed her hand in his. Their brief handshake ended as they withdrew their hands. Under Nami's guidance, Ye Tian made his way to the living room. In the living room, a busy Belmere paused upon seeing Ye Tian emerge, her surprise evident. Did you sleep well? She asked with a smile, affectionately ruffling Ye Tian's hair. I slept very well. Thank you for saving me. Ye Tian replied earnestly, bowing slightly in gratitude. It's no trouble. From now on, you can stay here. Belmere said with a warm smile. Yes, thank you. Ye Tian nodded in acknowledgement. After finishing dinner, he found himself alone by the coastline, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, lost in contemplation. He had never imagined that he would traverse into the world of pirates. After a prolonged silence, he let out a long sigh, then opened the chat group, merging the two panels he had acquired with himself. Feeling the continuous flow of magical energy within him, Ye Tian experienced a moment of exhilaration. With a flicker of thought, a blue light gradually manifested in his hand, forming a katana. This weapon was unlike the dual blades of Red A. It resembled a standard katana. After casually wielding it for a moment, he dissipated it, causing it to vanish without a trace. After a brief moment of silence, a radiant glow enveloped him, accompanied by the sound of armor materializing. Once the brilliance faded, Ye Tian stood there clad in battle armor, gripping a spear and a shield. This was the power of the Order of Kings Ming Tian. After brandishing the spear and shield for a brief interval, he dissipated them as well. "Ah, it's getting late. I should head back," he said cheerfully as he sprinted towards the direction of Belmel's house. This journey would lead him far away from the dreamlike existence of his past life, as he embraced the reality of living in the dark world of pirates. However, upon returning to his room and surveying the scene before him, he couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief, secretly cursing within. Could it be that Nami is some sort of demon? At that moment, Nami had placed her clothes where Ye Tian had just been, sitting quietly to the side, observing him as he entered the room. Noticing the twitch at the corner of his mouth, Nami gently spoke, "Brother, come on, it's time to sleep." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian glanced at Nami and then at the spot where he had just been sleeping, feeling somewhat helpless as he remarked, "Your clothes have yet to be collected." "Oh, is that what you're referring to? I noticed your blanket was rather thin, so I thought I'd add a bit more for you." "It's nothing," Nami replied nonchalantly, exuding a sense of magnanimity. Hearing her words, Ye Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He promptly disregarded Nami as chatter and moved forward to gather her clothes from his bed, folding each piece neatly before placing them beside her. Observing Ye Tian's actions, Nami couldn't help but nod in approval, and with a gentle smile, she lay back down, sinking into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Ye Tian found himself in the corner of the bed, watching as Nami encroached upon his space, his expression one of utter despair. "Seriously, is this how I'm meant to sleep? I've never seen a girl manage to take up an entire bed in just an hour." He silently grumbled to himself. As he watched Nami, who moved fluidly and gracefully like a second hand on a clock, he too began to shift further away. The night passed in silence, and with the dawn of a new day, Ye Tian awoke with dark circles under his eyes, feeling the chill of the window on his bare back as he lay in bed, nearly in tears. Upon glancing at Nami, who was still sleeping at an awkward angle, he sighed and mentally reassured himself. One must not hold grudges against a child. One must not. However, as he noticed the first light of dawn peeking through the window, Ye Tian could no longer contain himself. He quietly dressed and slipped out of the room. In the living room, he was taken aback to see Belmer already preparing breakfast. Could it be she's up this early? He pondered, hearing the door creak open. Belmer turned her head slowly towards Ye Tian, her face lighting up with surprise. "Ah, Ye Tian, you're awake. How did you sleep?" Caught off guard by her question, Ye Tian felt a wave of exasperation as he looked at her without responding. Belmer, noticing the dark circles under his eyes, paused momentarily before expressing her sympathy. "Oh, Nami does have a rather peculiar way of sleeping." As Ye Tian made a move to step outside, Belmer quickly interjected, "It's quite cold out there. You should eat something to warm up first." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly nodded and then spoke. Indeed, having just finished breakfast and preparing to find a place to rest, Ye Tian was unexpectedly drawn to the orange grove by Nami, under the pretense of assisting with chores. Thus, this scene unfolded. Belmel, with a look of resignation, was picking oranges nearby, while Ye Tian would pluck an orange and nod, swaying slightly as he placed the fruit into the basket on the ground beside him. Noki Gao approached Belmel, casting a questioning glance her way. In response to Noki Gao's inquiring gaze, Belmel couldn't help but smile wryly before softly saying, "It seems Nami truly adores her little brother." Upon hearing this, Noki Gao followed Belmer's gaze to look at Nami. At that moment, Nami was standing beside Ye Tian, plucking oranges while unconsciously shielding the drowsy boy. It was a rare sight to see Nami in such a manner. Noki Gao remarked in agreement. Time flowed gently. Thus, Ye Tian spent over half a year here, enduring Nami's playful torment amidst the water games. Despite her teasing, Nami grew more attached to him. Brother, let us go pick oranges. Brother, let us go fetch water. Brother, let us go to the seaside and help Belmer with fishing." No matter what Nami wished to do, she would always drag Ye Tian along. This tranquil life unfolded in such a manner, and with each utterance of brother, Ye Tian gradually became integrated into this family. In this year, Noki Gao turned 13, Nami 10, and Ye Tian 7. On a tranquil night, Ye Tian sat atop a large rock, gazing quietly at the celestial expanse, his mind gradually pondering over various matters. After a prolonged silence, he unconsciously murmured, "Nami is 10 now, and I am 7. In the original storyline, the Arlong pirates arrived when Nami was 10. With this thought, Ye Tian's small hands involuntarily clenched. a resolve forming in his heart. I will not allow such events to unfold before my eyes. With that declaration, he gradually sank into memories, reflecting on the moments spent with everyone during this time. Just then, a pair of delicate, pale hands suddenly covered Ye Tian's eyes, followed by a crisp voice ringing in his ears. Guess who I am? Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. He then gently raised his hand, softly pushing Nami's small hand aside, saying, Nami, it's really not amusing at all. Observing Nami's pout as she realized that Ye Tian had guessed her identity without any hint, she muttered in discontent. Watching Nami complain behind him, Ye Tian smiled with a sense of resignation, thinking to himself, how could I possibly not guess? Only you would appear like this. In Ye Tian's heart, Nojiko felt more like an older sister, while Nami, despite being older, exhibited the demeanor of a younger sister. Well, what brings you here? Ye Tian inquired, still smiling at Nami, who was continuing to grumble. Upon hearing his question, Nami slightly furrowed her lovely brows and, feeling somewhat glum, replied, I don't know why, but I always have this nagging feeling that something bad is about to happen. Hearing her words, Ye Tian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He then looked at Nami with a serious expression and assured her, regardless of what happens, I will protect everyone. This is my promise as a man. Upon hearing this, Nami could not help but squint her eyes in delight, and then, with a proud expression, declared, I am the elder sister, and I do not require my younger brother's protection. In response, Ye Tian smiled faintly and, glancing at Nami, chose not to speak further. After a prolonged silence, Ye Tian finally said, All right, let us return and rest. The night is deep. With that, he took Nami's hand and led her in the direction of home. The following morning, a cacophony of sounds drifted in from outside the room. Ye Tian, who had been deep in slumber, abruptly opened his eyes, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his bleary gaze. He quickly donned his clothes and made his way outside the room. Outside, the Jian looked on in terror at the gathering crowd and urged, Everyone, quickly, hide. The pirates have arrived. At the utterance of these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, and they began to cry out in panic. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Belmare regarded a Jian with a grave demeanor and inquired, Have you contacted the Navy? Upon hearing Belmare's question, a Jian nodded solemnly and replied, I have reached out. But no one is answering. Upon hearing those words, Belmare's expression changed dramatically as a certain possibility crossed her mind. She immediately turned to a Jian and urgently said, I must return to make arrangements. Yes, hurry and take Nami, Nojiko, and little Yatian to hide. A Jian reminded with a solemn countenance. After hearing a Jian's admonition, Belmare nodded gravely and swiftly made her way towards the house. At that moment, Arlong, accompanied by the mermaids, had already docked and was advancing towards Cocoyasi village. Yatian slowly opened the door and stepped outside, only to be greeted by the sight of a breathless Belmare rushing back. Before Yatian could utter a word, Belmare spoke directly, Little Yatian, you must take Nami and the others to safety. Pirates have entered the village. At the sound of Belmare's words, Yatian's gaze instantly hardened, and he spoke with a voice laden with suppressed fury, Pirates have arrived? Just then, Nami and Nojiko emerged from the room. Upon hearing Belmare's warning, the pallor of their faces betrayed their apprehension. Observing the three of them, Belmare disregarded everything and intended to lead Yatian and the others to the cellar for concealment. However, just as she reached out to grasp Yatian's arm, she noticed the icy resolve in his eyes. Shocked, Belmare looked at him and exclaimed, Little Yatian, what are you planning? They are not foes you can confront. Quickly take your sisters and hide. Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian slowly raised his head and gazed at Belmare with a faint smile, before gradually speaking, Belmare, please take Nami and the others to safety. I wish to investigate. No, absolutely not, Belmare exclaimed, preparing to forcibly escort Ye Tian away. Ye Tian effortlessly broke free from Belmare's grasp, reassuring her with a calm demeanor, Do not worry, Belmare. I shall not act recklessly. With that, he began to make his way toward the center of the village. At that moment, Nami's small hand suddenly grasped Ye Tian's. Looking at Nami, who held his hand, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile gently, then addressed her, It's all right, don't worry, I will not act foolishly. Ye Tian understood how deeply concerned Nami was for him. However, he possessed the capability to resolve this crisis and prevent Belmare from facing death in this incident. Thus, he was determined to eliminate this danger without hesitation. After soothing Nami, Ye Tian's expression turned increasingly cold, his entire being tensed up, and with a swirl of dust, he vanished from the spot. This sudden change caused Belmare, who was about to offer counsel, to gasp in shock. having served in the Navy. She recognized the formidable strength displayed in Ye Tian's actions. Nevertheless, in an instant, her resolve solidified. Ye Tian was now her child, and it was her duty as a mother to protect him. After ensuring Nami and Nojiko were safe, Belmir retrieved a gun from a nearby corner and sprinted toward the village center. At that moment, the center of the village was already surrounded by fishmen, and the villagers had been gathered together. Standing at the forefront of the fishmen, Arlong let out a hearty laugh and took a step forward. His eyes filled with malice as he addressed the trembling villagers. From this day forth, this place shall be under the dominion of my Arlong pirates. Henceforth, you shall pay me a monthly tribute of sufficient ransom. Otherwise, upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with indignation. Just then, a youthful voice rang out from behind the villagers. Otherwise, what? Do you dare to bark here, you wretched cur? The villagers immediately turned around, their expressions changing drastically as they hurriedly urged, "Little Ye Tian, leave this place quickly." At that moment, the village guard, a Jian, hurriedly approached Ye Tian's side, urgently commanding, "Little Ye Tian, leave now. I will hold them off for you." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian offered a faint smile and casually addressed a Jian. "There is no need for concern, Uncle Jian. Those pitiful wretches who have barely escaped from the Grand Line cannot pose any threat to me." After uttering these words, he confidently walked past a Jian and strolled toward Along. At that moment, Along had also noticed Ye Tian's presence and bellowed in anger, "You lowly inferior human. You seek death." He continued, "How unexpected it is that the once admired Sun pirates have produced such a filthy fishman like you." Ye Tian replied with disdain, "You." Along's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to respond, but Ye Tian interjected, "Since you wish to invade this village chief, it means you have chosen to be my enemy. In that case, I shall exact revenge upon you, fishman. Humph. The only one among you I find worthy of my attention is your queen." "Silence. She is utterly unworthy," Along roared, swiftly grasping a nearby longsword and pointing it menacingly at Ye Tian while commanding the surrounding fishmen, "Kill this lowly human child." Upon hearing this, the villagers were overcome with fear, yet in an instant, they rallied and armed themselves, standing resolutely beside Ye Tian. Witnessing this, Ye Tian felt a surge of emotion, but he slowly raised his head, his body enveloped in a crimson glow. The clash of armor echoed through the air. As the crimson light dissipated, Ye Tian stood clad in armor that matched his stature, his expression now radiating a chilling bloodlust. His eyes, gleaming with a cold light, regarded Along as if he were a corpse. He then forcefully planted his shield into the ground, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Ye Tian extended his free hand, and a great banner materialized in his grasp. Addressing Along with a hint of amusement, he declared, "To dare to bark before me with such insignificance, I shall show you what despair truly means." With that, he thrust the banner into the earth. The blood-red flag flapped ominously in the absence of wind. "Return to the Ming family army. Roar and kill." Instantly, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust coalesced, and thousands of soldiers clad in black armor materialized on the battlefield. Ye Tian, wearing a bloodthirsty smile, lifted his gaze to the newly arrived Ming family army. "Esteemed warriors, it is thanks to General Ming Tian of the Xianyong that I am fortunate to receive your assistance. Now, as war looms, I implore you to aid me just as you have aided General Ming Tian. Form the battle formation. Kill." This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of all present fishmen to shift dramatically as they turned to Along fuming with rage. Along glared at Ye Tian and bellowed, "A mere human dares defy our noble fishmen? Everyone, heed my command. Kill." At Along's command, the fishmen set aside their fears and charged toward Ye Tian. Observing this, Ye Tian let out a derisive laugh and picked up the shield from the ground, positioning it before him. The surrounding soldiers gathered resolutely in front of Ye Tian, shields raised. The war was about to erupt. At that moment, after ensuring Nami's safety, Belmel, armed with a spear, arrived at the scene. She scanned the area, but Ye Tian was nowhere to be seen. Upon noticing the group of armored warriors at the village gate, her brow furrowed slightly. However, she remained silent and approached a Jian, whispering, "A Jian, have you seen little Ye Tian?" Hearing Belmel's words, a Jian nodded somberly and slowly lifted his gaze to the armored figure standing among the soldiers. Following a Jian's line of sight, Belmel's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized the small figure clad in armor. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastened toward Ye Tian. Reaching Ye Tian's side, Belmel looked at the serious expression on his face with a hint of exasperation. "Little Ye Tian, you truly have many secrets from me, your mother." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a somewhat awkward smile. Just as he was about to utter a few words, Biermeyer interjected, stating, however, "Let's save that for later. Today, I shall let you off the hook." With this, Biermeyer raised her spear nonchalantly, aiming it at a nearby fishman. Much to Ye Tian's astonishment, he shook his head and then turned to face the oncoming fishmen with a serious expression. "Stand firm," Ye Tian commanded coldly. "Yes, stand firm." The soldiers echoed. Ye Tian too raised his shield, slamming his spear into the ground before resting it atop the shield. Spear ready. The sound of spears striking the ground reverberated. "Kill," as Ye Tian's voice rang out. The soldiers of the Ming family army began to stab at the advancing fishmen from behind their shields. In an instant, the two sides clashed fiercely. However, at that moment, a chilling glint shot forth from behind the fishmen. Ye Tian, noticing this, was momentarily stunned, then positioned himself in front of Biermeyer, raising his shield high to block the incoming blade. Turning slowly, he gazed at the still trembling Biermeyer and cautioned, "Be careful, Biermeyer. Attack from behind your soldiers, that way. No one can harm you." With that, Ye Tian felt his hands go empty as both his spear and shield vanished. To the astonishment of those around him, he calmly announced, "Alone, let us join the battle." With a flash of blue light, a katana appeared before him. Amidst a swirl of sand, Ye Tian positioned himself not far from Alone, pointing the katana directly at him with a chill in his eyes before vanishing in an instant. Witnessing Ye Tian's sudden disappearance, Alone's pupils constricted, and he murmured, "Is that 6 styles, shave? Alone, there is no time for contemplation. Come, receive my blade." As the words fell, a crimson line appeared on Alone's body, and blood erupted forth, staining the ground before him. This strike jolted Alone from his reverie, igniting a furious charge toward Ye Tian. The sound of clashing metal filled the air, yet the figures of the two combatants eluded the eyes of the onlookers. This left Biermeyer and the others, who were closely monitoring Ye Tian, increasingly anxious for his safety. As the clash continued, Ye Tian swiftly retreated, watching as his katana shattered into shimmering particles. Unfazed, he summoned another pristine katana into his hands as blue light flickered once more. Alone, infuriated, bellowed, "Curse you. I shall see how many weapons you can conjure." Before Ye Tian could respond, Alone lunged at him once more, and they engaged in combat anew. However, amidst the chaos, the anguished cries of the fishmen rang out. Alone glanced back to find that his forces had yet to claim a single enemy soldier, while their own ranks had suffered significant casualties. Witnessing his subordinates' dismal performance, a fleeting thought of retreat crossed Alone's mind, but it was quickly dismissed. The two resumed their fierce duel. Minutes later, Alone realized that over 40 of his fishmen had fallen. "Everyone, regroup," Alone shouted, distancing himself from Ye Tian while summoning his remaining fishmen. Ye Tian made no move to impede this, standing silently with a frosty demeanor as he watched Alone. Once the fishmen had gathered before Alone, Ye Tian beckoned with his hand, and the banner that had been planted in the ground appeared in his grasp. After a moment of silence, Alone spoke, "You have won. I can offer you all my treasures. Will you let us go?" His words shocked the crowd, but the villagers and Biermeyer remained silent, waiting for Ye Tian's decision. Ye Tian slowly raised his head, his gaze icy as it bore into Alone. Amid the tense breaths of Alone and his companions, Ye Tian chuckled softly. Then his battle flag vanished, along with the Ming family army. Alone and his cohorts exhaled in relief, while the villagers behind Ye Tian sighed, wishing for Alone's demise but deferring to Ye Tian's judgment. Just when everyone thought the confrontation had reached its conclusion, Ye Tian's voice broke the silence. "TSK. Do mere fishmen think they can negotiate with me? If your Queen Otoheim were here, perhaps I would consider it, but you, Alone, are unworthy." Alone glared at Ye Tian. Fury etched across his features. "I told you, I will make you feel despair. Now." Ye Tian sneered at Alone. As his words echoed, the armor upon Ye Tian suddenly dissipated. The villagers behind him gasped in shock, urgently warning, "Young Ye Tian, be careful." Hearing their cries, Ye Tian turned, offering them a reassuring smile. At that moment, Alone, standing not far away, smirked, stepping back slightly while gripping his great sword tightly. With a thunderous sound, Alone vanished from sight, charging toward Ye Tian. In response, Ye Tian also disappeared, reappearing before the villagers. Placing a hand upon his chest, he knelt on one knee, his expression solemn as he intoned, "I am the bone of my sword." The utterance plunged the crowd into silence. Biermeyer, standing before the villagers, furrowed her brow, whispering, "What is this? I cannot comprehend the words young Ye Tian speaks." Just then, a circle of blue light began to emanate from beneath Ye Tian's feet, rising slowly as if to envelop him entirely. "Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. The incantation continued. However, Alone would not wait for Ye Tian to finish. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward. I have created over 1,000 blades. As Alone closed in, a long sword materialized in Ye Tian's hand. Rising from his kneeling position, Ye Tian prepared to block Alone's impending strike. The chant persisted. Unknown to death, the air resonated with melodic chants intertwined with the clash of iron, echoing throughout the village. Nor known to life, an enigma yet to be comprehended. Accompanied by Ye Tian's chant, the tempest surrounding him intensified. As the haunting melody persisted, Along felt his heart race and bellowed at Ye Tian, demanding him to cease. With each utterance, his movements quickened, and his great blade sliced through the air towards Ye Tian with increasing swiftness. Yet, Ye Tian remained unfazed, his gaze icy and mocking as it fixed upon Along. Indeed, had it not been for his intervention, Along would have reigned supreme here for 8 long years. Not only had he slain Belmir, but he had also exploited Nami for the same duration. Although such atrocities had not yet transpired, Ye Tian would not tolerate any threat to those he considered family. He would obliterate even the faintest glimmer of danger. As he prayed, unlimited blade works unfolded before him. With the final note of Ye Tian's chant, darkness enveloped the onlookers. When their eyes opened again, dread filled their hearts as they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. Before them sprawled a crimson wasteland, littered with countless swords, while the horizon danced with flames, and the darkened sky was adorned with massive, swirling gears, reminiscent of an infernal foundry. Where exactly are we? As confusion gripped the crowd, they beheld Ye Tian standing atop a hill of swords, with Along and his pirate crew nearby. Ye Tian's frosty eyes bore into Along, who was met with the indifferent proclamation, "This is your grave." As the words fell from his lips, Ye Tian raised his hand slowly. Countless swords embedded in the ground began to tremble and then soared into the air. With a deliberate gesture, Ye Tian pointed ominously at Along, who felt a tremor of fear course through him, stammering, I concede. Concede? I will not accept such a pitiful admission, Ye Tian retorted. The swords hovering behind him transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards Along. As the barrage approached, Along gritted his teeth and shouted to his crew, "Defend." His command roused them from their terror. However, as the multitude of swords advanced, their resolve wavered. If they couldn't withstand this, death awaited them. Along roared, swinging his great blade in a desperate attempt to fend off the oncoming onslaught. In this moment of panic, even the villagers behind Ye Tian succumbed to fear. Where on earth are we? Little Ye Tian. Belmir stared in bewilderment at Ye Tian, lost in contemplation. Just then, a sudden scream shattered her thoughts, compelling her to turn towards the source. There stood Along, impaled by several swords, yet he continued to fight against the remaining projectiles. As each blade pierced him, his movements grew sluggish. Ultimately, bloodied and battered, Along collapsed to the ground, surrounded by a multitude of swords. His crew of fishmen fared similarly. Observing this, Ye Tian lowered his hand, and the swords in the sky plunged into the earth. With his hands in his pockets, he approached the kneeling Along, surveying him with disdain. Such vitality, he scoffed. Is this what you call a superior race? Hardly. He paused, casually drawing a sword from the ground, positioning it against Along's throat. I see, you are nothing more than this. As Ye Tian's words echoed, the surroundings shifted once more. And when the light returned, they found themselves back in Cocoyasi village. As the crowd regained their senses, they glanced towards Ye Tian, who stood before the bloodied Along and his crew, all kneeling in defeat. Unlike the others, Along's weapon had vanished, yet the sword embedded in his throat remained, forcing him to kneel before Cocoyasi. The fishmen, truly pitiable and deserving of sympathy, yet that does not justify your reign of terror upon the seas. With this final remark, Ye Tian turned and walked towards Belmir. Upon reaching her, he lifted his gaze and smiled, saying, Belmir, I am hungry. Upon hearing this, Belmir, who had initially intended to inquire further, was momentarily taken aback. A charming smile soon graced her face as she gently nodded and softly said, Let us go. I shall prepare a meal for little Yashin. With that, she reached out and took Yashin's small hand, and together they made their way toward the house, leaving the villagers somewhat dumbfounded. As they walked, Yashin pondered the events that had just transpired. There was one matter that continued to baffle him. When he had dispatched those fishmen, he had felt no reaction whatsoever. This realization filled him with an involuntary sense of fear. Throughout the journey, he considered various possibilities, the most plausible of which was that upon inheriting the character template, he had also absorbed some of their traits and other attributes. However, this was not the primary concern at the moment. The foremost issue was how he would explain this to Belmir. Should he confess directly? Such an idea was out of the question. This was his greatest secret, one he would never disclose. Perhaps he could fabricate a story, claiming it was a gift from the will of the world? That excuse seemed rather plausible. Ye Tian nodded to himself in agreement. Upon returning home, Ye Tian hurried to the cellar, releasing Nami and Nojiko from their confinement. After casually comforting the two, he found a pretext to evade Nami's persistent inquiries and retreated to his room. Lying on his bed, he opened the chat group interface. Nonsense, little Ye Tian. Come out and chat with your elder brother. I'm in distress. Nonsense. I must tell you, little brother, one of my subordinates has a truly wild imagination. It's a burden for me. Nonsense. Why on earth did I choose this race? It's utterly overwhelming. When emotions run high, I'm surrounded by a green aura. Nonsense, little brother? Where are you? Red A. I say, nonsense. Where is your overwhelming aura? I was about to do something when you flooded the screen. Order. Ye Tian. Exactly. This is fine normally, but in the midst of battle, I fear you might be the death of me. Please be cautious. Nonsense. Oh, it's not a big deal. Come to me, I'll treat you for free. If all else fails, the undead wouldn't mind. Order. Ye Tian. I can't. Red A. If I go to you, I might not even meet you before being torn apart by your subordinates. Besides, I can't go anyway. Ye Tian. Nonsense, the supreme one? Manual irony. Nonsense. Oh, little brother, what else with the formality? No need to be so polite. Manual irony. Ye Tian. Overwhelming aura? Surrounded by a green glow? Nonsense, are you teasing me? You're not being sincere, little brother. Ye Tian. What do you mean by that? How am I not sincere? Nonsense. I've reached out to you numerous times, yet you've ignored me. Little brother, you must understand. This comes from a king's admiration. Ye Tian. Overwhelming aura? Surrounded by a green glow? Little d. It's quite a stretch to assume that it's not important to have a capable subordinate who can fill in the gaps. Nonsense. Hey, little brother. Such words are too much. It's all due to my brilliance that they obey my commands. Ye Tian. Has the overwhelming aura dissipated? Is the green glow gone? I refuse to believe you weren't overwhelmed just moments ago. Nonsense. Kiki, little brother, you've got it wrong. Ye Tian. All right. I've just discovered something rather peculiar. Nonsense, what is it? Share it. Let me help you strategize. Red A, what is it? Order. Ye Tian. Ye Tian. A group of pirates just came to our village, and I killed them. Yet why did I feel nothing? Nonsense. That is quite strange. Red A, is that truly strange? Order. Ye Tian. It is indeed peculiar. Ye Tian. Are you not going to explain? Nonsense. An undead. The Supreme One, the Master of the Great Tomb. What feelings do I need? Red A. As an assassin, after slaying so many, would you feel anything upon gaining power? Order. Ye Tian. Ye Tian, a general of Xian Yong, have fought countless battles. What feelings accompany killing a person? Ye Tian. So, it seems you have a point. Nonsense. However, little brother, did you just make a typo? They? Ye Tian. Yes, they. What of it? Nonsense. Are you certain you didn't tier? That refers to animals. Ye Tian. No, it was a group of fishmen. What else would I call them? Red A. Fishmen? Mermaids? Order. Ye Tian. I've heard of that race. Nonsense. Little brother, have you seen a mermaid? Ye Tian. Is your sole focus on mermaids? Yes, I have seen them. They are quite beautiful. What of it? Nonsense. Perhaps a study is in order? Red A. Study? One order. Ye Tian. Ahem. That could be interesting. Ye Tian. A bunch of old lechers. Sweat JPG. Red A. By the way, are we the only ones in this group? It's rather dull. Ye Tian. Have you not noticed that this group can be upgraded? Order. Ye Tian. How does one upgrade? Nonsense. Same question. Red A. 1 Ye Tian. Haven't you been paying attention to the numbers on the group interface? Red A. 900 010000. Order. Ye Tian. What does this signify? Nonsense. Could this be the legendary progress bar? Ye Tian. You all can continue chatting. I'm off to eat. Farewell, everyone. Just as Ye Tian closed the chat interface, the door suddenly swung open. A playful little head peeked in. His sister Nami, seeing Ye Tian lying on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, softly called out to him. Upon hearing those words, Ye Tian, who was on the verge of opening his eyes, momentarily paused and then remained utterly still, appearing as if he were in a deep slumber. Brother. Nami approached, casting a glance at him, and softly murmured, Dear brother, as your devoted sister, I cannot help but notice that your expression is rather distressing. Would you allow me to beautify your visage with some artistic embellishments? Your silence indicates consent, does it not? As her words faded, she cheerfully skipped towards the door. Hearing the sound of her departing footsteps, Ye Tian abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up straight in bed. After surveying his surroundings, he shifted his gaze to the window, contemplating for a brief moment. Without hesitation, he sprang from the window, executing the maneuver with such grace that one might presume he was accustomed to such escapades. Outside the window, Ye Tian surveyed the environment, and after a moment of observation, he approached a nearby tree, quietly scrutinizing the room within. Inside Belmir's chamber, Nami's face radiated excitement as her tiny hands rummaged through the cosmetics in Belmir's drawer. Outside the room, Nojiko casually cast a glance at the exuberant Nami, momentarily taken aback, and then curiously inquired, "Nami, what are you searching for?" Upon hearing this, Nami's movements momentarily paused, and then, with an excitement that was impossible to conceal, she exclaimed to Nokigao, "Nokigao, do you know where Belmir's cosmetics are?" "Belmir's cosmetics? They are in the drawer. What do you need them for?" Nokigao asked, puzzled. "Oh, don't ask. I'm going to do my brother's makeup." As she spoke, Nami's enthusiasm radiated even more brilliantly. Clutching the small box she had just unearthed, she tiptoed across the living room and arrived at the door of Ye Tian's room. Nami gazed at the closed door, took a moment to steady her breath, and quietly opened it, peeking her little head inside. After a brief observation, she suddenly pushed the door wide open, causing the cosmetics box in her hand to inadvertently tumble to the floor, and then she began to search the room fervently. Outside, perched on the tree, Ye Tian watched Nami rummaging through the room, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a cry echoed from within the room. "Wow, Belmir, my brother is missing." Upon hearing those words, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, before hastily leaping down from the tree and striding into the living room. Inside, Belmel was helplessly comforting Nami, her gaze not catching sight of Ye Tian's entrance. However, Nami, cradled in Belmel's arms, noticed Ye Tian walk in and instantly ceased her tears, a smile gradually blossoming on her face. Yet, due to her recent weeping, Nami was oblivious to the fact that her nose was running, and with her sudden smile, a little bubble of snot appeared. A profound silence enveloped the living room for a brief moment, but before long, laughter erupted. It turned out that little Nami's nose had bubbled over. Observing the expressions of those around her, Nami's initially joyous face fell, her lips pouting as if tears were about to flow once more. Ye Tian quickly stifled his laughter and hurried to Nami's side, eager to comfort her. Unexpectedly, Nami grabbed him and pulled out a pen from her pocket, beginning to doodle chaotically on Ye Tian's face. Taken aback by Nami's antics, Ye Tian could only chuckle wryly, saying, "Nami, are you done drawing?" "Humph." Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Nami turned her head away, feigning indignation. Beside them, Belmel and Nokaheo stifled their laughter behind their hands. After a while, Belmel gently patted Nami's little head and said, "All right, it's time to eat. Let us go." With that, she lifted Nami and made her way to the dining table, while Ye Tian, sporting a face resembling a painted cat, ambled towards the kitchen. At the dining table, Ye Tian, feeling somewhat anxious, picked at his food, mentally preparing himself for the explanations he would offer when Belmel inevitably inquired. However, throughout the meal, he awaited Belmel's questions in vain. Just as Ye Tian was preparing to assist with clearing the table, Belmel's lips curled into a subtle smile as she looked at him and softly said, "If you tidy up the table, I will forgive you." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, a smile gracing his face as his hands moved with increased urgency. Belmer rose from her seat, quietly observing Ye Tian as he hurriedly tidied the table, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face as well. Once the dining area was arranged, Ye Tian slowly approached Belmer, just as he was about to offer an explanation. Belmer interjected, "Nami is still upset. You should go comfort her. She truly adores you as her brother." Upon hearing these words, a hint of helplessness crossed Ye Tian's youthful visage. He mused inwardly, "She may indeed have affection, but it is rather challenging to accept. She behaves like a little demon. I prefer the grown-up Nami." Just as Ye Tian was lost in thought, Belmer patted his shoulder and proceeded to her room. Watching Belmer depart, Ye Tian's expression turned somber as he walked towards Nami's room, glancing back 3 times. Upon opening the door, he found Nami pouting on the bed, her eyes glistening with tears. As she heard the door creak, Nami slowly turned her head, but upon seeing Ye Tian at the threshold, she averted her gaze, refusing to acknowledge him. Ye Tian let out a silent chuckle, gently closing the door behind him as he approached Nami. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Nami shifted slightly away from him without meeting his eyes. Observing her demeanor, Ye Tian crouched beside her, a smile breaking across his face as he regarded her sulky expression. He then spoke. Nami, dear sister, what troubles you? You look rather unwell. Humph. If I look unwell, then don't look at me, Nami retorted, her tone defiant. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian remained unfazed and continued. Come, tell your brother who has wronged you. I shall assist you in dealing with them. Humph. Can't you see who has bullied me? Nami cast a sidelong glance at Ye Tian. Is it me? But how could one strike oneself? Perhaps, sister, you could vent your frustrations on me? Ye Tian feigned a look of mild distress as he spoke. Is that what you propose? Nami slowly turned her head to regard Ye Tian. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian nodded solemnly, then slowly closed his eyes. His expression was tense, resembling one who might be struck by thunder at any moment. Nami couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, just as she let out a laugh, she quickly stifled it. Diving onto the bed and wrapping herself in the quilt. In a muffled tone, she said, You may leave. I am no longer angry. Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Nami, who was wrapped in a blanket. A smile unconsciously spread across his face. He then observed Nami, still enveloped in the blanket, and a grin gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. He softly stepped forward to close the door, stealthily retreating to a corner to hide. As expected, just as Ye Tian concealed himself, a corner of the blanket quietly parted, revealing a pair of bright little eyes peering at the door, which flickered with a hint of disappointment. Yet, in an instant, this disheartenment transformed into alarm, and she shrank back into the blanket. After Ye Tian comforted Nami, he spent the following days seldom venturing outside, choosing instead to remain alone in his room, only emerging during mealtimes, hardly stepping beyond the threshold. On one particular day, Nami, moving a small chair, quietly sat in the living room, her little eyes fixated on the closed door of Ye Tian's room. Lost in thought. Just then, a pair of large hands unexpectedly patted the top of Nami's head, startling her out of her reverie. She quickly turned to see Belmere standing behind her, smiling warmly. Noticing the bewildered expression on Nami's face, Belmere gently inquired, What's the matter? Are you thinking about your brother? What are you up to? Upon hearing Belmere's words, Nami nodded slightly, then, with a hint of confusion, asked, Belmere, do you know why my brother has been locking himself in his room these past few days? Well, Belmere pondered for a moment. Observing this, Nami grew anxious and tugged at Belmere's arm, seeking comfort. I don't really know, Belmere responded, and upon hearing this, Nami felt a surge of irritation. Belmere, how could you? I'm not speaking to you anymore, Nami huffed, annoyed. Upon hearing this, Belmere did not take it to heart. Instead, she smiled at Nami and said, Since you wish to know what your brother is doing, why not go find him? Is that really all right? But didn't he say we shouldn't disturb him? Nami slowly lifted her head, her face filled with confusion as she gazed at Belmere. It's perfectly fine, Nami, to go seek him out, Belmere replied, her expression imbued with an inscrutable meaning. Really? Nami exclaimed, her excitement causing her to spring up from her small chair. However, Belmere did not respond. She merely left behind a smile as she departed. Inside the room, Ye Tian was busy participating in a chat group, eager to fill the progress bar as swiftly as possible. Yet, from the outset, his single message had barely made a dent, and now even 10 messages seemed to yield no increase. Ye Tian mused to himself, I am a reclusive child. Nothing must disturb my chat. Outside the room, Nami approached the door, cautiously turning the knob to create a small gap. With her bright little eyes, she peered into the room. The faint sound of the door creaking startled Ye Tian, who, maintaining his composure, cast a glance toward the door. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I am a reclusive child. Nothing must disturb my chat. Beside the door, Nami, who was stealthily peeking in, observed Ye Tian lying on the bed, unresponsive, and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. She then quietly opened the door and tiptoed into the room. As she reached the bedside, she noticed Ye Tian, who had long since closed his eyes, which left her in deep thought. She then removed her little shoes and climbed onto the bed, playfully slapping Ye Tian's backside. Seating herself atop him, she began to tug at his little face, muttering, stinky brother, why aren't you getting up? The sun is shining on your backside. Come and play with your sister. Ye Tian, who was still lying on the bed, suppressed the movement on his face and inwardly lamented, I am a reclusive child. I only engage in chatting. Nothing else can sway me. Nami continued her playful assault. I am a reclusive child, she persisted, pulling at Ye Tian's cheeks. I absolutely cannot wake up. The torment will be unbearable. Nami then pulled the blanket off Ye Tian. I can't hold it any longer. It hurts too much, just a little longer. Nami had now seized Ye-Tian's feet. Gradually, Ye-Tian opened his eyes, rubbing them sleepily and inquiring with confusion. "Ah, it's you, Nami. What is it?" Nami, who had been poised to tickle him, halted her actions. She then stood on the bed with her hands on her hips, looking at Ye-Tian with indignation. "Brother, come on, let us go out and play. If you keep sleeping all day, you'll end up like a beggar." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Nami gradually came to a halt, gazing at Ye Tian with an air of authority. "Of course," she declared, "you've been asleep for several days. It's the perfect time to accompany me to the orange orchard and lend a hand. All right, let us be off." With that, Ye Tian could only nod in agreement, murmuring an apology for the impending upgrade to the chat group. At that moment, as Nami pulled him away, Ye Tian remained oblivious to the activity within the chat group. Foolishness. I dare wager that little brother Ye Tian has certainly not seen the chat group. Red-A. No kidding, that's obvious. Foolishness. This is mere folly. It's not my fault. You ought to learn to read, my friend. Red-A. Understood. Foolishness. Foolishness. You'd best pray that the ability to traverse realms doesn't activate in the group, or else I shall smash your head. Red-A. All right. Foolishness. Do give it a try. Foolishness. No, I must find someone to vent my frustration. How infuriating. Order. Ming Tian. Red-A. Look at how you've provoked foolishness. What if he gets sick from anger? Oh, I forgot. He is immortal. Red-A. Calm down. Glowing green from head to toe. TSK. Little Ye Tian is quite the fitting description. Foolishness. Order. Ming Tian. Red-A. I'm done playing. I'm flipping the table. Let us settle this one-on-one. This is absolutely intolerable. When you finish playing, I shall inform you. Foolishness. Ye Tian, little brother. I've been bullied. Quickly log into your Grand Line account and scold them awake. They are courting death, showing such disrespect to the Supreme One. Red-A courting death. Order. Ming Tian. Disrespecting the Supreme One? Foolishness. Are you afraid? I ask you, are you afraid? The chat group's activity has reached its limit. The system is upgrading to version 2.0. Please stay tuned. Your joy is our utmost goal. We strive to create happiness. The trio stared at the words on the screen, momentarily taken aback, just as they prepared to send a message. They found they were unable to do so. We have used a certain software from a certain world as our original template. The upgrade is complete. Please continue with your operations. This system has incorporated the latest programs. Group Mall. Skin module, beta version. Inviting new members to join. Slime has joined the chat group. Arrogant King Xiaoming has joined the chat group. Dagu has joined the chat group. Foolishness. Wow. The upgrade has finally arrived. But we have newcomers. Red-A. Finally, new members. I won't have to face you every day. Order. Ming Tian. 1. Foolishness. What of it? Am I a nuisance to you? Slime. Hello, everyone. Arrogant King Xiaoming. What is this? High technology? Quite intriguing. Dagu. Greetings, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you. So what is this place? Foolishness. Ah, hello to you all. Explore on your own. I'm off to check the new features. Red-A. 1. Order. Ming Tian. 1. Slime. All right then. Arrogant King Xiaoming. Dagu. Thank you. Foolishness. I see my hopes before me. This skin module is rather splendid. Red-A. Oh, hope is sprouting? TSK. But are you sure you can afford it? Have you checked the prices thoroughly? Order. Ming Tian. This dragon hunter skin is quite appealing. I am just a little short of being able to purchase it. Foolishness. Damn. Are they expecting me to sell all my treasures? Ye Tian. Creating joy through hard work. Do you think I'll entertain you without funds? Foolishness. Little brother Ye Tian. I'm broke. Ye Tian. What is the matter? Foolishness. I've set my sights on a skin that resembles my former self, only more handsome and stylish, perfectly matching my aura. But why is it so expensive? Ye Tian. Is there a cheaper option? Foolishness. There is. Ye Tian. Then that is settled. Start with a more affordable one. Foolishness, as the Supreme One. I declare that those do not suit my elegance. Ye Tian. Ye Tian. Upholding our fine tradition, we create joy through hard work. And I want to entertain you without funds. Foolishness. That statement holds no faults. Red-A. I find it quite agreeable, with my current savings. I can still afford one. Dragon Hunter. Ming Tian. Hey, everyone. Foolishness. Ye Tian. A roar to awaken. I shall remain discreet. Farewell. Nami looked at Ye Tian with an expression of displeasure. Noticing this, Ye Tian was taken aback and awkwardly scratched his head before teasingly remarking, "Ahem, well, I shall focus on my work." As he spoke, he casually plucked an orange from above and placed it into the basket at his feet. Observing Ye Tian's demeanor, Nami placed her hands on her hips and angrily exclaimed, "Honestly, you lazy brother, all you do is sleep, and you're so slow even when doing your tasks." With that, she proudly puffed out her chest and added, "You should learn from your sister, you know. I can carry back many baskets in a single day." Seeing Nami's proud expression, Ye Tian merely scoffed, indicating that he could finish in a day. Naturally, finishing was out of the question. As a socially withdrawn child, the chat group was his source of joy. Just as Ye Tian's thoughts began to drift, his hands continued to pluck oranges at a snail's pace. "Ye Tian," the voice called out, causing Noki, who was busy in the orchard, to turn and glance in Ye Tian's direction, only to feel a sense of helplessness wash over her. Unbeknownst to Ye Tian, Nami had twisted his ear to a painful angle of 180 degrees. "Ouch, that hurts," Ye Tian exclaimed, gently covering his ear in haste. Upon seeing this, Nami slowly released her grip and retorted angrily, "Honestly, if I take my eyes off you for a moment, you just freeze up. Nami, be gentler." "It's turning red." Ye Tian gently massaged his ear in an attempt to alleviate the pain. "Humph, this is your punishment for not working diligently," Nami remarked nonchalantly. As Nami oversaw Ye Tian's tasks, an unexpected visitor arrived at Cocoa Village. Along the coastal edge of Cocoa Village, a military ship gradually anchored at the shore. Upon docking and dropping anchor, the leader, a naval officer resembling a rat, strode forward, flanked by a dozen naval soldiers. At the village entrance, the rat-like colonel regarded the village chief, arms crossed, with a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. "You say there are no pirates coming to Cocoa Village?" "Indeed. Just as always, there have been no pirate arrivals. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Upon hearing this, the village chief was momentarily taken aback, then slowly nodded in agreement. He turned to Colonel Mouse and said, "Indeed. It is our duty to cooperate with the esteemed officers of the Navy. Please feel free to conduct your search." Upon hearing the chief's words, Colonel Mouse's brow furrowed, and his fingers instinctively clenched, turning pale. His gaze fixed intently on the village chief for a prolonged moment, before he managed to suppress his fury and commanded, "Search." As soon as the words left his lips, the soldiers behind him swiftly surged into the village, commencing a thorough search. Before long, one soldier approached Colonel Mouse, holding a stack of berries, and respectfully reported, "Sir, we have discovered the berries looted by the Arlong pirates a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse's lips curled slightly, and he slowly extended his hand to take the bag of berry, weighing it thoughtfully. At that moment, not far away, a young man shouted, "Return my money." However, just as he prepared to rush towards Colonel Mouse, he was intercepted by several naval officers. Colonel Mouse, without sparing him a glance, turned his indifferent gaze upon the village chief and stated, "Reports indicate that the pirate ship of Arlong has plundered a total of 5 million berry. Chief, shall you search? Or shall I?" As these words fell, the village chief's expression changed dramatically. A man seasoned by life, he understood all too well the implications of Colonel Mouse's statement. Yet, thinking of Ye Tian, the village chief couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, and in a manner resembling a lost soul, he weakly replied, "There's no need to trouble the officer. I shall conduct the search." Meanwhile, Ye Tian and his companions, who had just finished picking oranges, were making their way home. Just as they exited the orange grove, they spotted a group of naval officers blocking the entrance of the village. The villagers were gathered in the center of the village, seemingly engaged in a negotiation. Seeing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then began to ponder. The nearest naval presence should be Colonel Mouse. With this thought, his brow furrowed, and he slowly turned to Nami and Nojiko. "Nami, Nojiko, you two should head back. I will investigate what has transpired in the village. By the way, after you store the oranges, please stay at home and do not come out." With that, he proceeded towards the village center, carrying the oranges on his back. At that moment, in the heart of the village chief was collecting the money while quietly explaining to the gathered crowd, "Do not mention anything about the pirates. Let us pay them off to avoid disaster." The villagers nodded in agreement, and began to contribute their coins. Just then, a youthful voice rang out from behind them. "Grandpa Chief, why are the Navy here? What are you all doing?" Upon hearing this, the crowd froze momentarily, then turned to see Ye Tian standing behind them, burdened with oranges. A villager from the back hurriedly pulled Ye Tian aside and whispered, "Ye Tian, you should head back. Everything is fine." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. He then glanced at the Bailey in the hands of the crowd, his brow furrowing in confusion as he inquired, "Is the Navy collecting money? Protection fees?" However, while Ye Tian was lost in thought, Colonel Mouse, who stood at the village entrance, had also noticed him. A sly grin crept across his face as he called out, "Oh, there's a little one. Come here, let Uncle ask you a question." Hearing Colonel Mouse's words, a cold glimmer flickered in Ye Tian's eyes. With a stoic expression, he set down the backpack he carried and prepared to approach. Unexpectedly, a villager beside him pulled him back, silently shaking his head. Observing this, the village chief, who was collecting the money, stepped forward and addressed Colonel Mouse, saying, "Sir, he is merely a child and does not understand. 5 million is more than sufficient. Look." Upon hearing the chief's words, Colonel Mouse frowned and retorted loudly, "Am I unaware? No need for your reminders. Someone, bring that child over." "Yes," replied a nearby sailor as he moved towards Ye Tian. At this, a chill emanated from Ye Tian's eyes. He forcefully shook off the villager's hand and strode purposefully towards Colonel Mouse. Standing before the indifferent colonel, Ye Tian suppressed his anger and quietly asked, "What do you want?" Colonel Mouse, undeterred, looked at Ye Tian with a congenial demeanor and asked, "Little friend, do you know the pirates who arrived here 5 days ago? Where are they now? If you tell me, there's a reward in it for you." "Oh, you're not interested in the Arlong pirate crew?" Ye Tian inquired expressionlessly. At Ye Tian's words, Colonel Mouse was momentarily stunned. But then his face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Yes, yes, the Arlong pirate crew. Do you know where they are now?" At this point, Ye Tian paused for a moment, deliberately heightening Colonel Mouse's anticipation. "Where are they? They have all been slain by me." As he spoke, a chilling glint filled Ye Tian's gaze as he locked eyes with Colonel Mouse. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse's voice abruptly ceased, his countenance betraying a flicker of anger. However, the moment he met Ye Tian's gaze, which was ablaze with murderous intent, he found himself momentarily taken aback. He swiftly turned his attention to the villagers in the distance and commanded his subordinates, "Seize all the villagers here. They are surely in league with the thieves. They must have hidden Alone's treasure. Search them out." "Yes," came the response, and several soldiers advanced, preparing to apprehend the villagers. At that instant, Ye Tian, standing not far from Colonel Mouse, could not suppress a sinister smile that curled at the corner of his mouth. He then coldly remarked, "It seems we have a naval pest on our hands. Shall we rid ourselves of it? Leaving it be would be an affront to the eyes. It is better to cleanse the area." As his words fell, a flash of azure light enveloped Ye Tian's hand, and a long sword materialized within his grasp. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, leaving Colonel Mouse in a state of sheer terror. "Damn it! Someone kill that brat. He is in league with the pirates," he bellowed, yet before he could complete his sentence, the sword in Ye Tian's hand pierced straight through his throat. As the surrounding Navy personnel began to react, a fleeting shadow darted among them, leaving trails of crimson in its wake. Within mere seconds, a dozen soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, the earth soaked in their blood. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian's footsteps momentarily faltered before he gradually spoke. "I have already taken lives, so I fear not the addition of a few more. It is of no concern, rest assured." With that, he broke free from the grasp of the villagers and swiftly dashed towards the naval vessel anchored at the shore. The sailors, who had been enjoying a light-hearted conversation while guarding the ship, were caught off guard as a glimmer of sword light swiftly severed their throats, causing them to collapse silently. Ye Tian retrieved fuel from the storage and doused the entire ship, subsequently setting it ablaze. On the coast, the villagers stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at the raging inferno. The village chief, rooted to the spot, clutched his chest in despair, exclaiming, "This has escalated. This has truly escalated." Observing this, Ye Tian, who had passed by the village chief, calmly reassured him, "There is nothing to worry about. It is not a significant matter." He then proceeded straight towards the direction of the houses. Along the way, Ye Tian remained silent, fully aware that their tranquil lives had just come to an abrupt end. He entered the house, disregarding the assembled guests in the living room, and simply sat down on a chair, relishing a fleeting moment of tranquility. The three individuals in the living room were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ye Tian's expression, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, leaving them anxious and restless. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door. "They've arrived," Bermel promptly replied before rising to open it. Standing at the door, the village chief glanced at Ye Tian seated in the living room, a sigh of pity escaping his lips, before turning to Bermel and saying, "Bermel, step outside for a moment. I wish to discuss something with you." After a considerable time, Bermel re-entered the living room with a complex expression, casting a glance at Ye Tian, who remained silent, leaving her at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Noki and Nami sat beside her, utterly bewildered, their faces displaying confusion as they awaited clarification. After a prolonged silence, Bermel's lips moved slightly, and after a moment of internal conflict, she finally spoke. "Little Ye Tian, what are your thoughts?" "Thoughts? At present, I have none," Ye Tian replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Bermel cast a complex gaze at Ye Tian, yet chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Ye Tian focused his attention on the chat group. "Ye Tian, esteemed colleagues. Nonsensical talk. Has Master Zwan logged in?" "Red A. Don't. I'm afraid." "Dragon Hunter, Ming Tian, little brother, what's the matter?" "Slime. Hello everyone." "Arrogant King Xiao Ming. Just another day of photography." "Ancient Soup. On patrol, we'll hide for now." "Ye Tian, I seem to have accomplished something significant." "Nonsensical talk. Little brother has grown up. Do tell. What is it? Share with us." "Ye Tian, I have slain the greedy navy." "Nonsensical talk. I can't believe it." "Red A. The greedy navy? The justice of that world has also been shamed. Truly a fallen world, regrettably. I cannot venture there." "Dragon Hunter, Ming Tian. Hold on, let me take a look. I remember seeing something yesterday." "Dragon Hunter, Ming Tian. Found it. This is the crossing card, bronze. It's the one." "Nonsensical talk. I'm going." "Let me see." "Red A. For 100 exchange points." "I have already traded for something." "Nonsensical talk. TSK, Red A is indeed swift in action. I have also exchanged, but can only bring one subordinate for a day's crossing." "Dragon Hunter, Ming Tian. Yes, I have exchanged as well." "Slime, is crossing possible?" Sob, I'm not worth much." "Nonsensical talk. One punch to kill the sobbing monster, JPG. Arrogant King Xiao Ming. Truly impressive. Crossing is possible, but as an ordinary person, it would be of little use for me." "Ye Tian, thank you all for your support. I have no way to repay you." "Nonsensical talk. A pledge of loyalty?" JPG, Red A, Wicked Smile, JPG. "Dragon Hunter, Ming Tian, Wicked Smile, JPG. Slime, a pledge of loyalty is acceptable?" Wicked Smile, JPG. Arrogant King Xiao Ming. "Ye Tian, such beautiful thoughts. A bunch of old men, quite mischievous." "Nonsensical talk. To be honest, I am quite looking forward to the world of pirates. I have only seen it in anime, though I have only watched a dozen episodes. I imagine the power within is not too formidable." "Ye Tian, you do realize you've only watched a dozen episodes?" "Ye Tian, someone is calling me. I will chat later." Ye Tian swiftly closed the interface and then turned his head slowly, looking at Bermel with some confusion. "Little Ye Tian, I was once a Navy soldier as well. How about I speak to my former commander?" Bermel pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian could not help but smile faintly, and then slowly spoke. "There is no need. I merely feel a twinge of reluctance for this tranquil life. However, since my existence is about to be disrupted, I shall not spare those who shatter my peace." As he said this, Ye Tian gradually rose to his feet, gazing at the blinding sun, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the corner of his eye. With an air of indifference, he continued, "Since the Navy intends to hunt me down over this matter, it is evident that the justice of this world has rotted away. Thus, I can only repay them with war." "War?" At this, Nami and Nojiko, seated nearby, suddenly sprang to their feet. Meanwhile, Bermel looked at Ye Tian in shock. After a moment, she finally spoke. "You must understand, the Navy is not to be trifled with." Upon hearing Bermel's words, Ye Tian could not help but scoff disdainfully. The Navy has 3 admirals, wielding immense power to intimidate the seas. Furthermore, there are veteran figures like Carp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, who strike fear into pirates, along with the rising stars of the Navy such as Peach Rabbit, and above them, the world government. At this point, Ye Tian abruptly turned his head, his gaze fixed intensely on Bermel, and articulated each word with conviction. "However, they cannot see the individuals behind me. Are they aware of what I can bring to this world, supported by countless powerful allies? If they wish to hunt me down, Then I shall summon the supreme dead, or have the guardians of the world cleanse it, or even unleash an invincible army to eradicate the world government. They have no choice. If they dare to pursue me, I will not hesitate to plunge the entire world into chaos. I wish to see whose power truly prevails, the celestial king? Emu? Let us see who can preserve this world. At this moment, in the headquarters of the Navy at Maryford, within the marshal's office, a commanding voice resonated. Come in. Outside, a messenger slowly pushed open the office door and beheld Carp, seated to one side, indulging in his daily donuts. What is it? Sengoku, sporting a braided hairstyle and a seagull perched atop, glanced at Carp before turning his gaze to the messenger. Upon hearing Sengoku's voice, the messenger was momentarily taken aback, then promptly stood up straight and reported aloud, reporting to the marshal in the East Sea. The pirate known as Colonel Mouse and his crew have been eliminated by the Navy. Here are the photographs. Not a single Navy soldier survived. The last footage received showed the Navy perishing in flames aboard the pirates' burning warship. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly picked up the image in his hand to scrutinize it closely. However, after gazing at the somewhat blurred image for a considerable time, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Is this a child? Were they murdered on that island? Sengoku inquired of the messenger. The report confirms it is from Cocoyasi village. The messenger replied loudly. Cocoyasi village? Let me ponder for a moment. Issue a warrant for Smoker, who has just arrived in Logtown, to apprehend them. The reward will be tentatively set at 500,000 berries, Sengoku articulated after a brief contemplation. Understood, the messenger responded before departing. Watching the slowly closing office door, Sengoku could not help but let out a sigh. He then removed his glasses and turned to Carp, who was munching on a donut, and asked, Carp, would you like to pay a visit? Upon hearing this, Carp, momentarily pausing in his indulgence of a donut, cast a puzzled glance at him and inquired, what is the matter? Is this pirate particularly troublesome? No, it's just that I find it perplexing. From that vague wanted poster, it seems a mere child has slain a Navy officer, yet. Sengoku furrowed his brow. The seas have grown increasingly tumultuous since Roger's execution, teeming with all manner of individuals. Nevertheless, since you mentioned that this person is in the East Blue, it's fortuitous. I too am due for a vacation to visit my little grandson. With that, Carp cast aside his donut with haste. Sengoku sighed, understanding his old friend's nature, feeling a touch helpless. Observing this, Carp rose, waved his hand dismissively, and remarked, all right, I grasp what you wish to convey. I shall investigate why he has slain a Navy officer and who his master might be. 2 days passed without incident, and the villagers of Coco Village gradually eased their worries. Meanwhile, Ye Tian remained ensconced in his room, delving into the functionalities of the chat group. He had already uncovered numerous insights, such as the fact that the exchange points required for the system's shop were derived from resources across various worlds, as well as items imbued with extraordinary powers. Skins not only provided the exchanger with splendid items, but also granted certain abilities, identities, or even bloodlines based on the type of exchange. He had also discerned the identities of everyone within the group. Ye Tian, to speak candidly, shall we convene a meeting at some point? Absurdity. Is this what they refer to as meeting in reality? Or is it a cross-world gathering? Red A. Once I find the time, I must visit your world, especially Ye Tian's realm. As a guardian, I simply cannot overlook it. Dragon Hunter, Ming Tian, Ye Tian, does your world feature fishmen? Are there dragons? I feel that slaying a dragon is essential to earn that title. Absurdity. Goodness. Has our General Ming Tian become inflated since acquiring a skin? Red A. It seems so. Slime. My world has dragons, but I've already devoured them. Hiki. Arrogant King Xiaoming. Really? Are you that fierce? Dragon Hunter, Ming Tian. So this is what a big shot looks like. Big soup. Incredible. Red A. What kind of dragon? Ye Tian. Don't listen to the cute king bragging. That dragon willingly allowed itself to be consumed, though his abilities are indeed quite extraordinary. Absurdity. Cute king? Is it particularly adorable? Red A. And there's a dragon that willingly gets devoured? Dragon Hunter, Ming Tian. What a surprise. So that's how it is. Ye Tian. Well, I've only seen it, but have not played with it. Hee. Mischievous grin JPG. Slime playing with it? ISNT that a bit extreme. Big Soup. By the way, why is my name like this? Big Soup. Red A. Hey. The topic has strayed. Red A. However, your name does have a touch of peculiarity. Dragon Hunter, Ming Tian. Just thinking about it gives me the chills. Absurdity as an undead being. I must say I have never engaged in such acts. Ye Tian. That is his future. What is so bizarre about it? Big soup. My future will be turned into soup? How terrifying. Slime. Hey. 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 Weren't we just discussing me? Why has the conversation taken such a strange turn? Ye Tian, what do you have to discuss? As a slime. It's best for you to remain quietly in the heart of the mountains, refrain from speaking. Absurdity? The heart of the mountains? Is there such a large slime? Red A. Having never seen a slime, I am utterly bewildered. Dragon Hunter. Ming Tian. Big soup. I have seen one. But I am unsure if it resembles what you envision. Arrogant King Xiaoming. I have not seen one. Ye Tian, you may imagine it as a blob of jelly. Slime. What does blob even mean? Don't think I haven't tea studied. Ye Tian. Haha, slip of the tongue. Ye Tian. Absurdity. By the way, how far has your place developed? Absurdity. I'm currently reclaiming territory from the crocodile tribe. Ye Tian. Understood. Keep it up. I suddenly feel inspired to establish a nation. Absurdity. Founding a nation is quite exhausting. Red A. I concur. Establishing a nation is indeed laborious. Big soup. Ye Tian, are you really considering founding a nation? Absurdity. Shall I take you on a journey? Ye Tian, forget it. You should first sort out your own affairs. Big soup. Everyone, I must take my leave. Monsters have appeared in my world. Ye Tian, monsters have appeared? Time to make soup. Ye Tian, I shall also take my leave. With that, Ye Tian quietly closed the chat group. At this moment, Nami burst into the room, a piece of paper fluttering in her grasp. Upon hearing her voice, Ye Tian slowly opened his eyes and, with a smile, took the paper from Nami's hands. Examining it closely, a wanted poster? Upon seeing the wanted poster he had received from Nami, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback before continuing to read further. Name, unknown age, suspected to be 7 years. Crime, killing a Navy colonel bounty. 500,000 berries request, capture alive. Gazing at the bounty inscribed on the wanted poster, Ye Tian couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. A smirk of disdain gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. He slowly set down the wanted poster and began to ponder deeply. Though he possessed certain abilities, he was but a novice compared to the formidable figures of the Grand Line or the New World. Thus, it was imperative that he engage in training. In the East Blue, the few individuals capable of imparting training to him included the likes of Gung Shirlang and Carp. Seeking Carp for training was utterly impractical, and finding others was equally futile. Hence, only one option remained. That would be Gung Shirlang. While Gung Shirlang specialized in swordsmanship, it did not preclude him from possessing knowledge of other skills. Though he had not employed them before, it did not signify that Gung Shirlang was solely adept in swordsmanship. With this thought in mind, Ye Tian felt he had come to a realization. He decided to remain at home for a while longer, to see if any audacious beings dared to come seeking trouble. Once assured of tranquility, he would proceed to seek mentorship. Just then, a small hand waved in front of Ye Tian's eyes, and a curious voice inquired, "Brother, what's wrong?" Upon hearing this, a smile unconsciously graced Ye Tian's face. He then turned to Nami and inquired, "I am perfectly fine. What troubles you, Nami?" At his words, Nami's small lips pouted slightly, and tears began to trace down her cheeks as she sat beside Ye Tian. Taken aback by her reaction, Ye Tian quickly grasped Nami's delicate hand and softly asked, "What is the matter, Nami? Has someone been unkind to you?" However, Nami did not respond to his query. Instead, she spoke to herself, "I know." Upon hearing those words, Ye Tian's body involuntarily stiffened, and his complexion gradually darkened. Nami, seemingly oblivious to Ye Tian's expression, continued, "I know. My brother is being pursued by the Navy and must leave." Hearing Nami's statement, Ye Tian opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched and utterly at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, his voice slightly hoarse, "Sister, sister." At this moment, Nami's eyes brimmed with tears, her dark, jewel-like gaze filled with sorrow. After a lengthy pause, she managed to suppress the sadness within her and, with reddened eyes, looked at Ye Tian, saying, "Brother, you must come back to see me. Don't forget about us. I will definitely set sail to find you when I grow up." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, a smile gradually emerging on his previously sorrowful face. He then turned to Nami and reassured her, "Rest assured, dear sister, I shall never forget you all. The time spent here has been the happiest of my life." Nami nodded eagerly, her heart swelling with reluctance. However, at that moment, Belmel rushed in. Upon seeing the two engaged in heartfelt conversation, She paused momentarily before swiftly pushing the door open. Gazing at Ye Tian, she urgently exclaimed, "Little Ye Tian, the Navy has arrived. Everyone has managed to block them at the village entrance. You must leave at once." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then gradually lifted his head to gaze at Beyermeyer and inquired, "Beyermeyer, what is the leader of the Navy like?" The mention of a leader prompted Beyermeyer to lower her head in contemplation. Suddenly, she raised her head with fervor and looked at Ye Tian, stating, "He has white short hair, a peculiar weapon at his back, and a cigarette dangling from his mouth." Upon hearing Beyermeyer's description, a smile crept onto Ye Tian's face, and he slowly replied, "It's all right. I will go take a look shortly." Upon hearing this, Beyermeyer was momentarily taken aback before hastily inquiring, "Aren't you leaving first?" "Leave for what? This person is quite remarkable. I hold him in high regard," Ye Tian replied with a faint smile. After saying this, Ye Tian slowly rose to his feet, gently patted Nami's little head, and then proceeded towards the door. Observing this, the two quickly followed suit. At the village entrance, Smoker gazed at the crowd of villagers blocking his path with a look of exasperation, inwardly cursing Colonel Mouse. Faced with the resolute villagers, who were prepared to fight to the death to prevent his passage, he felt a headache brewing. He then turned to his aide, Tashiji, and quietly instructed, "You stay here and keep watch. I will consult with the higher-ups." With a sigh and a shake of his head, Smoker stepped aside. Finding a secluded corner, he produced a den mushi, a device left to him by his mentor, Zifa, at the Navy headquarters, in the elite training camp office. Zifa was engrossed in a book when the den mushi on his desk rang. A faint smile appeared on his face as he picked it up and answered, "This is Zifa. What is it, Smoker?" "Teacher, an incident has occurred here, and I believe we should revoke a person's bounty," Smoker stated solemnly. "Revoke a bounty? What exactly have you encountered?" "You must understand that bounties are not easily rescinded," Zifa replied, his brow furrowing in concern. "The situation is as follows." Smoker relayed the villagers' accounts to Zifa. Upon concluding the report, Zifa slammed his fist onto the desk, abruptly rising to instruct the den mushi. "Do not take any rash actions. I will immediately consult with Sengoku." With that, Zifa swiftly hung up the phone, donned the large cloak hanging nearby, and strode toward the marshal's office, his expression dark and foreboding. Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku was in high spirits while working, but suddenly, bang, the office door was flung open, crashing against the wall. Sengoku immediately stood up, his expression darkening as he glanced toward the entrance. However, upon recognizing the visitor, his anger subsided slightly, though he still regarded Zifa with a frown. "Zifa, what is the meaning of this?" he demanded. "What is the meaning? It is your Navy that nearly caused the death of a child. I am questioning you on what you intend to do," Zifa shouted back at Sengoku. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku's anger swiftly dissipated, replaced by a look of confusion as he regarded Zephyr. He understood that Zephyr would not exhibit such intense rage without substantial cause. "What is the matter?" Sengoku inquired, perplexed. "I must ask you, did you issue a bounty notice a few days ago? For a child?" Zephyr managed to suppress his fury as he spoke. "Indeed, that child is exceedingly cruel. According to my analysis, he is destined to become a scourge upon the seas as a pirate," Sengoku replied with a serious demeanor, nodding in agreement. "How absurd. A scourge upon the seas? This child is aiding our Navy in eradicating the malignant elements. Why drive him into opposition against us? Would it not be more beneficial to integrate him into the Navy?" Zephyr exclaimed, unable to contain his outrage as he observed Sengoku's solemn expression. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at him. In response, Zephyr conveyed to Sengoku the words that Smoker had shared with him. Upon hearing this, the expression on Zhangguo's face turned rather grim. He then slammed his fist onto the desk and erupted in fury, exclaiming, "This is truly tarnishing the Navy's reputation." At that moment, in Kikishia village, at the village entrance, Nua Chi Gao, amidst a heated argument with the Navy, cast a worried glance towards the direction of his home, silently pondering, "I wonder if my younger brother has left yet." Just as he was about to turn around, he spotted Ye Tian's figure at the edge of the village and hurriedly rushed over. Reaching Ye Tian's side, Nua Chi Gao urgently advised, "Brother, you must leave quickly." Observing the deep concern etched on Nua Chi Gao's face, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile gently, then replied, "It's all right, sister. I actually have matters to attend to with this Navy lieutenant." With that, he strode purposefully towards the village entrance. Watching Ye Tian depart briskly, Nua Chi Gao was momentarily taken aback, and then, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, she followed after him. Meanwhile, The villagers who were previously confronting the Navy turned to see Ye Tian's arrival and attempted to intercept him. However, just as they were about to step forward, Ye Tian smiled and shook his head, confidently walking past them to stand directly before the Navy. Ye Tian scanned the crowd with keen eyes and soon spotted Smoker standing in a corner. He then called out loudly, "Hey, is that you, Lieutenant? Are you the one sent to apprehend me?" Upon hearing this, Smoker, who had been waiting for a call from Zephyr, was momentarily taken aback. He then tucked the phone into his pocket and approached Ye Tian. Looking down at Ye Tian, who had just reached his waist, Smoker curiously inquired, "Are you Ye Tian?" "Indeed, I am," Ye Tian replied with his head held high. Observing Ye Tian's demeanor, Smoker nodded slowly and said, "I have reported the villagers' accounts to headquarters. If all goes well, your bounty will soon be revoked." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had initially anticipated a direct confrontation with the Navy, yet he did not foresee such a twist. Reflecting on this, Ye Tian slowly nodded, and then quietly stood to the side, awaiting further developments. Before long, the transponder snail in Smoker's embrace began to ring. "This is Smoker," he stated, casting a glance at Ye Tian beside him. "This is Sengoku. I have rescinded the bounty notice. However, it is remarkable that a mere child could bring down a naval captain. Though he is from a branch, he is indeed a rare talent. Let us recruit him into the headquarters," Sengoku conveyed slowly from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Smoker was momentarily taken aback, but then slowly nodded in acknowledgement. After hanging up the transponder snail, he approached Ye Tian, gazing at him with a calm demeanor, and said, "Your bounty has been revoked. Furthermore, Admiral Sengoku wishes to enlist you into the Navy to uphold justice upon the seas alongside us." Hearing Smoker's words, Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly, a look of disdain evident on his face as he replied, "The Navy can uphold true justice?" While it is true that in recent years, the Navy has maintained tranquility upon the ocean as an institution under the world government, it is impossible for the Navy to possess the genuine power to uphold absolute justice, unless you can extricate yourselves from the control of the world government and execute all celestial dragons. Smoker regarded Ye Tian with a grave expression. Although he recognized the truth in Ye Tian's words, he wondered if this young boy had no fear in such a public setting. "To be frank, your decision this time is wise. Had the newcomers attempted to apprehend me without discussion, I might have resorted to lethal measures. Do not doubt my strength and influence. The world government holds little sway over me." With that, a sinister smile began to curl at the corners of Ye Tian's mouth. Observing Ye Tian's malevolent smile, Smoker's lips twitched slightly. He dismissed Ye Tian's words, believing that this child possessed neither the capability nor the connections to back them. "So, you will not be joining the Navy?" Smoker inquired with a serious tone. "Indeed," Ye Tian replied without hesitation. "Very well, I look forward to our next encounter," Smoker said, turning to leave with the Navy. As he departed, Belmer, who had been standing behind Ye Tian, stepped forward and inquired, "Ye Tian, why do you not wish to join the Navy? It could offer you a promising future." Watching Smoker's retreating figure, Ye Tian slowly shook his head. "To the world government and the celestial dragons, the Navy is merely a loyal dog. I cannot bend my will to them." Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Belmer refrained from further persuasion. Yet, at that moment, Ye Tian spoke again. "Belmer, I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Belmer momentarily paused, then hurriedly turned to Ye Tian and inquired, "What is the matter? Was it not said that all was well? Why must you leave?" Listening to Belmer's question, Ye Tian shook his head and gazed at her, saying, "Once a bounty is issued, it signifies that my tranquil existence has been shattered. Although the bounty has now been retracted, I have already drawn the attention of certain individuals. I must grow stronger. Remaining here will not suffice in facing the impending tumultuous seas." As these words left his lips, Belmer fell into a profound silence, then slowly nodded and asked, "You will return, won't you?" Upon hearing this, a smile of happiness blossomed on Ye Tian's face as he said, "Of course, this is my home." "Where are you planning to go? If you intend to set sail, you might be a bit too young for that." Birumir furrowed her brows. "To Zimajiji village, where a great swordsman resides. I wish to seek him as my master," Ye Tian replied with unwavering determination. "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not stand in your way. Zimajiji village is not far. If time permits, I will take Nami and the others to see you," Birumir said, assisting Ye Tian in adjusting his attire. Observing this, Ye Tian nodded, then turned to Birumir, saying, "I shall take my leave now. I will return to visit you when I can." Thank you, Baramir. After expressing his gratitude, he embraced Baramir before striding toward the warship by the coast. On board the warship, Smoker stood silently on the deck, gazing at Cocoyasi village, and let out a sigh. The words of Ye Tian echoed in his mind, igniting a surge of frustration within him. Ye Tian's words were indeed the truth, despite the many within the Navy who fervently uphold justice upon the seas. They remain under the control of the celestial dragons and the world government. At that moment, Dashiji, standing beside him, gently nudged his back and softly remarked, "Smoker, look, who is that child?" Upon hearing this, Smoker's gaze sharpened, and he soon beheld Ye Tian approaching them with measured steps. He could not help but inwardly murmur, "Has this young man had a change of heart? Did he not just declare his refusal to join the Navy?" Just as Smoker was about to instruct his crew to steer the warship closer to shore, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he involuntarily gasped. Before him, Ye Tian's figure had vanished from the ground. When Ye Tian reappeared, he was suspended in midair, though still a considerable distance from the warship. As Smoker braced for what he thought would be Ye Tian's imminent fall, Ye Tian astonishingly produced a longsword from seemingly nowhere and hurled it straight into the sea. The sword did not immediately sink. Instead, its hilt protruded from the water, while the rest remained submerged. As Ye Tian descended, he executed a powerful kick, propelling himself upward and landing squarely on the deck of the warship. Observing Ye Tian's landing, Smoker could not suppress a faint smile, then turned to Ye Tian and remarked, "Impressive skills, young man. Have you reconsidered? Do you wish to join the Navy now?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian could not help but smile slightly, then slowly shook his head and remarked, "As a member of the Navy, should one not assist the civilians?" Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, a series of black lines appeared on Smoker's forehead, and he soon became exasperated, retorting, "Then what assistance do you require? Take me to Seymour Village. And you can conveniently patrol the sea as well. What if you encounter pirates who threaten the waters?" Ye Tian proclaimed with a clear voice. At this moment, not only was Smoker rendered speechless, but even Dasky, who stood behind him, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "What do you intend to do in Seymour Village?" Smoker inquired slowly. "Of course, I am going there to seek a mentor and learn the craft." "Enough with the pleasantries. Take me there," Ye Tian replied with righteous confidence. "You." At Ye Tian's words, Smoker was momentarily at a loss for words. He had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. "Surely, as a Navy officer, you should care for the civilians?" Ye Tian stated unapologetically as he settled into a nearby beach chair. Observing Ye Tian, who resembled a little adult, Dasky's eyes brightened. Initially, she had not paid much attention to him at the village entrance, but now, upon a closer look, she found him quite endearing. Noticing Ye Tian's determination to remain, a line of annoyance appeared on Smoker's forehead. After standing in place for a long while, he finally spoke, "Send orders to change our course. We are heading to Frost Moon Village." With that, he prepared to leave, fearing that lingering any longer might compel him to strike Ye Tian. However, just as he was about to move, Ye Tian, lounging in the beach chair, leisurely remarked, "Well, since you are taking me along, I shall offer you a word of advice." Smoker, who had initially lifted his foot to depart, hesitated but dismissed the comment and resumed his stride towards the cabin. "Your mentor, Zifa, the turning point in your life, do you not wish to know where it lies?" Upon hearing this, Smoker abruptly turned his head, his eyes fixed on Ye Tian. "My eyes can perceive certain inexplicable phenomena. Not long ago, I beheld an event from the year 1513 of the sea calendar, that is, next year. The former Admiral Zifa, while at sea with elite cadets, is severed of his right arm by Whitebeard II, with barely a handful of cadets surviving, leading Zifa to descend into darkness." At this point, Ye Tian straightened his posture, observing Smoker with a knowing gaze, disregarding the tremor that now coursed through him, and continued, "As his disciple, what will you do? Will you confront Whitebeard II? Prevent Zifa from setting sail? Or something else?" "Curse it," Smoker growled, his fists clenched tightly. As he stood at the edge of the deck, his eyes tinged with blood. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Oh, it seems you do not believe me. What a pity. Then Zifa shall continue along the path that leads to his demise, TSK, a once great admiral, ultimately forsaken by all. Before Ye Tian could finish, Smoker transformed into a wisp of smoke, instantly appearing before him, seizing Ye Tian by the collar. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "You brat, what are you trying to say?" Ye Tian, unfazed by being lifted, slowly responded, "I merely wish to remind you of something you might regret. Take care of yourself." With that, he deftly freed himself from Smoker's grip and settled back into the beach chair. Smoker stood there, frozen in shock, like a statue, while Dasky looked on, equally stunned and speechless. Meanwhile, Ye Tian basked in the sun, contentedly awaiting their arrival. After a considerable time, the Navy ship anchored on the shores of Seymour Village. Just as Ye Tian prepared to leap from the deck, he heard Smoker's voice behind him. "Is what you said true?" Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Ye Tian's lips, only to vanish in an instant. He then spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "Of course it's true. I'm leaving." With that, he leapt off the deck. Smoker, lost in thought, gazed after the receding figure of Ye Tian and coldly uttered, "Let's return to Log Town." As Ye Tian entered the village, he casually inquired at a nearby household about the location of Geng Shiro's dojo before departing. The One Heart Dojo. Peering through the gate, Ye Tian beheld a group of youths practicing swordsmanship, alongside a solitary boy with green algae-like hair engaged in self-cultivation. He gradually pushed open the slightly ajar door and stepped inside. The young swordsmen, initially startled by Ye Tian's entrance, quickly returned to their training. Meanwhile, Geng Shiro, seated with a perpetual smile, slowly rose and approached Ye Tian. However, at that moment, Geng Shiro sensed something entirely different emanating from Ye Tian, a distinct aura of bloodshed. Or rather, a murderous intent. Undoubtedly, this seemingly innocent child had taken a life. Standing still, Ye Tian straightened his posture as Geng Shiro approached him. He bowed respectfully and spoke, "You must be Mr. Geng Shiro. My name is Ye Tian, and I wish to learn swordsmanship and the art of luing from you." At these words, the smile on Geng Shiro's face momentarily stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. He walked beside Ye Tian, bending slightly with a warm smile, and replied, "I can teach you swordsmanship, but as for the luing you mentioned, I do not possess that knowledge. Therefore, I cannot teach you." "No, you can. Teach me, and I will help you fulfill a wish, whatever it may be," Ye Tian stated with solemnity. Upon hearing these words, Geng Silang's eyes narrowed momentarily, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. Observing the subtle change in his expression, Ye Tian could not help but smile, then slowly spoke, "Mr. Geng Silang, there is no need for excessive contemplation. I am neither a citizen of Wano nor affiliated with the world government or the celestial dragons." As Ye Tian's words reached him, Geng Silang's face grew increasingly intricate with emotion. He found it perplexing how this young man could possess such knowledge. Just then, after scanning his surroundings, Ye Tian's eyes brightened, and he nodded subtly before addressing Geng Silang. "If you teach me swordsmanship and the flowing infant technique, I could assist you in finding a female swordsman to instruct your daughter." Upon hearing this, Geng Silang's expression darkened further, astonished at how thoroughly the youth had discerned his affairs. Noticing Geng Silang's demeanor, Ye Tian offered a faint smile and gently shook his head. "Mr. Geng Silang, there is no need for such apprehension. I come with no ill intentions and do not represent any organization or faction. I solely represent myself." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Ye Tian's face. He then bowed slightly to Geng Silang, expressing his gratitude. Observing this, Geng Silang nodded gently and turned to retrieve a simple iron sword from a nearby sword rack. He glanced at Ye Tian, who appeared empty-handed, and was about to toss the sword to him. However, Ye Tian promptly intervened, raising his hand to reveal a magnificent katana that had seemingly materialized from thin air. "There's no need. I have my own weapon," Ye Tian stated, his gaze steady. Geng Silang paused in surprise at Ye Tian's display, and after a moment of contemplation, he decided against the matter of weapons. He placed the iron sword at his side and approached Ye Tian with measured steps. Meanwhile, the surrounding students had gathered, and the sight drew Zoro, who had been training alone, to abandon his practice and watch intently from a distance. On the elevated platform, Kuina observed the young boy confronting her father with a sword, her bright eyes shimmering with intrigue. As the space around them seemed to constrict, Ye Tian, feeling somewhat exasperated, addressed Geng Silang. "Might you know of a more spacious area nearby? It is rather constrained for our movements here." Upon hearing this, Geng Sihong slowly nodded, then turned to Ye Tian and said, "Follow me." With that, he led Ye Tian and the others to the rear of the dojo. Behind the dojo lay an uninhabited expanse of wasteland, where the onlookers from the dojo stood at a distance, quietly observing the two opponents in the barren land. Among the crowd, Zoro gazed thoughtfully at Kuna and inquired, "Sister, what do you think this master and this little brat have in common? He is even smaller than me." However, Kuna paid no heed to Zoro's words and silently watched the two individuals on the field. She understood that if the young boy lacked sufficient strength, her father would easily allow either her or Zoro to take his place. Yet, if the challenge exceeded their capabilities, it would fall upon him to intervene. Although Kana found this notion somewhat absurd, it was undeniably unfolding before her eyes. In the desolate ground, the two exchanged formal bows. After the gesture, Gung Sihong remained steadfast in his position, calmly regarding Ye Tian as he slowly uttered, "Let us begin." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian nodded slowly, then slightly crouched down, his long sword pointing towards the heavens, his gaze fixated on Gung Silang as he solemnly warned, "Be cautious." Before Ye Tian's words could fully escape his lips, he vanished from his position in an instant. Clang, 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 clang. Both Gu Yaina and Zara watched in astonishment from the sidelines. They could only see Gung Silang standing firm, his sword raised in defense, while the sparks produced by the clash of swords filled the air, rendering Ye Tian's figure completely invisible to them. However, Gung Silang's perspective was entirely different. With his eyes slightly closed, he expanded his intangible observation haki to envelop the surroundings, constantly monitoring Ye Tian's movements. He could distinctly sense that Ye Tian's weapon had shattered multiple times, only to be replaced instantaneously by another. Twin swords? Clang, clang, clang. Ye Tian reappeared before Gung Silang in the blink of an eye, wielding two sabers that relentlessly slashed towards him, creating a flurry of sparks. In an instant, dust swirled around the desolate ground. As the sounds of clashing weapons gradually faded, the dust began to settle, revealing the two figures on the battlefield. Gung Silang held his iron sword at his side, while Ye Tian sat on the ground, panting heavily. I concede. There is absolutely no damage. I can't even break your defense." Ye Tian slumped on the ground, his chest heaving violently. "Not bad, little one. Your speed is commendable. However, it appears you have not systematically studied swordsmanship, as your technique lacks structure," Gung Silang remarked, his mood quite pleasant. "No, I've never studied it at all. Which is precisely why I sought you out as my master," Ye Tian replied candidly. "How did you come to know of me?" Gung Silang inquired with a faint smile. "By observation, my eyes can perceive many things," Ye Tian playfully echoed Smoker's words to Gung Silang. "Oh, you saw me. Which led you to seek me out for sword training?" Gung Silang mused thoughtfully. "Indeed, but to be precise, I first glimpsed the future. Catching sight of the green-haired fellow and your daughter before I found you," Ye Tian boasted without hesitation, weaving a tale of intrigue. Upon hearing this, Gung Silang nodded slightly, then helped the collapsed Ye Tian to his feet. With a hint of curiosity, he gazed at Ye Tian and inquired, "What have you witnessed? Could you share it with me?" Zoro, one of the notorious new generation of supernovas, is destined to become the swordsman vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Wielding the formidable three-sword style and having trained under the formidable Hawkeye of the Seven Warlords for a time. As Ye Tian mentioned Kuina, his tone gradually fell into silence, and he ceased to speak further. However, this evidently piqued Gung Silang's interest, prompting him to ask eagerly, "What happened to Kuina?" "Kuina met her demise while sharpening her sword alone on the night of the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing these words, Gung Silang's iron sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, leaving him standing in a daze, his thoughts inscrutable. Finally, with a voice that was somewhat hoarse, Gung Silang slowly spoke. "Then, can the future be altered? The grand course remains unchangeable, yet the minor currents may be swayed. As for Gu Yaina, within the vast river of fate, she belongs to the latter, while Zoro's life, whether subject to change or not, entirely depends on who wields that power." Ye Tian regarded Gung Silang with eyes devoid of emotion, though deep within, he was already reveling in joy. Upon hearing this, Gung Silang took a deep breath and, with a serious expression, addressed Ye Tian, saying, "If that is the case, I shall impart all that I have learned throughout my life." After speaking, Gung Silang's lips moved slightly, yet he shook his head and refrained from saying more. Observing this, Ye Tian gently inquired, "Is there something you wish to ask, Mr. Gung Silang?" "It's nothing," Gung Silang replied with a slow shake of his head. "Very well," Ye Tian responded. "Let us proceed. Since you have just arrived today, take a day to rest. Whether you choose to seek my tutelage is entirely up to you. Tomorrow, I shall formally teach you my swordsmanship." With that, Gung Silang made his way towards the dojo. Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile and subsequently followed suit. However, after taking just a few steps, Gung Silang paused and slowly began, "You mentioned that you could find a female swordsman to instruct Guena?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian offered a serene smile and then turned to Gung Silang, saying, The world is vast, and there are countless female swordmasters, not at all inferior to their male counterparts. His gratitude was sincere, as he was expressing thanks on behalf of Guyana. He understood that Guyana was inherently strong-willed, having set her sights on becoming a sword master from a young age, while he believed there existed a significant disparity between men and women in achieving this status. Of course, this reasoning merely served as an excuse for Guyana to confront certain realities. Nevertheless, he genuinely felt that women needed to exert considerably more effort than men to attain the same mastery. This sentiment was also a reflection of his concern for his daughter. However, little did he know that his daughter was resolute and stubborn, and he lacked the experience necessary to instruct a female sword master, rendering him an unsuitable mentor. Now, upon hearing that Ye Tian could find a female sword master to guide Guyana, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. For he realized that his daughter's happiness was far more important than anything else. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Kuina, who stood beside Zaro, was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting from her father to Ye Tian. After a prolonged silence, she let out a sigh, pondering whether girls truly fell short compared to boys. She then succumbed to a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Geng Shiro and Ye Tian passed by Kuina, and upon noticing her lost in thought, Ye Tian couldn't help but exhale softly. Hearing the sigh behind him, Geng Shiro felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, and, almost imperceptibly, inquired of Ye Tian, "What was the female swordsman you mentioned at the outset like?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. After casting a glance at Guyana beside him, he nodded subtly in agreement. After a brief contemplation, he spoke slowly. For a woman to become a master swordsman is indeed a formidable journey. However, with determination and diligent effort, it is undoubtedly attainable. Among the individuals I know, there are numerous female swordwomen, ranging from queens to those in servitude. Their abilities vary greatly. Some wield the sword of kings, others the sword of rebellion, some the sword of chivalry, and still others the sword of dominance or the sword of non-aggression. I believe that the sword most suited for Guyana will be the finest one, and I shall find a way to ascertain this. Nevertheless, at present, my friends are unable to join us. When the time is ripe, I will arrange for their arrival. For now, it suffices to master Mr. Geng Shilang's sword techniques in the flow of the infant. Upon hearing this, Geng Xilang slowly nodded, then glanced at the astonished Guyana and said, "In that case, I entrust Guyana's future to you." Hearing such words from Geng Xilang, Ye Tian could not help but smile, then turned to Guyana and remarked, "My future is bound to be spectacular. By staying by my side, you will have ample opportunities to surpass the world. However, given your diligence and hard work, I suspect you shall not lag too far behind me." "Very well," Geng Xilang murmured softly, nodding in agreement. He then led everyone towards the dojo. Meanwhile, Guyana stood in place, lost in thought, gazing incredulously at the figure walking behind her father. Why would my father entrust my future to him? Is my destiny so easily defined? Why did my father not refute the words of that little brat? A multitude of questions filled Guyana's mind. Upon returning to the dojo, Geng Xilang instructed Guyana to arrange a room for Ye Tian while he quietly sat by the table, sipping tea and lost in contemplation. A plethora of thoughts surged through his mind. One thing he was certain of was that Ye Tian was shrouded in mystery. His speed was not attributable to the Navy's 6 styles, but rather stemmed purely from his explosive power. This realization left Geng Xilang greatly astonished, for such speed could hardly be achieved by a mere child. Another perplexing matter was Ye Tian's ability to conjure weapons seemingly out of thin air. Initially, Geng Xilang had assumed Ye Tian had consumed a devil fruit, utilizing its powers to accomplish such feats. However, upon closer observation through Kinbunchikahaki, he discerned that Ye Tian's abilities were not derived from a devil fruit, but rather from an unfamiliar power altogether. Lastly, there was Ye Tian's claim that his eyes could perceive the future. Though this assertion was laden with skepticism, it was not entirely implausible. Thus, confronted with these 3 extraordinary abilities, Geng Xilang found ample reason to believe that Ye Tian was not a user of a devil fruit. What then could the nature of his abilities be? This question consumed Geng Xilang's thoughts. Meanwhile, in Ye Tian's room, a different scene unfolded. "Little brat, I want to challenge you to a duel." Ye Tian looked at Zaro, who was holding 3 bamboo swords, with an expression of exasperation. Noticing that Ye Tian was ignoring him, Zaro slowly lowered the bamboo sword he had been biting down on and declared solemnly, I challenge you. Ye Tian, somewhat irritated by Zoro's persistence, scratched his head and replied, once you have trained to the point where Gung Siling acknowledges you to wield a real sword, I shall gladly accept your challenge. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Zoro fell into deep contemplation, then solemnly nodded, his expression turning serious as he declared, very well. I shall challenge you to a duel. Wait for me. Observing Zoro, who had set down his bamboo sword and reclined on the bed, Ye Tian let out a soft sigh and also lay down beside him. As he settled onto the bed, Ye Tian opened the chat group and rejoined the conversation with everyone. Dagu, speaking of which, you all are lacking. A monster has appeared here, towering over 40 meters. Absurdity. Oh, my bone dragon seems to be quite comparable. Slime. Oh, my friend, the storm dragon, is indeed a tad shorter. Red A. I. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Wow, so large. Cooperating with your performance. JPG Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. By the way, it's not that hard to accept. I just transformed into a Cayman Rider. Absurdity. Cayman Rider? Oh my. If I'm not mistaken, that's the kind of. I used to envy that. But, it looks so ugly. Red A. What is a Cayman Rider? A knight wearing a mask while riding a warhorse? Dragon Hunter, Ming Tian. Never heard of it. Dagu. ISNT this topic veering off a bit too quickly? Ye Tian. Oh, has the arrogant Emperor Rider made an appearance? TSK, the destroyer of worlds. Let me see if this world is worth my destruction. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Destroyer of worlds? Sounds like a villain. Am I going to get killed? Ye Tian. As for your matters, I shan't discuss them. Enjoy your journey and inscribe your history. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Wow. Your words have instantly put my mind at ease. Ye Tian. Haha, it's nothing. Go experience your cycle of life and death. After all, your situation is rather absurd. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. I suddenly don't want this belt anymore. Ye Tian. Don't want it? Then wait for death. Dagu. Help me. Absurdity. What's wrong, brother? Dagu. The fighter jet I'm in has malfunctioned. I can't launch. It's over. It's over. Everyone, it's been a pleasure knowing you. We shall meet again in the next life. Red A. Don't. I'll come to save you. Absurdity. I'll go too. Dragon Hunter. Meng Tian. I shall not interfere. I have matters to attend to. Ye Tian. No need to go. Dagu is about to become soup. The opportunity to change your fate has arrived. Wait for death. Absurdity. Ye Tian. Really don't need to go? Red A. Same question. Ye Tian. No need to go. Going will only cause trouble. Absurdity. All right then. I want to go. Red A. Understood. Ding. The combat power of this chat group has reached the minimum requirement. Hidden functions activated. Ding. The chat group has been renamed to the Alliance Against Anomalies. Ding. The position of Alliance Leader has been established. Ding. Alliance tasks have commenced. Ding. Alliance space has been activated. Ding. Alliance building section is now accessible. Ding. Alliance war channel has been opened. Ding. Alliance shop has been updated. Ding. Alliance enhancement functions are now available. Ding. Alliance ranks have been established. Ding. Alliance envoy positions have been created. Ding. Alliance live streaming and photography functions are now operational. Ding. The function for members in peril has been activated. Ding. Alliance warehouse and personal backpacks are now accessible. Ding. The updates for the Alliance Against Anomalies are complete. Ding. The rules of the Alliance are as follows. Members shall not attack one another in any manner. Ding. The election for the leader has commenced. Members of the chat group, situated in various worlds, stared blankly at the completely transformed interface and chat group. After a while, they regained their senses. In the world of Overlord, Ainz Ul Gon sat upon his throne, flanked by his guardians, with Demiurge standing in the center, reporting to him. Great and Supreme One. The Empire has declared war on the kingdom. How shall we proceed? Please, enlighten us. Wait. After speaking, Ainz directed his gaze towards the voting options that had appeared in the chat group. After a lengthy pause, he slowly murmured, in my opinion, the only suitable candidate for the leader position is young Ye Tian. Having made his choice, he cast his vote for Ye Tian. In another world, within a fenced tribe, Remur sat upon a wooden throne, contemplating the options before him, and decisively voted for Ye Tian. In the parallel world of fate, Saber sat atop a dilapidated structure, gazing at the setting sun with disdain, and then gradually spoke, Guardians, heh. His gaze shifted to the sudden voting options in the chat group, and without hesitation, he voted for Ye Tian. In the world of Decade, having just returned to the photo studio, Tsukasa Kadoya looked at the sudden voting prompt and directly voted for Ye Tian. In the world of the king, clad in armor, Ye Tian sat within a tent, observing the unexpectedly presented options, and without a word, voted for Ye Tian. In the world of Diga, lying on the ground, Diga felt the crystal above him suddenly light up, gradually reviving the statue. Dagu, witnessing the abrupt appearance of the options, reached out to select Ye Tian's name. However, just as he completed his choice, Golzon stomped down fiercely, landing squarely on his chest. In the pirate world, Ye Tian gazed at the options before him, momentarily stunned. Then, after some contemplation, narcissistically remarked, "Who else but me? Who else but me?" He then promptly tapped his name. The election for the leader has concluded. Congratulations to the group members. Ye Tian has become the leader of the Alliance Against Anomalies. Absurdity. Hee. Congratulations, Yi Lao Di. Red A. Congratulations. Dragon Hunter, Ye Tian. Congratulations. Slime. Congratulations. Dagu I. Who will come to rescue me from being beaten by monsters? Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Congratulations. What is going on? Ye Tian. The Alliance leader. Thank you all, I appreciate it. Absurdity. Quickly, tell us, what powers does the leader possess? Red A. Same question, same question. Ye Tian. The Alliance leader. Silence, punishment, judgment, expulsion. These are the rights over group members. Ye Tian. The Alliance leader. I can activate the Alliance space, construct Alliance buildings, initiate Alliance wars, and appoint Alliance envoys. Absurdity. I understand the rest, but what is this Alliance envoy? Ye Tian. The Alliance leader. No need to panic. Let me check the introduction. Ye Tian. The Alliance leader. Alliance envoy. A position established through an agreement signed with the will of the multiverse, held by group members to observe, protect their world, and in return, gain destiny, luck enhancement, and combat power augmentation. Master Ye Tian. If a resident envoy appears and the Alliance is unable to withstand the impending danger, we may withdraw from this world, allowing the will of the world to enact its destruction. Once the new world is reset, the resident envoy shall re-enter. Absurdity. What the? Red A. Slime. That's impressive. Dragon Hunter, Ye Tian. Indeed formidable. Great soup. Remarkable. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. One Master Ye Tian. Simultaneously, the resident envoy possesses a unique badge and attire. When donned, it signifies the will of the world. Typically, one need only prepare the badge, but in times of crisis, the designated attire must be worn, symbolizing the world's judgment and decree. Master Ye Tian. The construction of the Alliance's space shall be a collective effort, with resources sourced from Alliance members or acquired through missions from endangered world wills. Master Ye Tian. I have appointed all members in the group as resident envoys. Master Ye Tian. So, everyone, the moment to take flight has arrived. Are you all prepared? Absurdity. Ready. Red A. Already in position. Slime. In position. Great soup. Always ready. Dragon Hunter, Ye Tian. In position. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Prepared. Master Ye Tian. Please check the items required for the Alliance's construction. The resources for building depend on all of you. Everyone, acknowledged. In the pirate world, Ye Tian reclined comfortably on his bed, holding a golden-edged badge engraved with swords and skulls. He placed it against his chest, and as he did, a flash of white light enveloped it, directly adhering it to his clothing. Simultaneously, a piece of information manifested in his mind, revealing that this badge would not detach, remaining affixed to his skin even if he removed his clothing, unless he chose to take it off himself. As Ye Tian lay on the bed, he gradually drifted into slumber, unaware that the members from other worlds were already gathering the resources necessary for Alliance construction. In the Overlord world, Ainz Ul Gon sat upon his throne, observing the resource deficit displayed in the Alliance donation section. Wood, 3,000,000, fabric, 500,000, stone, 6,000,000, buildings that could be constructed, Alliance Hall, Alliance Barracks, Alliance Farmland, Alliance Mall. He promptly donated a half-meter length of wood to the warehouse, causing the wood count to adjust accordingly. Wood, 1,300,000. Noticing this, Ainz Ul Gon turned to his side, addressing Albedo, Albedo, my esteemed supreme being. At his words, Albedo gracefully approached and knelt before Ainz Ul Gon, respectfully stating, "You requested the collection of 3 million wood, 500,000 fabric, and 6 million stone. I have these materials. May I entrust them to you?" Ainz Ul Gon replied slowly, "Yes, I shall arrange for this. According to our young brother Ye Tian, we shall soon dominate this world. Since we have become resident envoys, let us expedite our efforts." As he spoke, Ainz Ul Gon retrieved a badge and placed it over his heart. Albedo, who had not yet departed, inadvertently overheard Ainz Ul Gon's words. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she murmured to herself, "Ye Tian, a human?" However, just as Albedo prepared to rise, she noticed the resplendent golden badge gleaming before Ainz Ul Gon and was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously inquired, "Supreme One, what is that badge upon your chest?" Upon hearing those words, Ainz Ul Gon was momentarily taken aback, and then, observing the rising figure of Albedo, he chuckled softly and remarked, "This is the emblem of the Realm Guardian. By possessing this insignia, one assumes the duty of safeguarding this world. When the realm encounters a grave crisis, it is permissible to summon judgment upon it." After this declaration, Albedo stood frozen in place, and after a lengthy pause, she could not contain her excitement and exclaimed, "It is truly magnificent." Witnessing Albedo's fervent reaction, Ainz's countenance flushed, and he felt a tinge of green above his head. In the world of pirates, Ye Tian awoke from his slumber. After freshening up, he made his way to the center of the dojo to pay his respects to Geng Shilang. After all, he had come to learn the art, and though he would not formally apprentice under Geng Shilang, he still needed to address him respectfully. Seated in the prominent position, Geng Shilang first imparted some fundamental knowledge of swordsmanship to Ye Tian before assigning him training tasks. Ye Tian's agenda for the day was set. He would practice swordplay in the morning and engage in weighted runs around Zimaziji village in the afternoon. As the day gradually unfolded, he returned to his quarters, followed closely by Zaro, who was akin to a devoted disciple. Upon reopening the chat group, Ye Tian noticed that the materials in the Alliance warehouse were not only full, but had exceeded capacity. Curiously, he opened the adjacent Alliance space, but in an instant, a black hole, roughly the size of a person, emerged behind him and silently engulfed him. When Ye Tian opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vastly different landscape. He stood upon a barren expanse, the ground overgrown with weeds, and as he gazed into the distance, he could see no end in sight. "Is this the Alliance space?" Ye Tian murmured, contemplating his surroundings. At that moment, an option appeared before his eyes. Alliance space option settings. Enable Alliance member passage. Current status, not enabled. Construction settings. Available constructions include Alliance Hall, Alliance Barracks, Alliance Farmland, Alliance Mall. Taken aback by the options before him, Ye Tian promptly selected the Alliance Hall. As he did so, a radiant white light enveloped his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld a towering edifice not far ahead. Adorning the structure was an emblem, intricately engraved with numerous celestial bodies, shimmering brilliantly. Overcome with excitement, Ye Tian muttered to himself, "This truly befits my status within the Alliance." Without delay, he intended to construct the Alliance barracks. However, just as his hand grazed the option, a message popped up. Ding. No construction team available. Cannot build. Please construct the Alliance Mall first to exchange for a construction team. Stunned by this unexpected prompt, Ye Tian selected the Alliance Mall. Much like the Alliance Hall, a blinding white light nearly overwhelmed his senses. Yet, upon regaining his sight, he discovered a single-story Alliance store standing adjacent to the hall. In comparison, the disparity was evident. Nevertheless, the decor of the Alliance Mall was remarkable, with no indication of the materials used for its construction. Ye Tian approached the Alliance Mall, but just as he reached its entrance, a luminous screen appeared before him, displaying a myriad of goods. Prominently featured was the construction team for the Alliance space. Ye Tian was taken aback by the price of the construction team and prepared to purchase it. However, just as he clicked to buy, another prompt materialized before him. First purchase of the construction team is free. Subsequent purchases will be at full price. After reading this, Ye Tian promptly closed the window and was startled by the sudden appearance of a throng of individuals. "Alliance Space Construction Team, at your service, Lord," they shouted in unison. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly nodded, then opened the Alliance construction interface, meticulously clicking through all the buildings within. Afterward, he stood quietly in place, observing the construction team of over 100 individuals as they commenced their labor at a leisurely pace. Seeing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. However, he refrained from purchasing a second construction team. The reason being that a second team required Alliance points, of which he possessed none. Thus, he could only await their gradual progress. Having completed these tasks, Ye Tian opened the member communication interface, as this would henceforth serve as their offline gathering place. After taking a final glance at his surroundings, he raised his hand and clicked to exit, subsequently vanishing from the spot amidst a swirl of darkness. In the world of pirates, a black hole the size of a person appeared half a meter above Ye Tian's bed, from which he fell. Thud. This day unfolded as usual, with sword practice in the morning and weighted training in the afternoon. It marked Ye Tian's 5th day at the Ainz dojo. As he tirelessly wielded his long sword on the back mountain, he gradually ceased his movements, plopping down onto the ground, drenched in sweat. His hands aching from the relentless exertion. While resting on the ground, a junior disciple from the dojo hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Ye Tian, who appeared as if he had just emerged from water, he momentarily froze, then recalled his purpose for coming and quickly exclaimed, "Senior brother, there's a young lady here at the dojo looking for you." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, and then began to ponder silently. "A little girl? I have only been on this island for a few days. How could I have possibly attracted the attention of a little girl?" With a mind full of questions regarding the current situation, he turned to his young junior disciple standing behind him and inquired, "Have you asked that girl for her name?" Hearing Ye Tian's question, the young disciple paused in surprise, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "I think her name is Nami." "Nami?" Upon hearing this name, Ye Tian sprang up from the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the young disciple before him. "Are you certain? Are you really sure it's Nami?" He paced back and forth in shock, unconsciously murmuring her name. The young disciple, observing Ye Tian's uncharacteristic demeanor, scratched his head in confusion. Just as he was about to ask something, a youthful yet melodious voice, akin to that of a lark, reached his ears. "Brother, I've come to see you." As soon as the words fell, the young disciple noticed a figure swiftly darting past him, enveloping Ye Tian in a warm embrace. The once restless Ye Tian was jolted back to reality by this sudden impact, only to feel a pair of arms wrapped around his neck. He inhaled the fragrant scent wafting from the tips of her hair, then lowered his gaze to the girl nestled in his embrace, softly asking, "What brings you here, sister?" Upon hearing this, Nami couldn't help but let out a haughty snort, declaring, "Is it wrong for me to come and check on my little brother? It has been several days since I last saw you on the shore. By chance, I encountered a villager who had just sold oranges here. He informed me that he had seen you around, so I asked the kind uncle to bring me to find you." As she spoke, a smile blossomed on Nami's petite face, her head nuzzling into Ye Tian's embrace. Observing Nami's demeanor, Ye Tian understood her thoughts well and gently placed his hand atop her head, affectionately ruffling her hair. After a while, Ye Tian set Nami down and, with a serious expression, looked into her eyes and asked, "Nami, does Belmir know you are here?" Upon hearing this, Nami's face flushed momentarily. She then gazed at Ye Tian, her expression caught in a tangle of emotions, and said, "You should. No, right? Shouldn't you know?" Ye Tian, who had been poised to comfort her, found his hand suspended awkwardly in midair. He then cast a reproachful glance at Nami, his tone teasingly admonishing, "Aren't you worried about worrying Belmir? Come, let me escort you home. We shouldn't keep her too anxious." However, to his surprise, upon hearing his words, Nami turned away abruptly, her lips pursed in defiance, choosing to ignore him. Meanwhile, the young disciple beside them, witnessing this, felt tears welling in his eyes. He quietly knelt on the ground, his expression sorrowful as he murmured, "Who knows why my eyes brim with tears? Because this dog food is simply unbearable." At that moment, Ye Tian turned his head slowly to look at the young disciple on the ground. He cleared his throat softly and then took Nami, who was still sulking, by the hand and led her aside. Beneath a grand tree, Ye Tian regarded Nami, his face painted with helplessness, and gently remarked, "Nami, at the very least, you should inform Belmir. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly worry." Upon hearing this, Nami pouted slightly, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment. She hesitantly remarked, "I left a note in Belmir's room. She should have seen it by now." "A note? Where did you place it?" Ye Tian inquired, visibly relieved. "Under Belmir's pillow." Nami replied, a hint of embarrassment evident in her voice. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian nearly gasped in disbelief. Who would leave a note beneath a pillow? How does one even begin to search for it? He continued to inquire, his head throbbing. "That Uncle Jian knows. I have spoken to him. And he was also at the shore when I set sail," Nami replied, her delicate face slightly furrowed, her eyes darting about. "My heavens!" Observing Nami's demeanor, Ye Tian surmised that at least half of her words were fabricated. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply and then turned to Nami, saying, "Come. It's time for dinner. Join me for a meal, and afterward, you may play in my room for a while. I shall escort you back in the afternoon." With that, he took Nami by the hand and led her towards the dojo. Inside the dojo, Kuina regarded Nami, who sat beside Ye Tian, devouring her meal with an odd expression. Logically, it was understandable for Ye Tian, who engaged in rigorous training daily, to have a hearty appetite. But why was Nami, who had returned with him, consuming so much as well? Meanwhile, Zoro paid little heed to this, continuing to enjoy his dish. However, just as he was about to grasp a piece of meat with his chopsticks, another pair swiftly snatched it away. Zoro, somewhat disgruntled, followed the chopsticks with his gaze, only to find them resting at Ye Tian's lips. Ahem. Ye Tian, who is this little sister? Why haven't you introduced her to us? Kuina inquired, observing the mountain of food piled in Nami's bowl. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian gradually lifted his head and cast a glance at Nami, preparing to speak. However, Nami interjected, saying, "Hello, sister. I am Ye Tian's elder sister, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for taking care of my brother for such a long time." Upon hearing Nami's words, Kuina was momentarily taken aback. After scrutinizing their faces for a moment, she slowly nodded and replied, "It is a pleasure to meet you. Take your time eating. There is still plenty of food." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly raised his head and cast a glance at Kuina, before turning his attention to Nami and softly saying, "Nami, please eat quickly. I will find a boat to take you back shortly." "Humph. I won't pay any attention to you now." With that, Nami turned her head away, ignoring Ye Tian and continuing to eat. Observing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but cover his head in exasperation. He felt utterly powerless against Nami, whom he perceived as a little devil. He could only endure her antics, for any resistance would only make her more mischievous. As Ye Tian covered his head, both Kuina and Zoro at the table stifled their laughter. Having never witnessed Ye Tian in such a predicament, to them, it was quite a remarkable sight. Meanwhile, in another location, Cocoyasi village, in the room of Belmere, who was tidying up, she inadvertently discovered a note tucked beneath her pillow. She stood frozen in shock, and then a furious shout echoed throughout the room. "Nami!" Upon hearing Belmere's outburst, Nojiko hurriedly rushed over, her voice laced with concern. "Nami, have you angered Belmere?" However, as she noticed Nami's absence from the room, Nojiko gradually halted, her expression filled with confusion as she gazed at Belmere. Yet Belmere did not respond. Instead, her eyes remained fixated on the note, her body trembling uncontrollably. After a long pause, Belmere finally spoke. "Nojiko, prepare yourself. Inquire within the village about anyone heading to Seymour Village. We must go and bring Nami back." Upon hearing this, Noki was momentarily taken aback, and then incredulously remarked, "Nami has gone to Seymour Gigi Village to find Ye Tian's brother? How could she dare? This is not the time for such thoughts. It is not that I fear her seeking out Ye Tian, but rather that I am concerned she might encounter pirates along the way. I must go to Seymour Gigi Village to ascertain whether Nami is with him." Bairumir took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, Noki's expression turned serious as she nodded fervently and slowly addressed Belmel. "Very well. I shall inquire about it at once." However, at that very moment, a knock resounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Startled by the sound, both women paused momentarily before Noki hastily opened the door, revealing a breathless Ainz standing outside. Seeing him, Noki inquired, "What brings you here, Uncle Ainz?" Ainz replied, "Not long ago, Nami boarded a ship headed for Seymour's village. She mentioned that she had discussed this with you. After much contemplation, I felt it was imperative to inform you." As Ainz's words hung in the air, Belmel's countenance darkened noticeably. Observing this, Noki turned to Ainz and urgently asked, "Uncle Ainz, do you know if anyone from our village is on the ship to Seymour's village? We wish to seek out Nami." Upon hearing this, Ainz was momentarily taken aback, and then gradually sank into contemplation. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to the two individuals and said, "Very well, I shall inquire whether they are passing by Zimiziji village." Hearing Ainz's words, the two expressed their gratitude hurriedly. Observing their reaction, Ainz waved his hand dismissively and added, "Oh, it's no trouble at all. If it weren't for Ye Tian back then. Well, never mind, I shall go and ask." Before long, Ainz found a vessel that was indeed en route to Zimiziji village, bound for the kingdom of Goya. After paying a sum of belly, the captain permitted Belmel and Noki to board the ship. Standing on the deck, they gazed at the receding sight of Cocoyasi village, their hearts filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency and concern for Nami's current predicament. With the gentle sea breeze caressing them, they found themselves enveloped in a moment of tranquil silence. After approximately 4 hours of sailing, a sailor approached them slowly and addressed Belmel. "Ahead lies Zimiziji village. Our ship will pause there for a while." Upon hearing this, The two individuals were filled with immense joy and immediately expressed their gratitude profusely. However, at that moment, an urgent alarm resonated throughout the ship, plunging Belmir and Nochi into a state of panic. Observing the crew springing into action, Belmir was escorted by the sailors to take refuge in the cabin. "It is the Krieg pirates. Everyone, hasten our voyage," declared the captain. As she was being led towards the cabin, Belmir turned her head slowly and inquired of a nearby sailor, "How far are we from Seymour village?" After a brief moment of contemplation, the sailor responded, "Not far at all. We shall arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, Belmir nodded and then looked at him, saying, "Could you kindly inform your captain? Tell him to steer the ship towards Shimurazuki village, where there are individuals capable of addressing these matters." The sailor, taken aback by Belmir's words, gazed at her with a look of disbelief and hastily inquired, "Madam, are you certain that there are people in Shimurazuki village who can withstand the Creek pirates?" "I am indeed certain, for my child is honing their skills there." "And my child has once vanquished the Arlong pirates," Belmir replied, nodding earnestly. "Is that so? I shall inform the captain immediately," the sailor exclaimed before rushing towards the captain's quarters. Inside the captain's quarters, the sailor relayed Belmir's message to the captain. After a moment of contemplation, the captain issued a command to set sail at full speed towards Shimurazuki village. At that moment, Belmir stood on the deck, her expression anxious as she gazed at the nearby Shimurazuki village. The continuous sound of cannon fire emanating from behind the ship made her tense, igniting a fierce desire to seize a weapon and confront the pirates. However, she was not alone. Nokigao was with her, and their chances of success were slim. Hence, she could only place her hopes in Ye Tian and the esteemed mentor he was apprenticed to. She understood that Ye Tian's abilities were formidable, and those who willingly sought his guidance were undoubtedly exceptional as well. Meanwhile, on the shore of Shimurazuki village, Ye Tian approached with a visibly displeased Nami, continually reassuring her. "Nami, I promise that whenever I have the opportunity, I will return to Cocoyasi village to see you. For now, let me escort you home so that Belmir does not worry." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing the sound, Ye Tian abruptly turned his head, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. However, that fleeting glance revealed a shadow, causing his pupils to constrict momentarily. He hastily lowered his head to address Nami, saying, "Nami, you should find a place to hide. Pirates are approaching. I will go rescue Belmir." With that, Ye Tian dashed towards the ship that was sailing towards them. On the deck, Belmir also caught sight of the figure rushing towards the vessel and couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "Ye Tian," despite the expanse of sea that lay between them. It did nothing to hinder Ye Tian's determination to board the ship. In that moment, he summoned a long sword and hurled it towards the ship, following closely behind. In an instant, he stood upon the blade, using it as a means to traverse the distance. Thus, Ye Tian continued to propel himself forward on the sword. Finally, with one foot firmly planted on the blade and the other applying a slight force, he leapt onto the deck. Upon seeing Belmir on the deck, a smile spread across Ye Tian's face, and he spoke to her gently, "Belmir, Nami is on the island. I will first deal with these pirates, and then I will come to find you." Upon hearing this, Belmir was momentarily taken aback and then cast a concerned glance at Ye Tian, saying, "Be careful." The hint of worry in Belmir's tone warmed Ye Tian's heart, prompting him to nonchalantly respond, "It's nothing. They are merely more in number." With that, he leaped towards the Krieg pirate crew, despite Belmir's anxious gaze. On the deck of the Krieg pirate crew's flagship, Krieg sat in a massive chair, clad in gleaming silver armor that enveloped his entire body, wielding a large blade. He surveyed his subordinates and inquired, "What is the matter? Have you yet to catch up with that merchant ship?" "Admiral, the merchant ship is nearing the shores of Seymour village." One of the crew members began. "Seymour village? Pursue them at once. It's been a considerable time since our fleet has replenished its supplies," Krieg declared, his demeanor arrogant and his tone casual. Upon hearing this, the ghostly figure of a Jean was momentarily taken aback, desiring to utter a response, yet ultimately sealing his lips. At that instant, a sailor hastily approached, respectfully reporting to Captain Crick, "Sir, a child has jumped over." "A child? Ha ha ha, how audacious to leap into the presence of the Crick pirate crew. Where's this brave little one?" Crick laughed heartily, casting a glance at the sailor. However, before the sailor could respond, a youthful voice chimed in from nearby. "Oh, I have arrived." Crick turned slowly towards the sound, and behind the crowd, he beheld a diminutive figure, who boldly proclaimed, "Ha ha ha, young one, you are quite impressive. Join my pirate crew, and you shall take pride in it." "Oh, to join your pirate crew? Yet, I can't help but perceive you all as mere jesters. In the East Sea, a realm where countless formidable figures dwell in seclusion, you aspire to be a pirate captain, and to such an extent? It all seems rather clownish to me," Ye Tian remarked with a mocking expression directed at Crick, seated upon his grand chair. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, and they all cast malevolent glances at Ye Tian, declaring, "You are courting death." As the words fell, the officials in attendance began to advance menacingly towards Ye Tian, though they did not comprehend the full meaning of Ye Tian's statement. It did not prevent them from discerning a hint of mockery in his tone. In response, Ye Tian could not help but let out a derisive chuckle, followed by a sudden leap backward, during which he grasped a katana that emanated a faint blue glow. Unable to restrain yourselves, are you? Very well. Let me witness what this so-called pirate captain is truly like." With that, he lowered his body slightly and prepared to charge into the crowd. At that moment, Creek, seated upon an enormous chair, could not help but laugh. "Young man, you are quite impressive. Join me." Upon hearing these words, a subtle smirk graced Ye Tian's lips, and an air of mischief, uncharacteristic for his youthful visage, emerged. "Join you? Survive my grasp first," he retorted, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The crew members of the Click pirate crew stood frozen on the deck, their expressions a mix of astonishment and chaos as they processed the sudden disappearance of Ye Tian. They had never encountered a being capable of such an astonishing feat seated upon his imposing throne. Click's pupils contracted in disbelief as he observed the scene unfold before him. The raucous laughter of his subordinates came to an abrupt halt, replaced by the sudden reappearance of Ye Tian among them. As he took a mere 2 steps, the pirate officers and crew members behind him collapsed to the ground, crimson streaks marking their necks. The once pristine deck was gradually stained a deep red. Witnessing this, beads of cold sweat began to form on Click's brow as he instinctively recoiled, only to find himself tumbling back into his massive chair. Regaining his composure, he watched as Ye Tian approached with deliberate steps. Click's hand instinctively reached for his armor, a gesture that brought a semblance of calm to his racing heart. Drawing a deep breath, he addressed Ye Tian with a grave tone. "Boy, I grant you one final opportunity. Submit to me, and I shall bestow upon you untold riches. Whatever you desire shall be yours. What say you?" Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily graced Ye Tian's youthful face. Tilting his head slightly, he regarded Creek with a hint of disdain in his voice as he mused. "I wonder what grants you the audacity to act with such impunity in this region of the East Sea." Creek, upon hearing these words, could not help but display a trace of pride upon his countenance. With an air of arrogance, he slowly addressed Ye Tian. "Youngster, do you see this impenetrable armor adorning my body?" Fearing that Ye Tian might not grasp the gravity of his words, he casually retrieved a handgun from behind him and aimed it at his own armor, firing a shot. With a resounding bang and a puff of white smoke emanating from the muzzle, he nonchalantly returned the pistol to its place, stroking the flawless surface of his armor with an air of superiority as he declared, "Did you witness that? This armor is impervious to bullets, young one." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Subsequently, the long sword in his hand vanished, and he squatted down, bursting into hearty laughter. Witnessing this, Creek furrowed his brows and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "What are you laughing at, kid?" Despite Creek's words, Ye Tian remained unfazed, continuing to laugh for an extended period. Just as Creek could no longer contain his fury and was about to speak, Ye Tian finally ceased his laughter. Slowly rising to his feet, his lively eyes glinted with profound derision as he calmly remarked, "I truly cannot fathom how the Navy's grip on the East Sea could be so feeble, allowing a jester like you to be so audacious." "A jester? You dare to call me a jester, kid? Today, I shall take your head." Creek erupted in anger upon hearing Ye Tian's words, internally cursing, "Damn it. I extended an olive branch, yet you failed to recognize my goodwill." Disregarding Creek's outburst, Ye Tian slowly spoke again. "Is your greatest reliance merely your armor?" No sooner had he spoken than a long sword materialized in his hand, and he prepared to launch an attack. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms resonated from behind the flagship, accompanied by a multitude of anguished cries. Creek, who had been poised to subdue Ye Tian, was momentarily taken aback by the noise, abruptly turning his gaze to either side. However, as he looked, 2 cannonballs descended from the sky, crashing directly onto the pirate ships. Contrary to his expectations of a grand explosion, the moment the cannonballs struck, the 2 pirate vessels split apart in an instant, sinking into the depths of the sea before Creek's astonished eyes. As Creek regained his composure from the shock, a booming laugh echoed from behind the flagship. "Haha, you kid are quite something." Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian, who had been standing on the deck, was momentarily taken aback. It seemed as though a realization dawned upon him, and he sheathed his longsword with a decisive motion. With a resigned expression, he gazed at the somewhat flustered Crick and remarked, "There is no longer any suspense. You need not require my intervention." Upon hearing Ye Tian's statement, Crick abruptly regained his composure, and a smile graced his face as he looked at Ye Tian, subsequently inquiring, "So, does this imply that you intend to join me?" Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, and then, with a hint of compassion in his eyes, he gazed at Creek and said, "Have you not yet realized?" Infuriated, Creek retorted, "What do you mean by that, you wretched fellow?" However, Ye Tian chose not to respond. Instead, he slowly extended his hand and pointed towards the sky. Creek, noticing this gesture, was momentarily stunned, and then turned to look in the direction Ye Tian indicated. In an instant, a figure descended rapidly from above, landing firmly on the deck before Creek's incredulous eyes. As Creek recognized the newcomer, his expression shifted dramatically, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "The naval hero, Carp." Yet, in the blink of an eye, his demeanor transformed, regaining confidence as he fixed his gaze on Ye Tian and declared, "Do you think that just because a naval officer has arrived, you are safe? I have traversed the East Sea for many years. What naval forces have I not vanquished?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, but then he nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, you are right. How about this? If you kill him, I shall join your pirate crew." Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Creek's eyes brightened, and the anger on his face gradually dissipated. He then turned to glance at Carp, who was standing not far away, nonchalantly picking his nose. Ye Tian also turned his head at the opportune moment, earnestly scrutinizing that figure. At that moment, Carp was at the pinnacle of his strength, with a head of neatly cropped hair and adorned in the attire of a Navy rear admiral. His slender frame was accentuated by a flowing cloak emblazoned with the word justice, billowing in the sea breeze. The splendid epaulets on his shoulders gleamed brilliantly in the light, reflecting his illustrious status. However, this originally grand image was utterly marred by Carp's current act of picking his nose. Witnessing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but slightly rub his forehead, inwardly remarking, "Well, this is quintessential Carp, just as I know him." Just as Ye Tian was reflecting, Creek made his move. With a sinister grin on his face, he cast a sidelong glance at Ye Tian and carelessly remarked, "So, kid, you said that as long as I kill him, you will join my pirate crew, correct?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian quickly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that's right. If you eliminate him, I will board your ship." With a sinister chuckle, Creek slowly raised the gun in his hand, aiming it at Carp from a distance. At that moment, Carp, who had been absent-mindedly picking his nose, paused his actions and curiously gazed at Ye Tian. "Young man, what are your thoughts? Would you like to join the Navy with me?" Ye Tian did not respond, but silently observed the two. Meanwhile, Creek, feeling infuriated by Carp's blatant disregard for him, glared at Carp with seething anger. "How dare you attempt to poach my crew right in front of me? You are courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Creek pulled the trigger of his gun. Bang! Clink! As the smoke from the gun dissipated, Creek stood frozen in place. He saw a dark smear gradually fade from Carp's hand, revealing a black bullet that fell onto the deck. Witnessing this, Creek became frantic, repeatedly pulling the trigger of his gun. Bang! 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 However, this time, the 3 bullets did not make the expected sound of hitting the ground, and a smile began to emerge on Creek's face, shrouded in smoke. He turned to Ye Tian. "What do you think, kid?" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a massive fist struck his face, slamming him against the wall of the cabin. However, the wall could not withstand Carp's immense strength, and Creek's body crashed through several walls, violently landing on the rear deck. Upon hitting the deck, Creek's pupils dilated, blood oozing from various wounds. Neither Carp nor Ye Tian paid any attention to him. Instead, they stood conversing, gazing at Ye Tian, who exhibited no fear. Carp couldn't help but smile, suddenly raising his fist to strike Ye Tian. At this, Ye Tian's eyes widened, and he instantly vanished from sight. A flash of steel appeared at Carp's side, aiming to slice through Carp's incoming arm. Clink! Ye Tian's blade met Carp's arm, which had turned black, producing a sound akin to iron striking iron. Yet, Carp's arm bore no marks. Ye Tian, taken aback, shook his head in resignation, sheathing his sword and addressing Carp. "Vice Admiral Carp, I concede. I am no match for you. Not even a trace of white can be drawn on your arm encased in hockey. Just as Ye Tian's words fell, the sword he had sheathed shattered instantly, transforming into specks of blue light that vanished. Observing this, Karp ceased his movements, let out a hearty laugh, and then, with a serious expression, addressed Ye Tian, "Kid, join the Navy, and I will teach you the ways of hockey." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. He then turned to Karp and said, "Join the Navy? Become a puppet of the celestial dragons? I'm sorry, but I cannot stoop to such a level." After uttering these words, he prepared to leave. However, Karp unexpectedly grasped the back of Ye Tian's collar firmly. His expression grave as he looked at him and said, "Kid, I do not deny your words, but within the Navy, there are still many who strive for justice." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian could not help but roll his eyes, then turned to Karp and said, "Karp Admiral, you must be more aware than I am of what the Navy truly represents. The Navy upholds justice? No. It merely serves as the gatekeeper of the seas for the world government and the celestial dragons." Hearing Ye Tian's words, Karp let out a soft sigh and gradually set Ye Tian down. He then spoke slowly, "Young man, if you find it intolerable, why not join the Navy and effect change?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why the steadfast Karp from the realm of Japanese manga would utter such words to him. Indeed, Ye Tian's interpretation was not entirely erroneous. However, it was not that Karp lacked the desire for change, but rather that he had grown old. With his presence in the Navy, the world government would refrain from aggressively pursuing the Revolutionary Army, owing to Karp's esteemed position and identity. A hero of the Navy, he serves as a benchmark, a symbol, such that the entire Navy regards Karp as an idol. Should the world government sever ties with Karp, one could only speculate the repercussions of his actions. After all, if a hero of the Navy were to join the Revolutionary Army, it would deliver a significant blow to the world government. Moreover, Karp had no desire to become an adversary to his former comrades and old friends. Thus, even with the establishment of the Revolutionary Army by Dragon, the Navy and the world government had not truly reached a breaking point. It is important to recognize that with the might and influence of the world government, capturing Dragon would be a straightforward task. Setting aside the numerous spies at the world government's disposal, the Navy alone could thwart or annihilate the Revolutionary Army. Yet, the time for such upheaval had not yet arrived. Observing Ye Tian's moment of contemplation, Karp suddenly burst into laughter, as though nothing had been said moments before. Just as Ye Tian prepared to speak, the pirate ship beneath him quivered slightly. Subsequently, a contingent of Navy personnel boarded the deck. At that moment, a figure draped in the cloak of an admiral approached Karp, saluting respectfully and announcing, "Vice Admiral Karp, we have successfully destroyed 14 surrounding pirate ships. The remaining pirates have been apprehended. Please provide further orders." Upon hearing this, Karp slowly nodded and casually waved his hand, saying, "Take it to impel down." He then turned to Ye Tian and remarked, "I heard from Smoker that you are here to seek mentorship. Would you consider joining my Navy? I can ensure that you receive the most systematic training, which will guarantee a steady enhancement of your abilities." Hearing Karp's words, Ye Tian couldn't help but lower his head in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he gradually raised his head and looked at Karp, saying, "I need to ponder this further." Upon hearing the words, Karp nodded without a hint of surprise, and then, grasping Ye Tian by the collar, executed the Navy's 6 styles, specifically the shave. As he made his way toward the coast, Ye Tian, held by his collar, displayed no signs of panic. He understood that he was no match for Karp, even with the authority granted by the envoy badge. Furthermore, invoking the power of judgment associated with that authority would be futile. In contrast, Karp's life was reminiscent of Zephy's, dedicated to the pursuit of justice, unlike those in the Navy who aligned with the world government and celestial dragons. Thus, the ability of judgment was rendered ineffective. Aware of this, Ye Tian chose to remain indifferent, confident that Karp would not harm him. On the shore, Belmare, accompanied by Nojiko and Nami, anxiously observed the unfolding events at sea. Upon witnessing Ye Tian surrounded by pirates, regret washed over Belmare. However, her worries eased considerably upon spotting the timely arrival of a naval vessel, though concern still lingered on her face. Yet, when she saw a figure clad in a naval coat lifting Ye Tian, her anxiety escalated uncontrollably. As the figure drew nearer, Belmare stood frozen in place, her body trembling with excitement upon recognizing the individual, Karp, the legendary hero of the Navy. As Karp approached the beach with Ye Tian in tow, Belmare hurriedly led Nami and Nojiko forward, gazing at Karp with reverence as she solemnly saluted, declaring, former Navy soldier Belmer, at your service, Vice Admiral Karp. Ye Tian. Witnessing Belmer's demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, standing still in astonishment. However, it wasn't long before memories of Belmer's past began to surface in his mind, prompting him to fall silent. Meanwhile, Karp, who had been absent-mindedly picking his nose, paused his actions upon hearing Belmer's words, though his surprise remained within reasonable bounds. Glancing along the coastline, Karp noted that aside from Ye Tian and the two sisters, as well as Belmer, several naval personnel were actively searching for nearby pirates. Greetings. And thank you for your unwavering dedication to justice during your youth. I express my gratitude in the name of Karp, the hero of the Navy, Karp stated, a rare, benevolent smile gracing his face. Ye Tian, observing this unexpected expression, felt a chill run down his spine. As Karp concluded his statement, he slowly turned toward Ye Tian and said, "Come, lead me to the dojo where you trained." At the dojo, Gung Shiro sat with a smile at the tea table, while Karp dozed off across from him. Ye Tian, displaying a resigned expression, sat opposite Gung Shiro with Nami draped over him, while Belmer quietly sat beside Ye Tian. Remaining silent, Kuina and Zaro knelt to one side, their faces etched with confusion as they regarded the 5 individuals at the table. After a prolonged silence, Gung Shiro finally broke the stillness, addressing Ye Tian. "Young brother Ye Tian, have you made your decision?" "Indeed. I have decided to accompany Kuina and Zaro to the Navy headquarters for training. I believe Vice Admiral Karp's words hold great significance. If we disapprove, we must strive for change. I am confident that in due time, the world's order will be transformed by my efforts," Ye Tian declared resolutely after much contemplation. "You know, Kuina is my daughter." Gung Shiro maintained a smiling facade, yet inwardly, he chastised Ye Tian. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian could not help but smile. He then turned to Gung Xiliang and reassured him, "Rest assured, I will take good care of Kuina, ensuring her safety even if it places me in peril." Gung Xiliang, seated opposite him, fell into silence upon hearing Ye Tian's promise. He truly did not wish for his daughter to be embroiled in such dangerous circumstances. Sensing Gung Xiliang's unease, Ye Tian continued, "Do not worry, Mr. Gung. I possess sufficient strength to turn the world upside down, even as I stand now. However, I prefer not to resort to such measures, as it would lead to considerable complications, albeit not caused by the world government." Gung Xiliang's gaze darkened as he absorbed Ye Tian's words, sitting in a daze, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to Ye Tian, the slumbering Karp, who had been napping beside him, barely cracked open an eye before promptly resuming his feigned slumber. What thoughts occupied Karp's mind at that moment remained a mystery to all. A profound silence enveloped the room. After a lengthy pause, Gung Xiliang gradually lifted his head and addressed Ye Tian, saying, "If that is the case, you may take charge. However, whether Kuina chooses to go or not is entirely up to her. As for Zaro, if you can bring him along, do so." "Understood," Ye Tian replied, nodding noncommittally. He then glanced at the two kneeling beside him. Kuina hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Gung Xiliang, biting her lip as she prepared to speak. Yet, she heard Gung Xiliang's calm voice say, "If you wish to go, then go. After all, your life must be determined by you." Upon hearing Gung Xiliang's words, Kuina lowered her head momentarily before resolutely declaring, "I want to go. I aspire to become the greatest swordsman in the world." "I want to go too. I must become the world's greatest swordsman," Zaro chimed in, equally determined. Upon hearing this, Gung Xiliang found himself at a loss for words, while a subtle smile graced Ye Tian's face. Just as Ye Tian was about to speak, Nami, who was sorrowfully leaning against him, whispered in his ear, "Brother, I want to go too." Startled by Nami's words, Ye Tian paused momentarily before slowly turning his head to her. He gazed at Nami earnestly and said, "Nami, training in the Navy is quite arduous." "I don't care. I want to go," Nami responded eagerly. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian glanced helplessly at Belmer. Noticing this, Belmer shook her head gently and then looked at Ye Tian and Nami with tender eyes, saying, "Little Ye Tian, since Nami wishes to go, you should take her along." Originally intending for Belmer to persuade Nami, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a sense of resignation, nodded and replied, "All right, then Nami can accompany me. Moreover, Nami has a profound passion for cartography, which she can pursue within the Navy." "Yay, you're the best, brother," Nami exclaimed excitedly while wrapping her arms around Ye Tian's neck. Observing that everyone else had no objections, Ye Tian slowly turned his gaze towards Karp, who was dozing off nearby. He casually picked up a chopstick from the table, and poked it directly at the bubble on Carp's nose. Bang! Have you all come to an agreement? Carp mumbled as he awoke, his bleary eyes focusing on Ye Tian. Yes, we have reached an agreement, but there are a few conditions. I believe that with your rank, Major General Carp, fulfilling them should be quite manageable, Ye Tian began to articulate. Oh, do tell, Carp replied with a smile, looking at Ye Tian. First, you must ensure the safety of Belmer and Nojiko, who reside in Cocoyasi village, or alternatively, you could bring them to settle in Marineford. Second, Nami wishes to learn skills related to cartography and navigation. You should assist in arranging that. Lastly, we cannot be too dispersed in our living arrangements. That's all. Upon hearing this, Carp slowly nodded his head, then glanced at the people around him before speaking. Marineford, indeed, is a place reserved for the families of naval officers. However, my villa there has remained unoccupied, so you may reside there. He then cast a gentle glance at the petite Nami, who was resting on Ye Tian's back, and with a warm smile added, as for little Nami, I will inform Crane to arrange her systematic studies. Afterward, he turned to face Ye Tian, Guena, and Zoro, and continued, once you arrive at the naval headquarters, you will be under the tutelage of Zifa. I will discuss this matter with him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian nodded and turned to Vice Admiral Carp, inquiring about his plans. Carp scratched his head and replied, of course. I want to return home to see my little grandson first, and then head to the Navy headquarters. However, before that, do you wish to return to Cocoyasi to tidy up? Sitting nearby, Belmer eagerly interjected, there is nothing to tidy up. We can buy whatever we need when we get there. At that moment, Belmer was filled with excitement. This was Marineford, a place she had longed to see since the moment she became a Marine. It had never had the opportunity. Little did she expect that due to young Ye Tian, she would soon settle there. Observing this, Carp nodded slightly, then slowly rose to his feet, addressing everyone, let us depart. First, we shall visit Windmill Village to see my grandson, and then we will proceed to the Navy headquarters. Ye Tian, if you three have anything to pack, make haste. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly nodded, then turned to Guyaina and Zoro, saying, you two should prepare quickly. I have nothing to pack. After speaking, he gradually rose and offered a slight bow to Gungshir Lang, expressing, thank you, Mr. Gungshir Lang, for your guidance over these past few days. The world will protect you, and what you desire will come to pass, provided it does not disrupt the greater course of events. However, you will have but one opportunity. Consider it my token of gratitude. With that, Ye Tian followed Carp out of the dojo. As Ye Tian receded into the distance, Gungshir Lang stood still, murmuring to himself, will what I desire unfold, as long as it does not disturb the greater schemes? Truly, he is an enigmatic individual, even if there is but one chance. On the coastline, Carp had donned a dog-headed hat at some point, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, silently gazing at the sea. Seemingly inadvertently addressing Ye Tian behind him, he remarked, you are quite mysterious, kid. With a bold tone, Ye Tian replied, Vice Admiral Carp, all you need to understand is this. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But should one dare to offend me, the heavens may tremble, and they shall find no escape. Carp calmly responded, with your current capabilities, that seems quite difficult to achieve. So, you wish to grow stronger? Is it truly difficult with my present abilities? Not at all. I can accomplish it now. My backing is not comparable to those pretentious descendants who claim divinity. Not even the true master of the world, nor his celestial kings can measure up, Ye Tian declared, his tone laced with disdain. Upon hearing this, Carp's eyes widened in astonishment, and he turned to gaze at Ye Tian with an expression of sheer disbelief. At that moment, a tumultuous wave of shock surged within Carp. He had never anticipated that Ye Tian possessed knowledge of matters he himself had yet to fully comprehend. Throughout his many years in the Navy, he had only caught fleeting whispers of such rumors, which everyone else dismissed as mere jest. They had always believed that the five elders were the true leaders of the world government, and Carp had adhered to this belief as well. It was only upon hearing Ye Tian's words today that Carp realized there was, in fact, another figure above the five elders within the world government. After a prolonged silence, Carp swallowed hard, his throat dry, and inquired, who? Are you really? Me? In response, a peculiar smile gradually spread across Ye Tian's face as he looked at Carp and said, I could tell you, but do you truly wish to know? Upon hearing this, Carp fell silent for a moment before resolutely nodding and saying, "I do." Just as Ye Tian's voice faded, the metal before him began to shimmer with a radiant glow, and his attire underwent an instantaneous transformation. At that moment, Ye Tian donned a flowing white robe, intricately embroidered with celestial motifs of the sun, moon, and stars using an unknown, luminous thread. His previously cropped hair lengthened dramatically, cascading in dark waves that danced in the wind. Behind him, the sun and moon appeared to circulate, while a grand sun emerged in the backdrop. Witnessing this astonishing transformation, Carp was taken aback, his voice trembling with uncertainty as he stammered, "God. No. I am the envoy of the pirate world, tasked with safeguarding, patrolling, and sanctioning all who threaten this realm. I am also the leader of the Multiversal Alliance." At this moment, Ye Tian's voice resonated like that of a deity. Though it was a mere whisper, it echoed across the heavens. As his words lingered in the air, a brilliant light erupted from his being, and he reverted to his previously unremarkable form. "Understand now?" Ye Tian inquired, tilting his head and gazing at Carp with an enigmatic smile. Upon hearing this, Carp continued to gaze at Ye Tian in astonishment, nodding absently as he murmured, "I understand." After a prolonged silence, Carp took a deep breath, striving to quell the lingering shock within him. With a parched throat, he finally inquired, "Why do you appear? Is there someone in this world who requires your judgment?" In response to Carp's words, a subtle smirk played at the corners of Ye Tian's mouth. He then addressed Carp, stating, "In this world, empires may rise, and a world government may exist. However, there must not be individuals who achieve immortality, just as those like him, who have utilized the surgical fruit to attain eternal life." Upon hearing this, Carp stood frozen in place, and after a prolonged silence, he reluctantly spoke, "So, your intention is to obliterate the world government? To annihilate and then recreate the world? To bring down divine retribution?" Ye Tian preempted him, his words sending tremors through Carp's very being. Just as Carp was lost in thought, he heard Ye Tian's laughter. "Huh, I have no desire for such complexities. Do you think annihilating and recreating the world is a simple task? Erasing the memories of all beings in this world is no trivial matter. I am merely feeling restless and wish to explore a bit." With that, Carp involuntarily swallowed hard. After a long pause, he finally exhaled in relief. "Moreover, is destroying the world something I would undertake? Certainly not. I still need to allow the destroyer of worlds to come forth and carry out the annihilation. Although not particularly difficult, it would take eons before this world could harbor life again, which is quite the hassle." Ye Tian regarded Carp with utmost seriousness, his demeanor unwavering. "And there exists a destroyer of worlds?" Carp inquired, his anxiety resurfacing. That individual is insufferably arrogant, quite boastful indeed. I typically allow others to gang up on him. He is likely traversing various worlds at this moment. Well, I can't exactly call it tourism. Whenever he visits a world, he assesses whether it is worthy of destruction. After all, that is his vocation, is it not?" Ye Tian feigned deep contemplation, scratching his head as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Carp, with a parched mouth, inquired, "What are the boundaries of that individual who seeks to annihilate the world?" "Boundaries? There exists no world devoid of a boundary keeper. As long as a world lacks a boundary keeper and is steeped in chaos, it suffices to fulfill these two conditions. If it is merely a world without a boundary keeper, we will dispatch individuals to forge a pact with the world and send a boundary keeper there." Ye Tian thoughtfully stroked his chin as he spoke. Meanwhile, Carp remained silent, unaware of the tumultuous laughter brewing within Ye Tian's heart. To amplify the monikers of group members and articulate them aloud is, indeed, a grandiose display. It is a spectacle that transcends the heavens. At that moment, Carp found himself devoid of Ye Tian's buoyant spirits. The instant Ye Tian revealed that facet of himself, Carp was overwhelmed by an immeasurable force, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Ye Tian reined it in just in time. Otherwise, he would have indeed knelt. That fleeting exhibition instilled unwavering belief in Carp. As thoughts swirled within him, he had just inquired about the boundaries of the world destroyer, yet his confusion remained unresolved. After a prolonged silence, Carp turned to Ye Tian once more, asking, "What if, after acquiring a boundary keeper, the world still remains in chaos?" "It depends on the disposition of the boundary keeper and the extent of the chaos. If the boundary keeper is in good spirits, those who sow disorder may wander before him without consequence. After all, the world has not yet perished. However, should his mood sour, we would dispatch the allied forces to conquer the world and reshape existence. Though it may appear as a mere formality, the aura of authority must not be diminished." Ye Tian chuckled. Observing the beaming countenance of Ye Tian, Karp's lips involuntarily twitched, just as he was about to voice something. Ye Tian turned to see Kuina and Zaro approaching the battleship and slowly redirected his gaze to Karp, saying, "Only you witnessed and heard my words just now. Do not share them. I wish to continue my amusement." With that, he departed toward the direction of Belmer and the others, watching Ye Tian's retreating figure. Karp murmured to himself, "Only I witnessed it?" He glanced at the surrounding marines, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Staring blankly at the vast ocean, he whispered, "One wonders if this is a blessing or a curse." Meanwhile, Ye Tian, engaged in conversation with Nami and others, observed Karp lost in thought and couldn't suppress a smile. He felt justified in his antics, believing that with Karp as a scapegoat in the Navy, he could freely indulge in his mischief. Moreover, he doubted the world government could withstand the might of the group and their forces. To speak solely of Daegu, with his mastery of light abilities, even a king would tremble, and the alliance was merely in its secondary phase. Countless formidable figures would soon join, making this endeavor far from insurmountable. At Windmill Village, piercing screams shattered the tranquility of the sky. Upon a mountaintop, an elder wearing a straw hat sat in a chair, quietly observing three individuals grappling with a tiger in the forest, a smile gracing his lips. "How delightful it is," he mused. "Ace, quickly stop him," exclaimed a spirited Luffy, gazing at Ace, who stood beside the tiger. "Enough," Ace bellowed, preparing to take action. "Take this." At that moment, Sabo delivered a swift blow to the tiger's head. While the trio frolicked in the woods, Karp stood on the deck, gazing at the serene village in the distance, remarking, "Indeed, this is Windmill Village." "Yes, I know," Ye Tian replied, promptly leaping from the ship. Observing Ye Tian's descent, Karp couldn't help but smirk slightly before following suit. The others trailing behind exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly, then sighed as they descended the already laid wooden ramp. As Karp followed closely behind Ye Tian, he couldn't help but quietly lament the calm demeanor of his companion. Just as they reached the village entrance, several villagers recognized Karp and greeted him warmly. In response, Karp offered a slight smile and inquired, "Do you know where Luffy has gone?" Upon hearing this, the villagers contemplated for a moment and then turned to Karp, stating, "It must be within the forest now." They proceeded towards a nearby house. Hearing their words, Karp's face brightened with anticipation as he prepared to seek out Luffy. However, upon noticing Ye Tian standing before him, he paused momentarily, ready to speak. Yet, unexpectedly, Ye Tian slowly turned his head and smiled gently at Karp, saying, "Let us go. Take me to meet Luffy." "You know Luffy?" Karp was taken aback by this revelation. From Ye Tian's tone, he could ascertain that Ye Tian was indeed well acquainted with Luffy. "Of course, I know Luffy," Ye Tian remarked, a reminiscent expression gracing his features. Observing this, Karp's eyes narrowed slightly, a foreboding sense creeping into his heart. "Just take care of them," Karp said to Makino with a cheerful demeanor. "I must go see Luffy." "There's no need to worry, Mr. Karp," she replied, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Meanwhile, Ye Tian turned to Belmer and the others, offering a gentle smile as he said, "I am going with Mr. Karp to meet his grandson. Feel free to do as you please." With that, he nodded at Karp, and together they exited the small tavern. As they walked side by side, a silence enveloped them. Eventually, Karp could no longer contain his curiosity and glanced at Ye Tian, voicing his unspoken thoughts. "Mr. Ye Tian." "Luffy." However, before Karp could finish, Ye Tian interjected, "You wish to inquire about Luffy's future?" Upon hearing this, Karp slowly nodded his head. Witnessing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but shake his head and say, "Luffy, Ace, Sabo, their futures are dictated by the prevailing trends." "Prevailing trends?" Karp muttered in response. "Indeed. They are driven by the currents of fate. Therefore, their futures can only be guided, not forcibly altered, and you cannot change them either. As for guidance, it holds little significance at present," Ye Tian replied, shaking his head slowly. This sentiment resonated with Ye Tian, who had already taken Nami and Zaro away. According to the world's revisions, Luffy would eventually find individuals to fill their roles upon setting sail. However, transforming Luffy into a marine? That would render his prophetic abilities utterly futile. Thus, change was not an option. Things must unfold as they are destined. Only in this way, with his foresight, could he better manipulate certain individuals. The two engaged in a casual conversation as they ventured deeper into the forest. Standing amidst the trees, they could already hear the joyful sounds of Luffy and his companions in the depths of the woods. "Let us proceed," Ye Tian remarked, observing Garp's slightly agitated expression, before vanishing from sight. "Understood," Garp nodded and followed suit. In the heart of the forest, The three were gathered around a campfire, feasting on the tiger they had just hunted. "Hey, Ace, what is your dream?" Luffy mumbled through a mouthful of meat. "I want to become a pirate," Ace casually replied, tearing off another piece of meat. "What is a pirate?" Luffy inquired, puzzled. "The freest people on the sea," Ace answered nonchalantly. Sabo, who was also savoring the roasted meat, nodded in agreement. "Yes, the freest of all." "The freest, you say?" Luffy paused his chewing, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming excitedly, "I want to be a pirate too." However, just as Luffy's words escaped his lips, a fist suddenly struck his head. An irate voice then echoed in his ears. "How can you become a pirate when you are destined to be a marine?" At this declaration, the three were momentarily stunned, before instinctively looking up towards the source of the voice. Luffy, in shock, raised his head to behold the figure behind him, his expression turning to one of sheer terror as he shouted, "Grandpa!" Ace and Sabo were equally taken aback at the sight of the person standing behind Luffy, left speechless, never expecting Garp to appear at this moment. "Luffy, you're looking quite well," Ye Tian remarked casually as he stepped forward, leaning against a nearby tree. Upon hearing this, the three young ones turned their heads, glancing at the child leaning against the tree, their expressions tinged with confusion. At that moment, Garp spoke up, "Well, this is my grandson Luffy, and that rascal over there is Ace." After introducing Ace, Garp found himself momentarily lost in thought as he looked at Sabo, unacquainted with him and unsure of how to introduce him. "I know Sabo, the future of the golden generation. Quite impressive," Ye Tian remarked casually, casting a glance at Sabo. However, just as Ye Tian finished speaking, he spotted the tiger meat resting by the fire. He stepped forward, tore off a piece, and began to eat. This action, however, incited a flicker of anger in the three young ones. After all, it was their hard-earned meat, and this little brat had the audacity to eat it without a second thought. Yet, with Garp present, they refrained from voicing their objections. Swallowing the morsel, Ye Tian gazed at Luffy, whose head was swollen with a large bump, and couldn't help but smile. He then turned to Garp and said, "Mr. Garp, there's no need for such formality. It serves no purpose. Children can be quite stubborn, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to gaze upon the vast sea." Upon hearing this, Garp was momentarily taken aback, and then retorted, "But to become a pirate? A pirate? By the time I grow weary of it. Who can say whether this world will even have pirates left? Why bother with it?" Ye Tian, with a smile gracing his lips, gazed at Garp and replied gently. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Garp remained composed, yet the three youngsters were evidently stifling their frustration, their gazes fixed intently on Ye Tian. Noticing this, Ye Tian could not help but chuckle, then turned to them and said, "I was merely jesting." Haha. After that, he slowly turned to Garp and remarked, "I shall head to the tavern to find Belmel and the others. Once you have finished your tasks, we shall depart." Garp nodded slowly in response. With that, Ye Tian vanished in an instant, leaving behind a swirl of dust in the air. The three youngsters, witnessing Ye Tian's sudden disappearance, gaped in astonishment and looked at Garp, exclaiming, "Old man, what is this?" Upon hearing this, Garp did not express anger but instead gazed quietly at the spot where Ye Tian had vanished and slowly remarked, "You should best avoid provoking him. He is not someone to be trifled with. Are you incapable as well, old man?" Ace inquired, looking at Garp with curiosity. In response to Ace's words, Garp, with a hint of resignation, nodded his head and then said, "I too am powerless. There is no one in this world who can contend with him." Inside the tavern, Nami lay weakly on the counter, her small hand feebly stirring a cup brimming with juice. Observing this, no Kigo could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. "Nami, are you missing Ye Tian?" Upon hearing this, Nami slowly turned her head, her lifeless eyes gazing at her as she mused, "I wonder what my brother is up to. And I am feeling quite bored." At Nami's words, Belmir was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Nami with a hint of concern. This child seemed rather too mature for her age. At the bar, Kuina and Zaro were observing their surroundings with curiosity, having never encountered a tavern before. The hall of the tavern was bustling with a multitude of Navy personnel, each engaged in merriment, clinking glasses and enjoying their revelry. Suddenly, the tavern's door was forcefully kicked open, and a boisterous voice echoed within, demanding, "Bring me some drinks." However, as the newcomer stepped inside, he froze in place, the large sword he held slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. "In Navy," Higuma stammered, his voice trembling. As his words faded, Higuma scanned the room, desperately searching for a familiar figure among the patrons. Just then, The Navy personnel set down their glasses and retrieved their weapons, readying themselves for the unexpected turn of events. In the center of the hall, a lieutenant clad in a Navy cloak slowly rose to his feet, a faint smile gracing his flushed face as he regarded Higoma. Well, if it isn't the bandit from Windmill Village, what brings you to the audacity of attempting to rob the Navy? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, the captain could not help but smile. But soon his expression darkened, and he solemnly commanded, arrest them. As his words echoed, the surrounding Navy personnel surged forward. Witnessing this, Shigoma's countenance shifted, and he tightened his grip on his large blade, casting a grim glare at the Navy. I am not to be trifled with, he declared. Oh, is that so? Let me see what you can do, Bogart replied, gripping his sword and slowly stepping out from among the Navy ranks. Taking a deep breath, Shigoma firmly grasped the hilt of his weapon, his gaze fixed intently on Bogart. Observing Shigoma's determined demeanor, a smile gradually crept across Bogart's face as he slightly crouched. With a sudden explosive sound, he vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he was already at Shigoma's side. In an instant, he wielded the scabbard with one hand and struck fiercely at Shigoma's abdomen with the hilt of his sword. Ack! Shigoma, having endured Bogart's blow, felt his large sword slip from his hands as he clutched his stomach and fell to the ground. Witnessing this, Bogart smirked disdainfully and turned to the Navy behind him, softly instructing, arrest him and send him directly to impel down upon our return to headquarters. Understood, several Navy members responded, promptly advancing to secure Shigoma and escort him back to the ship for confinement. Bogart returned to his seat, resuming his drinking, while the tavern buzzed back to life with the clinking of glasses and lively chatter. Only Guena and Zaro remained at the bar, momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, they slowly regained their composure, exchanging glances before simultaneously exclaiming, incredible. In an instant, their aversion towards the Navy headquarters vanished. Just then, the tavern door creaked open, and Ye Tian stepped inside. Approaching the counter, he looked at the busy Machino and smiled, saying, please, bring me a glass of milk. Upon hearing this, Machino immediately turned around, her gaze falling upon Ye-shin seated at the bar. Her eyes brightened involuntarily, and she thought to herself, how adorable. She swiftly poured the milk and placed it before Ye-shin, offering a sweet smile as she said, little brother, here is your milk. However, just as Ye-shin was about to reach for the milk, Nami slid her chair closer to him and, with a hint of playful complaint, asked, where have you been? Little brother? In response, Ye-shin smiled at Nami and said, I went to see Mr. Karp's grandson. I must admit, those three little rascals are quite mischievous. Wait, Mr. Karp has 3 grandsons? Nami inquired, her curiosity piqued. Hearing her question, Ye-shin chuckled and replied, one is his biological grandson, one is an adopted grandson, and the last is a friend of theirs. He can be considered a sort of adopted grandson as well. Oh, I see. Nami nodded, her understanding still somewhat vague. Have you already met little Luffy? Makino, having listened to their conversation, raised her head to look at Ye-shin. Yes, they are quite the amusing trio, Ye-shin casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Makino couldn't help but chuckle, then looked at Ye-shin and said, honestly, little brother, you're not that old yourself. Why do you speak with such an air of wisdom? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. He turned to the side and offered a gentle smile to Belmir, saying, everything is fine. The Navy headquarters is quite safe, and I feel reassured. Belmir, upon hearing Ye Tian's words, also paused in surprise, then slowly nodded in agreement, choosing not to speak further. Although she felt a deep reluctance to leave Cocoyasi village, she understood that her initial excitement had led her to agree too hastily. As time passed, 3 days had swiftly elapsed in Windmill Village. Let us depart. It is time to return to the Navy headquarters, Karp commanded from the deck, addressing his adjutant beside him. Understood, Bogart replied promptly, proceeding with the orders. Karp glanced at Zoro and Kuina, who were exercising on the deck, and thought to himself, this time, Sengoku cannot object. I am bringing back 3 promising recruits. At that moment, Ye Tian was reclining in bed, engaging in a group chat. Nonsense. I have high hopes for someone, yet it's unfortunate he refuses to submit to me. What should I do? Red A, who are you? What is he? Nonsense. What do you mean? Arrogant King Xiaoming. Different races. Great soup. Does that mean different races cannot coexist peacefully? Dragon Hunter. Ye Tian. Firstly, from what angle are you inviting him? Ye Tian, the leader. No need to elaborate. I understand. As an immortal, coupled with your aggression towards his nation, how could a general of that country ever submit to you? It's simply impossible. Nonsense. Well, I suppose I have no choice. I give up. Arrogant King Xiaoming. TSK. By the way, Ye Tian, I am already traveling. I just arrived in the void world. Ye Tian, the leader. Great soup. Ye Tian, is it truly impossible for us humans to coexist peacefully with monsters? Ye Tian, the leader, do not dwell on it. You lack the capability. Furthermore, your identity and the world you inhabit are unique. You will understand in due time. Great soup. What do you mean by lacking capability? Is there someone who possesses it? And how is my identity and world so special? Ye Tian, the leader, Diga lacks that ability. To my knowledge, only Gauss among the Ultramen seems capable of fostering peaceful coexistence between humans and monsters. Nonsense. By the way, little brother, do you want to come over and play? Ye Tian, the leader, what would I do at your place? Nonsense. Witness a battle. Let me show you how valorous I am. Ye Tian, the leader. Just say you want to show off. Nonsense. Ahem. Please don't say that. Ye Tian, the leader. I happen to have no pressing matters. I shall come over shortly. Arrogant King Xiaoming. I shall join as well. I am rather bored. Slime, count me in. Red A. 1. I too wish to see what the battle you speak of is like. Dragon Hunter, Ye Tian. I will also attend. I often engage in battles. Yet I have never observed others fighting up close. Great soup, then. I shall go too. Ye Tian, the leader. Very well, it is settled. We shall all go to indulge and feast. Nonsense, prepare some food. Nonsense, understood. With that, Ye Tian exited the Alliance group and entered the Alliance space. Observing the black hole that materialized before him, Ye Tian glanced around before stepping inside. In an instant, Carp furrowed his brow sharply, suddenly realizing that Ye Tian had vanished from the ship's cabin. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way directly to Ye Tian's cabin. In the Alliance space, Ye Tian emerged from the black hole and surveyed the completed structures with satisfaction. Just as he was about to enter the main hall, he was interrupted by a voice from the side. Greetings, leader. Upon hearing the words, Ye Tian slowly turned his head, only to discover that within the Alliance space, a considerable number of soldiers clad in gleaming silver armor had appeared. These soldiers exuded an aura of ferocity. Ye Tian's gaze fell upon one soldier, and instantly, a luminous panel manifested before his eyes. Character, Alliance Soldier Position, Alliance Corporal Strength, Tier 1 Abilities, Alliance Assistance, Alliance Teleportation. Advanced Marksmanship Special Ability. Blood Chi staring at the introduction on the panel, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, Tier 1? What does that mean? Just as he uttered these words, another luminous panel popped up. Ye Tian focused his attention and was again astounded. Character. Ye Tian Position. Leader of the Multiverse Anti-Mutation Alliance Strength. High Tier 1 Abilities. Projection, Duplication. Summoning Special Ability. Realm Envoy. Would you like to enable the display of Alliance members' ranks? Gazing at the options above, Ye Tian decisively clicked on it and then shifted his focus to the Alliance Space interface. Alliance Space Current Buildings. Alliance Hall. Alliance Barracks. Alliance Mall. Alliance Farmland. Unconstructed Buildings. Residential Houses. Camps. Warehouses. Current Resources. Wood. 50, 000W1, 000W stone. 80, 000W1, 000W fabric. 40, 000W 600W food. 20, 0005. 000 current military force. Tier 1 gunman, 400-foot 400 gunmen. He mused as he examined the displayed data. With that, he made his way towards the hall. Standing at the entrance of the Alliance Hall, Ye Tian beheld the expansive interior, his gaze landing on a blank wall. As he stared at the empty wall, another luminous panel appeared before him. Would you like to select an alliance flag? Without hesitation, Ye Tian confirmed his choice. Countless flags materialized before him, awaiting selection. After a thorough search, he finally found a flag that resonated with his vision. Click to confirm. A flash of golden light swept across, and an emblem instantly adorned the formerly blank wall. The wall was painted blue, with a golden thread intricately embroidered in the shape of a fist. Observing the emblem, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile slightly, murmuring, "The fist symbolizes power, indeed." With that, he navigated around the wall and stepped inside. Behind the wall stood 2 rows of soldiers in silver armor, brandishing long spears. At the center of these soldiers was an oval conference table. The chair at the head of the table appeared to be crafted from a large piece of purple crystal. On either side of the table, 2 rows of seats made from a blue crystal-like material were arranged. Ye Tian walked slowly to the head seat and sat down, instinctively closing his eyes, quietly savoring his current emotions. After a considerable time, he gradually opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, softly murmuring, "This position is indeed quite splendid." As he spoke, Ye Tian stood up, arranging the residential houses, warehouses, and camps within the space, awaiting the construction workers to commence their work. Having completed these tasks, Ye Tian promptly exited the Alliance space and returned to the pirate world, intending to speak with Carp before heading to the world of Bone King. However, the moment Ye Tian appeared in the cabin, he froze in place. He noticed a figure seated in a nearby chair. Captain Carp. Ye Tian stared in astonishment at Carp, who was seated at the desk. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian showed no intention of concealing his thoughts. He casually picked up a cup of water from his desk and took a sip before speaking. "It's nothing. I just returned from the Alliance." "Returned from the Alliance?" Carp murmured. "Indeed. What else could it be?" Ye Tian rolled his eyes at Carp, then seemingly recollected something and looked at Carp, saying, "Oh, by the way, I will be leaving for a while to observe a war in a lower realm." Upon hearing this, Carp abruptly lifted his head, fixating intently on Ye Tian. His mind suddenly engulfed in turmoil. He was acutely sensitive to the term war, which prompted such a reaction. However, this moment of agitation was fleeting. As Carp's expression gradually returned to a semblance of calm as he remarked, "Annihilation? No, merely a newly appointed envoy seeking to unify the world." After speaking, he slowly set down the cup of water in his hand and turned to Carp, saying, "Please, have a seat. I must take my leave." Just as he prepared to raise his hand, he heard Carp hastily interject, "Wait." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian immediately ceased his actions, gazing at Carp with a look of utter perplexity. Observing Ye Tian's expression, Carp cleared his throat, feeling a touch of awkwardness, and said, "Well, I have never ventured into other worlds. Would you be so kind as to take me along? You wish to see?" Ye Tian's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. "Yes. Could you indulge my curiosity?" Carp pressed eagerly. Ye Tian gradually lowered his previously raised arm, fixing his unblinking gaze upon Carp. Internally, he assessed Carp's level. Name, Monkey D. Carp gender, male position, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters strength, intermediate level 2 abilities, armament hockey, observation hockey. With this information, Ye Tian opened the chat group to examine the strength of its members. Absurd talk. Advanced level 2 Red A. Intermediate level 1 Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Beginner level 1 Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Intermediate level 1. Low rank Goose Stew's Soup. Intermediate level 3, Low rank Slime. Beginner level 1. Unknown Ye Tian. Advanced level 1. After reviewing the displayed strength levels, Ye Tian returned his gaze to Carp. After a careful examination, he finally spoke. "It is indeed possible, but once you cross over, regardless of what transpires, you must refrain from taking any action. Even if you find something intolerable, you must endure it. Otherwise, I shall not be able to assist you." Upon hearing this, Carp promptly nodded and said, "Very well. I assure you that I will refrain from taking action, regardless of what I witness or what transpires." "All right then. I shall inform them," Ye Tian replied with a hint of resignation. He then proceeded to open the chat group. Ye Tian, the leader, expressed, "This is preposterous. I will bring someone over shortly. Make sure to intimidate him." "Preposterous," came the reply. "No problem. How shall I instill fear?" "I am at your command," Ye Tian instructed. "Unleash your full combat prowess and make a grand display right from the start." "Understood," was the response. Reda inquired, "Ye Tian, may I ask, why has a new rank of intermediate first stage suddenly appeared in my profile?" Dagu replied, "I concur with the question." Hunter Ming Tian added, "1, and Slime echoed, 1. That is the result of the Alliance Group's assessment of your collective strength," Ye Tian clarified. He continued, "Furthermore, the individuals I bring along, who are of intermediate second stage, should maintain their facade." "Understood," came the reply. With that, Ye Tian exited the chat group. He then turned to Carp and asked, "Aren't you going to make some arrangements?" Upon hearing this, Carp was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly dashed outside. Shortly thereafter, he returned, having tidied his attire. Observing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile, and gradually raised his hand, revealing a bronze-hued card that materialized in his palm. In Karp's astonished gaze, he suddenly crushed the card, transforming it into countless sparkling motes that scattered into the air. Subsequently, a black hole abruptly manifested before Ye Tian. Gazing at the void, Ye Tian spoke softly to the overlord world. No sooner had he uttered these words than a powerful force drew both Ye Tian and Karp into its depths. Inside the black hole, Karp's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed their surroundings. They found themselves traversing a dark passage, advancing towards a distant point of light. As he took in the scene before him, Karp instinctively swallowed hard, then turned to the indistinct figure ahead, inquiring, "Ye Tian, where are we?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian did not turn back, his voice flat as he stated, "The world passage." After uttering these words, he stepped directly into the radiant light, and the two emerged from the black hole. Karp, who followed closely behind Ye Tian, was immediately enveloped in a dazzling brilliance, losing his sight. Before he could open his eyes, a commanding voice resonated through the air. "Little brother Ye Tian, you have finally arrived." "Indeed, has the war commenced?" Ye Tian's indifferent voice echoed in Karp's ears. As Karp gradually opened his eyes, he found himself momentarily frozen in astonishment. Before him lay a scene he had once never dared to envision. He stood within a magnificent hall, flanked by various statues, each accompanied by an array of flags. Directly ahead, upon a towering throne, sat a skeleton, beneath which stood 2 rows of humanoid figures exuding an overwhelming aura of power. To the sides of these figures were dozens of imposing skeletons, each clad in dark armor and wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Just as Karp was still processing the surreal surroundings, he heard Ye Tian inquire, "Have they not yet arrived?" "Not yet," came the response. "A monstrous creature suddenly appeared in the world of Daegu, and they will come once it is dealt with. Meng Tian is preoccupied with arranging the military matters. They should be here shortly. Wang Xiaoming, oh, no, I mean Dicky should also be arriving soon." "Ah, look, isn't that them coming?" Ainz Ul Gon remarked, gazing at Ye Tian. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly turned his head to look. In response, Karp hastily spun around to gaze at the abrupt appearance of a black hole nearby. From this void emerged an individual clad in a striking red and black armor. After surveying the surroundings, the armored figure casually greeted Ye Tian and Ainz Ul Gon, saying, "Ah, Ye Tian arrived first. Ainz Ul Gon, TSK, I must say, having you continuously interrupt Ye Tian left you with nothing but bones." Upon hearing this, Ainz Ul Gon involuntarily shook his head and remarked, "It is rather tardy to mention that, at the time, there was merely a day left. How could I possibly arrange anything?" Just then, another black hole materialized beside Karp. Out stepped a figure clad in purple armor, wielding a shield and a spear, Montong, who nodded at the gathered individuals. "My apologies for my lateness," he said. Daegu, dressed in the victorious team uniform, hurriedly emerged, exclaiming, "I hope I'm not too late." A slime perched atop a wolf also emerged from the black hole, cheerfully greeting, "Hello, everyone," clad in a striking red coat and with a mane of white hair. Red A acknowledged those present. Karp stood behind Ye Tian, feeling somewhat awkward but surveying the crowd with a serious expression. Observing the assembled members, Ainz Ul Gon casually waved his hand, opening a spatial door. He then addressed Ye Tian and the others, "Shall we step outside for a moment? I have arranged a banquet." The group nodded in agreement and followed Ainz Ul Gon through the spatial portal. On a mountain summit, a vast platform had been established. At the center of this platform stood a long table adorned with an array of fruits and meats, bountiful in its offerings. At that moment, Ainz Ul Gon approached slowly, grasping Ye Tian's arm, and spoke as they walked, "Brother, since you have ascended to the position of leader, this seat of honor is now yours. The others may choose their seats freely." The gathered crowd exhibited little reaction, yet those guardians standing behind Ainz Ul Gon furrowed their brows in confusion. They simply could not comprehend why a mere child was granted the seat of honor, especially when the supreme ruler had specially bestowed it upon him. Nevertheless, they could only harbor these doubts in silence. Meanwhile, Ye Tian, who was being guided by Ainz Ul Gon, smiled slightly, then paused and replied, "In that case, I shall not be modest. However, this chair ought to be replaced." Upon hearing this, Ainz Ul Gon was momentarily taken aback, then curiously gazed at Ye Tian, inquiring, "My dear brother, what form do you wish to take?" In response, a mysterious smile graced Ye Tian's face as he addressed the assembly. "You must be aware that the construction of the Alliance space has commenced. Within the Alliance Hall, each individual possesses their own designated seat. Yet these seats must be claimed by you personally. Once accepted, you will possess the ability to summon your unique seat's avatar or projection at will in any realm. With that, Ye Tian gracefully approached the foremost seat, removing it from its place, and slowly seated himself amidst the spectators' watchful eyes. As he settled down, a radiant burst of light erupted beneath him, revealing a magnificent chair crafted from amethyst that elevated him. Upon the backrest of the chair was an emblem resembling a fist. The onlookers stared, entranced by the chair gleaming with a captivating purple hue under the sunlight. Soon, they began to exclaim, "I wish to go as well." One by one, they stepped into the black void, emerging shortly after, their faces alight with exhilaration. Following this, under the astonished gazes of Carp and Demugos, they replaced the wooden chairs on either side of the table with their personalized seats. Observing the seated assembly, Ye Tian offered a slight smile and gently tapped the wooden table before him. Instantly, the ordinary wooden table transformed into an opulent and resplendent alliance conference table. At the center of this grand table stood a flag made of an unknown material. The flag was azure, adorned centrally with a golden thread embroidery of a clenched fist. While the assembly remained in awe of the sudden transformation, a black void of considerable size gradually opened behind Ye Tian. A procession of soldiers clad in silver armor, wielding long spears and bearing the alliance flag, emerged, positioning themselves on either side of the gathering. The attendees, recognizing these soldiers from their earlier entry into the alliance space, held no confusion regarding their presence. They were aware of the fundamental regulations whenever the conference table, the foremost seat, or other chairs were summoned in different worlds. These soldiers would emerge through special passages to safeguard the venue. Ye Tian, with a gentle smile, addressed the seated individuals. "This marks our first formal meeting. A time for mutual acquaintance. Please indulge in food and drink. Feel free to converse while you partake." As soon as Ye Tian's words concluded, a flash of white light swept across the conference table, and an array of dishes that had previously been on the wooden table suddenly appeared. At the opposite end of the table, Carp sat in astonishment, gazing at his companions, utterly at a loss for words. Since arriving with Ye Tian, he had witnessed a myriad of unbelievable events, the most astounding being the ability to summon black holes at will. Along with the sudden appearance of chairs and the conference table, everything before him surpassed his comprehension, leaving Carp in a state of bewilderment. However, upon witnessing the soldiers emerging from the black void, he grasped, albeit vaguely, their formidable power emanating from within. These soldiers possessed strength that could rival that of a rear admiral, considering the few rear admirals stationed at Navy headquarters. The sight of over 100 soldiers here was astonishing, and he knew instinctively that this was merely a fraction of their numbers. At that moment, Red A, seated to the side, casually picked up a piece of roasted meat and smiled at the gathered audience, saying, "It turns out I am merely a guardian, an assassin, without a mark upon the throne of heroes. Yet since becoming an envoy to the realm, I have emerged independently, free from the constraints of my previous duties. Such a notion was once unfathomable. Ah, congratulations. Henceforth, the future holds no limitations for you. You are now in the process of forging your own destiny." Ye Tian replied after sipping his drink. Upon hearing this, Hong A nodded excitedly. Ainz Ul Gon, seated beside Ye Tian, gazed at both Ye Tian and Meng Tian, exclaiming, "In truth, I find myself quite envious of you, brother Meng Tian." Startled by Ainz Ul Gong's sudden remark directed at him, Meng Tian looked at him with confusion and inquired, "What do you envy about me? You lack for nothing. What is there for me to be envied?" In response to Meng Tian's statement, Ainz Ul Gon couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain before turning to Ye Tian and saying, "Ah, dear brother, you may not realize this, but from the moment the skin first appeared, I casually glanced at it and felt an overwhelming envy. Even a mere casual choice could grant me a complete body. However, the cost of such an endeavor is simply exorbitant. Yet, who would have thought that Meng Tian would go ahead and purchase one outright? TSK, I must admit, when it comes to wealth, I cannot compare to brother Meng Tian." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian and Meng Tian exchanged glances and immediately erupted into laughter. Ye Tian, with a teasing smile, looked at Ainz Ul Gon and said, "Are you truly envious? Brother Meng Tian, could you enlighten me about our undead brethren?" Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Meng Tian gently set down the food in his hand and, with a hint of exasperation, gazed at Ainz Ul Gon, saying, "You genuinely have not realized that the conditions for each person to exchange skins are distinctly different. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ainz Ul Gon nodded thoughtfully. Observing his reaction, Ye Tian continued. You must understand one crucial truth. That which is difficult to attain is invariably challenging to acquire, regardless of its location. Take for instance Brother Ye Tian, who is himself a member of the human race. After purchasing a dragon hunter skin, he merely gained a modicum of resistance against dragons, while the rest only altered his appearance slightly. As soon as Ye Tian finished speaking, Ye Tian nodded in agreement. Witnessing this, Ainz Ul Gon was instantly engulfed in a sense of despondency. After a considerable pause, he slowly spoke. Then what shall I do? I have no clue how to acquire the alliance exchange points. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian cleared his throat and, after glancing at him, addressed the assembly. This matter is precisely what I wish to discuss. At the utterance of these words, the attendees instantly perked up their ears. Even Carp, who had been seated at the back and indulging in meat, paused in his actions, as his foremost desire was to glean as much information as possible regarding Ye Tian and his companions. This was, in fact, the reason he had shamelessly decided to join them. Observing that everyone had ceased their activities, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile slightly. Then turned to the crowd and continued. Since the emergence of military forces within the alliance space, I have received a rather significant task, or, shall we say, a mission. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd instantly sparkled with anticipation as they gazed at Ye Tian, eagerly awaiting his next words. It is well known that we are the alliance against anomalies of the 10,000 realms, and there exists a world where, due to humanity's reckless actions, a virus was engineered, precipitating an apocalypse and resulting in widespread extinction. Furthermore, this world lacks a designated world envoy. Hence, at this juncture, the crowd comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was undeniably a mission. Red A was the first to speak. So, what shall we do? The others quickly echoed, yes. Ye Tian, please tell us how we should proceed. Observing the fervent expressions on their faces, Ye Tian decided not to prolong their suspense and slowly articulated. We shall cleanse the world, establish a world envoy, bring the perpetrators to justice, and restore the anomalous world to its former state. This endeavor will also grant us a substantial amount of exchange points. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, eagerly urging Ye Tian to take action. Observing their fervor, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile, then addressed them. There is no need for such haste. This endeavor, being a cleansing of the world, can be regarded as a war, thus requiring the activation of the war channel. However, our alliance's military strength is somewhat lacking, so we must wait a few days. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, sitting nearby, Ainz Ul Gon interjected, is it possible that the forces of my great tomb are inadequate? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly shook his head and replied, I am uncertain. For now, we can only allow it to increase naturally. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Dagu could only nod in resignation. Once the military strength is amassed, can I, through the war channel, lead my subordinates into that world to battle? Ye Tian inquired slowly. Indeed, that is the case. So, how many individuals do you intend to take with you? Ye Tian asked with curiosity, observing Ye Tian. He had the ability to summon thousands of Ming family soldiers through Ye Tian's template, yet he wondered if Ye Tian himself possessed such capability. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly stroked his beard, then murmured, let me think. We must leave at least 200,000 troops at the border of Xianyang, and I command 300,000 in total. Well, I shall take 100,000. Meanwhile, Ainz Ul Gon, seated beside Ye Tian, gradually turned to look at his companion. Demi-Yugos. After a brief, hushed discussion, he spoke softly, I can dispatch 3 million troops. If that proves insufficient, I can always convert more as needed. The assembly fell silent momentarily, their astonishment palpable as they gazed at him. Ye Tian, being familiar with the concept of the undying race, exhibited little surprise. However, the revelation was profoundly shocking to the others, particularly Carp, who found the notion of a single individual commanding 3 million troops utterly daunting. At this juncture, Rimuru, seated nearby, interjected, I can only muster a modest number of goblins and direwolves. In response, Ye Tian nodded slowly and addressed them, very well. Let us cease discussions on such matters for now. Enjoy the feast. When the time comes, I shall inform you to gather your subordinates. The group acknowledged his command with nods. This banquet only intensified Carp's already tumultuous state of mind. He could sense that, should they choose to, These individuals could easily dismantle the world government of his realm. Ye Tian, undeterred by Carp's turmoil, turned to Min Yashir with a hint of playful mockery in his tone. So, how does it feel to be labeled a world destroyer every time you enter a new realm? Upon hearing this, Min Yashir was momentarily taken aback, and then, with a look of indignation, he exclaimed, "This truly vexes me. I was enjoying my travels, and yet I encounter such a predicament." Hearing Min Yashir's words, Ye Tian could not help but burst into laughter. He then regarded him and said, "Do not be hasty. In due time, you shall come to understand. Your strength has yet to reach its zenith. When you recall your memories, that will mark the dawn of your ascendance. I eagerly anticipate the manifestation of your ancestral legacy." Min Yashir merely scoffed in response. Meanwhile, Carp, who had overheard Ye Tian's remarks, abruptly ceased his actions, his gaze fixed intently upon Min Yashir. To Carp's discerning eye, Min Yashir appeared to be an ordinary individual, with nothing extraordinary discernible. However, he was profoundly intrigued by Ye Tian's words. The notion of a world destroyer seemed utterly unattainable for such a seemingly mundane person, unless, perhaps, it pertained to his armor. As this thought crossed his mind, Carp felt a tightening in his chest, and an immature notion began to take root within him. He scanned the vicinity and soon spotted a rather honest-looking individual. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he discreetly moved a small wooden chair closer. Taking a seat beside the man, Carp observed that no one paid him any heed. He then nudged the person beside him, and, in a low voice tinged with curiosity, introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Carp, who has accompanied Ye Tian to this place. May I inquire as to your esteemed surname?" Upon hearing this, Dagu felt a sudden clarity in his heart. He then cast a glance at Ye Tian, who was engrossed in his meal, and slowly turned his head to Cap. "I am the true Dagu. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Hearing Dagu respond to him, Cap felt a surge of joy within. He quickly glanced around furtively, then whispered, "Well, I have a rather immature idea and would like to hear your thoughts on it." Upon hearing this, Dagu was momentarily taken aback, followed by a soft chuckle as he replied, "You mean to say, I wonder if your alliance is recruiting? How does one apply? What steps must I take to participate?" Kapu's barrage of questions left Dagu utterly bewildered. After a thoughtful pause, he gazed at Kapu with a peculiar expression and inquired, "Are you truly interested in joining us?" Upon realizing Dagu had discerned his intentions, Kapu eagerly nodded. Understanding this, Dagu slowly raised his head, preparing to call out to Ye Tian. However, Kapu hastily restrained him, saying, "Hold on, please. I merely have an immature notion and wanted to ask if it's feasible." Stopping mid-sentence, Dagu looked at Kapu with a resigned expression and asked, "What motivates you to wish to join us?" Upon hearing this, Carp was taken aback for a moment, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly turned to Dagu, exclaiming, "There is an abundance of delectable treats here. I wish to join." He was halted mid-sentence. Dagu, upon hearing Carp's words, rolled his eyes and then looked at him, saying, "Speak truthfully." Coughing softly, Carp pondered for a moment before expressing with a fervent desire, "I wish to become that. What is it called?" "The envoy to the realm." Upon hearing this, Dagu nodded thoughtfully, convinced that only such an identity could captivate others. Then, under the eager gaze of Carp, Dagu slowly began to speak. "Why, you may wonder? It is essential to understand that there are already inhabitants in your world. Even if you aspire to become an envoy of the realm, you cannot fulfill that role in your world unless Brother Ye Tian willingly relinquishes it." Upon hearing this, Carp's eyes began to dart restlessly within their sockets, and he eventually spoke, "Well, primarily, I wish to witness the strength of the formidable individuals outside." In response to Carp's words, Dagu slowly nodded and then regarded Carp, saying, "Firstly, you must understand that this matter is beyond my authority to decide. If you are truly eager, you might consider inquiring with Ye Tian. Beyond that, I am at a loss." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian could not help but smile. then turned to Carp and inquired, "Mr. Carp, do you wish to join the alliance?" As the attention of the crowd focused on him, Carp felt a tinge of embarrassment and nodded slightly. Observing this, Ye Tian chuckled softly and replied, "However, it is regrettable that the alliance currently has no vacancies, so your aspirations must be set aside. Nevertheless, could you share with me the reason behind your desire to join the alliance?" Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Carp's face flushed slightly, and after a brief cough, he stated, "Because the principles upheld by your esteemed alliance resonate profoundly with the sense of justice I hold dear." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly, then shook his head in a gesture of mild exasperation. "Such matters put me in a dilemma. Joining the alliance is not merely a question of righteousness. Darkness lurks within as well. I advise you to ponder this thoroughly. If you truly resolve to proceed, I can assist you in contemplating a strategy." Kapu, taken aback by Ye Tian's words, fell silent for a moment before nodding thoughtfully and gradually settling into his chair. As he sat, Kapu became immersed in deep contemplation, rendering his thoughts inscrutable to those around him. Once this matter concerning Kapu had subsided, the gathering resumed its revelry, filled with laughter and feasting. After a considerable time, Ye Tian gently set down his chopsticks, picked up a nearby napkin, and delicately wiped the remnants from the corners of his mouth. After surveying the table and noting that everyone had nearly finished their meals, he turned to Ainz Ul Gon beside him and inquired, "So, when shall the war you spoke of commence?" Upon hearing this, Ainz Ul Gon was momentarily taken aback. After inquiring with Demiurge, who stood behind him, he turned his gaze to Ye Tian and replied, "It will be soon." Ye Tian nodded slowly, his eyes resting upon Albedo, who stood behind Ainz, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then addressed Ainz with a playful tone, "Old friend, there is something I believe you ought to ponder deeply." At this moment, both Demiurge and Albedo, noticing that Ye Tian was engaged in conversation with their supreme leader, turned their heads to listen intently. "Do you recall the adjustments made to a certain NPC at the time of the server shutdown?" Ye Tian inquired, his gaze filled with curiosity as he looked at Albedo. Ainz, taken aback by Ye Tian's enigmatic expression, slowly turned to Albedo, as if beginning to grasp the implications. Feeling somewhat awkward, he cleared his throat and replied, "Ahem. Well, you must bear the responsibility for your own actions. They have all become living beings standing before you. What more do you desire?" Ye Tian raised an eyebrow, a teasing tone in his voice as he responded to Ainz. Meanwhile, the others, who had just set down their bowls and chopsticks, directed their attention toward Ainz, inquiring, "Old friend, is there something amiss?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Yabel was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, she had observed this group incessantly interrogating the Supreme Being. Had it not been inappropriate for her to interject, she would have been prepared to voice her own inquiries. "What good fortune?" Yabel queried, casting a puzzled glance at her companion, Demios. "You mean you didn't grasp the matter that the Supreme Being's acquaintances were discussing?" Demios replied with a hint of exasperation. "No. I merely witnessed their interrogation of the Supreme Being," Yabel murmured softly. "The individual seated in the foremost position, known as Ye Tian, was speaking of you. His implication was likely that the Supreme Being should wed you," Demios remarked, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Yarbed's face instantly flushed crimson. Embodying the visage of a lovesick maiden, her eyes filled with affection as they gazed upon the figure of Ainz Ul Gon before her. In that moment, all sounds faded into oblivion. Observing the reactions of those around him, Ainz Ul Gon became increasingly agitated, hastening to provide an explanation. However, just as he was about to speak, a radiant green light suddenly erupted above his head, extinguishing his fervent emotions in an instant. Seated beside him, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback by Ainz Ul Gon's halted explanation, before erupting into hearty laughter. The onlookers, witnessing Ainz Ul Gon's abrupt stillness, quickly grasped the situation and joined Ye Tian in mirthful laughter. As he beheld the group, all doubled over in laughter at the table. Ainz Ul Gon could only helplessly shrug and remark, "Now you understand, do you not?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he finally raised his head and addressed him, saying, "Suzuki Satori, that name belongs to your previous existence. Since you have transitioned here, bid farewell to it, and from now on, embrace the name Feishu to navigate your life." Listening to Ye Tian's words, Ainz Ul Gon gradually succumbed to silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Very well. From this point forward, I shall be known as Feishu, and I shall no longer be alone." With that, Feishu slowly lifted his head to gaze at his companions surrounding him. Upon hearing this, the crowd unanimously nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the flying mouse remained oblivious to the peculiar excitement reflected in the expression of Yarbade, who stood behind him. In her heart, the name Ainz Ul Gon held no significance. Her loyalty had always been solely to the flying mouse. "Very well, let us venture forth to the battlefield as described by the old bones," said Ye Tian, gradually rising from his seat. As he stood, the amethyst-like chair beneath him vanished without a trace. The crowd, upon hearing his words, nodded in unison and subsequently stood up, directing their gazes towards the flying mouse. In response, the flying mouse casually cast a spell, and a portal to another realm materialized silently before them. Having prepared everything, the flying mouse slowly turned to face Ye Tian and the others, saying, "Beyond this door lies the camp on the battlefield. I suspect the opposing forces are nearly arrayed." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian nodded slowly and then followed the flying mouse through the portal. At the boundary between the kingdom and the empire, the kingdom's forces had already formed their ranks, and the imperial army stood ready in front of their camp. Yet, none dared to make a move, for they understood that an essential figure was still absent from this conflict, the flying mouse. The soldiers from both nations stood as if in silent agreement, patiently awaiting the arrival of the flying mouse. At that moment, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands, a portal gradually opened outside the imperial camp. A figure, both familiar and fearsome, emerged with measured steps. As they beheld this presence stepping forth from the portal, their hearts raced, and a chorus of thoughts echoed in their minds. "It has come. It has come." However, upon noticing the flying mouse accompanied by two subordinates, they realized that the portal had yet to close. Just then, a small figure emerged from the portal, capturing their attention. As this child stepped out, a series of banners unfurled from within the portal. Following this, soldiers clad in silver armor, exuding a formidable aura and wielding long spears and flags, emerged in succession. These soldiers positioned themselves directly behind Ye Tian, their demeanor proud as they surveyed the gathering in silence. Once all the soldiers had exited, several individuals dressed in varied attire also stepped through the portal, at which point it began to close slowly. Gazing at the hundreds of thousands of kingdom troops before him, Ye Tian inquired softly, "Old Bone, are those the ones?" The flying mouse nodded slowly in response and affirmed, "Indeed, those are they." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian nodded slightly and then looked at the flying squirrel, saying, "This is quite normal. The kingdom's system is outdated and fails to cultivate any formidable fighting force. The lords within the kingdom merely engage in their own battles." Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned to Ye Tian, with many members of the group nodding in agreement, acknowledging the flaws and shortcomings of the kingdom's system. However, a military leader from the empire stood perplexed, though he grasped the essence of Ye Tian's statement. At that moment, a figure clad in resplendent armor hastily emerged from the camp. He had been waiting within the camp for the arrival of the flying squirrel, but had just received word from a soldier reporting that the flying squirrel had arrived at the camp, accompanied by individuals he had never encountered before. Consequently, upon hearing the report, he hurriedly approached the camp's entrance to assess the situation. As he arrived, he spotted Ye Tian standing alongside the flying squirrel, flanked by a group of individuals. Among this group were the two subordinates of the flying squirrel whom he had seen previously in the great tomb of Nazareth. This sight momentarily bewildered him, as he struggled to comprehend why these individuals appeared to share an equal standing with the undead king. However, when he noticed the soldiers surrounding them and the unfamiliar banners they bore, he was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen such a design in this world before. Yet, there was no time to ponder this further. He approached the group with a demeanor of obsequiousness and humility, addressing them, "You have arrived, mighty undead king, supreme sovereign." Upon hearing this, the flying mouse slowly turned his head, casually nodding before gazing at Ye Tian and saying, "Little brother, I trust you are familiar with this individual." At the sound of the flying mouse's teasing tone, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile slightly before responding, "Indeed, he is a subordinate of the Blood Emperor, one of the four knights of the empire, a knock, known as the gale. Observing this, the flying mouse nodded and then shifted his attention away from a knock, directly addressing the individuals beside him. Well, I brought you here to witness the spectacle. I hope I did not deceive you. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was the first to speak, saying, Hee, old bones, splendid, splendid. If there are more scenes like this in the future, do call upon me. We can strategize together. Hearing Ye Tian's words, the flying squirrel couldn't help but roll his eyes at him, and then remarked, enough of that. My warfare does not require tactics. A reckless charge will suffice. At this, everyone burst into laughter, while Ye Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, patted his head and said, I forgot. You are an immortal. Haha. Ye Tian also found himself chuckling at Ye Tian's comment. A knock, observing the indifference of the crowd towards him, felt a surge of irritation. However, recalling the reason for his presence here as a military overseer, he quietly calmed his anger. After a long pause, Ye Tian finally spoke. So, how do you plan to commence the war? Shall we simply send a magical pursuit after them? Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel momentarily halted his gesture of raising his hand, then glanced at Ye Tian with a hint of exasperation. I haven't even unleashed it yet. And you already revealed it? Aren't you depriving them of any suspense? He chuckled. Go ahead, do your thing. I shall not intrude. With that, Ye Tian stood still, falling silent. The onlookers, their eyes wide with anticipation, gazed intently at the flying squirrel. Observing their reaction, the flying squirrel gradually lifted his hand, and a tangible magical circle erupted around him in a sudden flourish. He then prepared to commence his incantation. However, at that moment, a streak of light shot towards the magical circle with astonishing speed. Crack. In an instant, the magical circle shattered. The previously relaxed crowd instantly grew tense. Ye Tian stepped forward and addressed the flying squirrel, saying, Old Bone, return, an anomaly has occurred in this world. Upon hearing the words, the flying squirrel instinctively took a step back, positioning itself beside Ye Tian, its expression grave as it scanned the ranks of the kingdom's army across from them, seeking the one who had disrupted its magical formation. Is it a player? The flying squirrel inquired, uncertainty lacing its voice. Yet Ye Tian remained silent, lost in contemplation within the chat group. At that moment, a quest notification appeared on his leader interface. Ding! An anomaly has been detected. An unauthorized traveler has emerged in this world. The quest has been initiated. Quest description: a resident envoy already exists in this world. The sudden appearance of an interloper has caused a disturbance. The Worlds Will has entrusted the Alliance with the task of identifying and punishing the invader, reclaiming the system that the traveler possesses. Quest reward: members participating in this quest will receive 2,000 exchange points and a chance for a lottery draw, along with an invitation. Quest failure: should the world fall into the hands of the traveler, it will reset in 200 years. The resident envoy will be dismissed, and Alliance members and their subordinates will be repatriated. Ye Tian, upon reading the unexpected quest, paused momentarily, then let out a wry smile as he shared the task within the chat group for all to see. Subsequently, he exited the chat and took 2 deliberate steps forward, his chest emblem radiating a brilliant light. In the astonished gazes of the soldiers and high-ranking officials from both the kingdom and the empire, Ye Tian was enveloped in the luminous glow, his attire transforming instantaneously. Clad in a long white robe intricately embroidered with celestial motifs of sun, moon, and stars, his previously neat short hair cascaded into flowing black locks that danced in the wind. Behind him, the symbols of the sun and stars emerged, and a great sun materialized above his head. Meanwhile, the members behind Ye Tian revealed their own emblems and donned similar attire. As Ye Tian slowly opened his eyes, his cold gaze swept across the battlefield before settling upon the kingdom's faction. He then spoke with gravitas. I am the leader of the Alliance against anomalies. To the unauthorized traveler before us, you face 2 choices. First, surrender immediately, relinquish your illicitly held system, and accept the rules imposed by the world's will and my alliance for forced repatriation. Or choose to live out your life in this world under the watchful gaze of the world's will. Second, continue your resistance, and we shall enact sanctions and judgment upon you, forcibly reclaiming the system you possess, leading to dire consequences. Ye Tian's voice resonated throughout the expanse, imbued with the authority of the world's will, suppressing all present. Behind them, Anak and Cap were drenched in sweat, half kneeling on the ground, while others had already prostrated themselves. This was a manifestation of the world's will, and they possessed no means to resist it. So, this is the resident envoy? I think I am beginning to understand, Cap murmured, gazing at the figures suspended in the air. Just then, amidst the astonished stares of the crowd. A young man stepped forward, flanked by 1,000-strong guard, his eyes locked fiercely on Ye Tian and his companions in midair. He then retorted sharply, "Huh, unauthorized travelers? You certainly excel at casting judgment, but can you enlighten me about that undead faction from your side? Isn't it also comprised of travelers? Hypocritical standards indeed." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian spoke with an impassive expression, "As you can see, indeed, but this is under the consent of the world's will. And the trajectory of development for this realm is thus. Therefore, he is innocent, while you, on the other hand, have traversed unlawfully and possess an illicit system. This is a grave offense." The flying squirrel, originally standing beside Ye Tian, hesitated upon hearing the man's words, but settled his mind after listening to Ye Tian. "What nonsense is this grave offense? We have all traversed. Why am I the only one targeted? Why am I singled out for judgment? I do not concede to such regulations, nor will I acknowledge or submit. If it's a battle, then let us stand. Do I fear you?" The young man shouted at Ye Tian and his companions. At this moment, he was both conversing with Ye Tian and communicating with his own system. "System, what is happening? Why has this situation arisen? What are they truly after?" The young man inquired directly. "Ding. Host, they are the alliance against anomalies from the myriad realms. However, it is merely a nascent alliance, thus their true combat strength is not formidable. As long as you repel them, this world shall belong to you, and they will no longer be able to intrude or obstruct you." "Very well, if that is the case." At this point, the young man slowly lifted his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he continued, "I shall offer the souls of all those from the kingdom's army who lie defenseless on the ground. Ding. Due to the influence of the world's will and the alliance against anomalies, please eliminate them so that the system can absorb their souls." "Understood." The young man nodded slowly and then commanded the 1,000-strong guard behind him, "Slay all these kingdom soldiers and harvest their souls." "Yes." As the command was issued, the 1,000-man guard swiftly dispersed, attacking the fallen soldiers of the kingdom. Meanwhile, the young man began to exchange these souls within the system for various skills and additional troops. On the opposite side, Ye Tian observed their actions and urgently exclaimed, "Stop." Just as he prepared to act, a notification appeared. Ding. Detection of an unlawful traveler harvesting the. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily nodded in agreement, quickly emerging from their previous state under the envoy's influence. They then rushed towards the traveler. Ye Tian descended gracefully to the ground, addressing the recently risen Kapu. "Did you not express your desire to join us? Here lies an opportunity for you to aid in vanquishing that unlawful traveler and contribute splendidly to our alliance. I shall grant you membership." At the sound of Ye Tian's words, Kapu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly nodded, declaring, "Very well, no backing out." "No backing out," Ye Tian replied solemnly. "Haha. I await my contribution," Kapu exclaimed, immediately leaping forward with a swift motion towards the traveler. Meanwhile, Anak stood momentarily stunned, before turning to Ye Tian with urgency. May I partake as well? If I manage to eliminate him, can I join your ranks?" Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian gradually turned his head, casting a casual glance before responding slowly, "Very well, but remember to act within your limits." After uttering this, he disregarded the speaker entirely. Ye Tian stepped forward, and as he advanced, a piece of armor materialized on his body. Once fully clad in armor, a shield and a lance appeared in his hands. He placed them on the ground and suddenly conjured a flag, driving it into the earth with fervor. Raising his gaze to the heavens, he bellowed, "Montgomery Army, take your positions." As his voice echoed, a mist of crimson surged forth from the flag, revealing 1,000 soldiers clad in black armor behind Ye Tian. "Roar! Kill!" Upon witnessing this, Ye Tian released his grip on the flag, seized the shield and lance from the ground, and with piercing eyes, shouted at the interloper engaged in battle with his comrades, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" He then marched forward, step by step. The flag, originally planted in the earth, was grasped by a soldier in black armor, raised high, fluttering in the wind. The interloper, caught up in the chaos of battle, let out a wild laugh. "Ha! Did you think that after lifting the pressure, I could no longer harvest souls? Do you think Morong Kwang is just idly standing by?" With that, he punched a charging slime away, swiftly unsheathing his long sword to parry the dual blades of Red A, and then kicked him aside. However, in that moment, Meng Tian lunged forward with a thrust of his lance. Seeing the weapon coming at close range, Morong Kwang's pupils constricted sharply, and he quickly sidestepped. Yet the lance still struck his shoulder. Instantly, a trickle of blood seeped from the wound, and the pain elicited a fierce cry from Murong Quang as he grasped the lance embedded in his shoulder and wrenched it free. Ye Tian, taken aback by Murong Quang's audacity, prepared to increase his force. Yet, Murong Quang suddenly retreated explosively, roaring, "You all, hasten to kill them. We're almost there." Yes, the 1,000-strong escort responded in unison, quickening their pace, while the kingdom's soldiers could only withstand the onslaught, falling one after another to these assailants. The souls of the slain were promptly collected by Murong Quang's system. Hearing Murong Quang's command, the gathered warriors were momentarily stunned, then renewed their assault. With his injured arm, Murong Quang could only barely fend off their attacks, accumulating more and more wounds. After narrowly blocking a strike from Ye Tian, he was struck away by Karp's powerful punch. Murong Quang rolled several times before crashing to the ground. As the crowd prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, Murong Quang slowly rose, propping himself up with his longsword, gazing at them with disdain. "You hypocritical wretches." Unsteadily, he regained his footing, and just as he stabilized, the voice of his system echoed in his mind. Ding. Host's preset item price met. Purchasing. Purchase successful. Loading. Loading complete. Hearing the voice in his mind, a manic grin spread across Murong Quang's face as he looked at the approaching foes. Covered in blood, his almost demonic smile exuded an unsettling aura, resembling that of a devil. "You cannot kill me, nor can you send me back, or punish me. Allow me to show you the power that comes from the divine." The Red A, poised to deliver a fatal blow, furrowed his brow, then retreated swiftly, his gaze fixed intently on the golden aura arising from Murong Quang's form. Witnessing this, Ye Tian's eyes narrowed. He understood that anything tied to the divine was exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, he was uncertain of the nature of Murong Quang's system and its functions, suspecting it enabled him to kill. With this thought, Ye Tian commanded the Montgomery army to thwart Murong Quang's escort while he stood aside, contemplating the hidden trump card Murong Quang was about to unveil. "All enemies, tremble before me. All evildoers, fear my power." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian's eyes turned icy, and he bellowed at the now still crowd, "Attack. We must not allow him to finish his incantation. Otherwise, he will become even more formidable." Murong Quang, startled by Ye Tian's words, felt a surge of urgency and hastened his incantation. The surrounding warriors, prompted by Ye Tian's command, sprang into action. Daegu, positioned at the periphery, aimed his victory hypergun at Murong Quang and squeezed the trigger. A beam of searing light shot directly towards Murong Quang's face. Standing beside Ye Tian, Minyashur inserted the device into his belt. "Masked Rider Kuga." Upon hearing the voice from Minyashur's belt, Ye Tian smiled slightly and nodded. "Go ahead. The armed one is mine." Karp laughed heartily, raising his fist to strike at Murong Quang. In an instant, the arena exploded with color and sound. Boom. Murong Quang, having narrowly evaded Daegu's laser, ultimately could not dodge Karp's punch and was sent flying. Yet at that moment, fragmented words escaped Murong Quang's lips. "The mighty emblem I raise is the fierce camel's mark." Suddenly, Murong Quang halted his backward flight, and the golden light enveloping him reached its zenith. Seeing this, Ye Tian muttered, "The camel's incantation of the godlayer." However, just as he finished speaking, a smirk crept onto his lips as he remarked, "Even if you gain this power, what does it matter? You cannot defeat even Karp, let alone the Emperor Rider. You are incapable of withstanding the ultimate techniques of the others." As if in response, Red A, standing a short distance from Murong Quang, began to chant the incantation for his unique barrier. Ye Tian gathered energy within, slightly lowering his body while raising his lance, pointing its tip directly at Murong Quang. Flying Squirrel, positioned afar, began casting spells, while Demugos and Yalbed transformed forms to assault Murong Quang. Karp, witnessing Murong Quang's resurgence, lunged forward once more, raising his fist to strike. Boom, boom, boom. All attacks converged upon a single point, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of dust and debris. Yet, Murong Quang managed to retreat several meters, his face twisted with rage as he glared at his attackers. With dust-covered hands, he tightened his grip on the longsword and charged towards Karp. Clang! The sword clashed against Karp's armored fist, and Murong Quang's eyes widened in disbelief as he swiftly retreated. He had not anticipated that his strike would fail to breach Karp's defenses, cursing inwardly, "What manner of monster is this?" As he narrowly evaded Karp's incoming fist, he prepared to launch an attack on the nearby Emperor Knight. The sound of his long sword slicing through the armor of the Emperor Knight echoed, causing Murong Quang to pause momentarily, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he gazed at the knight. Just as he was about to speak, the inherent barrier of red swiftly unfolded, enveloping the entire area and capturing everyone present within its confines. Observing the ground littered with a multitude of swords of various designs, Morong Kwang's heart began to race. As Red A's voice resonated, he witnessed the swords that had been embedded in the earth begin to tremble and levitate. With a commanding tone, Red A declared, and the floating swords shot towards Morong Kwang like streaks of light. In response, he could not help but exclaim a curse. What the? He quickly directed an inquiry to his system. Didn't you say they were a newly formed alliance? Not powerful? What is the situation? I can't even breach their defenses. How am I supposed to fight? Ding, system is automatically unbinding. Host, we shall meet again in the future. This system will remember the soul you have contributed. May the mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow eternally until we meet again. Taken aback by the information echoing in his mind, Morong Kwang abruptly threw his head back and laughed heartily. He finally comprehended the true nature of his system. It had been exploiting him all along, leading him to believe it lacked autonomy, and he had been deceived. No wonder they claimed to possess an illegal system. Reflecting on the method he had used to acquire exchange points, it became evident souls were utilized as a means of exchange points, which was indeed illegal. While Morong Kwang remained lost in thought, Karp delivered a powerful punch to his head, causing him to stagger back several paces. Countless shimmering swords in the sky surged towards his direction. In an instant, these swords pierced through his body and lodged themselves into the ground. At that moment, Morong Kwang managed a sorrowful smile. Gazing despondently at those around him, he uttered, I was wrong. I accept the charges against me. However, that illegal system has already severed ties with me. You must capture it and avenge me. As his voice faded, he collapsed onto the ground. Observing this, Ye Tian stepped forward, quietly watching Morong Kwang lying there, and spoke in a calm tone. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have acted. I will not spare a single illegal system. At that moment, a luminous screen appeared before Ye Tian. Detected, the strongest exchange system. Would you like to capture it? Capture. Ye Tian replied resolutely. Capturing in progress. Capture complete. Analysis. The strongest exchange system originates from the demon realm's demon lord, seeking to revive itself through powerful souls. All goods are acquired through the balance principle, exchanging souls. System nature, evil. System processing, 1. Submit to the alliance. The alliance will extract from the balance principle to update the alliance's shop goods. 2. Destroy and submit to the alliance for annihilation. Stunned by the options before him, Ye Tian felt a smile gradually form on his lips as he chose the first option. The alliance shop is being updated. Please wait. Casually closing the screen, he turned to Red A and said, All right, lift the barrier. Upon hearing this, Honga slowly nodded and subsequently dispelled the barrier. As the scene before the crowd blurred, they found themselves back on the battlefield once more. Casting a glance over the chaotic landscape, Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh, then declared, The criminals have been subdued, and the world may return to its rightful course. Morong Kwang, though manipulated, ultimately feels remorse. After his punishment, he may once again enter the cycle of reincarnation. As these words echoed, all eyes turned towards Ye Tian. Meanwhile, the flying squirrel, with a look of perplexity, inquired of Ye Tian, is what you say really of any significance? Can we truly influence his reincarnation? Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in confusion. Ye Tian observed their puzzled expressions and shook his head slightly, then addressed them. Have you forgotten the duties of the boundary envoy that I initially spoke of? At this point, Ye Tian paused, and the others, listening to his words, were taken aback and began to recollect. However, at that very moment, the sky abruptly descended into darkness. A colossal eye materialized within the heavens, and within this immense gaze, thunderous roars echoed, proclaiming its extraordinary nature. Witnessing this, Ye Tian slowly stepped forward, lifting his gaze to meet the eye in the sky, remaining silent. Although the onlookers were bewildered, they instinctively positioned themselves behind Ye Tian, collectively gazing at the celestial phenomenon. After a prolonged silence, a cold voice reverberated from the sky, approved. The voice then addressed Ye Tian once more. Today, an unforeseen anomaly has occurred. The trajectory of the world has shifted. The Alliance and its affiliates retain their memories, while all others shall have theirs erased, returning to the world's original course. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian nodded slowly and turned his attention to the shimmering lights cascading down from the sky. As these lights descended upon the earth, they felt a momentary blur before they found themselves at the entrance of the Imperial camp, the battlefield restored to its pre-conflict state. At that moment, Anak stepped out from the camp and approached the crowd, his demeanor obsequious and somewhat humble. addressing Ye Tian, "You have arrived, mighty undying king, the supreme sovereign." Meanwhile, Kapu stood to the side, his eyes wide as he took in his surroundings, unable to comprehend the reality before him. After a long pause, he finally sighed and murmured, "Is this the power of the boundary envoy?" Upon hearing Anok's words, Fei Shu glanced at Ye Tian, seeking his opinion, still bewildered by the unfolding events. Observing this, Ye Tian offered a faint smile and quietly advised him, "Proceed as usual. Remember to perform the sacrificial magic dedicated to the great mother goat. Just act according to your intentions." Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel nodded slightly. At this moment, having become a member of the immortal race, his mindset had undergone a transformation. He displayed indifference towards anyone who was not a player, occasionally feeling pity for the sacrifices of the virtuous. His emotions found perfect release within the alliance, fostering a profound connection with Ye Tian and the others. However, he felt no such sentiment towards the humans of this alternate world. Thus, he harbored no resistance to Ye Tian's words. The flying squirrel took a few deliberate steps forward, then extended his hand once more to conjure magic. A series of magical circles emerged beneath his feet, soaring toward the heavens. Yet, unlike in the storyline, he patiently awaited the completion of the spell's incantation. Observing this, Ye Tian remained silent, instead engaging in cheerful conversation with those beside him. "Ye Tian, just now." Kapu swallowed hard, casting a wary glance at Ye Tian as he inquired. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile faintly. He then turned to him and said, "This is the agreement signed between the Alliance and the World Will. We possess the capabilities of inspection, guardianship, sanction, and judgment. As long as we adhere to the rules, we shall reap the rewards, and our memories will remain intact." At this point, Ye Tian slowly turned his gaze towards the members of the chat group and continued, "The task has been completed. I have just submitted it, and the rewards will be distributed shortly. Please keep an eye out for them." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in acknowledgement and began to check their notifications. Standing behind Ye Tian, Karp's lips moved slightly, his mind swirling with thoughts. Finally, noticing that Ye Tian was not inclined to discuss his own matters, he could not help but speak up. However, before Karp could finish his sentence, Ye Tian interrupted him directly. And with a flash of light in his hand, he looked at him and said, "Karp." Upon hearing this, Karp was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile began to blossom on his face as he gazed at the envelope that had unexpectedly appeared in Ye Tian's hand. He quickly straightened his posture and stated, "Indeed, your contributions to the eradication of illegal travelers and the retrieval of the unlawful systems are indelible. At this moment, I present to you the invitation." As Ye Tian prepared to hand over the invitation, Karp eagerly extended both hands, his expression solemn as he readied to accept it. However, just as the invitation rested in his palm, Ye Tian paused abruptly, then lifted his gaze intensely, his eyes burning with intensity as he said, "There is something you must know." Upon hearing this, Karp couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. He hastily inquired, "You say I must comply?" He was reminded that he must not divulge excessive information about the Alliance to others, nor reveal the identities of its members. Everything must adhere to the directives of the Alliance leader, which is to say, his orders. Furthermore, there was one crucial point. Although he had joined the Alliance, he would not, for the time being, assume the role of a resident envoy. Ye Tian spoke with a serious expression, enunciating each word deliberately. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Karp nodded solemnly and acknowledged, "I understand." "Very well. In that case, I warmly welcome you to the Alliance. Within this realm, you will encounter a broader world and acquire strength far surpassing what you possess now. After a time, you will realize that the world government is, in truth, rather unremarkable." Ye Tian remarked with a smile directed at Karp. "Indeed," Karp replied, his demeanor serious as he accepted the invitation letter from Ye Tian. However, upon grasping the invitation, he found himself momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ye Tian with a somewhat dazed expression. How does one use this?" In response, Ye Tian shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "Simply open it and take out what is inside." Oh, understood. Understood, Karp hurriedly exclaimed, swiftly tearing open the invitation and extracting a card adorned with the Alliance's emblem. He held the card in his hand, glancing around with palpable excitement. Seeing this, Ye Tian shook his head and directly stated, "Just place the card upon your forehead, and that will suffice." Upon hearing this, Karp couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He nodded slowly and gently placed the card on his forehead. The moment the card made contact, a voice resonated in his mind, "Congratulations, esteemed one. On receiving the invitation to the Multiverse Anti-Anomaly Alliance. As you have entered this alliance through an invitation, you will be granted a 1-month probationary period. During this time, you may speak freely within the alliance, but you will not have access to the alliance space, the ability to open the alliance marketplace. Nor will you receive the envoy badge. Upon completing your probationary period, please submit a written application to the alliance leader. Upon the leader's approval, you will become a formal member with the following rights: access to the alliance marketplace, the alliance space, world traversal, and the envoy role. Regarding world traversal, you must inform the leader and the members of the world you wish to traverse, and only upon their consent may you proceed. For the envoy role, please submit your application after your probation, which will be allocated by the leader, who will provide guidance for your permanent residency in that world. As long as you refrain from indiscriminate violence or actions that severely threaten the world's stability, all your endeavors will be deemed lawful. Karp gazed at the information displayed before him, his smile unwavering. He felt elated, reassured that his choice was indeed wise, even as a mere probationary member. However, at that moment, the flying mouse completed its incantation. Like a gentle breeze, the nearest soldiers of the kingdom collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Anak, standing behind the flying mouse, was momentarily frozen, his mouth agape, his eyes fixated on the fallen soldiers. The imperial soldiers, lined up on either side of the camp, were equally stunned by the unfolding scene, as approximately half of the kingdom's army lay on the ground, oblivious to their fate. What do you think? The flying mouse inquired, its voice devoid of emotion, as it turned to Anak. Startled by the question, Anak stammered, Your magic is incredibly powerful. Use. The flying mouse replied, its tone tinged with discontent. What do you mean? Did I say something wrong? Anak trembled at the flying mouse's words. No, you are not mistaken. However, your choice of words is misplaced. This magic is far from over. It is a tribute to the Black Goat Mother Goddess, who will reward the caster with delightful gifts, a collection of adorable treasures. The flying mouse continued, unfazed by Anak's expression. And it hasn't ended? Anak's voice trembled with uncertainty as he slowly raised his head. In an instant, he was overwhelmed with terror and collapsed to the ground. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, while Karp glanced sympathetically at Ye Tian, murmuring, Isn't this a bit cruel? Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly turned his head to gaze at Karp and remarked, Indeed, yet this is merely the trajectory of the world. There is no need for cruelty. Simply understand that this is the path of existence. Karp nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Although he was unaware of the significance of the world's trajectory that Ye Tian referenced, he recognized that the actions of the flying mouse had not invoked the will of the world, implying that those actions were not erroneous. Being a recent addition to the group, he felt it inappropriate to voice his thoughts, thus he remained silently observing the unfolding scene. Noticing Karp's demeanor, Ye Tian gave a slight nod and chose to disregard him for the moment. At this juncture, 5 black goats had appeared on the battlefield of the kingdom's army, rampaging unabatedly through the ranks, leaving a trail of lamentation in their wake. The flying mouse surveyed the chaos before him, devoid of any stirring emotions. However, upon inadvertently spotting a figure amidst the turmoil, his heart stirred with intrigue. Turning to Ye Tian, he expressed, Brother Ye Tian, I wish to approach someone. Yet before he could finish, Ye Tian interjected, Let us go together. I too wish to meet the man you admire. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, let us proceed. He will not disappoint you. With that, he guided a black goat toward their direction. Standing beside Ye Tian, Hong A and Ming Tian, upon overhearing their conversation, hurriedly inquired, What? Lao Gu has an affinity for a man. My goodness, that taste is rather peculiar. The surrounding crowd, including De Gu and others, turned their heads at the sound of Hong A and Meng Tian, their expressions filled with curiosity as they gazed at the flying squirrel, urging, Lao Gu, do enlighten us. Who is this man that has captured your attention? They exchanged knowing glances, signaling their intrigue. In response, the flying squirrel abruptly turned around, raised his hand to point at Hong A and Meng Tian, and declared loudly to the others, Do not speculate about me. I do not harbor feelings for men. My affections lie with women, not men. Upon hearing this, Hong A's expression hardened, and then he looked at the situation with a serious demeanor, saying, Do not deceive me. You do not even pay attention to the exquisite beauty behind you, yet you claim to fancy women? At this moment, Yaor Bade, who was standing behind the flying squirrel, felt her face flush crimson and immediately leaned against the flying squirrel, shyly exclaiming, "Master Flying Squirrel." Seeing this, the flying squirrel was momentarily taken aback, then mechanically turned to gaze at Ye Tian, who was nestled against him. It seemed he had come to an understanding, casting a wistful glance at Hong A and the others. Without further concern for them, he gently moved Ye Tian aside and remarked, "I am merely a skeleton. What is there to lean upon? We shall discuss it when I possess a body." However, upon hearing this, Ye Tian found it quite effective, while the onlooking Hong A and the others wore mischievous grins, teasingly inquiring, "Discuss it when you have a body? TSK, TSK. Old bone, what do you suppose you will say then?" Upon hearing these words, the flying squirrel was momentarily taken aback, his voice trembling slightly. He then gazed at Ye Tian and slowly began to speak. "Brother Ye Tian. Oh, esteemed leader Ye Tian, could you please manage your subordinates? I am the supreme being, the master of the great tomb of Nazareth, and I still have my dignity to uphold." Initially, Ye Tian, who had been merely observing the scene, was startled by the squirrel's lamentations. He quickly composed himself, his expression growing serious as he turned to address the raucous crowd, particularly Red A and the others. "Ahem, let us set this matter aside for the moment, after all. The old bones are out in the open and require a semblance of respect." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, for they had never truly regarded the flying squirrel with any deference. Rather, they were caught up in the excitement of the moment, momentarily forgetting the gravity of the situation. However, just as the flying squirrel believed the matter had subsided, he heard Ye Tian's voice once more. Ye Tian, lifting his hand to stroke his chin contemplatively, glanced at him and Yalbed with a hint of mischief. Why not become engaged to Yalbed first? The moment these words left his lips, Yalbed was filled with ecstatic joy, her gaze fixed dreamily on the silhouette of the flying squirrel. The squirrel, however, was left in a state of shock, stammering in disbelief. "You must be joking. I, a skeleton. I." In response, Ye Tian shot him an exasperated glance before speaking slowly. "You do realize that a beautiful woman is interested in you, and yet you hesitate? Ahem. Let us discuss this again after I change my appearance." Hearing Ye Tian's remarks, the flying squirrel hastily attempted to defer the conversation. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian ceased his intention to continue speaking and turned his gaze towards the approaching black goat, saying, "Your little treasure has arrived. Let us go and see what kind of person you admire." The flying squirrel, relieved by Ye Tian's change of subject, let out a sigh. He had genuinely feared that Ye Tian would persist in discussing the previous topic. Meanwhile, several tendrils manipulating the black goat lifted everyone up. Standing atop the black goat's head, Ye Tian could not help but press his foot down, then slowly turned to address the group behind him, saying, "Ah, have you discerned what kind of hide this black goat possesses? It feels quite unremarkable underfoot." Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. It was then that Red A spoke first, stating, The essence of magical creation should not be regarded as material, I presume." Rimuru gracefully leaped down from the head of the wolf and began to examine the substance beneath him. After a considerable time, he turned his gaze towards Ye Tian and remarked, "These appear to be dark matter." Hearing Rimuru's observation, Ye Tian nodded thoughtfully and murmured, "It feels almost non-existent to the touch, yet it can securely stabilize the body. Fascinating. What say you, old bone?" Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel glanced at Ye Tian with a hint of irritation and replied, "I am not certain." Resigned to the uncertainty that lingered in his mind, Ye Tian chose to abandon his queries. At that moment, the flying squirrel spoke again. "We have arrived. It is he, the warrior chief of the kingdom, Gujiefu." Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian and the others turned their heads in unison, nodding in acknowledgement. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Ye Tian finally articulated, "Do you intend to subdue him?" Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel slowly nodded. It seemed unlikely. He was exceedingly loyal, and you might not be able to sway him. Ye Tian scrutinized Gujiefu with a serious gaze. Acknowledging Ye Tian's words, the flying squirrel also nodded in agreement. However, he still felt reluctant to give up, and thus turned to the few people standing behind him. "I will take a look. It feels rather unsatisfactory to abandon it just like that." The others, upon hearing this, nodded in unison, expressing their approval, and soon began to converse while perched atop the black goat. "Ye Tian, my brother, what exactly was that technique used by Murong Quan? How did his power seemingly increase 100-fold after he recited that incantation, rendering his injuries inconsequential?" Ming Tian inquired softly as he approached Ye Tian. The others, upon hearing this, turned their attention towards Ye Tian. Even Carp, who had been keeping watch, perked up his ears to listen intently. Seeing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, then addressed Meng Tian. Very well, I shall explain it to you all. With that, Ye Tian settled down into a meditative position, prompting everyone else to sit as well, attentively listening to his words. The technique that Murong Quang employed is called power, or word spirit. This phenomenon may be described as magic, yet it also defies the very essence of magic. To acquire such power, one must slay a god of rebellion, and upon doing so, they are left in a state of near demise. Through the reincarnation technique, Pandora transfers the defeated god's powers and a corporeal form capable of contending with divine beings as a reward to the conqueror, thus transforming them into a demon king slayer of gods. As soon as Ye Tian's voice fell, Dagu raised his hand, looking at Ye Tian with a puzzled expression. If that is the case, how could someone capable of defeating a god? However, before he could finish, Ye Tian directly interrupted him. It is evident that Murong Quang has not been in this world for long, and his system is an exchange system. It allows for the trading of human souls for various skills and items. Although he has not slain a god of rebellion, he can still exchange a soul for a power within his system. Moreover, did you not notice? After he utilized the power, despite his 100-fold enhancement, he was utterly incapable of withstanding your attacks. In summary, he merely acquired an ability without the corresponding physique. His power may have escalated, yet his body cannot sustain it. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, indicating their understanding. Observing their contemplative expressions, Ye Tian chose not to disturb them. Instead, he quietly opened his backpack and discovered a lottery ticket within. Carefully extracting the ticket, he examined it, and in an instant, a roulette appeared before his eyes. Spotting a small opening on the roulette, Ye Tian did not hesitate to insert the ticket. The moment he did so, the roulette transformed dramatically. It now featured 6 options: technology, ability, bloodline, cultivation technique, summoning, and unknown. At the center of the roulette, a start symbol emerged. Without hesitation, Ye Tian pressed it. As he did, the roulette began to spin erratically. Ye Tian's gaze remained fixed on the pointer. Finally, the roulette came to a halt, and the pointer settled on the ability option. Confusion engulfed Ye Tian's mind. Ability? What kind of ability? This was rather vague. Just as he was lost in thought, the letters on the roulette changed, revealing a myriad of world names. Ye Tian couldn't help but exclaim, I must say, this is much more intuitive. At the very least, I can discern the origin of the ability. However, he need not intervene further, as the roulette began spinning on its own. After a considerable duration, the pointer landed on a specific world, prompting Ye Tian's curiosity. Yet, the rapid visuals and small text rendered him unable to discern the details. As Ye Tian stood in bewilderment, a notification chimed in the chat group. Congratulations, Ye Tian. The leader has obtained the god of victory Velasrana's powers from the world of god slayers. Let us congratulate him. Ye Tian, the leader. Well. I was just giving it a try. Who knew it would announce it to the entire screen? Red A, what the hell? This is so ostentatious. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, too ostentatious. Slime, can't tolerate this. Big Ancient Stew. Exactly, I've never seen someone so arrogant. Congratulations, Big Ancient Stew, for obtaining the perfect version of the Thunder Fruit from the world of pirates. Let us celebrate his achievement. Arrogant King Xiaoming. Red A. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. What the? How's this happening? Slime. Exactly. Why did I only get a pack of gum? This must be a conspiracy. Ye Tian, the leader. Congratulations, Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, for obtaining the character template of the Dragon Hunter from the Game Honor of Kings. Let us congratulate him. Red A. So I'm just a self-celebrating act. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, ahem. Well, I think this lottery is quite decent. Big Ancient Stew. Indeed, although I don't know what the Thunder Fruit is. It must be something good if it can be announced. Kapu, of course, it's the Thunder Fruit, especially the perfect version. Although I don't understand what perfect version entails. The Thunder Fruit is undeniably powerful. Ye Tian, the leader. Congratulations, Big Ancient. You'll be able to manipulate thunder and become the Thunder God. Big Ancient Stew, really? Is it that powerful? Kapu. Yes, it truly is. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. I can't shake the feeling that what I drew is a bit. Ye Tian, the leader. You're quite lucky. You've drawn something that belongs to you. However, had you not joined this group, you might never have obtained it. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Brother Ye Tian, that sounds a bit ambiguous. What do you mean I would never obtain it? You just said it's mine. Ye Tian, the leader. Take a closer look at the differences. Think about it carefully. Can that thing be the same? Dragon Hunter, Ye Tian. Oh no. I was turned into a game template. Ye Tian, the leader. What do you think my summoned Ming family army came from? Dragon Hunter, Ye Tian. So the power I gave you turned into a game template when it reached you? Oh no. Ye Tian, the leader. Yes. What did you think? Congratulations, Red A, for obtaining the Marine 6 styles from the world of pirates. Let us congratulate him. Red A, Marine 6 styles? Does this mean I'm becoming a warrior? Ye Tian, the leader. I suppose the roulette saw your impatience and decided to grant you some defense? Kapu, haha. Slime, conspiracy. Conspiracy. I want to report this. This is definitely a conspiracy. Ye Tian, the leader. People live for happiness. Take it easy. Slime, take it easy. Red A, a pack of gum is acceptable? By the way, does Slime need to clean his mouth? Does he have teeth? Dragon Hunter, Ye Tian, I don't know. Big Ancient Stew, don't bully Rimuru. It's not easy for him to come to another world and obtain something from home. Isn't that a nice memento? Slime, Big Ancient, thank you. Red A, haha. Ye Tian, the leader, cough, cough, all right, just a bit of playful teasing is fine. Otherwise, Rimuru might get anxious. Slime, I'm already anxious. Slime, but thankfully, Minya didn't acquire anything good. Hiki, that comforts me a lot. Congratulations, arrogant King Xiaoming, for obtaining time-stopping abilities from the Zio world. Let us congratulate him. Red A, haha. Did Rimuru exhaust his luck during the crossover? Did he trade his luck for looks? Ye Tian, the leader. Well. Slime, I'm done for. Big Ancient Stew, I can release thunder now. Sugwadi. Red A, impressive. Ye Tian, the leader. In the future, you can transform into thunder. Make sure to practice your ability, as it will benefit you greatly. Kapu, yes, indeed. I desire this ability myself. Slime, Red A and Dragon Hunter, Ye Tian, both of you stop. Don't pinch me anymore. Ye Tian, the leader. What's going on? After sending the messages, Ye Tian hastily exited the chat group and glanced towards the location where Rimuru was. He discovered 2 burly men atop the black goat's head, one holding Rimuru's body, carelessly rubbing it, while the other scrutinized him, murmuring, "Why can't I discern the gender? I must say, you two have gone too far," Rimuru stammered. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian could not help but let out a chuckle. It's impossible to discern their gender. However, as Ye Tian laughed, Rimuru turned his gaze toward him and exclaimed, Ye Tian, save me." Observing Rimuru, who was still being tormented by the two, Ye Tian sighed. Then turned to Red A and said, "All right, Amiya, let him go." Upon hearing those words, Red A accelerated once more, kneading twice before gradually releasing her grip. With the tormenting hands finally loosened, Rimuru swiftly escaped Red A's clutches and leapt onto Ye Tian's lap. The moment he landed in Ye Tian's embrace, Rimuru, akin to a mistreated bride, began to weep, launching a most pitiful lament against Red A and Ye Tian. In that instant, the sorrowful sounds echoed like the mournful cries of Ming Jiangnu weeping over the Great Wall, while the tears cascaded like the relentless river, thoroughly soaking Ye Tian's attire. As Ye Tian gazed at Rimuru, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes, and he proceeded to embrace and torment him further. Just then, Red A hurriedly approached and remarked to Ye Tian, "To be honest, the texture of the slime is truly remarkable." Feeling the relentless onslaught from 2 sets of hands upon his diminutive form, Rimuru struggled desperately, pleading for mercy. Yet, Ye Tian remained unfazed, continuing his playful torment while declaring, "You brought this upon yourself, drenching my clothes. This is my game. I was wrong." Rimuru cried out in despair, his form contorting under Ye Tian's grip. Meanwhile, as their playful skirmish unfolded, Fei Shu stood resolutely opposite Gu Jiefu. "Have you made your decision?" Fei Shu inquired solemnly. "Yes, I have decided. I shall remain loyal to the king for all my days, never to betray." Gu Jiefu replied, lifting his sword with a faint smile, his gaze fixed upon Fei Shu. "Do you understand the consequences? Should I take action, you will undoubtedly." Before Fei Shu could finish, Gu Jiefu interrupted, "Your Excellency, the Sorcerer King, I am aware of the repercussions. Though I know I am not your match, I still wish to give it a try." Upon hearing this, the flying mouse ceased its speech, gradually lowering its head to gaze at the longsword held by Gu Jiefu. It then spoke, "This weapon is quite remarkable. Might I receive it as a gift afterward?" Hearing the flying mouse's words, Gu Jiefu couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh, and with a serious expression, he replied. "Please spare me, Your Excellency the Sorcerer King. This weapon is lent to me by the king and cannot be bestowed upon you." In response, the flying mouse displayed no anger, instead nodding slightly. After casually inspecting the weapon in Gujiefu's hand, it remarked, "This weapon is indeed rare, capable of inflicting harm upon me." Upon hearing this, Gujie felt momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the flying mouse, somewhat perplexed. Observing his reaction, the flying mouse let out a soft chuckle and then retrieved a dagger from his backpack. He addressed Gujie directly, stating, "This dagger possesses attributes identical to your weapon, albeit with superior qualities. Behold." With that, he drew the blade across his own face, a faint incision appearing on his skeletal visage, only to heal almost instantaneously. Witnessing this, Gujie became even more resolute in his decision to withhold his weapon from the flying mouse. An item capable of injuring a formidable being was undoubtedly a rare treasure. As Gujie fell into contemplation, the flying mouse was about to speak when a voice from behind him interrupted. "Hey, old bones, hasten up. It's time to retreat. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted." Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel could not help but slowly shake his head. He then looked at him and said, "It is my fortune to befriend them. Through their companionship, I have encountered vistas previously unseen." "Unseen vistas, you say? It is perplexing, for how could one such as you, an immortal, forge friendships with humans?" Jijiv discreetly sought to glean this limited information. Hearing Jijiv's seemingly mocking words, the flying squirrel remained unperturbed and gently replied, "You are mistaken. When I was still human, I was already friends with them." "Very well, it is time to begin." With that, the flying squirrel took 2 steps back, standing quietly as he regarded Jijiv. "Ah, it is time to commence." Jijiv tightened his grip on the longsword. "You two over there, please give us the signal to start." The flying squirrel casually glanced at Clem and Brian, who stood nearby. Upon hearing this, the 2 individuals were momentarily taken aback, lowering their heads in silence. Observing their reaction, Gujiev smiled faintly and turned to Clem, saying, "Clem, I implore you." After a period of persuasion, Clem finally produced a bell, preparing to signal. In that instant, 2 silhouettes swiftly emerged behind the flying squirrel. "Supreme One, allow your subordinates to handle this. He is unworthy to battle you," Demi-Ugios stated respectfully from behind the flying squirrel. As the 2 appeared, Gujief's pupils constricted sharply, and he murmured to himself, "Another pair of extraordinary powerhouses." Meanwhile, Brian and Clem stood frozen, speechless, their gazes fixed intently on the 2 figures behind the flying squirrel, their thoughts mirroring those of Gujief. While the 3 were lost in contemplation, the flying squirrel spoke directly, "Allow me to handle this." "Understood." Following their acknowledgement, Demi-Ugios and Yalbed stepped back, quietly positioning themselves, just as the 2 prepared for battle. In another realm, the victory team's command room was bustling. The door opened slowly, and Lena, clad in her victory team uniform, hurriedly entered, addressing her captain, Kiama K. With urgency, "Captain, I searched the entire battlefield but could not find Dagu." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jianhui abruptly rose to his feet and turned to gaze at Yewai, who was seated by the computer. "Yewai, search for the PDA signal of Dagu. See if you can locate it," he commanded, responding swiftly to Zhu Jianhui's directive. Yewai fervently began to strike the keyboard. However, the more he searched, the more anxious he became. After a prolonged period, Yewai, drenched in sweat, looked at Zhu Jianhui and Lena with urgency, exclaiming, "Captain, there is no trace of Dagu." Upon hearing Yewai's words, Zhu Jianhui slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. The others, including Zhongfang, sat in stunned silence. The absence of Dagu's signal could only imply 2 grim possibilities. Either he had been captured by a monster, or, in that moment, Zhu Jianhui, seemingly despondent, instructed Yewai, "Can you check the monitors for any signs of Dagu before his disappearance?" "I will try," Yewai replied eagerly, nodding. After some time, Yewai suddenly lifted his head, looking at Zhu Jianhui, and stammered, "See, Captain." Upon hearing this, Lena abruptly turned her head to gaze at Yeri and inquired, "Have you found anything?" Observing Lena's anxious demeanor, Yeri hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly and uncertainly responding. "The team led by Dagus seems to have entered a black hole. I will project it onto the big screen immediately." As soon as the words left his lips, the image on the large screen shifted instantaneously, and Dagu's voice emerged enveloped in a radiant light. Upon witnessing Dagu stepping out from the brilliance, Huey's expression froze in astonishment, and she murmured softly, "The light. Is it Diga? Daegu, you truly have concealed yourself well." On the screen, Daegu placed an object back into his embrace, momentarily standing still in a daze. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered in Daega's hand, and a card materialized. Daega casually glanced at the card before abruptly crushing it in his grip. At the instant Daegu crushed the card, a black hole appeared before him. Initially, he tentatively extended a leg into the void, and then, without hesitation, he dashed fully into it. The video concluded at this point, leaving the individuals in the command room enveloped in a profound silence, disbelief permeating their expressions. In the Overlord world, the flying squirrel stood before the camp, addressing the gathered crowd. "Are we not going to play?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian smiled faintly and then spoke. "No, there are still matters in that world that require my attention, and I cannot be away for too long." The others present nodded in agreement upon hearing Ye Tian's words. "Well then, it seems we can only gather at a later time," said Fei Shu, a hint of regret in his voice. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. All right, I must take my leave." With that, Ye Tian opened a black hole beside him, bid farewell to the crowd, and stepped inside with Carp. The others also took their leave, bidding farewell to Fei Shu before departing from the Overlord world. In the Tiga world, within the command room of the victory team, the previously silent group was suddenly roused by a loud shout from Yali. "Captain, we have detected a signal from Dagu's PDA." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look. Meanwhile, Yurue deftly manipulated the keyboard, and the large screen instantly transformed, revealing Dagu standing in a secluded corner. Behind him, a dark void was rapidly vanishing. Observing this, Zhu Jianhui prepared to communicate with Dagu, only to discover that electric sparks coursed across Dagu's body. And in an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing several meters away. Witnessing this, the onlookers gaped in astonishment, utterly unable to fathom how Dagu could move so swiftly. Unbeknownst to Dagu, a camera in his vicinity was relaying his actions back to the command room of the victory team. "Yirue, delete this footage. Ensure no one sees it." Zhu Jianhui instructed in a hushed tone after a brief silence. "Understood," Yirue replied, continuing to operate the computer with urgency. Zhu Jianhui paid no mind to Yirue's actions and slowly turned to address those present, stating, "Let us all help keep this matter confidential regarding Dagu. If too many people learn of his identity, it may invite trouble." Agreed, the others nodded in compliance. Their camaraderie with Dagu was strong, and they understood that the captain was acting in Dagu's best interest, so they readily acquiesced. In the pirate world, within the ship's cabin, a black hole gradually materialized. Ye Tian emerged with an air of calm, followed closely by a visibly excited Carp. Ye Tian slowly removed his coat and then collapsed onto the bed, languidly gazing at Carp, saying, "Carp, go attend to your matters. I wish to rest for a while." Upon hearing this, Carp naturally had no objections. After responding affirmatively, he proceeded to exit. As he walked along the corridor towards the deck, his mind was abuzz with contemplation. The experiences he had gained were immensely rewarding. Not only had he witnessed numerous astonishing events, but he had also become a member of Ye Tian's organization. Although he could not divulge too much information, he sought to subtly alert certain individuals. For a long time, he had harbored disdain for the celestial dragons, and this might just be a rare opportunity. After observing the capabilities of that group, Carp was convinced that as long as Ye Tian wished to address the celestial dragons, there would be no obstacles in his path. However, there were still many matters to arrange beforehand, and haste was unwarranted. Thus, as Carp's intricate thoughts meandered, time passed swiftly. On this day, the Navy's warship gradually approached the shore. Noticing this, Carp turned slowly to glance at Ye Tian, who was reclining on a chaise longue, basking in the sun, and remarked, "Ye Tian, we have arrived at the naval headquarters." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian gradually opened his drowsy eyes and gazed at the structure before him. He then slowly sat up from the beach chair, looking languidly at Carp and murmuring, "Oh, have we arrived?" Carp nodded slowly, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes as he regarded Ye Tian. "What would you like to do? Shall I arrange a leisurely position for you?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Carp was momentarily taken aback, and then he let out a wistful sigh. Observing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile softly. And then he addressed Carp, to not kill Admiral Zifa, to uphold justice throughout one's life. However, in this merciless sea, compassion finds no place. A single misstep could invite retribution. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Carp nodded in agreement, then remarked, "Indeed, It is a pity that fellow is too stubborn to be swayed. In response to Carp's statement, Ye Tian, with an unusually serious expression, declared, in a world where the law is sound and everyone reveres justice, refraining from killing may not guarantee favorable outcomes. In this world, to abstain from killing is to invite disaster upon oneself. Indeed, Carp replied, his demeanor heavy with contemplation. Finally, as if struck by a thought, he turned his gaze to Ye Tian and quietly inquired, what do you believe justice is in this world? Upon hearing this, Ye Tian gazed at Carp in astonishment and remarked, did you not say you were a rear admiral? Carp murmured, I am asking you. I wish to hear your perspective. Observing the earnest expression on Carp's face, Ye Tian refrained from evading the topic and replied directly. The term justice is inherently difficult to define, and interpretations of justice vary widely. Therefore, I cannot provide a definitive answer. Is the Navy synonymous with justice? Carp looked at Ye Tian with hopeful eyes. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but scratch his head, and then looked at him and said, one could say it's a 50-50 situation. I won't elaborate further, but you have a rough idea. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Carp gradually fell into silence. However, Ye Tian then spoke up, please arrange a place for us to settle down. I still need to pay a visit to ZFA shortly. Upon hearing this, Carp ceased his contemplation, slowly nodded, and then led the way down the warship, guiding Belmer and the others towards his villa. After ensuring everything was in order, Carp turned to Ye Tian and said, let us visit Zephyr. We might as well deliver these two young talents. All right, Ye Tian nodded in agreement, indicating his indifference, and then followed Garp with Goena and Zoro toward the elite training camp for Navy cadets. At the entrance of the camp, Zephyr was already awaiting their arrival. He had just received a call from Garp, who mentioned he would be sending over 2 promising recruits. Zephyr was genuinely pleased to see his old friend. Their bond had remained steadfast over the years. Just as Zephyr was lost in nostalgia, a hearty laugh echoed nearby. Haha, Zephyr, I have arrived, Garp exclaimed. And Zephyr responded with a wide grin, Garp, it's been ages. After exchanging pleasantries, Zephyr's gaze shifted to the 3 individuals beside Garp. Observing Ye Tian and his companions, Zephyr's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he inquired, Garp, who are these 3? Upon hearing this, Garp could not help but shake his head. He then turned to Zephyr and remarked, it is not Ye Tian, but rather Goena and Zoro. Their talents are indeed remarkable. Zephyr, who had been filled with excitement, was momentarily taken aback by Carp's words. A playful smile soon adorned his face as he inquired, Ye Tian, my little brother? When did you take such a young lad as your? After speaking, he instinctively reached out to ruffle Ye Tian's hair, only to have Ye Tian slightly tilt his head to evade the gesture. Observing this, Zephyr was not angered. Instead, he looked earnestly at Carp and said, this young lad is quite the promising talent. Are you certain you do not wish to let him in? Upon hearing this, Carp couldn't help but let out a rueful chuckle and remarked, you still wish to draw him into further training? Such a promising talent would indeed be a shame to squander. Zephyr replied with utmost seriousness, no need for that. I can't even defeat him. If anyone is to undergo further training, it should be me, Carp lamented, his expression one of despondency. The moment those words left his lips, the individuals present were momentarily struck dumb, enveloped in an eerie silence. Even Goena and Zoro, standing beside Ye Tian, turned in astonishment to gaze at him. They had come to realize Carp's formidable strength over the past few days, yet they could hardly fathom that Ye Tian was even more powerful than Carp. This revelation instilled within them a profound sense of disbelief. Zephyr, however, managed an awkward smile before saying, Carp, old friend, are you jesting with me? Come. Let us take a seat. Moreover, we ought to discuss the fate of your young brother here. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly raised his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then turned to ZFA and remarked, I have witnessed the grandeur of a general who does not kill, but I am curious about your true strength. Meanwhile, the hand that was about to reach out towards Carp hesitated and gradually found its way into his pocket. A knowing smile appeared at the corner of ZFA's mouth as he replied, interesting. You are Ye Tian, are you not? Since you are aware of my existence, I trust you also comprehend my power. Are you certain? In response to ZFA's words, Ye Tian chuckled softly, tilting his head slightly as he inquired, how do you compare to Carp? Surely, you do not claim to be stronger than him. I am eager to test your abilities to discern whether your prowess is genuine or merely empty bravado. Zfa regarded Ye Tian with great interest and replied, "Upon hearing your challenge, I cannot help but chuckle as well. After surveying our surroundings, you do not intend to duel here, do you? My destructive capacity is rather considerable." Upon hearing these words, Zephyr's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of intrigue. He was certain that Ye Tian possessed genuine prowess. Even if he did not surpass Carp, he would not fall far behind. What astounded him even more was the realization that Ye Tian was still a mere child. Yet he exhibited strength akin to that of Carp. Was this world truly so chaotic, or had it spiraled into madness? With this thought, Zephyr's resolve solidified, and he decided to test Ye Tian's abilities. He turned to Ye Tian and said, "Let us proceed. I know a suitable place for our contest." With that, he walked directly towards the camp. Along the way, Zephyr summoned his aide, instructing him to gather the elite class members who were currently training to witness the duel between him and Ye Tian. Meanwhile, Ye Tian had little time to heed Zephyr, as he was being pulled by Kuina and Zoro, both eager to challenge him. In the arena, Sengoku stood upon a platform, flanked by Crane and two admirals, Kazara and Akiji. Below the platform lay numerous tiers of spectators. From a distance, the venue bore a striking resemblance to a gladiatorial arena. As Sengoku observed Carp, who stood not far from Ye Tian, he turned to Crane, inquiring, "Crane, you summoned Carp. I wonder what his intentions are." At that moment, Zephyr descended slowly from one of the stands, where a group of elite trainees clad in training uniforms gathered. Zephyr approached the center of the arena, standing directly opposite Ye Tian, his gaze calm and unwavering. Ye Tian nodded slightly in acknowledgement and, amidst the crowd's watchful eyes, gradually raised a hand. Just as Carp was about to call out to Sengoku, he bellowed, "Begin." Zephyr, observing Ye Tian's raised hand, asked, "Young Ye Tian, do you have any questions?" However, Ye Tian merely cast him a sidelong glance and shook his head. Then, a clear and resonant voice emanated from him. "I am the strongest, the one who holds all victories. Whether human or demon, I shall vanquish any foe that stands before me. Almighty Bull with a golden horn, grant me your aid." Zephyr regarded Ye Tian, enveloped in a soft glow, with keen interest and remarked, "An intriguing ability, but are you certain you have time to employ it?" No sooner had he spoken than Zephyr vanished from sight, reappearing instantly before Ye Tian. His right hand, enveloped in armament haki, surged with unparalleled force as it struck towards Ye Tian's chest. Yet, just as Zephyr's fist was about to make contact, Ye Tian swiftly raised his already armored hand, palm outward, effortlessly meeting Zephyr's strike. The moment their fists collided, a tempestuous gust erupted from their combined weight. Ye Tian then pivoted slightly, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Zephyr's waist, which Zephyr adeptly blocked. In a flurry of exchanges, neither combatant found themselves at a disadvantage. Then, with a sudden leap, Ye Tian perched upon Zephyr's arm, swiftly shifting to his shoulder, preparing to ensnare Zephyr's neck with a scissor kick. However, Zephyr reacted with remarkable speed, grasping Ye Tian's legs and spinning him before casting him aside. Unbeknownst to Zephyr, as he hurled Ye Tian away, the latter's voice resonated once more. "You have breached the covenant, bringing sin to this world. The Lord decrees that sinners must face judgment. Crush their spine, extract their sinews, hair, and brain matter, and trample their blood and soil together. If I am one whose sharp fangs cannot approach, then he." Upon hearing this, Carp's eyelids involuntarily twitched, and he steeled himself to respond. "Ahem. Well, his origins are somewhat peculiar, but, ahem, it's not a significant matter, really." Having said that, Carp awkwardly averted his gaze elsewhere, disregarding Sengoku. At this moment, Sengoku's forehead bore the unmistakable mark of frustration, and he promptly slapped Carp on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You dare bring back someone with peculiarities? What were you thinking, Admiral Carp? Could you please enlighten me on your thought process?" Meanwhile, Admiral Tsuru fixed her gaze intently on Carp, and observing Sengoku's rising ire, she gently urged, "Carp, you must disclose everything you know. Do not conceal anything from us. For otherwise, Sengoku will surely apprehend that young one." Upon hearing this, Carp's expression became serious as he turned to Sengoku and Crane, saying, "You two must understand. Do not provoke him. If he desires, annihilating this world would be but a trivial task." However, scarcely had Carp's words fallen when the yellow monkey, with a rather lecherous grin, interjected, "Today's youth, how terrifying. Admiral Carp, this matter cannot be taken lightly. You should reveal the truth to Admiral Crane." The lethargic Akiji finally spoke. Sengoku and Crane exchanged glances before directing their gaze toward Ye Tian below the arena, then turning back to Carp, demanding, Carp. This is no jest. Tell us the truth. Who exactly is he? Upon hearing this, Carp couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Do you know where I went some time ago? Where? Sengoku asked, his brows furrowed in concern. To another world, Carp replied, his gaze distant. I witnessed their overwhelming power, delivering judgment upon the wicked. I am aware that they will soon unleash war, but not in this realm. The four of them were momentarily taken aback by Carp's words. Sengoku, with a stern expression, shouted, Carp, this is not the time for jest. Be serious. Observing Sengoku's furrowed brow, Carp shook his head. Then turned to look at Ye Tian, who was engaged in battle. We all know that the celestial dragons claim to be descendants of the gods. But that is merely self-aggrandizement. However, what they represent is this world. They declare, you are guilty, and thus, the entire world cannot accommodate you. This is not merely a bounty from the world government. It is as if heaven and earth itself are declaring a manhunt against you. Carp recollected the events from a few days prior, when Ye Tian and his companions faced Muron Kwang, his expression grave. Carp. Sengoku listened intently, his teeth clenched. He could hardly believe such a tale. How could there be gods in this world? If they could declare someone guilty, what was the role of the fleet admiral? Seeing Sengoku's demeanor, Carp shook his head, his expression serious. I must caution you. Should you attempt to apprehend him, you will face the aggression of more than 5 worlds. Perhaps even more, with a combined force exceeding 10 million. The four present regarded Carp with furrowed brows, sensing the gravity of his words. Sitting nearby, Akiji's gaze was fixed intently on Ye Tian, who was locked in a fierce exchange with Zephyr. In a low murmur, he pondered. Could it truly be as the elders have said? After a prolonged silence, Tsuru finally spoke. Carp, is what you say true? Upon hearing her inquiry, Carp nodded solemnly. Can this child possess such influence? It is beyond imagination. Sengoku inhaled deeply. His influence? He is the leader of that organization, overseeing all matters of this world, Carp replied, his voice heavy with concern. He hoped Sengoku would understand that issuing a bounty on Ye Tian would be straightforward, but the repercussions would be insurmountable. How come we had no inkling of this before? A person of such stature should not have gone unnoticed, Tsuru reflected, her brow furrowed in thought. That organization is. Before Carp could finish his sentence, a surge of electricity coursed through his body, enveloping him in a blinding light. The others exclaimed, Carp. Carp, are you all right? After a lengthy pause, Carp sat heavily in his chair, falling silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I cannot tell you any more. What just happened? Sengoku inquired urgently, observing Carp's silence. I have joined them. After a month, once my probation period is over, I will apply. Carp's voice trailed off, leaving a heavy silence in the air. Exchanging glances, Tsuru and Sengoku were struck by shock. They had already anticipated the implications of Carp's unfinished statement. Managing an entire world is something only gods could accomplish, and Carp's words implied that Ye Tian and those behind him were indeed akin to deities. Not only Sengoku and Tsuru, but even the usually aloof Kizaru was transformed, his eyes shimmering with intrigue as he watched Ye Tian, pondering something unknown to the others. Meanwhile, Akiji's hands were clenched, his breath quickening as he fixated on Ye Tian in the arena. In the arena, Ye Tian held his sword, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at the battered Zephyr. Mr. Zephyr, let's call it a day for now. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's somewhat stooped figure gradually straightened, accompanied by a faint crackle of bones. Observing the dust that clung to the otherwise unblemished Ye Tian, he spoke with a wry smile. It seems there is no other choice. Yet, I never imagined that the relentless waves of the Yangtze would push the previous waves into such a predicament at the hands of the latter. Catching Zephyr's words, Ye Tian chuckled softly. My methods may be somewhat haphazard, yet any means that empower oneself are commendable. Zephyr nodded slightly in agreement and then remarked, that is indeed a valid point. Let us proceed. I suspect Sengoku is growing impatient. With that, he reached out to take Ye Tian's hand, intending to ascend to the platform. However, just as his hand extended, he abruptly paused, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, I almost forgot. Your strength is not inferior to mine. Come, let us go together. With that, he gracefully stepped forward, moving towards the platform where Sengoku and the others awaited. Observing Zephyr's solitary ascent, Ye Tian shook his head and followed suit, employing the same elegant stride towards the high platform. Upon their arrival, the others regarded Ye Tian with a peculiar expression as he entered alongside Zephyr. Noticing this, Ye Tian furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at Carp, who stood nearby and was nodding in his direction, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness. This revelation caused Ye Tian's heart to sink. The only circumstance that could render Carp visibly uncomfortable was the fact that he had likely informed Sengoku and the others about the alliance matter while Ye Tian and Zephyr were engaged in their contest. Otherwise, they would not display such expressions. Ye Tian shot a disgruntled glance at Carp before slowly articulating, "Well then, could you casually assign me a minor position?" Upon hearing this, before the warring states could respond, Zephyr directly interjected, "Little Leaf, my goodness, this simply will not do. Given your formidable strength, how can you squander your days idly? You ought to dominate the 4 seas instead." Upon hearing this, a cold sweat trickled down Ye Tian's forehead. He then glanced at Carp, signaling him with his eyes, "I cannot handle this person. It's your turn." Standing to the side, Carp instantly comprehended Ye Tian's gaze and subtly nodded in acknowledgement, returning a knowing look. "Oh, JBK, watch and learn from me." After conveying this silent message, Carp cleared his throat and tactfully interrupted Zephy's discourse, gradually articulating, "Well, Ye Tian is still quite young and should not venture out so soon. Let him grow a bit more before we discuss such matters. A child of his age ought to engage in play and merriment, and it is best not to set sail prematurely." Upon hearing this, Crane nudged Sengoku beside her, signaling that it was his turn to speak. "Ahem. Indeed. Carp is correct. At such a tender age, children should be allowed to frolic and enjoy their youth. Setting sail at this juncture would be ill-advised. How about this? I have just conferred with Crane and the others, and we have decided to grant Ye Tian the rank of major. Let him remain at headquarters for a few years until he is older." Sengoku hastily interjected. Upon hearing this, Zephyr couldn't help but glance at the surrounding figures of the Crane and the Yellow Monkey, along with Qingji, as his gaze swept past them. The Yellow Monkey also nodded in agreement. Observing this, Zephyr decided not to press the matter further. He had been somewhat anxious moments before. However, upon reflection, he realized it was indeed prudent, for Ye Tian was still young, and embarking on a journey at such an early age might prove detrimental. Very well. Let it be as it is. You all have a point. The others, upon hearing Zephyr relent, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sengoku, watching Ye Tian, offered a subtle smile, and then spoke. "Ye Tian, should you require assistance, feel free to come directly to me, and I will see to it that your needs are met." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian nodded and said, "Yes, understood. I will arrange for your military uniform to be made promptly. Since you have just arrived, you are still staying at Carp's place, correct? I will organize a set for you, as it is rather inconvenient for so many people to share accommodations." Sengoku spoke in a calm voice. In response, Ye Tian eagerly nodded. Indeed, Carp's villa is rather small. It's quite cramped with so many people. Meanwhile, in another realm, the world of Diga, in the command room of the victory team, Dagu hurriedly approached the door. Taking a deep breath to steady himself and gradually calming his rapid breaths before stepping inside. Within the command room, Yirue addressed the team in a low voice. "Everyone, please pay attention. Dagu is just outside." Upon hearing this, the individuals who had been gathered together swiftly made their way to their respective positions to resume their tasks. At that moment, Dagu entered the command room, observing his colleagues diligently engaged in their work. He approached Yu Jianhui, standing with his feet together, and declared loudly, "Report. Captain, I have returned." Upon hearing this, Jianhui did not even glance at him, simply nodding before stating, "Yes, you're back. Get to work." "Understood," Dagu replied, making his way to his seat. Observing Dagu's retreating figure, a subtle smile began to grace Jianhui's lips. In the chat group, Dagu exclaimed, "I was terrified." Wu Qi Jiten inquired, "What happened?" Dagu continued, "I just returned to the command room, expecting some kind of reprimand. But the captain merely instructed me to return to my seat and get on with my tasks, without asking anything at all." Wu Qi Jiten responded, TSK. Look at you being so cautious. Be bold. What's the big deal about missing work?" Slime chimed in, "Exactly. Missing work isn't the end of the world. You must recognize that you're no longer the same as before." Wu Qi Jiten added, "Slime, he's not a time traveler." Slime replied, "Oh, I see. Well, I used to skip work whenever I pleased." Dagu admitted, "Please stop. I'm timid and don't dare." Wu Qi Jiten teased, TSK. "Here you are, claiming to be Ultraman, a hero, yet afraid to miss work." Slime echoed, "Indeed, Dagu, take a leaf out of our book. This is wisdom, you know. Be fearless, it's just a few days' wages, after all." Dagu pondered, I think I'll pass." Hong'e interjected, "You two homebuddies, what are you up to? Leading the young astray?" Dagu stammered, "Why, youngsters?" Wu Chi Jitan cleared his throat. Slime responded, "How could that be?" Wu Chi Jitan justified, "I'm just imparting some wisdom, encouraging him to be bold." Hong'e remarked, "TSK. I have little regard for you." Ye Tian Ming Zhu chimed in, "You two are hopeless. That isn't a regular job. It's life and death. Can it be compared to your previous mundane tasks? Dagu, be courageous. After all this effort, what essay day off?" Dagu acquiesced. Ye Tian Ming Zhu continued, "By the way, do you have a place to stay? I haven't enjoyed modern society in ages. I miss it." Dagu replied, I do have a place, but are you really sure you want to come over?" Ye Tian Ming Zhu affirmed, "Yes, absolutely. The world of Minyashi is dull. He gets confused at times. If I go, I'd be even more bewildered, so I feel your world would be more entertaining." Wu Chi Shitan agreed. "I miss it too." Slime echoed, "So do I." Ye Tian Ming Zhu proposed, "Shall we go together?" Slime agreed, "Good idea." Wu Chi Shitan mused, "If I go, would my appearance be a bit off?" Ye Tian Ming Zhu suggested, "Can't you change it? Use some magic?" Ye Tian Ming Zhu pondered. "I'm considering getting an Ultraman outfit for myself." Slime questioned, "Ultraman? Like Dagu?" Wu Chi Shitan quipped, "What are you thinking? Are you expecting Dagu to grant you his powers?" Ye Tian Ming Zhu responded, "That would be rather dull. If one must, it should be unique." Wu Chi Shitan inquired, "How would you achieve that?" Ye Tian Ming Zhu revealed, "I know a way." Slime asked, "What method?" Ye Tian Ming Zhu explained, "Go to the land of light, undergo the baptism of light, and then a genetic mutation should suffice." Slime reacted with surprise. Hong'e exclaimed, "Genetic mutation sounds promising." Hunter, Meng Tian echoed, "Genetic mutation." Navy Carp added, "Genetic mutation?" Ye Tian Ming Zhu clarified, "All right, I was joking. Even if we wished to go, we couldn't. We aren't even in the same universe." Ding. The activity level of the Alliance chat group is at maximum. The system is online for upgrade to version 2. 1. Ding. The system has integrated all items from member worlds. The Alliance Mall is updating. Ding. Inviting new members. Congratulations, Omazio has joined the chat group. Congratulations. Black Braised Egg has joined the chat group. Congratulations, Buyao by Lian has joined the chat group. Ye Tian Ming Zhu remarked, "Omazio? Braised Egg? Buyao by Lian?" Wu Chi Shitan questioned, "Are there new members? What kind of names are these?" Slime observed, just from the names. It's clear they're not good people." Hong'e speculated, "Are they demon lords?" Carp welcomed, "Welcome, welcome." Hunter, Meng Tian added, "Welcome." Dagu greeted, "Welcome everyone." Omazio inquired, "What is this place? How marvelous." Black Braised Egg asked, "Who are all of you?" Buyao by Lian pondered, "Is this the so-called golden finger from novels? Am I about to rise to prominence?" Ye Tian Ming Zhu rolled his eyes. Slime commented, "Buyao by Lian looks like a typical couch potato." Wu Chi Shitan agreed, "Indeed, that makes sense." Ye Tian Ming Zhu stated, "You all can attend to the newcomers. I'm off to the mall to see what treasures await." Wu Chi Shitan added, "I'm going too." Excited, Hong'e chimed in, "Count me in." Hunter, Meng Tian echoed, 1. Ignoring the newcomers, Ye Tian Ming Zhu directly opened the Alliance Mall. Instantly, a list appeared before him. As he perused the items, his mouth watered uncontrollably. Pirate World Armament Hockey, Beginner Edition 200 Alliance Exchange Points. Pirate World Conquerors Hockey, Beginner Edition 200 Alliance Exchange Points. Pirate World Observation Hockey, Beginner Edition 200 Alliance Exchange Points. Pirate World Natural System Glinting Fruit Perfect Version, 5,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Digo World Complete Light Genetic Factor, 10,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Fate World Gilgamesh Template, 20,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Fate World Artoria Pendragon Template, 20,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Decade World Complete Decade Set, Perfect Version 50,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Decade World Agiakudo Belt, Perfect Version 20,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Zeo World Time King Set, 10,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Zeo World Guai's Belt Full Set, Perfect Version with all heads 40,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Wow, Yu Tian's eyes fixated on the items, sparkling with desire. After a long while, he sighed heavily, conflicted, and closed the Alliance Mall, sitting in his villa, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the chat group was in chaos. Omazio exclaimed, "So fascinating." Slime confirmed, "Yes, I have introduced everything. Do you all understand?" Buyao by Lian responded, Got it. Big boss." I see it's indeed a golden finger. How fortunate. Black braised egg stated, understood. Slime reiterated, exactly. As for the envoy, once Ye Tian arrives, let him arrange things for you. Wu Qi Ye Tian sighed, I'm feeling down. Hong A concurred, so am I. Hunter, Meng Tian commented, it's quite remarkable. But isn't it too expensive? After all this time, I only have 2,000 exchange points. Nonsensical talk. Alas, at this moment, we must seek Ye Tian. Ye Tian, the alliance leader, what is the matter? Nonsensical talk. Is there a place for exchanging points? Red A, same question. Dragon Hunter, Ming Tian, one Ye Tian. The alliance leader, I too wish to know where to find an exchange point. However, there is one matter that will definitely yield exchange points. Nonsensical talk. What is it? Pray tell. Ye Tian, the alliance leader, seek out worlds, specifically those beyond our members. Once found, inform me. After I establish an agreement with the will of that world, exchange points shall be granted. Nonsensical talk. There is no hope. Slime, likewise. Red A, alas. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. I feel I'm about to strike it rich. Laughs, nonsensical talk. You? Are you jesting? Slime, indeed, indeed. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Did I not mention that I am currently touring various parallel worlds? Nonsensical talk. Goodness. Shocked, slime, terrifying. Red A. I envy you. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Ye Tian, I'm in the void world now. Ye Tian, the alliance leader. Understood. I shall be there shortly. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. All right. Nonsensical talk. My heavens. Slime. For individuals like us, we can only watch as the great ones earn exchange points. Is there truly no other way? Ye Tian, the alliance leader. Not for now. Slime. Very well. Buyao by Lian. Ye Tian, great leader. Ye Tian, the alliance leader. What is it? Buyao by Lian. Ahem. What is a stationed envoy? Ye Tian, the alliance leader. Understood. Buyao by Lian. Hee. Indeed. A great leader is a great leader. Ye Tian, the alliance leader. You understand the responsibilities and rules, correct? Buyao by Lian. Yes. Slime has just informed me. Ye Tian, the alliance leader. Good. I shall arrange it shortly. Black braised egg. Greetings, alliance leader. Feng Yamosher Wang. Greetings, alliance leader. I am Tokawada Masaru. Ye Tian, the alliance leader. Yes, I am aware. Congratulations to the alliance chat member Buyao by Lian for becoming a stationed envoy. Congratulations to the alliance chat member Black braised egg for becoming a stationed envoy. Congratulations to the alliance chat member Feng Yamosher Wang for becoming a stationed envoy. Ye Tian, the alliance leader. One thing you must be mindful of is that you cannot casually reveal your identity as a stationed envoy. I will notify you when it is necessary or when a task arises. Buyao by Lian. Understood. Great leader. Black braised egg. Understood. Feng Yamosher Wang. Understood. Ye Tian, the alliance leader. However, you must fulfill the responsibilities of a stationed envoy diligently. There can be no negligence. Buyao by Lian. Yes. I will certainly perform my duties and complete the tasks earnestly. Black braised egg. Understood. Feng Yamosher Wang. Understood. Ye Tian, the alliance leader. Lastly, if you wish to enhance your strength, you should cultivate good relationships with other members in the group. Perhaps they will share their power with you. Buyao by Lian. Understood. Greedy, black braised egg. Understood. Feng Yamosher Wang. Understood. Ye Tian, the alliance leader. Now, arrogant Wang Xiaoming, are you prepared? I am on my way. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Always ready. Ye Tian, the alliance leader. Here I come. With that, Ye Tian promptly closed the chat group and proceeded to the marketplace to purchase a traversal card, which he shattered before stepping inside. In the decade world, Minyashur sat comfortably in a photography studio, savoring a cup of coffee. Beside him, Kainatsu Kai idly flipped through photographs taken by Minyashur, while Kairger busied himself in the kitchen. At that moment, Minyashur slowly set down his coffee, rose, and with a smile, announced, "Here he comes." Though his voice was soft, Kainatsu Kai caught the remark. Who is coming? Kainatsu Kai looked around, eager to discover who Minyashur referred to. Suddenly, a pitch-black vortex opened in the living room, and Ye Tian emerged. Upon seeing Ye Tian, Minyashur smiled and said, "Welcome. Sit for a moment. I have prepared coffee for you." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian smiled back at him and then prepared to take a seat beside Minyashur. Just then, Guangxiahai suddenly stood up, gazing at Ye Tian with excitement and exclaiming, "What an adorable little friend." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian abruptly turned to face Min Shishir, exchanging a glance that silently requested his assistance. Noticing this, Min Shishir cleared his throat and then addressed Guangxia Heido, saying, Ahem, Shami Gon, Ye Tian is my friend. Let us cease this commotion. Upon hearing this, Guangxia Hai was momentarily taken aback, then raised his head to look at Min Shiji with a puzzled expression. Oh, is that so? Has your memory returned, Shijun? No, I can only recall Ye Tian. Upon hearing Guangxia Hai's words, Min Shiji was also stunned and quickly replied, All right then. After speaking, Guangxia Hai turned and returned to his seat. Observing this, Ye Tian let out a sigh of relief and then addressed Min Shiji. Your luck truly is remarkable. Of course, who do you think I am? Min Shiji replied with a hint of pride. Ye Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes at the somewhat conceited Min Shiji and then settled into his chair. After taking a sip of coffee, he slumped back comfortably, murmuring, this feels nice. Haha, if you're feeling good, why not stay here a few more days? It would be perfect for traveling together. Min Shiji chuckled. That is certainly a possibility, Ye Tian contemplated for a moment before nodding slowly. After sipping his coffee, Ye Tian seemed to recall something and gradually spoke. By the way, have you completed your tasks in this world? Yes, I have finished. I was planning to take a break, and fortuitously, I arrived at the right moment. Otherwise, I would have truly missed this opportunity, Min Shiji replied with a smile. All right then, let's sit for a while. I have some business to attend to later. Ye Tian continued to lounge comfortably in his chair. After a considerable time, Ye Tian set down his empty coffee cup and turned to Min Shiji, saying, Let us go. It's time we head out. Upon hearing the words, Min Shiji excitedly nodded and immediately rose to follow Ye Tian. However, Guangxia Hai, noticing their intent to leave, hastily inquired, Where are you going? In response to Guangxia Hai's question, Min Shiji turned his head to look at her and replied slowly, We have some matters to attend to, but we will return shortly. Observing that neither of them had any intention of including her, Guangxia Hai felt a surge of frustration. As she resigned herself to this reality, Min Shiji turned to Ye Tian and said, Let us go. Indeed, Ye Tian affirmed, and he stepped out first. The two strolled into the depths of the mountains. Ye Tian surveyed the surroundings and then softly declared, This shall be the place. Following this, he promptly donned the attire of a realm envoy. Upon seeing Ye Tian's transformation, Min Shiji swiftly revealed his own realm envoy insignia. Ye Tian gently lifted his gaze and, addressing the heavens, murmured, I am the leader of the alliance against anomalies of all realms. I beseech the will of the world to manifest. In an instant, the once clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, and a chorus of thunder roared. Under a faint beam of light, both Ye Tian and Min Shiji vanished from their original location, transported to an unknown realm. Within this enigmatic space, Ye Tian and Min Shiji stood amidst an obscured haze, rendering the surroundings indistinguishable. What is this place? Min Shiji questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion as he turned to Ye Tian. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian cast a glance at him and slowly began to speak. The unknown space, its specifics elude me as well. We shall wait. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Min Shiji nodded slowly and then stood quietly in place. Before long, a radiant light suddenly illuminated the entire space. Ye Tian gazed at the luminous sphere that had appeared before him, his mind teeming with questions. However, just as confusion enveloped him, an imperceptible wave emanated from within the sphere. Encased in this wave, Ye Tian felt an inkling of understanding, and he smiled as he addressed the entity. Indeed, we are the envoys of the boundary. I wonder if you would be willing to enter into an agreement with us. Henceforth, this world shall have dedicated envoys to oversee it. We shall not spare anyone who threatens its sanctity. As soon as Ye Tian finished speaking, the radiance of the sphere flickered gently, and once more a wave surged forth. Ye Tian instinctively closed his eyes, his mind analyzing the essence of this wave. Gradually, he removed the badge from his chest and placed it before the luminous sphere. The sphere shifted slightly, enveloping the badge in its glow, and shortly thereafter, its brilliance intensified. As the light began to fade, Ye Tian retrieved the badge and returned it to his chest. He then addressed the luminous sphere. Thank you. Now please transport us back. No sooner had Ye Tian's voice faded than a flash occurred, and the two found themselves amidst a mountainous forest. Observing Min Shiji's bewildered expression, Ye Tian remarked, Let us proceed. We shall return to our coffee. Is that all? Min Shiji inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly turned his head and gazed at him, saying, "It is done. Let's leave it at that. Your points should be credited shortly." With that, Ye Tian and Min Shi returned to the photography studio. Ye Tian took a seat beside the table, soon immersing himself in the chat group. He submitted the recently signed agreement to the group, and the messages promptly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Alliance leader Ye Tian has signed a contract with the world, earning 100,000 alliance exchange points. The reward has been distributed. Please check. Glancing at the system's notification, Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yet soon he was beset by a headache. How should he allocate the points? How much should he give Min Shi? If he allocated too little, it might dampen their enthusiasm. Too much, and his own earnings would diminish. After much contemplation, Ye Tian concluded that he should act with integrity. Therefore, to reward Min Shi's contributions, he decided to grant him 20,000 exchange points. Subsequently, he utilized his authority as the leader to issue an announcement in the bulletin board. With the chat group providing a cover, he could act without fear of scrutiny. True to his principle of acting swiftly, Ye Tian set to work. Alliance group member. The audacious Wang Xiaoming has successfully discovered and signed a contract. The chat group rewards him with 20,000 alliance exchange points. After dispatching this announcement, Ye Tian suddenly recalled that Min Shi had witnessed him signing the contract, which made him somewhat anxious. He feared that when others signed agreements with the world, they might uncover that he had secretly pocketed 90,000 exchange points. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a light screen emerged at an opportune moment. Contract signing rules. The first contract in the alliance group must be personally signed by the leader. Once completed, the rewards will determine the exchange points received by members in the future. If a member signs a contract independently later, they will receive 100,000 with 80,000 allocated to the leader's account and 20,000 to their own. Reading the text, Ye Tian felt his heart racing and the blood rushed to his head. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his excitement and relax. At that moment, Min Shi, sitting beside him, also received a notification from the chat group, instantly becoming elated. It was his first time receiving such a substantial amount of exchange points, 20,000. A full 20,000 exchange points. He thought to himself that he needed to plan wisely. At that juncture, Ye Tian slowly opened his eyes and, feeling a bit awkward, took a sip of the coffee on the table as if nothing had happened. He looked at Min Shi and asked, "So, what will you do with it?" Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper lowered his head slowly, pondering for a moment before speaking. "I wish to acquire something to enhance my abilities." Upon hearing the gatekeeper's request, Ye Tian nodded slowly, subsequently disregarding him, and quietly opened the Alliance Mall, gleefully selecting the items he desired. However, at that moment, Ye Tian suddenly spotted Dagu. He swiftly quelled the surge of excitement within him, opened the chat group, and glanced over. "Dagu, Ye Tian, the leader, something has happened." "Ye Tian, what is it?" "Do not be agitated, speak slowly." "Dagu, I have traversed realms." "Ye Tian, traversed? What transpired?" "Dagu, I awoke to find myself in an unfamiliar room, and numerous memories have surfaced in my mind." "Dagu, after searching the room for some time, I finally located my identification." "Dagu, image, JPG Dagu, image, JPG Dagu, image, JPG Dagu. What should I do? Can I return?" Ye Tian clicked through the images Dagu sent. Read A. No way. It cannot be true. Absurdity. You actually traversed realms? Slime. I envy you. Ye Tian, I know where you are now. However, let me ponder this matter for a moment. At that instant, a new task unexpectedly appeared in Ye Tian's interface. Event. The truth behind Dagu's traversal. Task. Eliminate the summoned beasts and uncover the truth. Reward. 4,000 alliance exchange points. Penalty. Failure to complete the task will result in Dagu being unable to return to his original world forever. Gazing at the task before him, Ye Tian fell into deep contemplation. One aspect perplexed him. Why did an unconnected parallel world permit Dagu's traversal? Yet, Ye Tian did not linger on it. Promptly dispatching the task, the members of the chat group received the notification in succession. Dagu, no way. If I fail the task, I cannot go back. Read A. This task bears minimal risk. If it fails, it simply means Dagu cannot return. Quite reasonable. Absurdity. Indeed, it is rather humane. Dagu, you all have such cruel hearts. Ye Tian, all right, proceed according to your routine in that world. I will join you shortly. Dagu, very well. It seems I have no other choice. Ye Tian, everyone, who will partake in this task? Red A. I will. Marine carp. I will. Absurdity. One slime. One dragon hunter. Ye Tian. I shall refrain. I have disturbances with the blood clan here. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. I will go. Feng Imo Shi Wang. I shall join as well. I have never ventured into another world. Black braised egg. I too wish to have a look. Bu Yao Bai Lian. It would be remiss of me not to attend such a team-building event. Ye Tian. Very well. You may purchase the traversal cards when ready. Bu Yao Bai Lian. I have no exchange points, nor gold. In the realm of Super 8. Dagu donned a sleek black suit, clutching a briefcase as he strode down the street towards the location of the sightseeing department. Just then, his steps faltered, and he suddenly turned his head to observe a certain direction, pondering inwardly, is someone following me? Having just acquired the thunder fruit. He could only utilize it in a rudimentary manner, yet it sufficed for his current needs. Dagu slowly turned back, nonchalantly continuing towards his workplace. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner behind Dagu, an individual cloaked in a black robe murmured, "What is happening? How did he perceive my presence?" Paying no mind to his pursuer, Dagu proceeded towards the sightseeing department. As he walked, he noticed a corner not far ahead and confidently entered it. The cloaked figure followed discreetly. After a while, the figure grew puzzled, noticing that Dagu had yet to emerge, and thus ventured into the corner as well. Observing the empty space before him, the cloaked figure was momentarily taken aback and hastily approached the towering wall, preparing to leap over it for a better view. However, just as he was about to jump, a voice resonated from behind him. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Upon hearing these words, the figure clad in black hesitated momentarily before slowly turning his head. He removed his hood, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Dagu." Ultraman Tiga, the young man remarked with a smile gracing his lips. "Who are you, exactly?" Dagu inquired, his expression shifting to one of apprehension, his eyes filled with vigilance. "Me? I regret to inform you that I must refuse to answer that question. Furthermore, it is not necessary for you to know. In this world, there are neither Ultramen nor monsters. I am simply the one who summoned you here," the young man replied, gazing at Dagu with a calm demeanor. "What is your purpose?" Dagu asked, furrowing his brow. "Purpose? No. I possess no ulterior motive. Rather, my arrival has exacerbated the crisis in this world. Thus, in order to ensure my survival here, I require the Ultraman to save this realm," the young man stated, a hint of distress evident in his voice. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, the young man was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Dagu in astonishment. "How do you know? Could it be that you two are a traveler from another realm, and you have transformed into Dagu? These matters are of no concern to you for now. Please tell me what you know," Dagu replied, his expression grave as he regarded him. "Well, it's not a significant issue, and I don't mind sharing it with you," the young man said, scratching his head somewhat dejectedly. He continued, "After I arrived in this world, I became bound to a system called the Fear Indicator, which requires me to summon monsters. In return, I can earn system points to exchange for various items. However, it was only yesterday that I discovered this system possesses its own consciousness. After my arrival, it has already begun to alter the trajectory of this world, heralding the impending arrival of numerous monsters." Listening to his words, Daga fell into a contemplative silence, then looked at him with newfound understanding. "So, you intend to summon Ultraman to combat these monsters?" "Indeed. Although acquiring the system is an exhilarating experience, I cannot bear the thought of such events being predicated upon the deaths of countless individuals." The young man spoke slowly, his tone laden with gravity. Upon hearing this, Dagu finally revealed a smile and gazed at him, saying, "For the time being, I shall place my trust in you. However, this matter will be under our jurisdiction. Furthermore, I shall forcibly reclaim your system. I trust you will find this agreeable." Hearing Dagu's words, the young man momentarily froze, instinctively taking 2 steps back, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort as he looked at Dagu, asking, "You mean, you all? You can actually forcibly reclaim my system?" "Indeed. Since you are not particularly fond of the system, allow me to take it back. In return, you shall no longer live under the watchful gaze of this world's will, but rather become fully integrated here." "What say you?" Dagu said, a slight smile gracing his features. "To live without the scrutiny of this world's will? Have I truly been under such observation all this time?" The young man gazed at Dagu in disbelief. "Well, that is not so concerning. As a traveler in this world, there is nothing inherently wrong with that. However, The presence of an illicit system upon you complicates matters, Dagu replied slowly. Just then, the young man's complexion shifted dramatically. His eyes turned completely white, the pupils vanishing, and his face gradually became stained with streaks of crimson, rendering him a figure of utter menace. Witnessing this transformation, Dagu instinctively took 2 steps back, his gaze fixed intently upon him. How dare you interfere with my grand designs? You shall no longer need to emerge. A hoarse voice emerged from the young man's throat. He slowly raised his head. A hint of a playful smile directed at Dagu as he remarked, Kid, you possess quite the potential. Would you care to become my servant? Feel free to voice any demands. I can accommodate you. Observing the drastic change in the young man's demeanor, Dagu inhaled deeply and shouted, Who on earth are you? I am the Dark Lord. This young man has obtained a treasure of mine. Having bestowed upon him a mere trinket, he now revels in it. Yet dares to disturb my affairs. Truly, he is oblivious to the peril he invites. At this, Dagu instinctively recoiled a step, his eyes locked onto the figure before him. Remaining silent. Noticing Dagu's demeanor, the Dark Lord regarded him with a hint of amusement, saying, Let me guess, you are waiting for someone? However, I advise you to cease your waiting. This is an independent space created by my magical power, and no one can enter. Upon hearing this, Dagu glared at him through gritted teeth and asked, What on earth do you intend to do? Unfazed by Dagu's seething tone, the Demon King replied nonchalantly, Naturally, I seek to reshape my form using boundless magical power and resentment. Thus, you find yourself with but 2 choices, life or death. Dagu, with a solemn expression, retorted, Are you so confident you can retain me? Do you not realize I am Ultraman? The Demon King smirked and said, Indeed, I am aware. It was that lad who informed me. Yet, I must express my gratitude to him for elucidating so many matters. So, what will your choice be? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Dagu remained silent, merely shaking his head before lapsing into quietude. It seemed that he was resolute in his defiance to the end. Then allow me to escort you on your journey, the Demon King declared, stepping forward with the intent to snap his neck. However, just as his arm grazed Dagu's throat, a radiant light erupted from his chest, igniting like flames and searing the Demon King's arm. What is this? The Demon King recoiled swiftly, his eyes wide with astonishment as he demanded an explanation from Dagu. Yet, Dagu offered no reply, instead casually observing him and stating, You must be aware of what he said to me. Once you arrived in this world, you would live under the watchful gaze of the world's will, and my presence shall draw even greater attention from it. When you attempted to harm me, if it possesses even a modicum of wisdom, it will aid me. How? How can this be? There should be no world will in this realm. How could there be a world will? The Demon King murmured, somewhat dazed. You think its existence depends on your belief? Furthermore, are you not curious as to why my arrival has intensified the world's will's focus on this place? Dagu remarked with a hint of mockery. Why? The Demon King inquired, perplexed, as he gazed at Dagu. Before Dagu could elaborate, a dark portal suddenly materialized behind him. A voice gradually emerged from within the abyss. Because we are the realm envoys. Ye Tian stepped forth, a smile adorning his face as he regarded the bewildered Demon King. Ye Tian, you have arrived. Dagu exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing Ye Tian and the others. Indeed, I have come. As he spoke, Ye Tian activated the emblem on his chest to counteract the prevailing rules of this space. He then advanced slowly, fixing his gaze upon the Demon King. If you had a physical form, I might have feared you. However, you made the grave mistake of seizing his body. And what of it? Is this body not one I expended great effort to procure for him? The Demon King retorted. Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian could not help but let out a disdainful laugh, then turned to him and said, He has lived in this world without incident, for he has already gained the acknowledgement of the world's will. However, the moment you suppressed his soul, your culpability has emerged. Culpability? I am the Demon King. Can human laws constrain me? The Demon King scoffed at this notion. Human laws? Forgive me, I never implied that I would employ human laws against you. Ye Tian replied with a hint of regret in his gaze. Be wise and leave immediately. Otherwise, despite my weakened state, I shall annihilate you all. The Demon King declared darkly, casting a menacing glance at Ye Tian and those behind him. In response, Ye Tian shook his head slightly and remarked, Are you still so obstinately ignorant in your current condition? If so. With that, Ye Tian stepped forward, a blue ethereal glow materializing in his hand, which then transformed into a sharp longsword. What? Are you compelled to take action? Young one, although I am currently in a spiritual state, it does not preclude my ability to kill you, the Demon King retorted as black flames began to rise around him, enveloping his entire form. Observing the Demon King's transformation, Ye Tian could not help but smile faintly, then teasingly inquired, "So, my esteemed Demon King, have you ever heard of Taoists or talismans?" Upon hearing this, the Dark Lord paused momentarily, then, with a hint of suspicion, fixed his gaze upon Ye Tian and bellowed, "Who are you? You cannot possibly be from Neon. Are you from the Celestial Empire?" In response to the Dark Lord's fierce admonition, Ye Tian felt a sense of certainty welling within him. He subsequently retrieved a talisman from behind him, holding it before his eyes, and contemplatively murmured, "I wonder if this exorcism talisman will prove effective." Exorcism talisman. You, despicable wretch, you dare to regard me as some lowly specter? I shall not rest until I have slain you. The Dark Lord thundered at Ye Tian, his fury palpable. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian suddenly realized, so it turns out this is of no use to you. What about the golden light spell from the Tianshire mansion? And the thunder technique? As he spoke, a golden radiance began to envelop him entirely. Gradually, dazzling bolts of electricity gathered in the palms of his hands, with a smile still gracing his face. Ye Tian addressed him, "Then let us experience the formidable techniques of this demon lord." With that, Ye Tian abruptly vanished from his position, reappearing before the demon lord, delivering a powerful punch. In an instant, the entire space flickered with arcs of electricity. At that moment, Ye Tian's voice resonated, "Old Zhang, come help me." "Coming." Zhang Chulan, who had been watching from the sidelines, promptly replied. He began to chant incantations, golden light shimmering around him as he rushed towards Ye Tian. In no time, Ye Tian and the demon lord engaged in an intense exchange, while Zhang Chulan intermittently launched surprise attacks, relishing the excitement. As the demon lord failed to land a single blow on Ye Tian, the dark aura surrounding him began to dissipate. The three of them fought passionately in this space. Eventually, after they separated, the demon lord spoke first. "Today, even if you have gained the upper hand, it is best that I do not see you again in the future." With that, he swiftly dissolved the space and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a figure clad in crimson armor appeared before him, gazing at him intently. "You shall not pass." At the same time, Red A approached leisurely, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Frankly, you are nothing. At the very least, the young man you subdued has sensed something amiss. You seem inferior even to him. Indeed, with so many of us surrounding you, do you still wish to flee?" Rimuru's youthful voice chimed in from the side. Faced with the encircling crowd, the demon lord couldn't help but let out a low growl. "Damn it." Observing this, Ye Tian merely tapped his ear and then looked at him. "There is no need for you to run. You can't escape anyway. If you have the ability, detach yourself from this body and flee on your own." Upon hearing this, the Demon King was momentarily taken aback, a smile gradually gracing his lips. He then turned to Ye Tian and said, I truly appreciate your reminder." With that, he prepared to depart. Ye Tian and the others did not impede him. They stood quietly, their faces adorned with smiles as they watched him. Eventually, all features of the young man faded away, and he relaxed, collapsing to the ground. Ye Tian gazed at the fallen youth, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Chulan. Upon noticing this, Zhang Chulan subtly nodded, and a faint golden glow began to emanate from him. Seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events, Ye Tian turned to the others and remarked, "Let us proceed." Although the group was somewhat bewildered, they nodded in agreement and prepared to leave. Just then, Ye Tian abruptly stepped back, a brilliant golden light enveloping him as he unleashed a punch into the air beside him. I shall confront you," the Demon King howled, accompanied by a chilling wind. Observing this, Ye Tian did not relent. Instead, faint sparks of electricity crackled around his hand as he raised it once more to strike the Demon King's spectral form. With each blow, Ye Tian could distinctly perceive the Demon King's soul dimming. Ultimately, the Demon King's voice grew increasingly feeble, and his body began to turn transparent. "Spare me. Please spare me," he pleaded desperately, eyes wide with fear as Ye Tian's fist rose again. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian could not help but curl his lips in disdain, then turned to him and said, "Let you go? You think too highly of yourself." With that, Ye Tian's fist, which had been poised in midair, came crashing down. A resounding boom echoed as fierce winds ravaged the surrounding structures, and the Demon King's soul grew increasingly dim. Finally, as Ye Tian's final blow landed, accompanied by the Demon King's anguished cries, he gradually faded from sight. Witnessing this, Ye Tian slowly lowered his raised fist and then turned to the young man lying on the ground, saying, "Dagu, it is up to you to make arrangements for this person." After speaking, he took measured steps out of the alley, observing Ye Tian's departure. The others promptly followed in his wake, leaving Dagu alone in the dimness. As he watched everyone exit, Dagu let out a deep sigh, then glanced helplessly at the young man sprawled on the ground. He then approached, lifted him up, and made his way towards the corner. By the seaside, Dagu set the young man down and turned to Ye Tian and the others, saying, "Ye Tian, everyone, I will head to the observation department to check in. I shall return shortly." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but exhale a sigh, and then, with a tone tinged with disappointment, remarked, "What a trivial matter. Are you truly afraid to take a day off? Alas, you may go." Observing Ye Tian's demeanor, Dagu couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. After bidding farewell to the others, he departed from the scene. By the coastline, Ye Tian and his companions reclined on the surrounding beach chairs, quietly gazing at the vast ocean, enveloped in silence for a considerable time. At last, Zhang Chulon broke the stillness, saying, "Is it really this effortless? This mission feels more like a vacation. I have never traveled abroad before." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly turned his head to gaze at him and said, "Do you think I desire this? If not sitting here, what else could we do? We are unfamiliar with this place, and where else could we possibly go?" The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a shared understanding. Observing this, Zhang Chulon's expression darkened, and he silently turned away, feeling that if he continued to converse with them, he would undoubtedly appear foolish. At that moment, the young man lying on the sandy ground gradually regained consciousness. However, as he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback to discover a circle of people encircling him. Alarmed, he instinctively attempted to retreat. But after taking a few steps back, he collided directly with Zhang Chulon. As the young man slowly raised his gaze, he found himself staring into Zhang Chulon's vacant eyes. Feeling trapped by the crowd, the young man was overtaken by fear and, trembling, pleaded, "Esteemed heroes, please spare me. I like women. Ah, please, spare me." Upon hearing his words, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback before delivering a powerful punch to the young man. The others, witnessing this, also began to take action. This was intolerable. How dare he regard them in such a manner? "Please spare me," the young man whimpered, his face swelling, his expression one of despair. Seeing this, Ye Tian slowly stood up, stretched languidly, glanced at the now upright crowd, and stated, "Let us introduce ourselves." Upon hearing this, the young man dared not show the slightest resistance. With a voice slightly choked with emotion, he replied, "I am Lan Qing, hailing from Mercury. I awoke to find myself in this world." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly nodded and then looked at him, saying, "Speak of it. What have you done? What did he ask you to do?" Upon hearing this, a trace of discontent appeared on Lan Qing's face, and he slowly replied, "He instructed me to cast a machine into the sea. Beyond that, I have no knowledge." "Cast a machine into the sea?" Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then began to thoughtfully stroke his chin, murmuring to himself, "Is there anything else?" After pondering for a moment, Ye Tian spoke again, "Please, do elaborate. Aside from this matter, what else is there?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but nod slightly. He then cast a glance at him and said, "I present you with two choices, to remain in this world or to be repatriated to your former realm." Upon hearing these words, Blue City found himself momentarily frozen in place, before his countenance transformed into one of uncontainable joy as he gazed at Ye Tian and implored, "Please, I beseech you to return me home. This world is far too terrifying." In response to his plea, Ye Tian slowly nodded, rising to his feet. After casting a glance at him, he placed a return card gently into his hands. As Blue City accepted the card, Ye Tian continued with measured words. "This is a return card. Simply crush it, and you shall return to your former world. The choice lies with you." With that, Ye Tian resumed his seat, dismissing any further engagement, while he quietly surveyed the coastline before him. Eventually, Blue City stood up, bowing slightly to Ye Tian and the others, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all." With that, he resolutely crushed the return card in his grasp, taking a few steps back. Instantly, a six-pointed star resembling a magical array materialized beneath his feet, emanating an aura of mystery. Blue City gazed down at the six-pointed star, stealing a glance at Ye Tian and the others, wishing to imprint their images in his memory. At that moment, the star beneath him erupted in a brilliant golden light, swiftly enveloping him and causing him to vanish from sight. However, just as Blue City disappeared, Rimuru, standing nearby, exclaimed in alarm, "His system hasn't been retracted. How could you let him leave like this?" Beside them, Red A, with a vacant stare, looked at Ye Tian and remarked, "You simply sent him away? And we just sit here? Time is of the essence for everything." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He then looked at him and said, "Ahem. Big brother, has your appetite changed?" After speaking, he instinctively shifted his position slightly to distance himself from Hong A. At this remark, the few individuals seated beside Hong A could not help but twitch their lips, subtly shifting away as well. Observing this, Hong A's expression darkened, his demeanor becoming somber as he lowered his head, his countenance turning icy. He then stood up and approached Ye Tian, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he gazed at the wary Ye Tian and said, "Let us go. Let us enjoy ourselves. You better stay away from me." With that, Ye Tian abruptly leaped up from the beach chair, retreating a few steps in a state of alarm. However, Hong A had no intention of letting him off easily, swiftly following suit and declaring, "Didn't you just say not to run?" In a moment of panic, Ye Tian vanished from his spot, reappearing at the edge of the shore. With a grave expression, he warned, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll jump into the sea. You're committing a crime, do you understand? I will not allow you to succeed, even if it costs me my life." The previously disinterested onlookers, witnessing the spectacle between Ye Tian and Hong A, began to smile and watch the unfolding drama with amusement. However, Hong A was not swayed by Ye Tian's words. In an instant, he reappeared beside Ye Tian, preparing to seize him. Just then, a spray of water erupted from the surface as Ye Tian vanished again, appearing on the opposite side. At this moment, Ye Tian, observing the mischievous grin on Hong A's face, taunted, "Can't catch me. Haha." The sight of Ye Tian, hands on hips and laughing heartily, elicited a flicker of amusement in Hong A's eyes. Soon after, Hong A disappeared once more, and when he reemerged, he had seized Ye Tian by the collar. With Ye Tian being lifted by his collar, a black line of embarrassment crossed his face as his arms flailed helplessly in the air. Just then, amidst the commotion, a group of individuals armed with cameras and filming equipment boarded a yacht and sped towards the center of the sea. Ye Tian, noticing the unusual activity in the sky, turned his gaze toward Lena, who was explaining something on the yacht. A slight smile crept onto his lips upon seeing her. Lena, in turn, noticed Ye Tian watching her and smiled back at him. However, upon receiving her warm smile, Ye Tian felt a surge of irritation. Did she consider him a child? Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. After all, he was no longer a child. With this in mind, Ye Tian returned to his seat in a somewhat agitated manner. Just as he settled into the chair, Taka Panzongwu, looking perplexed at the mirage in the sky, inquired, "Leader, why has such a mirage appeared in the heavens?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly turned his head and gazed at him, saying, "I too wish to know." Hearing Ye Tian's words, Changpan Zhuangwu could not help but nod in slight frustration and replied casually, "Very well." At that moment, on the nearby bridge, Daegu was introducing the surrounding scenery to a group of foreigners. However, suddenly, Daegu's mind became hazy, and he found himself in an empty street. As he surveyed his surroundings, a deafening roar reverberated through the sky. In response, Daegu prepared to draw his divine light stick to transform. Just then, a red sphere plummeted from the heavens, striking the monster. The tremendous force knocked the beast to the ground, accompanied by a cloud of thick dust. Daegu instinctively covered his mouth and nose, and in an instant, the scenery before him blurred, returning him to his original spot. Behind him, a group of tourists clamored, bombarding him with questions. After scanning the area and finding no issues, Daegu turned slowly to face his tour group, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a figure beckoning to him. Upon closer inspection, his eyes brightened, and he murmured, "Lena." He quickly concocted an excuse to dismiss the tour group, encouraging them to explore on their own, before hastening toward Lena. On the bridge, Daegu and Lena stood casually together, engaging in light conversation. Suddenly, he realized that Lena, who had been standing beside him, had vanished, and not far ahead, a monster appeared. Just as he was about to transform, the fiery red Ultraman Mebius appeared at the opportune moment. Consequently, Daegu had no choice but to retract his already drawn divine light stick, and stood watching the battle unfold between Ultraman and the monster. However, after a short while, he noticed that the unfamiliar Ultraman was struggling against the monster, taking continuous hits. Daegu sighed in exasperation, but upon observing for a while longer, he discerned a critical weakness in the creature. It appeared unable to see stationary objects or people. Realizing this, Daegu quickly approached close to Mebius and shouted, "That monster cannot see stationary objects." Indeed, the monster was Hilbegon. If Ye Tian were to witness this scene, he would surely find it perplexing, as the script dictated that King Pandon should have appeared at this moment, not Hilbegon. Hearing Daegu's warning, Mebius nodded and swiftly dispatched the creature. Watching Mebius vanquish the monster, Daegu couldn't help but smile knowingly. In an instant, the illusion before him dissipated, and Lina's voice echoed in his ears, "Daegu, Daegu, Daegu." Upon hearing this, Daegu was momentarily taken aback, and then quickly replied, "My apologies, I was just lost in thought." However, just as Daegu finished speaking, it seemed as though something had stirred within him, prompting him to abruptly turn his head and gaze in that direction. In an instant, a hint of perplexity flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Yue Lai approached him with a gentle smile, standing beside Daegu and saying, "Thank you for your reminder." Daegu looked at him with some hesitation, uncertainly inquiring, "Are you the one from earlier?" Upon hearing this, Hinata Miku slowly nodded and gazed at him, saying, "Indeed, that is I." Observing this, Daegu also revealed a smile, then extended his hand, looking at him and gently stating, "Hello, I am Daegu. It is a pleasure to meet you." "I am Hinata Miku," she quickly added after hearing Daiku's introduction. At that moment, Rina, who had been standing to the side, looked at Daegu with a puzzled expression and whispered, "Daegu, this heavily invested otaku API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted." Upon hearing this, Lina felt a sense of melancholy wash over her. However, upon glancing at the figure of Hibino Mirai behind Daegu, she could only nod helplessly before preparing to depart. Yet, just as she took a couple of steps, she heard Daegu's voice. "Hello, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Daegu, also known as Ultraman Tiga." Daegu smiled as he addressed Hibino Mirai. "Ah, so you are also an Ultraman. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Hibino Mirai, the Ultraman Mebius from the Land of Light. Were you summoned here as well?" Mirai exclaimed with excitement. Hearing Mirai's words, Daegu nodded, then shook his head, looking at him and saying, "My situation is somewhat unique. I am an exception." "What do you mean?" Mirai asked, puzzled. "My presence here is likely a coincidence. Someone summoned me, and then I merged with the Daegu of this world. I suspect that once I leave, the Daegu of this world will re-emerge," Daegu replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. However, upon hearing Daegu's words, Mirai thoughtfully nodded and remarked, "A parallel world, then." "Indeed, I am the Daegu from a parallel world." At this point, Daegu let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Lina, who had not wandered far, felt a shiver run through her body. Slowly turning her head to gaze at the engaged conversation between Daegu and Mirai, her bright eyes began to shimmer with a hint of blush. "Since you arrived here before me, do you have any clues?" Mirai inquired, looking at Daegu with curiosity. "I do know a few things. This world itself lacks Ultramen and monsters. They have all been summoned here. Moreover, for some unknown reason, an unusually large number of monsters are expected to appear," Daegu stated, his voice falling into a somber tone. Upon hearing this, the future slowly nodded and then turned to Daegu, saying, "When I arrived, a little girl informed me that there are a total of 7 warriors in this world, and I must seek them out." "7, you say?" "Including myself. That leaves us with 6. Come, let us embark on a quest to inquire. Perhaps someone possesses knowledge." With that, Daegu took the future by the hand and headed toward the seaside, while Lina trailed behind at a distance, eager to uncover more secrets. At the shoreline, the group reclined on beach chairs. It was then that Rimuru could not help but exclaim, "Ah, I feel as though I am drying out. How dreadfully tedious." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Observing them, Ye Tian could not help but let out a sigh, and then spoke gently, "Patience. Patience. Who knows where that rascal Daegu has wandered off to?" Just as Ye Tian's words faded, Daegu approached, accompanied by the future. Seeing the few individuals collapsed on the beach chairs, a peculiar expression crossed Daegu's face. "What are you all doing?" Upon hearing this, Rimuru could no longer contain himself. He leaped onto Daogu's shoulder and remarked, "Daogu, you are being rather unkind, aren't you? Knowing that we have just arrived and are entirely ignorant of this place, you still fail to leave us any funds. Do you wish for us to starve?" Hearing Rimuru's words, Daoga scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I apologize. I've been so busy that I completely forgot. At that moment, Ye Tian glanced at the individual next to Daogu, Habino Mirai. A smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he slowly spoke. He is dream bias, isn't he? What's the matter, Daogu? Is there something going on? Upon hearing this, Daegu gently lifted Rimuru from his shoulder and cradled him in his arms. He then approached Ye Tian and said, it is like this. Subsequently, Daegu summarized what both of them had known and communicated it to Ye Tian. After listening to Daegu's account, Ye Tian slowly nodded and then looked at him, saying, I have a general understanding of what you mentioned. I am also aware of the other Ultraman human forms. They are right beside you. Think carefully. Just as his words fell, Ye Tian's expression suddenly changed, and he stood up from the beach chair, glaring at Daegu, and exclaimed, Daegu, Ultraman Digga, are you trying to starve us? Quickly hand over your bank card. I need to eat. Upon witnessing this, Daegu couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. He soon noticed that the nearby individuals were glaring at him with eyes that seemed ready to kill. Hastily, he retrieved his bank card and cash from his bag and handed them to Ye Tian, apologizing, I'm so sorry. Ye Tian, holding the bank card and cash, fumbled with them for a moment before stating, well, let me make it clear to you to prevent any unnecessary running around. Your two friends from childhood are the human forms of Dana and Gaia, and your fiancé and comrade Lena's father is also among them. You should take the initiative to seek them out. As for the rest, I trust you can figure it out. Upon hearing this, Daegu was momentarily taken aback, and he gazed at Ye Tian in astonishment, remaining silent for a while. Then, with a hint of frustration, he inquired, in my world, Lena's father isn't also Ultraman. Is he? Upon hearing Daegu's speculation, Ye Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes before responding. How could that be? Lena's father from your victory team is merely an ordinary person, and moreover, the fathers of Lena from both worlds are not the same individual. Daegu was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Noting that Daegu seemed inclined to ask further questions, Ye Tian casually waved his hand and said, you should go look for him. We're almost starving here. If you need anything, just come directly to me. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Daegu awkwardly chuckled. And then he took hold of the still bewildered Wei Lai and departed. However, as he watched the two of them leave, Ye Tian did not immediately follow suit. Instead, he slowly turned his head toward a certain spot, a smile gracing his lips. Hey, Lena, how long do you intend to hide before you come out? Daegu has already left. Ye Tian's voice reached Lena, who was concealed behind a vehicle, and instantly, her expression shifted. Lena stepped out from behind the car. And upon seeing the young Ye Tian, who appeared to be around 6 years old, she was momentarily frozen in place. At this sight, Ye Tian let out a soft chuckle and then reclined onto a beach chair. Observing this, Red A was taken aback, tilting his head to regard Ye Tian and asking, Little Ye Tian, who is this? Do you know her? Why did she come over? Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly nodded, then turned to him and said, This is Lena, a childhood friend from the world of Daegu. Oh, then there's nothing to worry about. By the way, since we have the bank card, let's hurry and buy some food, Hong A urged. Observing the two engaged in conversation, Lena was momentarily taken aback. Then her gaze swept over the others who were lounging on the beach chairs and chatting. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, Lena spoke up. Could you please explain to me what is happening? What has happened to Daegu? Also, what about my father? Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then gradually turned his gaze towards Lena. He nodded and said, I have no objections to informing you, but we are all rather hungry. Could you assist us in procuring some food, or perhaps escort us to a restaurant? As soon as these words were spoken, the others nearby nodded in agreement, chiming in. Exactly, we are absolutely famished. Daegu's arrangements leave much to be desired. Observing the group around her, Lena was momentarily stunned. But then she nodded and replied to Ye Tian, Follow me. I shall take you to a restaurant. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian immediately leaped from his beach chair and called out to the group, Let us go. Everyone. It's time for a grand feast. The others responded in unison. In a private room of the restaurant, Ye Tian took his place at the head of the table while the rest settled around him. However, as soon as they were seated, a look of distress crossed Ye Tian's face. He began to stare blankly at the bank card in his hand. Noticing this, Meng Tian, seated nearby, couldn't help but express his curiosity and asked, What's the matter? The others turned their attention to Ye Tian as well. With a hint of exasperation, he replied, I have no idea how much money is on this card. I'm worried that if I order too much, we might end up washing dishes here. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, their gazes swiftly shifting towards the bank card in Ye Tian's hand. At this juncture, Fei Shu slowly interjected, suggesting, "I believe it would be prudent for you to inquire at the bank." Startled by Fei Shu's remark, Ye Tian shot him a glare, replying, "How am I to know where the bank is located? How would I even go about asking?" Meanwhile, Lina, seated beside Ye Tian, noticed the bank card he was holding and, in a moment of surprise, asked, "Is that a bank card from Daegu?" "Indeed. What of it?" Ye Tian responded to Lina's inquiry. "Well, I think you all can feel free to use it. The funds on that card should be sufficient for dining here," Lina remarked, her expression reflecting a mix of hesitation and consideration. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly nodded and subsequently summoned the waiter. Observing the attendant standing beside him, Ye Tian spoke, "Please bring one of each dish from the menu, along with a large bowl of rice, as these individuals have quite a hearty appetite." Lina, seated beside him, was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the people gathered around the table. She had never witnessed such an extravagant ordering of rice before. Before long, the dishes began to arrive in succession. While inviting everyone to partake in the meal, Ye Tian turned to Lina and inquired, "So, what is it that you wish to ask?" I would like to know what is happening with Daegu, and also, what has become of my father?" Lina quickly pressed. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian nodded slightly, and then turned to Lina, saying, "The matters concerning Daegu rest upon you. You must strive to remember. You are capable of recollection. Regarding your father, I have no qualms in disclosing that he exists in another realm, embodied as a human form of an Ultraman. This is not as grave as it may seem. You will soon come to understand." With that, Ye Tian resumed his meal. Seated beside him, Lina was momentarily taken aback by his words and then murmured softly, "But this doesn't reveal anything at all." However, when she glanced back at Ye Tian, she noticed he was engrossed in his own meal, entirely disregarding her. This sight ignited a wave of frustration within Lina. As she surveyed the dining table, she observed that two individuals had yet to touch their chopsticks, seemingly not partaking in the meal at all. Confused, she turned to Ye Tian and inquired, "May I ask why those two are not eating? Is the food unpalatable?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then gradually raised his head to gaze at the flying squirrel and Rimuru seated before him. He slowly shook his head and remarked, "There is no need to concern ourselves with them. They cannot partake." Meanwhile, the flying squirrel and Rimuru, seated there, looked on with envy at the diners around them. Yet they hesitated to lift their chopsticks. However, upon hearing Lina inquire about Ye Tian's situation, they turned their heads towards her and exchanged smiles. Just then, a tremor shook the ground, causing the very room they occupied to quiver. Feeling the vibrations beneath their feet, Lina was momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by sudden alarm. She then turned to Ye Tian and exclaimed, "An earthquake is imminent. We must take cover." Upon hearing Lina's words, Ye Tian was taken aback, and then, addressing the diners, he said, "Well then, it appears to be our moment of entertainment. Let us proceed to witness the battle between Ultraman and the little monsters." With that, he finished the last bite from his bowl, stood up, and walked towards the door. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian cast a sidelong glance at Lina before turning towards the flying squirrel. "Flying squirrel, could you open a portal?" he inquired. Understanding the request, the flying squirrel slowly extended his hand, conjuring a gateway before him, and promptly stepped through. The others followed suit, entering the portal in quick succession. However, Lina, who stood beside Ye Tian, was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed in astonishment on the departing figures. At that moment, Ye Tian turned to her, urging, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Step inside." With that, he stepped through the portal first. Observing the others' departure, Lina found herself in a moment of inner conflict. But eventually, with a resolute glimmer in her eyes, she followed them through the portal. As she emerged from the spatial gateway, she discovered that Ye Tian and the others were already perched on the edge of a towering building. Ye Tian stood at the precipice, gesturing towards a distant figure. "See that tall red giant? That is Dreamius, a warrior from the Land of Light. Quite amusing at times, I assure you." "The Land of Light?" Little Ye Tian. "Does it truly abound with such towering figures?" Moning inquired slowly. "Now that is a true giant. The giants from my homeland pale in comparison. They hardly qualify as giants next to him," Carp remarked with a sense of awe as he gazed at Dreamius. "Indeed, he is exceptionally tall," Ch Ban Zigu concurred. Nodding in agreement, In contrast, Matoi Shiro harbored different thoughts. He turned to Ye Tian and asked, I wonder, who among us is stronger? Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief period of contemplation, he gazed at him and inquired, perhaps you intend to activate the ancestral mode? Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Minyashur was momentarily stunned, then looked at him in confusion and asked, what on earth? Ancestral mode. Does that mean once activated, we might actually defeat him? Well, perhaps. I cannot say for certain. You two are not even comparable. No one has ever witnessed a battle between an Ultraman and a Kamen Rider, Ye Tian lamented, casting a troubled glance at Minyashur. Kamen Rider? Oh, Minyashur. Are you also a Kamen Rider? At that moment, Takanori Go, who had been seated nearby, turned to listen to their conversation and inquired. Indeed, I am a Kamen Rider. What about you? Minyashur responded, looking at Takanori Go with a hint of surprise. Yes, I recently acquired a belt. Takanori Go replied shyly. Ah, splendid. We shall have a duel shortly. Minyashur nodded, stating matter-of-factly. Wait, a duel? Is that really appropriate? Takanori Go expressed his concerns upon hearing the prospect of a battle. Fear not, it is merely a test of your abilities, Minyashur reassured him. Turning his attention back to the battlefield where Ultraman was engaged in combat with small monsters. Just then, Lena, who had just arrived, was taken aback by the sight of the group engrossed in conversation. She then raised her gaze in astonishment at the nearby battlefield and exclaimed, What? What is happening here? However, at that moment, Minyashur rose with a hint of exasperation, casting a glance at Lena standing not far away and said, Could you kindly step aside? Then, he turned to Takanori Go and added, Come, allow me to test your prowess. Upon hearing this, Tokiwa Sugo turned to Ye Tian with a troubled expression. Seeing this, Ye Tian chuckled and said to him, Just go if you're told to. It's a good chance to see how strong you are. Testing my strength, huh? Well, all right then. Tokiwa Sugo nodded solemnly. He stood up and walked towards the center of the rooftop. Standing between the two, Rina was taken aback. Hey, what are you? She exclaimed. Minyashur sighed and said to her, Excuse me, please step aside. Don't stand in the way. Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, Rina turned to Ye Tian and hurried to his side. Aren't you going to stop them? I thought you had a high status among these people. How can you just let them fight? Fight? Just watch, Ye Tian said dismissively. He then turned to the crowd and announced, All right, place your bets. Decade to win. However, before Ye Tian could finish, Minyashur turned his head and said, Ye Tian, you're being cheeky. All right, you guys fight. I'll just watch and not say anything. With that, he straightened up and watched the scene intently. The others also turned their heads, watching the two combatants with interest. Rina, however, was stunned. She had wanted Ye Tian to dissuade them, but it had turned out like this. Thinking this, Rina prepared to stop them. However, before she could take a step, her eyes widened in shock as she watched the two in the arena. Just then, Tokiwa Sugo, who had walked to the center and stood facing Minyashur, took out a driver from behind him and placed it directly on his waist. Instantly, a phantom clock appeared behind him, its hands moving continuously, instantly reaching 12 o'clock. A mechanical voice rang out from the Zio driver. Henshin. Tokiwa Sugo shouted. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zio. As the voice fell, Tokiwa Sugo was enveloped in armor. Seeing this, Minyashur smiled slightly and said to him, Nice effects. Well, it's my turn. After saying that, he took out a driver from behind him and placed it on his waist. Then, he took out a card from the storage box on the side of his belt. Henshin. Kamen Rider Decade. Instantly, countless phantoms formed in front of Minyashur, then converged on his body. Several blocks also appeared in front of him, flying directly towards his head. As these blocks flew to his head, the originally gray armor instantly colored, revealing red and black armor. Looking at Tokiwa Sugo standing opposite him, Minyashur slowly opened his mouth and said, Come on. Let me see how strong you are. All right. With that, Tokiwa Sugo, transformed into Zio, instantly swung his fist towards Minyashur's Decade. Seeing this, Decade raised his hand slightly, then directly pinched the fist that was swung over. Then, his left hand instantly clenched into a fist and slammed it directly into Zio's abdomen. Feeling the sudden attack of great power, Zio couldn't help but take a few steps back, covering his stomach with both hands and saying, It hurts. Seeing this, Decade shook his head and said, Is this all the power you have? Tokiwa Sugo, how can you become king with this little power? Upon hearing this, Zio gradually lowered his hand from his abdomen and straightened his posture, declaring, I will undoubtedly become the king. Absolutely. With that, He raised his fist once more and aimed it at Dicky. In response, Dicky tilted his head slightly, swiftly evading the punch with a graceful maneuver. Although he had lost his memories, his strength and instinctive reactions remained intact. Thus, dealing with Zio, who had only just acquired his powers, posed little challenge. Seeing this, Zio retracted his fist and took a deep breath. He placed his hands before him and, with a sudden grip, a sword materialized in his grasp. Zickengerade, time sword gun. Tightening his hold on the sword, Zio advanced, swinging it toward Dicky. Dicky, momentarily taken aback by the descending blade, quickly retrieved a storage box from his waist. He transformed it into a longsword, positioning it horizontally before him. Clang! The two swords clashed, emitting a spark. Observing the battle between Dicky and Zio, Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle, reminiscing about the time he watched the confrontation between Dicky and Time King. Back then, Dicky had fought with remarkable ease. However, this time, he was witnessing a live performance. Meanwhile, standing beside him, Lena furrowed her brows, intently watching the two combatants, and inquired what could possibly be the reason for their conflict. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to her and inquired, "Why must we engage in battle? Indeed, why must they fight? Weren't they just good friends?" Lena looked at Ye Tian with a puzzled expression. "Ah, perhaps it's merely a restless hand. I suppose." Ye Tian murmured as he slowly rubbed his chin. "Restless hand?" Lena was taken aback by Ye Tian's response, her mind clouded with confusion. However, after a brief moment, she voiced her lingering curiosity. "Who exactly are you?" "I cannot disclose that," Ye Tian replied, casting her a sidelong glance. "Then, why have they transformed in this manner?" Lena's eyes darted around before she posed her question. "Well, this I can share with you. They are Kamen Riders. One is the World Destruction Emperor, and the other is the Time King." Ye Tian answered playfully. "World Destruction Emperor?" Lena stared in shock at the figure clad in pink armor, murmuring to herself. "Time King, that name," Ye Tian continued. "The Time King is known for having destroyed and recreated a timeline. He is referred to as the Supreme and Virtuous King." Lena stood there, momentarily bewildered, having merely expressed a thought. Yet, upon comprehending Ye Tian's words, she found herself in a daze. The Supreme and Virtuous King? That doesn't seem to align with the notion of evil. Observing Lena in her state of confusion, Ye Tian couldn't help but smirk before turning his gaze back to the ongoing battle between Emperor and Zio. Just then, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by several roars. Upon hearing the commotion, Ye Tian abruptly turned to the battlefield where Dream Beasts were located. Witnessing 5 monstrous creatures closing in on Dream Beasts, he became momentarily bewildered. He murmured, "How could 5 monsters appear at once? Did that Demon King perpetrate something catastrophic?" Their original intention was merely to traverse downstream. Yet now they were faced with such a multitude of monsters, lacking any real chance of victory. If they encountered a resilient foe, they might even struggle to breach its defenses. Among them, the only ones capable of contending with these beasts would be the later stages of Emperor and Zio. With this thought in mind, Ye Tian's gaze shifted to the figures of the Flying Squirrel, Rimuru, and Carp. The strength of the pirate world is undeniable. Capable of obliterating an island with a single punch, Carp stands as one of the pinnacle figures in that realm. If he were to step in and deliver a few blows, or perhaps the Flying Squirrel, his transcendent magic possesses remarkable power. Alternatively, Rimuru could easily consume a monster. After all, he had previously devoured a dragon, so consuming a monster should pose no challenge. The three had been observing the battle between Emperor and Zio when suddenly, a chill coursed through them, causing involuntary shivers. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Tian had already orchestrated their roles. With that realization, Ye Tian cleared his throat, ahem. "Well, Shir and Zhuangwu, please cease your actions for a moment. It's time to engage." He then turned to the group that had shifted their attention towards him. Both Minya Shir and Tokime Zhuangwu halted their movements, reverting to their normal forms as they looked towards Ye Tian. "I trust you have noticed. Indeed, it is those 5 monsters behind me. So, who among you is willing to take on the challenge?" Ye Tian said, a smile gracing his face. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Carp's lips twitched as he stepped forward, gazing at Ye Tian, and remarked, "I can give it a try. I have never struck anything quite like this before." Hearing Carp's words, Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction and then addressed him, saying, "Well, it's perfectly fine if you cannot prevail. Simply retreat." After speaking, Ye Tian turned his attention to the flying mouse, a subtle smile gracing his face as he began. So, flying mouse? Supreme Sovereign? Ruler of the great tomb of Nazareth? Oh dear, why are you stepping back? Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, the flying mouse involuntarily took 2 steps back. Then, amidst the gazes of the crowd, he awkwardly admitted, I'm just a mage. Oh well, how about you just stand here and cast a high-tier spell to test its damage? Ye Tian inquired tentatively, realizing the predicament he had been placed in. The flying mouse helplessly nodded in agreement. After persuading the flying mouse, Ye Tian once again donned a harmless smile, then scanned the crowd before looking at Rimuru and saying, Rimuru? Lord Demon King? Future Majesty of the Federation? Why not give it a try? Let us see if you can swallow him whole. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, the individuals standing beside Rimuru subtly retreated, their gazes now imbued with a deeper sense of awe. This was, after all, the man who had devoured a dragon whole, a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, Lena, positioned at the rear of the assembly, was rendered speechless by Ye Tian's proclamation. Who exactly were these individuals? Each seemed to possess an increasingly formidable background. The master of the Great Tomb? Were they even human? And one who had purportedly consumed a dragon. These people were somewhat terrifying. Ye Tian, momentarily disregarding the astonished Lena, turned his attention to Rimuru, suggesting, perhaps you should have your great sage analyze it first? Subsequently, Ye Tian addressed the assembly, stating, ahem. Let us make way for the advent of our 3 heroes. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, a smile unconsciously graced Ye Tian's countenance. He then turned towards the 2 individuals flanking Vice Admiral Garp, remarking, observe the nobility of spirit possessed by Vice Admiral Garp, the indomitable nature of his will. It is a virtue we must emulate. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Ainz Ul Gon and Rimuru Tempest cast somewhat resentful glances in Garp's direction. Noticing their gazes, Garp feigned obliviousness, looking around as if disassociated from the matter. Seeing this, Ainz Ul Gon and Rimuru Tempest exchanged a glance, offering each other silent solace through their eyes in a resigned manner. Subsequently, they heard Ye Tian pronounce, very well. Such is the situation. Esteemed champions, commence your odyssey. May your might radiate its valiant splendor even in this alien world. Understood, the trio responded, their voices lacking their usual vigor. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian and a few others gradually stepped back, allowing the 3 to take center stage. At that moment, Garp began to warm up in place, while the flying squirrel dispelled his camouflage magic, quietly preparing for a higher-level spell. As for Rimuru, he was nonchalantly seated atop the Garo, boldly striding towards the heart of the battlefield. On the battlefield, Dagu witnessed the sudden appearance of the monsters surrounding and mercilessly assaulting Mebius, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Without hesitation, he transformed, rescuing Mebius from his plight. 2 Ultramen stood poised against 5 monsters, neither side making the first move. Just then, a furious roar echoed from a nearby building, instantly capturing the attention of both Ultramen. As they beheld Garp approaching them with graceful moonwalk steps, they were momentarily taken aback. Dagu stared in disbelief at the airborne Garp, murmuring, Mr. Garp. Observing Garp gliding through the air, he felt compelled to chide, what are you staring at? Have you never seen a person fly? With that, Garp charged directly towards the monsters. The 5 creatures, evidently oblivious to Garp's arrival, seized the opportunity to launch an attack as the 2 Ultramen shifted their focus elsewhere. At that moment, a resounding crash erupted from beneath one monster's feet, causing it to lose its balance and topple over. Garp had delivered a powerful punch to the creature's leg, and feeling the impact, the monster swayed and fell to the ground. As the monster staggered towards him, Garp's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, what the? He swiftly activated his shave technique, darting to the side with urgency. With the creature's collapse, dust billowed into the air. Hearing the commotion behind him, Garp halted, turning to glance back. Suddenly, a massive hand swung toward him from behind. With a resounding thud, Garp instinctively channeled his armament haki, shielding his head with both hands. The concrete beneath him cracked outward from his center, with his feet sinking deep into the ground. As he braced against the blow, Garp took a deep breath, calming the turbulent energy within him. He then retaliated with a fierce punch, deflecting the monster's hand while swiftly extracting his legs from the concrete. Observing the monster slowly rising, Garp refrained from immediate action, instead catching his breath. After a moment, he gradually lifted his hand, which was soon enveloped in armament hockey. He then launched an assault against the giant foot that the monster aimed at him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rimuru had reached a rooftop not far from the monsters. Watching Carp engage in battle, he momentarily stood in awe, but soon his resolve strengthened. He gracefully leapt from Garo, transforming into a slime as he surged towards a solitary monster. As he approached, his form expanded, enveloping the creature entirely before gradually contracting. Atop the skyscraper, the flying squirrel, having readied his magic, raised his head to observe Dagu and the others in combat. He then bellowed, "Dagu, Carp, Rimuru, get out of the way." Upon hearing this, the three companions of Dagu were momentarily taken aback, then swiftly rolled aside to evade danger. However, upon noticing the gradually diminishing figure of Rimuru, the flying rodent shook its head and slightly adjusted its position. In an instant, the transcendent magic known as Skyfall was unleashed. A circle of azure light descended from the heavens, crashing down upon a monstrous creature. With a resounding boom, the immense force of energy overwhelmed the beast, driving it forcefully to the ground. Within the circle, energy erupted violently, soaring skyward and illuminating half the sky. On the ground, a creature lay at the epicenter. As the area within 100 meters collapsed into a vast pit, the monster, its body shattered, remained motionless within the crater. Observing this, Dagu noted that his companions had already dispatched 3 monsters, promptly turned his gaze to Meng Bio, exchanged a knowing glance, and rushed forward to engage the remaining 2 beasts in combat. On the top floor of the building, after casting the transcendent magic, the flying rodent instinctively took a few steps back and found a spot to sit down, gazing at the massive pit created by his magic in the distance. He murmured to himself, "This is my first time using transcendent magic to vanquish a monster. What an exhilarating sensation." At that moment, Ye Tian appeared beside him, observing him with a grin and inquiring, "That felt great, didn't it? Would you like to unleash another one?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel, resting nearby, raised its head with an air of arrogance and declared, "Of course. Just look at who I am. I am the unparalleled supreme being." Listening to the squirrel's voice brimming with pride, Ye Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes in response, before turning his gaze back to the battlefield. At that moment, on the battlefield, Carp was still entangled in a fierce struggle with a monstrous creature. The clash between the two, well, one person and one beast, was intense and indecisive, infused with an inexplicable emotion that eluded understanding. Observing the creature alternately crouching on its left and right legs, Ye Tian felt an unexpected wave of amusement surge within him, prompting an involuntary laugh. Meanwhile, Rimuru, having completely absorbed one of the beasts, approached Carp, seated like a wolf, and remarked, "Uncle Carp, I have arrived." Upon hearing those words, Carp, who had been engaged in battle, abruptly turned his head, his expression grave as he addressed Rimuru. "No need. This monster is mine to handle. I, Carp, will vanquish the beast." Rimuru was momentarily taken aback by Carp's resolute declaration and quickly instructed Yugeo to halt, retreating to a secure location. Observing Carp's fierce engagement with the monster, he couldn't help but murmur softly to himself, "Is it really necessary to be so stubborn? Wouldn't my assistance expedite the process?" Nevertheless, he respected Carp's decision. If Carp chose to confront the monster alone, then surely he would not falter, would he? Before Rimuru could fully gather his thoughts, a figure darted past him in an instant. Just as he turned to look, another silhouette surged by, swiftly crashing into the monster. With a resounding boom, Carp's punch sent the creature crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Carp unleashed a flurry of punches upon the beast, each strike falling like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, not far away, Dream Beast and Digga had already dispatched 2 monsters, and they swiftly dealt a finishing blow to the one that had narrowly escaped from the earlier encounter with the flying mouse. They too had taken notice of the commotion and were preparing to assist in eliminating this remaining beast. However, just as Dream Beast was about to intervene, Digga restrained him, saying, "One of my seniors is currently battling that monster. Let us wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Mebius was momentarily taken aback, his gaze instinctively shifting towards the abdomen of the monstrous creature. Indeed, he discerned a middle-aged man vigorously attacking the beast with punches and kicks. To his astonishment, the creature bore several wounds, albeit not large, yet significant enough to have been inflicted by a human. This revelation left Mebius in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly a human he recognized? Or could it be that the individual engaging the monster was, in fact, an extraterrestrial being? However, he gradually turned his attention to the side, where Digga stood, and within his heart, he began to ease his wariness towards Kapu. Surely, Digga's predecessor must be a person of great virtue. Just as Mebius was regaining his composure, an unexpected force collided with his chest, sending him staggering back a couple of steps, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, Digga was quick-witted and managed to support him, preventing him from falling to the ground. At this moment, Mebius finally had the opportunity to glance down at his chest, where he found Kapu standing in a daze. After casually greeting him, Kapu delivered a swift kick to Mebius' chest, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards the monster once more. Caught off guard, Mebius wobbled unsteadily due to Kapu's abrupt action, but with Digga's assistance, he managed to remain upright. Mebius, still in a state of confusion, looked at Digga and quietly murmured, "Digga, this individual API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Upon hearing this, Carp, who had just prepared to charge out, abruptly halted his movements before fiercely dashing forward once more, exclaiming, "Let me have another go." Observing Carp's renewed assault on the monster, Digga could not help but feel a surge of respect, silently reflecting, truly, he is a hero of the Navy. This unwavering dedication and relentless fight for justice are qualities to which I can only aspire. However, at that moment, a series of furious roars erupted, accompanied by swirling clouds of dust that swept across the earth. "I am Carp. Today, I shall slay you, little monster, or else I might as well not exist." As his words echoed, Carp's fists descended with increasing ferocity, each strike landing heavily upon the beast. Boom. At last, Carp's fist collided with the creature's head, sending it crashing to the ground and causing the surrounding earth to crack. Carp, gazing at the now prone monster, which merely gasped for breath, paused for a moment, then executed a graceful sidestep towards the rooftop nearby. Once atop the roof, Carp wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and slowly remarked to Digga and Mebius, "All right. You two can finish it off. I'm utterly exhausted from this battle." Upon hearing this, Digga and Dreambeat could not help but feel a wave of exasperation. They exchanged a glance, nodded to each other, and then charged toward the fallen monster. Meanwhile, the creature on the ground could only watch helplessly as the two Ultramen approached. Rendered utterly powerless, its energy had been nearly depleted by Kapu. Now, it could do nothing but lie there, awaiting its fate at the hands of the Ultramen. Observing the unfolding battle, Rimuru also made his way to Kapu's side and slowly remarked, "It would have been much better if you had let me assist earlier. You wouldn't be this fatigued now." Upon hearing this, Carp couldn't help but smile awkwardly, and then he gazed at him, speaking softly. "Isn't this a bit of a temptation? Hiki." After saying that, Carp slowly extended his hand, playfully pinching his nostrils. Meanwhile, Digga had already arrived beside the monster, and with the assistance of both him and Mebius, they began to drag the creature into the sky. In midair, Digga and Mebius exchanged a glance before forcefully tossing the monster away, followed by a swift burst of light from one of them. Observing the actions above, Carp was momentarily taken aback, then he sighed with a wry smile. It appeared he had indeed overestimated himself just moments ago. Are you able to recognize the disparity between you? I find this quite reassuring, remarked Rimuru, shaking his head. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Carp's previously jovial expression vanished, replaced by a scowl directed at Digga. He slowly uttered, "Do you look down upon us? Are there no more monsters? Today, I, Carp, shall confront the beasts." Just then, the entire city was engulfed in darkness. The souls of the monsters they had vanquished began to traverse the city, gradually converging into the sky, forming a tempestuous storm cloud. Within this ominous cloud, these monsters amalgamated into a colossal beast. As this monstrous entity emerged, countless energy spheres hurtled toward Digga and Mebius. Carp and Rimuru, witnessing the oncoming assault, instinctively retreated. Yet, Digga and Mebius stood resolute, enduring the impact. Under the force of this tremendous energy, their chest indicators flickered ominously in crimson light. Elsewhere in the city, Fugu and I Dream observed the troubled Digga and Mebius, their hearts filled with urgency. Suddenly, flashes of their memories from a parallel world surged in their minds. They exchanged knowing smiles and turned sharply to Digga, proclaiming, Diga, wait for us. Dinah and Gaia. Meanwhile, in another location, a group including Hayata had gathered, surrounded by radiant light, each holding their respective transformation devices. Diga, we are on our way, they called out. On the rooftop, witnessing the sudden appearance of the 6 Ultramen, a smile spread across his face, for he had received notification of the mission's completion. He turned slowly to the others, stating, well then, everyone, our task is accomplished. The trajectory of this world has returned to its origin, and we may now depart. As for the rewards, they will likely be issued after the monster is defeated. The others nodded in agreement. Ye Tian then addressed them once more. I shall take my leave now, but you may wait until they have vanquished the beast before returning. Farewell. With that, he opened a black hole before him, preparing to depart. Unexpectedly, Lena stepped forward swiftly, blocking his path, her eyes fixed intently on him. But what will happen to Diga? Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then slowly turned his gaze towards the battling Dagu. A smile emerged on his face as he addressed him, saying, after this confrontation, your presence, like that of Dream Bayous, will fade from this world. Of course, the Dagu that originally belonged to this realm shall return once more. So, farewell. I hope we may have the chance to meet again in the future. With a light chuckle, Ye Tian stepped into the black hole and vanished from sight. Gradually, those around began to depart as well. On the rooftop of the building, only Carp, Rimuru, and the flying mouse remained, accompanied by Lena. They quietly observed the ongoing battle involving Dagu and others, letting out sighs of admiration. After a long while, Carp couldn't help but exclaim, it seems I am still not strong enough. Haha, take your time, Uncle Carp, Rimuru replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Carp fell into a contemplative silence, nodding slightly before conjuring a black hole behind him. He bid farewell to the two and departed. Observing the nearing conclusion of the battle, the flying mouse turned to Rimuru and said, so, Rimuru, you'll have a word with Dagu later. I shall take my leave now. Indeed, I too shall depart shortly. Rimuru replied, nodding slowly. As only Rimuru remained, Lena stepped forward, hesitating for a moment before finally inquiring, could you enlighten me about who you are? Lena's voice drew Rimuru's attention away from the ongoing skirmish. Noticing the confusion etched on her face, Rimuru paused momentarily, then responded, we are the guardians of this world. Or so it seems. Lena was taken aback by Rimuru's words, glancing at the battling Ultraman before asking, are you similar to Ultraman? How could it be the same? Rimuru replied, I oversee the world, belonging to a realm beyond it. While Ultraman is also a protector, they are not recognized by this world. Upon hearing this, Lena was momentarily taken aback, covering her small mouth in astonishment as she gazed blankly at Rimuru, speechless for a while. There is no need for such surprise. Rimuru reassured her. Originally, your world lacked a boundary enforcer, which allowed malevolent entities to invade at will. However, now that we have arrived, we shall establish positions within this realm, aimed at preventing any aberrations. A smile naturally graced Rimuru's face as he turned to Lena. Establishing positions? What purpose does that serve? Will the monster cease to appear once these positions are created? Lena inquired, her curiosity piqued as she looked at him. Upon hearing this, Rimuru couldn't help but express his slight vexation, saying, well, I cannot divulge that information to you. Moreover, this pertains to matters between us and this world. Sharing it would be a violation of our agreement. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Rimuru slowly nodded and then gazed at him, saying, they have already returned. Oh, regarding the agreements of this world, I shall not contest them with you, as you have certainly endured considerable hardship. With that, amidst the astonished gazes of Future and the others, he opened a black hole. After giving a wave to Daiku, he stepped directly into it, and with the disappearance of the black hole, he departed from this world. Hearing Rimuru's words, a smile of joy spread across Daiku's face. He then looked towards the spot where Rimuru had vanished and bowed deeply, uttering, arigato. Gradually standing upright, Daiku turned to Lena with a smile, saying, I presume you are already aware, correct? Daiku, my friend, what is happening? Who was that person just now? Tuan inquired, gazing at Daiku with confusion. Nearby, Asuka and Ayumu also approached with similar questions. In response, Daiku offered them a gentle smile and then turned to Lena, slowly extending his hand, which she accepted. Just as the onlookers believed Daiku and Lena had reached a romantic conclusion, Daiku spoke up. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Daiku Shinjo, a member of the Victory Team and also the human form of Ultraman Tiga. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lena. The surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Daiku, perplexed by his declaration. At that moment, Asuka, visibly startled, took a couple of steps forward, pointing at Daiku and stammering, You are the true human form of Ultraman Tiga? Upon hearing Asuka's words, Daiku turned his head slightly, offering a faint smile before replying, It is a pleasure to meet you, my junior. Acknowledging Daiku's affirmation, Asuka hurriedly bowed to him and, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I am delighted to meet you here, senior. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Daegu was momentarily taken aback, and then turned to Lena, inquiring, What is it? I shall share all that I know with you. In my recollection, it seems I do not possess a friend by your name. Thus, might you enlighten me about the agreement that one of your acquaintances just mentioned to me? Could it be? Lena gazed at Daegu, apprehensive that this world might once again attract the attention of malevolent forces. She was uncertain whether Ye Tian and his companions were indeed virtuous individuals. Nor did she grasp the essence of the agreement they spoke of. However, one fact lingered in her mind. The agreement they referenced was undeniably connected to this world. Hence, she sought to clarify the matter with Daegu. Upon hearing this, Daegu could not help but smile bitterly, then turned to Lena and remarked, Indeed, Lena, you remain as astute as ever. He continued, In truth, I can share with you some non-confidential information regarding this matter. Upon hearing Daegu's words, the others present leaned in with rapt attention, eager not to miss a single detail. From Lena's earlier statement, it seemed they had gleaned that Daegu and his companions intended to undertake significant actions in this world if they did not clarify matters. They would be left with lingering discontent. Observing the attentive demeanor of the crowd, Daegu smiled and slowly addressed Lena and the others, as you all know. Beyond this world lies a realm of parallel universes. In addition to these parallel worlds, there exists a multitude of dimensional realms. Ultraman serves merely as a guardian figure, a police officer of sorts, within a specific universe and its overarching narrative. However, this role does not garner the recognition of the entirety of the world or the cosmos. Here, when I refer to the world and the universe, I do not mean merely the inhabitants or entities within, but rather the will of the world itself. Each parallel universe possesses its own distinct will. We are tasked with the oversight, surveillance, protection, and sanctioning of all unlawful intrusions and anti-world activities, essentially. Any occurrences that may lead to alterations within the world fall under our jurisdiction. This responsibility bestows upon us a unique position within this realm. When the anomalies within a world escalate beyond our capacity to contain them, the will of the world may choose to initiate a reset, returning the entire universe to chaos. In order to eradicate the threats posed by these aberrations, it is only then that we, as guardians, will withdraw from the world. In other words, our departure signifies the impending destruction of that world. If a world lacks guardians, it becomes akin to an open portal, devoid of sentinels. Anyone with sufficient ability may enter at will. The crowd, taken aback by Daegu's revelations, stared at him in stunned silence for a moment. Is that so? Tuan was the first to break the silence, his brow furrowed in confusion as he questioned Daegu. If Ultraman is dedicated to upholding the universe, why then does he not receive the world's acknowledgement? We too aspire to uphold justice with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, Daegu couldn't help but smile slightly, and then turned to him, saying, This matter is quite straightforward. Ultraman belongs to this world. Simultaneously, it is also part of the world's trajectory. Everything you do merely reflects that trajectory. This alone does not warrant the world's acknowledgement of you. If you desire the world's recognition, you must first join our alliance. Ultimately, it is us, the envoys of the realm, who will communicate with the dormant will of the world and secure a pact with it. Otherwise, you shall never be able to engage with the world's will. After the agreement is signed, we will also dispatch envoys to reside in this world permanently. Is this what is referred to as the representative of the heavenly path in the celestial empire? Beta looked at Daegu with confusion. One might say so. Daegu replied, nodding slowly with a smile. Then, may we know who the future representative of this world, or rather, the envoy, will be? Inquired Beta Xingxi, who was standing nearby. Upon hearing this, Daegu could not help but be taken aback for a moment. Then he let out a bittersweet smile and said, I am afraid I cannot provide an answer to that. At present, the Alliance has yet to assign a representative to the newly available realms, and we will have to wait for some time for further clarity. Is there any way to join the alliance? Hadaoka inquired, his concern palpable as he contemplated the implications of others entering this world with potentially ulterior motives. Noticing Hadaoka's hesitance, Daegu offered a resigned smile and replied, in this matter, it ultimately depends on fortune. Perhaps one must make significant contributions to the alliance to be considered. For instance, Mr. Karp was granted his position after demonstrating exceptional merit during a particular incident. However, he has yet to complete his probationary period. As for you all, I sincerely apologize, but I am unaware of any means by which you may become representatives. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Tuan let out a deep sigh and remarked, what a pity. Hearing Tuan's words, Daegu couldn't help but smile faintly, then turned to him and said, however, rest assured, I believe the alliance's review process is quite commendable. At the very least, those qualified to serve as envoys to the realm are individuals we can all endorse. If someone has a troublesome disposition, I trust the leader would take appropriate action. Upon hearing Daegu's reassurances, the others nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. Just then, Hayata suddenly lifted his head, gazing intently at Daegu, and inquired, I wonder, does the world of M78, the land of light, have envoys as well? Upon hearing this, Daegu was momentarily taken aback, subsequently contemplating the identity of each individual within the group. He then slowly shook his head and turned to address him, stating, not yet, and furthermore, we have not established an agreement with that realm, thus we cannot traverse there for the time being. Upon hearing Daegu's response, Hayata nodded slowly, thereafter falling into silence. Observing that no one else was speaking, Daegu gradually extended his right hand to his chest, whereupon a badge materialized before him. He gently removed the badge from his chest and placed it before him, turning slowly to face away from them, his voice resonating clearly as he proclaimed, I am Daegu, the ambassador of the alliance against anomalies of all realms, here to establish a treaty in this world. As his words echoed, the onlookers stood in astonishment, witnessing the transformation of Daegu before their eyes. Adorned in a cerulean robe, with a radiant halo encircling his head, he appeared profoundly sacred. Just as they were captivated by Daegu's attire, a thunderous voice reverberated within their minds. Yoon. In an instant, their surroundings shifted dramatically, revealing a void before them. Standing in this emptiness was a young girl clad in a white silk dress. Observing this, Daegu could not help but smile gently, addressing her, greetings, exalted world will. I humbly represent the leader of the alliance of all realms, Ye Tian, to extend my salutations and to establish the position of ambassador in this realm. Upon hearing this, the little girl broke into a sweet smile and turned to Daegu, saying, I have come to understand your circumstances. It seems a mouse from another realm has unexpectedly infiltrated, completely disrupting the original course of events. Fortunately, your arrival has been timely. With gratitude for her acknowledgement, Daegu responded with a gentle smile, then, please affix your signature to the agreement that belongs to you. Very well, the girl nodded. She then waved her hand, and a scroll resembling parchment materialized in her grasp. Subsequently, she handed it over to Daegu. After receiving the scroll, Daegu pressed his emblem onto it, and instantly, the mark of the emblem appeared on the parchment. Observing this, Daegu carefully lifted the parchment with both hands, raising it above his head, and proclaimed loudly, the contract has been established. It is now submitted for the alliance's review. As soon as Daegu's words fell, a beam of light appeared above his head, swiftly whisking away the contract from his hands. After a considerable pause, the light dissipated, and a detached voice resonated throughout the space. The agreement has passed the review. The alliance's envoy will assume office within a month. The will of the world is requested to await. Upon hearing this, the young girl slowly nodded and then turned her gaze towards Daegu, saying, in that case, I shall entrust you with this task in the future. Hearing her words, Daegu couldn't help but smile faintly as he looked at her and replied, thank you for your trust. Now, please allow us to depart. The girl nodded, gracefully waved her delicate hand, and subsequently released Daegu and his companions. Reappearing atop the building, the group still bore expressions of astonishment. Observing this, Daegu smiled slightly and addressed them, I have completed my mission. Thus, farewell to you all. With that, a golden radiance began to emanate from Daegu's body, while beside him, Hibino Mirai also radiated a similar golden glow, vanishing from sight first. At that moment, Lena and the others regained their senses and turned their gaze towards Daegu, their eyes filled with reluctance. Witnessing this, Daegu offered a gentle smile and waved at them. The golden light surrounding him intensified, and in an instant, He transcended this realm. However, in this world, Dagu collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, in the depths of the universe, within the luminous realm, the Ultramen, standing beneath the tower of plasma sparks, fell into a contemplative silence. They had just received news from their respective human forms, revealing the existence of an organization that transcended the entire universe and even the fabric of time and space. Though they bore no malice towards this organization, their hearts were brimming with questions they yearned to ask. Yet, their inquiries were fleeting, for they learned through Hayata that their current time and space possessed no guardian. Hence, any questions would have to wait for another opportunity in the future. In a world of pirates, Ye Tian stood at the entrance of a villa, looking at the companion who had followed him, Minyashur, and remarked, "So you've come along as well. I wanted to see your villa." Minyashur replied with a hint of excitement, "And I must say, it's quite impressive." Seeing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but smirk and said, "Let us head to the cafeteria for a bite. We've stayed in that world for quite a while. Although the food was decent, it was nothing extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Minyashur slowly nodded, then followed Ye Tian towards the dining hall. Inside a private room of the dining area, Ye Tian casually picked up a piece of roasted meat from the table and put it into his mouth, nodding in approval as he exclaimed, "Not bad at all." Observing this, Minyashur took a small piece of meat nearby, tasted it, and also nodded in agreement. After indulging in their meal for a while, Minyashur deliberately glanced at Ye Tian and inquired, "Now that our group consists of only a few people, what will happen to the worlds that have signed agreements but lack resident envoys?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, and then, with a faint smile, he gazed at Minyashur and remarked, "Is this what you aim for?" Hearing Ye Tian directly articulate his intention, Minyashur could only nod in acknowledgement. In response, Ye Tian gradually set down the piece of meat in his hand and continued, "Currently, there is no way to address this. The invitation is beyond my authority to issue. Furthermore, even if I were to invite someone, I do not possess an invitation letter. Such items are not available for purchase in the marketplace. Hence, we can only await the next opportunity. I anticipate that a group upgrade should not be far off." Ye Tian looked at Minyashur with a hint of helplessness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Minyashur could not help but smile. After discussing this matter, he refrained from further conversation and instead, he and Ye Tian quietly enjoyed their meal. After a considerable time, Minyashur seemed to recall something and turned to Ye Tian, inquiring, "By the way, I remember you mentioning that there is a world that needs cleansing. When can we go?" Hearing Minyashur's words, Ye Tian fell into silence. After a brief pause, he slowly began to speak. "In truth, we are ready to go. However, I have yet to decide whether we should." "Why?" Minyashur looked at Ye Tian, perplexed. "Do you understand what cleansing truly signifies?" Ye Tian regarded Minyashur with an impassive expression. "What do you mean? Isn't it about purging the disturbances from that world?" Minyashur replied, gazing at Ye Tian with confusion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Minyashur was momentarily taken aback, then rose in astonishment and exclaimed, "Thus, akin to the annihilation of the world. Indeed, akin to the obliteration of existence. Subsequently, after we establish our foothold in the realm, the world shall revert to chaos, and with the aid of the Alliance, we shall endeavor to swiftly rejuvenate civilization. If that is the case, it would amount to a massacre, would it not?" Ye Tian gazed solemnly at Minyashur. "A massacre indeed," Minyashur replied, his expression grave as he seated himself and pondered in silence. "Yes, therefore, I have yet to determine whether or not to proceed. To go forth would necessitate an immense military force, exceedingly vast. To refrain, however, would allow everything to remain in stasis, as that world quietly awaits its impending doom, orchestrated by the will of the world." Thus spoke Ye Tian. Upon hearing these words, Minyashur felt as though a heavy mountain had settled upon his shoulders, rendering him somewhat breathless. After a prolonged moment, he slowly raised his head and gazed at Ye Tian, suggesting, "Perhaps we should inform the others and let them vote on whether to proceed with this course of action? That way, you wouldn't bear such a tremendous burden." Hearing Minyashur's proposal, Ye Tian nodded with a hint of resignation, then looked at him and said, "It must be done this way. So, shall you announce it? Or shall I?" Minyashur, regarding Ye Tian with a serious expression, inquired, "You go ahead. I still need to eat, Ye Tian replied, and with that, he settled down to dine in silence. Meanwhile, Min Shishir gradually set down his fork and opened the chat group to discuss the matter with everyone. In that moment, the room was filled solely with the sound of Ye Tian eating. After a considerable time, Ye Tian finally finished the last piece of meat on the table. Min Shishir then slowly exited the chat group and turned to Ye Tian, stating, after an intense discussion, the vote was unanimous. Everyone supports our journey to that world. Is that so? Ye Tian replied with a faint smile. Indeed, since destruction is inevitable, and as you mentioned, there are no good people left in that world. It would be better for us to expedite its progression, Min Shishir articulated slowly. Very well, then let everyone begin to gather their forces during this period. Now that we have made a decision, we should move swiftly, Ye Tian said with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Min Shishir gradually nodded and then turned to Ye Tian, inquiring, how many troops will be required? Perhaps around 10 million, Ye Tian replied thoughtfully. If we aim for a force of 1 million, that would be far too sluggish. Indeed, Min Shishir acknowledged with a slow nod. As for this matter, there is no need to rush. Let us wait until the group undergoes its next upgrade. Agreed, Min Shishir affirmed. Fully aware that the urgency of the situation was not pressing, and he understood that assembling such a vast number of troops at once would be a formidable challenge. At that moment, the door to the private room creaked open, revealing an individual clad in the attire of a naval general. Ah, you must be Major General Ye Tian, he remarked with a hint of familiarity. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian, who had originally closed his eyes, slowly opened them and looked over, subsequently expressing his surprise. What brings Admiral Akiji here? Is there something amiss? Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Akiji chuckled softly and replied, it's nothing of great consequence. I merely heard from those below that Major Ye Tian was in this private room, so I decided to come and take a look. With that, Akiji turned his gaze toward the door and instructed the soldiers who had accompanied him, please have the kitchen send over some desserts. He then casually closed the private room door and sauntered over to a chair, taking a seat. However, as he settled into his chair, he noticed the individual sitting opposite Ye Tian, Min Shishir. A hint of intrigue crossed his face as he inquired, and who might this be? Oh, this is my friend, Min Shishir, Ye Tian casually introduced. Upon hearing Ye Tian's introduction, Min Shishir, wearing a broad smile, rose to his feet and extended his hand towards Akiji, saying, Min Shishir, it's a pleasure to meet you, Admiral Akiji. Although he was unfamiliar with Akiji, he had just heard Ye Tian refer to him as Admiral, and thus, he spoke accordingly. Upon hearing this, Akiji smiled faintly and extended his hand to shake hands with Morshi. He then spoke, I am Akiji. It is a pleasure to meet you. After exchanging pleasantries, they both took their seats, and a silence enveloped the room. Observing the subtle atmosphere, Morshi gradually rose and said, well then, Ye Tian, I shall take my leave. My journey must continue. Yes, go ahead. I will visit you when I have the time, Ye Tian replied, slowly standing to look at Morshi. All right. With that, Morshi opened a black hole beside him and stepped inside. As the black hole vanished, he departed the world of pirates. Akiji gazed at the disappearing figure of Morshi, and his heart surged with realization. He had deduced that Morshi was indeed akin to Ye Tian, a being from another world. Seeing Akiji remain silently seated, Ye Tian did not urge him to speak either. He simply sat quietly in his chair, observing the decor of the private room. He had no doubt that Akiji's visit bore significance. After a brief interval, a group of waitstaff entered, tidying the table and presenting the desserts Akiji had requested before retreating. Akiji picked up a piece of cake and took a bite, then slowly remarked, Major Ye Tian, you should have a taste as well. The flavor of this cake is quite delightful. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian casually picked up a piece of cake and began to eat. Finally, after a moment of silence, Qingji slowly spoke. I wish to know how one might join the organization or command of Major General Ye Tian. Upon hearing Qingji's words, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, and then he chuckled softly, saying, it must have been Karp who mentioned it to you. However, upon reflection, it is indeed difficult to conceal my affairs. He inquired, have you discussed this matter with Karp? Hearing Ye Tian's question, Qingji gradually shook his head and replied, I have not spoken of it to anyone. Ye Tian, intrigued, looked at Qingji and asked, what compels you to seek my command? Upon hearing this, Akiji fell silent for a moment before responding, the future of the Navy. Interesting. Pray, share your thoughts. After taking a sip of juice, Ye Tian slowly replied, I aspire to harness your strength to transform this world. At this juncture, Akiji's fist clenched tightly, turning pale. Let me think. It must be the celestial dragons and the world government, right? Indeed, a race that has never regarded others as equals, perched high above. If I were in your position, I too would desire to rebel, Ye Tian remarked softly after another sip of juice. Therefore, allow me to join your ranks and utilize your power, Aokiji stated, rising to his feet and bowing deeply before Ye Tian. Observing this, Ye Tian let out a gentle chuckle and said, "Very well, I can entertain your request. I am aware of your character. I hold a certain admiration for the doves within the Navy." A hint of joy illuminated Aokiji's face upon hearing Ye Tian's words, prompting him to eagerly inquire, "Then you?" However, Ye Tian, noticing Aokiji's elation, raised his hand to interrupt him. "First and foremost, to join us, you must demonstrate exceptional contributions to the alliance, or else wait for an opportunity to arise. Furthermore, if I assist you, it would alter the very trajectory of the world, and consequently, I would have to bear a significant cost. Thus, your current task is not to seek me out, but to secure the position of admiral and unify the Navy." Ye Tian gazed at him intently and continued, "The trajectory of the world cannot be altered by me. It is your responsibility to effect the change. In the final moments, I may step in to assist you, but that cannot be at this time." Ye Tian fixed his gaze upon him. Upon hearing this, Aokiji fell into a brief silence, then nodded solemnly and said, "Understood, let me take on this task." Hearing Aokiji's words, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile, then turned to him and remarked, "You may find this quite challenging. Go seek out Carp and the others. Let them assist you with ideas. Just mention that I suggested it, and Carp will certainly lend you his support." Upon hearing this, Green Pheasant abruptly lifted his head, a joyful expression illuminating his face as he gazed at Ye Tian and earnestly proclaimed, "Arigato." "Indeed, go ahead," Ye Tian replied casually. With that, he picked up a confection from the table and began to indulge in it. Observing Green Pheasant's gradual departure, Ye Tian set down the dessert and murmured to himself, "How intriguing." Now, with Green Pheasant aiming for the position of marshal, it signifies that the narrative of this world has already been altered. I find myself quite eager for what lies ahead. Meanwhile, in the marshal's office, Carp was seated in a chair by the window, savoring a donut. Beside him, Crane and Sengoku sat quietly, their eyes fixed upon him. "I say, does it not strain your eyes to stare at me so intently?" Carp remarked with exasperation. "You just returned from another world, didn't you? And your body is covered in injuries. Did you encounter a formidable opponent?" Crane inquired softly. Upon hearing Crane's words regarding the matter, Carp averted his gaze, choosing silence. "It seems to me that you must have been bested. Otherwise, you would not be in such a state." Sengoku chimed in with a chuckle. Nevertheless, both of their gazes remained glued to Carp. After a prolonged silence, Carp finally turned to face them, saying, "Speak. What is it that you wish to know? What transpired that left you momentarily speechless, sitting in silence on the sofa for so long?" Crane adjusted her glasses, looking directly at Carp. Upon hearing this, Carp was momentarily taken aback, then he turned on his heel, not even casting a glance at the two. Observing Carp's resolute demeanor, Sengoku couldn't help but clear his throat, and then said, "Why not share your thoughts with us? Perhaps we might be able to assist you." Upon hearing this, Carp's eyes began to dart about in their sockets, and he prepared to turn and speak to them. However, just as he was about to utter a word, he paused momentarily, then slowly shook his head and remarked, "You cannot assist." Hearing Carp's statement, Crane felt an escalating sense of gravity in the situation. She then looked at Carp and queried, "How can you be so certain we cannot help if you do not explain?" "Very well, it is as follows." Thus, Carp recounted the events that had transpired in the group chat. My heavens! To cleanse the world. Crane abruptly rose from the sofa, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Carp. "Indeed, that is the case." Carp nodded, a hint of resignation evident in his demeanor. "So, according to your account, does this mean Ye Tian intends to summon millions of soldiers to that world?" Sengoku inquired urgently. "Yes, precisely as you have surmised," Carp confirmed with a nod. "Then, might I ask if you could inquire whether I could mobilize the Navy to assist him?" Sengoku stated with a serious expression. "Mobilize the Navy?" Carp was taken aback, then shook his head as he looked at Sengoku and replied, "Are you certain you can rally a significant portion of the Navy? Do you not fear the world government and the celestial dragons?" Upon hearing this, the warring states was momentarily taken aback, then sighed as he gazed at him, exclaiming, "Alas! It is once again this." At that moment, beside them, Crane gently adjusted his spectacles and turned to Carp, inquiring, "Given that Brother Ye Tian is capable of mobilizing such a multitude and possesses considerable authority, might I ask if you could persuade him?" Upon hearing Crane's words, Carp was momentarily stunned, Then a look of realization dawned upon him, accompanied by a mysterious smile as he regarded Crane, saying, "You wish to enlist the aid of those under Ye Tian's command?" "Indeed," Crane replied without a trace of hesitation. However, just then, Akiji strode through the office door and addressed the three, stating, "I have just returned from there." Upon hearing this, Crane and Sengoku were momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly turned their attention to the speaker. "What does that imply?" The young man replied, "He is unable to act. He cannot take the initiative in altering the course of the world, as it would exact a significant toll. Therefore, we must undertake this ourselves, and in the end, he will assist us." A sense of enlightenment washed over Crane as he listened to Akiji's words, prompting him to look towards Sengoku. If that is the case, it suggests that Ye Tian harbors a rather unfavorable perception of those individuals. He does not mind intervening, but he cannot be the one to initiate. Upon hearing this, Sengoku nodded in agreement and promptly stated, "In that case, let us swiftly assemble our high-ranking forces. Since we are to take the lead, we shall do so with great resolve." Carp, taken aback by Sengoku's words, gazed at him and remarked, "What about the concerns that have been troubling you? Are you referring to the matters at sea? For the time being, we shall not concern ourselves with the New World. Deploy a few vice-admirals to guard the four seas, and then we shall clear the Grand Line. As long as we can avert any immediate crises, we can proceed to resolve this issue expeditiously," Sengoku declared, his expression grave as he surveyed those present. At that moment, Carp, wearing a slight smile, turned to Akiji and said, "Just now, Ye Tian told me to support your appointment as the admiral. First, we shall cleanse the navy from within, and then we will wage war against the celestial dragons and the world government." Upon hearing this, both Tsuru and Sengoku were momentarily taken aback, swiftly turning their gazes toward Akiji. "So, Brother Ye Tian has chosen Akiji?" Tsuru spoke slowly, her voice filled with contemplation. Upon hearing this, Carp slowly replied, "Indeed. Ye Tian has remarked that Akiji is a commendable individual, quite suitable for the task. Moreover, this will prove advantageous for him in the future." Carp uttered these words with an air of indifference. "What kind of advantage?" Sengoku inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. "I am aware," Carp said, taking a bite of his donut before continuing. "He aspires to gather the might of the world's armies, to vanquish all nations, and to eradicate the brigands plaguing the realm, with the intention of establishing a unified empire." As these words resonated in the room, those present found themselves sinking to the ground in disbelief. They had contemplated various scenarios, yet they could hardly fathom the vastness of Ye Tian's ambitions. After Akiji's departure, Ye Tian returned to his villa, reclining in solitude. However, the idyllic and leisurely life seemed to conspire against him. At that moment, before the entrance of Ye Tian's villa, Nami gazed curiously at her companion, Robin, and asked, "Sister Robin, is this where Ye Tian resides?" Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit couldn't help but smile knowingly. She then turned to Nami and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this villa belongs to the young general." The mention of Ye Tian stirred a tinge of disdain within Peach Rabbit. She found it utterly perplexing why Admiral Sengoku would appoint such a youth to the rank of general, especially when this young man had yet to undertake a single mission and merely resided here in leisure. This sentiment was not hers alone. It echoed the curiosity of many high-ranking officers within the Navy headquarters. When Ye Tian arrived at the Navy headquarters, only a handful of senior officers were privy to his confrontation with Zifa. Thus, it was not surprising that Peach Rabbit harbored such thoughts. Setting aside her other distractions, Peach Rabbit approached the door and knocked, although she could have sent someone to escort Nami to find Ye Tian. Her curiosity about the young general, who had attained such a high rank and privileges at such a tender age, compelled her to take this initiative. Gazing at the still-closed door, she furrowed her brow and knocked once more. Knock, knock, knock. Yet, there was still no response. Observing this, Peach Rabbit turned to Nami and said, "It seems your brother Ye Tian is not here." Upon hearing those words, Nami couldn't help but furrow her brows, and then she kicked the door in front of her with a forceful blow. Raising her voice, she exclaimed, "You wretched brother, open the door for me. You brought me here, and now you neglect me? Open the door, you wretched brother." Her youthful voice echoed around the villa, startling Ye Tian, who had been lying in a stupor within the room. Instantly, Ye Tian lifted his head, surveying his surroundings with a puzzled expression. After listening intently for a moment and hearing not a single sound, he reclined back on his bed, murmuring to himself, "Sigh. How could I not hear that little demoness voice? It must be an illusion. Yes, certainly an illusion. Time to sleep, time to sleep." With that, he prepared to drift back into slumber. However, At that moment, the sound of kicking against the door resounded once more. Ye Tian abruptly opened his eyes. A frown of anger etched across his face as he stood up and strode toward the entrance. He was determined to discover who was brazen enough to assault his villa. He would not let this person escape unscathed. How audacious. Reaching the door, Ye Tian prepared to open it, his anger boiling within him. As he cracked the door open, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, a small foot suddenly struck his thigh. This only intensified Ye Tian's fury. He felt compelled to give this person a proper thrashing. Yet, when he focused his gaze, he discovered that it was Nami standing at his doorstep, causing his neck to retract slightly in surprise. Quickly, he swung the door wide open, a sheepish expression crossing his face as he exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, Nami. What brings you here?" Like an eager servant, Ye Tian hurried to Nami's side, his face adorned with a grin as he inquired playfully. Seeing this, Nami managed to quell her excitement somewhat, letting out a soft huff as she strode confidently into the villa. Watching her enter, Ye Tian led her to the living room and offered her a seat. After bringing 3 glasses of milk, he distributed one to each of them, then sat beside Nami, gazing at her with curiosity. "What brings you here today, Nami?" he asked. Upon hearing this, Nami, who had just moments ago been filled with excitement, instantly changed her expression, her eyes narrowing as she glared at him and exclaimed, "You brought us here, and yet you chose to live here alone? Did you think that if I didn't come, you would soon forget us?" Ye Tian. At this point, Nami's small hand reached up to grasp Ye Tian's ear and twisted it forcefully. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from his ear, Ye Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Yet he forced a smile as he looked at Nami and stammered, I was merely trying not to disturb you." "Humph. You made Belmare ask me every day where you were. How could I possibly know your whereabouts? You brought us to this strange place, and then vanished." As she spoke, Nami's grip relaxed, and she instinctively hugged her knees, quietly sobbing. Seeing this, Ye Tian felt a surge of panic in his heart and hurriedly began to comfort her. Deep down, he understood that bringing them into such an unfamiliar environment was a sign of his irresponsibility. Yet he would never admit that he had been enjoying these days far too much. However, now that Nami had come to him, it was clear that he needed to take this matter seriously. He couldn't continue to neglect them. That would be utterly ungrateful. After a lengthy period of comforting Nami, Ye Tian rushed to his room and retrieved some snacks, placing them before her as though presenting a treasure. Upon seeing the snacks, Nami pouted slightly, feeling a mix of emotions directed at Ye Tian. Why did he feel the need to move out? Didn't he realize how worried she and her sister, along with Belmare, had been for him? The lack of any news for so long had left her deeply anxious. As the two engaged in conversation, Taudu, sitting not far from Nami, observed Ye Tian intently. This was her first encounter with him, and she found it hard to comprehend why the fleet admiral would appoint such a young child as a rear admiral. Did he possess some remarkable background? Yet, having inquired about Ye Tian from Nami, she found no evidence of any such background. What, then, empowered Ye Tian to act with such impunity within the Navy headquarters, disregarding naval duties and responsibilities? Just then, Ye Tian, having lifted his head, noticed Taudu's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. He slowly lowered his head and softly asked Nami, who was this person? Upon hearing his question, Nami was taken aback, suddenly remembering that Taudu had been behind her all along. Flustered, she stammered, "She is Sister Taudu. She has been very kind to me." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. And then he turned to Taudu and inquired, "Is this what the Warring States period proclaimed? Are they referring to me as a mere child?" Upon hearing this, Taudu was momentarily taken aback, then cast a disdainful smile at Ye Tian and remarked, "What is not juvenile? I truly cannot fathom what the warlord of the Warring States sees in you." At her words, Ye Tian's expression darkened considerably. With a somewhat sullen demeanor, he gazed at Taudu and replied, "Are you unable to tolerate me?" "Me? No. How could I possibly find you intolerable? However, dear child, I feel compelled to caution you that the Navy can be quite perilous," Taudu said without a hint of concern. "Oh, the Navy is dangerous, is it? I fail to perceive that," Ye Tian remarked, his face devoid of emotion as he regarded Taudu's day. "Consider this. If a juvenile like yourself can ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral, will not those seasoned naval officers question your authority? In such a case, you might unwittingly find your path obstructed," Taudu observed with a gentle sigh as she looked at Ye Tian. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle, subsequently turning his gaze away from her and reclining directly onto the sofa. Observing Ye Tian's petulant demeanor, Tao Tu furrowed her brows and, with a serious expression, remarked, "I believe you are still quite young, and I am perplexed as to how the marshal promoted you to Major General. However, I think if you have this time, it would be better spent honing your skills. When the moment comes for you to undertake a mission, you may find yourself regretting your inaction." Noticing the earnestness in Tao Tu's face, Ye Tian smiled lightly and then turned to Nami, softly suggesting, "Nami, shall I take you upstairs to have a look? You haven't seen it yet." Upon hearing this, Nami abandoned her intention to speak up for Ye Tian and hurriedly agreed, following him up the stairs. Witnessing Ye Tian's complete disregard for her, a flame of indignation ignited within Tao Tu, and her gaze turned icy. She then stood up straight and coldly addressed Ye Tian. "Do you not perceive the disgrace in a powerless little brat ascending to the rank of Rear Admiral? This is an affront to all naval officers and soldiers." As Ye Tian climbed the stairs, her words struck him like a chill, and he turned to Tao Tu, his eyes now frosty. "Do not allow my fondness for Crane to falter because of you, and do not provoke my wrath. Otherwise, you shall undoubtedly encounter your demise." At that moment, Ye Tian's figure vanished from the staircase, only to reappear beside Tao Tuesday. "At that time, no one shall save you. Not even the entirety of the Navy can shield you from my fury. Your ignorance shall not serve as a shield for your life." With that, Ye Tian's presence once again dissipated from her side and reappeared on the staircase, still holding Nami's small hand, the coldness on his face vanishing in an instant. He continued to ascend the stairs, engrossed in leading Nami along. Meanwhile, Tao Tu remained frozen in place, staring blankly at Ye Tian's retreating figure. She had not heard the sound of his moonwalk. How had he managed to appear so suddenly beside her and leave so silently? Her mind echoed with Ye Tian's earlier words, and her lips were tightly pressed together in frustration. Anger flared on her face as she glared at Ye Tian, saying, "I was merely offering you a kind warning. What do you mean by this? Do you think that speed alone can shield you from others? There are many in the Navy who can outpace you." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly turned his head, his expression one of astonishment, and remarked, "Well then, feel free to summon Admiral Kazara to confront me. I truly do not believe he would dare to lay a hand on me." "You? How can you speak like that?" Tao Tu glared at Ye Tian with indignation. "What of my words?" Ye Tian retorted, his demeanor unfazed. "I appreciate your bringing Nami here, but do not let my gratitude evaporate into thin air. As for my affairs, you may inquire with Crane. Just do not provoke my ire." With an impassive glance at Tao Tu, Ye Tian took Nami by the hand and continued his ascent up the stairs. "Ask Crane?" Tao Tu felt a flicker of uncertainty cross her face. Previously, she had heard others mention Ye Tian, a mere child of around 6 years, who had ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. At that time, her heart had brimmed with disbelief. She had dedicated herself to rigorous training from a young age, ultimately earning her formidable strength and the title of candidate for Admiral. How could she accept that a mere child could achieve the rank of Rear Admiral? Wasn't this an affront to those like herself? She had also heard rumors that this child had bested Zephyr in combat, a claim she found utterly implausible. Who was Zephyr? How could he possibly be defeated by a child? It was only when she encountered Nami at Cranes that she learned Nami was Ye Tian's sister. This revelation compelled her to seek out Ye Tian, eager to witness firsthand what manner of person this child admiral truly was. However, in her observations, she found no evidence of extraordinary power in Ye Tian. A youth devoid of any apparent strength could not have risen to the rank of Rear Admiral without some hidden truths. Consequently, her desire to confront Ye Tian dissipated. In the ensuing interactions, Tao Tu noted Ye Tian's penchant for grandiloquent speech and threats, which he delivered with aplomb. Nonetheless, after witnessing his remarkable speed, she found herself momentarily taken aback, though she dismissed it as merely a matter of swiftness. How could such a quality possibly enable him to defeat Zephyr? With a complex expression, Tao Tu scrutinized Ye Tian, her lips pressed tightly together as a tumult of anger and curiosity began to swell within her. Fixing her gaze upon Ye Tian on the staircase, she declared in a low voice, "Rear Admiral Ye Tian, I challenge you to a duel." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then let out a derisive chuckle. Slowly, he turned his head to gaze at her and inquired, "You wish to duel with me?" "Indeed. I seek to challenge you." Tao Tu's tone revealed no trace of emotion. "And why would I agree to such a proposition?" Ye Tian's lips curled into a smile as he responded, "For the sake of naval justice. I wish to ascertain whether your prowess aligns with your rank." Tao Tu replied solemnly, "Rank? Is that what truly concerns you? If so, Then I shall decline. I have no intention of engaging in endeavors that offer no tangible benefits. With that, Ye Tian prepared to turn away. Yet, Tao Tu, standing in the living room, could not help but ask, "What is it that you desire?" Upon hearing her words, Ye Tian wore a smile as he regarded her, then absent-mindedly rubbed his chin and remarked, "Perfect, as I am rather reluctant to move. If you lose, how about serving as my attendant for a month?" Upon hearing Ye Tian's proposition, Tao Tu's expression turned cold, and she responded in a somber tone, "Agreed. If I win, you shall relinquish your military rank and become a naval soldier." "Very well," Ye Tian replied nonchalantly. He then tilted his head, observing her, and inquired, "Where shall we hold this competition?" "Outside," Tao Tu replied indifferently. "That won't do. Let us proceed." With that, Ye Tian turned to Nami and said, "Nami, please wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, the Peach Rabbit let out a cold snort and promptly followed suit. Outside, in a relatively open area, Ye Tian gazed at the Peach Rabbit opposing him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips as he slowly spoke, "Do not accuse me of bullying you. Why not strike first?" At his words, the Peach Rabbit's delicate face flushed with anger, her silver teeth clenched tightly, and her bright eyes fixed on Ye Tian as if she wished to slay him with her gaze. However, she did not intend to hold back. She slowly drew the long blade from her waist, and in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from sight. Seeing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile faintly. And in an instant, he too disappeared. Just as he vanished, a flash of blade light appeared where he had stood, descending from above and striking nothing but air. In that very moment, the Peach Rabbit's figure materialized. Yet, internally, she was already engulfed by a torrent of anxiety. She believed her speed to be commendable, but compared to Ye Tian, she could scarcely graze the hem of his attire. While the Peach Rabbit was momentarily dazed, Ye Tian was not idle. Behind her, a long blade had already appeared in his hand, which he then propelled fiercely toward her location. As the sound of the blade slicing through the air grew ever closer, the Peach Rabbit snapped back to her senses, her long sword shifting slightly to meet the incoming attack. Clang! The sharp sound of iron clashing echoed suddenly. The Peach Rabbit involuntarily stepped back, her gaze fixed upon the long sword quivering at her side. A grim expression overtook her features as she thought, such formidable strength. With that thought, the Peach Rabbit vanished once more, charging toward Ye Tian. Observing this, Ye Tian merely smiled gently and shifted half a step to the left. Just as he regained his balance, a blade of light struck the edge of his left shoulder. However, Ye Tian did not remain in place. He effortlessly retreated 2 more steps. In an instant, the blade of the Peach Rabbit slightly altered its trajectory, skimming past him within mere inches of his chest. Watching Ye Tian evade her attacks time and again ignited a surge of frustration within the Peach Rabbit, yet she found herself powerless, compelled to continue her relentless assault. Meanwhile, Ye Tian moved with an air of nonchalance, as if strolling, lacking any semblance of strategy in his steps. Finally, unable to endure any longer, the Peach Rabbit shouted, "Is evasion your only skill?" Upon hearing her words, Ye Tian could not help but halt his steps. He then regarded her thoughtfully and inquired, "What is it? Am I not concerned for your well-being? Do you truly wish for me to take action? Are you looking down upon me?" Tao Tu exclaimed in exasperation. In response to Tao Tu's remarks, Ye Tian rubbed his head and, with a hint of distress, replied, "I do not strike women." Upon hearing those words, Tao Tu became increasingly enraged, and she glared at Ye Tian, shouting, "If you look down upon me, you may continue to hide away." With that, her attacks grew even more frenzied. Observing the crimson fury in Tao Tu's eyes, Ye Tian could not help but sigh. "Since you desire my assault, prepare yourself." In an instant, his figure retreated explosively, then came to a halt. With his eyes gently closed and lips parting slightly, he spoke with an air of authority. "Heaven and earth, the mystical sect, the origin of all energies." As he uttered the incantation, a radiant golden glow enveloped his entire being, and his eyes shimmered with a golden light. With a slight movement, he vanished from sight. Through endless epochs of cultivation, I shall prove my divine prowess. Meanwhile, Tao Tu furrowed her brow, her long blade tilted slightly downward. In that instant, it seemed she caught a glimpse of Ye Tian's figure, prompting her to prepare to strike downwards. Boom. A punch landed squarely on Tao Tu's abdomen, while Ye Tian stood precisely where she had been moments before. The sound echoed once more, yet Ye Tian's form had already disappeared without a trace. In the realms Only the Tao is supreme. Rising to her feet, Tao gazed at the golden aura encircling her and felt a pang of frustration. She swung her long knife once more, but just as she did, she sensed an obstruction against her blade. Peering closely, she saw a hand. Enveloped in the armor of Haki and shrouded in golden light, firmly grasping the edge of her weapon. Boom. Before Tao could react, Ye Tian's fist struck out again, sending her flying several meters away. As she fell to the ground, clouds of dust erupted, and a trickle of blood began to seep from the corner of her mouth. Witnessing this, Ye Tian dissipated the golden glow, and the Haki around his hands vanished. With his hands in his pockets and a demeanor of ease, he stood calmly before her, saying, "That will suffice. Come find me when you can best cap." With that, Ye Tian began to whistle leisurely as he strolled toward his villa. At the entrance, Nami watched Ye Tian with a worried expression. As soon as she saw the battle cease, she rushed towards him eagerly. The once relaxed Ye Tian couldn't help but smile at Nami as she approached, saying, "Slow down. Be careful not to fall." Upon hearing this, Nami quickened her pace, rushing directly into Ye Tian's embrace. Just as Ye Tian intended to utter a few comforting words to Nami, she unexpectedly seized his ear with her small hand. Then, with a loud exclamation, she scolded, "Are you so careless as to think of me as a mere toddler? Is that how you see your sister?" With each word, her grip tightened further. Observing this, Ye Tian hurriedly pleaded, No, absolutely not. My little ancestor, please let go. It hurts." Hearing Ye Tian's denial, Nami let out a light snort before finally releasing his ear. She then took his hand and led him into the villa. At the staircase, Nami, with a somewhat troubled expression, gazed at Ye Tian and murmured, "Brother, I apologize. I should not have allowed her to bring me here. It's all my fault. Otherwise, you and T have ended up fighting." Upon hearing those words, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile. He then took Nami's hand and said, "It's nothing serious. She cannot harm me. Besides, she will eventually find me. You are merely a coincidence. Let us go." With that, Ye Tian grasped Nami's hand and dashed upstairs. Meanwhile, on the roadside, Peach Rabbit stood in a cloud of dust, oblivious to the blood trickling from her lips, her gaze fixated on Ye Tian's villa, lost in contemplation. "Did you seek out Ye Tian?" In the command office, Crane, holding the telephone bug, displayed a flicker of emotion on his otherwise placid face. "Yes, I fought him. And I lost." Peach Rabbit's voice was subdued on the other end of the line. "You faced him again?" Crane's brows knitted together in surprise. "Indeed," Peach Rabbit replied slowly. "Very well, make your way to the office of the Admiral. I shall join you shortly." With that, he hung up the phone, draping the nearby general's cloak over his shoulders as he exited. Not far from Ye Tian's villa, Peach Rabbit glanced back at the residence before placing the now silent telephone bug back into her pocket and proceeding toward the Admiral's office. As she walked, her mind was a whirlwind. She pondered Ye Tian's identity. The seemingly impossible feats he displayed were astonishing. She never imagined that someone so young could possess the ability of armament Haki and wield it with such proficiency. Furthermore, though she did not comprehend the incantations he spoke, the golden aura enveloping him was undeniably formidable. The more she contemplated, the more enigmatic Ye Tian appeared to her, his incredibility magnifying with each thought. Before long, she arrived at the Admiral's office. After a gentle knock, without waiting for a response, she opened the door and entered directly. However, upon seeing the occupants within, she froze in her tracks. The presence of Sengoku, Garp, and Crane was not particularly surprising, but the attendance of two of the three admirals raised significant concerns. "Ah, Peach Rabbit, how delightful to see you." Venturing to young Master Ye Tian's side and even engaging in a skirmish, Kazara quipped playfully. "Enough, Kazara. Silence." Crane shot a disapproving glance at him. Upon hearing this, Yellow Ape could not help but shrug his shoulders and then obediently took a seat. Crane, observing the entrance of Peach Rabbit, offered her a gentle smile and said, "Please close the door behind you, then come sit beside me." "Understood," Peach Rabbit replied, casually shutting the door before gently settling down next to Crane. Noticing Peach Rabbit's arrival, Carp could not help but smile before speaking. "So, you were beaten by Ye Tian, weren't you?" Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit slowly nodded, her expression imbued with an indescribable melancholy. Witnessing this, Carp couldn't help but shake his head and remarked, "Of all the people you could choose to fight, why him?" "Enough, Carp. Silence yourself." Crane shot a glance at Carp before turning to Peach Rabbit seated beside her and said, "Gun, please recount the events that transpired." Upon hearing this, Tao Rabbit slowly nodded, then proceeded to recount the events that had just transpired to the gathered assembly. However, as she finished speaking and raised her head to survey the expressions of those present. She found herself momentarily taken aback. It was evident that the crowd regarded her with a mix of bewilderment and concern, prompting her to furrow her brow. "Your sister certainly has a knack for stirring trouble," Huang Yuan remarked with a smirk directed at Tao Rabbit. Yet, he made no rebuttal. Instead, he sat in contemplative silence. Beside him, Tao Rabbit could acutely sense the undercurrents of the situation, and a wave of anxiety began to swell within her. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, he spoke slowly. "Kapu, you were the first to be acquainted with Brother Ye Tian. What is your perspective?" Kapu, who was indulging in a donut, paused in surprise and glanced at Tao Rabbit before responding. "It's nothing serious. She lost. So let her serve as a retainer for a month. It's not a monumental issue." "So simple?" Ji Yuan had initially made such harsh remarks, he said, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Do you think so?" Since Brother Ye Tian did not stipulate any additional conditions prior to their contest, it indicates he is not particularly concerned. "Perhaps Ji Yuan might gain something else," Kapu concluded, winking at he. "Something else, you say?" He mused softly, then gradually nodded, turning his gaze toward Tao Rabbit beside him. "Whether Ji Yuan can acquire any fortune from him depends on you," he added. "Perhaps this could turn out to be a fortuitous opportunity." Bingku, seated at the head of the table, spoke with a measured tone. "Indeed, let us hope so." He nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tao Rabbit, sitting next to he, appeared utterly perplexed as she regarded the assembly. She struggled to comprehend why she felt as though she bore a significant burden of guilt. As she prepared to protest, she noticed he shaking his head at her. Thus, she set aside her questions, knowing that he would elucidate matters upon their return. Now that the issue concerning Ji Yuan has been resolved, let us convene and deliberate on the affairs of the world government, he declared, intertwining his fingers on the table as he gazed solemnly at those present. "Brother Ye Tian, you're not in any trouble, are you? I heard that woman is a candidate for a general and the sister of Colonel He," Nami asked anxiously. Her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Ye Tian. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile faintly. He casually picked up the coffee from the table and took a gentle sip before speaking. "It's nothing, so rest assured." It seemed as if a thought had crossed his mind, and he turned to Nami, saying, "Oh, by the way, how are you finding your stay at the Kapu Villa? Would you consider moving in with me?" Nami's face lit up with joy upon hearing Ye Tian's words, and she looked at him with excitement, asking, "Really?" "Of course. I find it rather dull being here alone," Ye Tian replied with a smile, his gaze warm as it rested on Nami. "That's wonderful. I'll tell Belmir as soon as I return," Nami exclaimed enthusiastically. Observing Nami's delight, Ye Tian couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. He realized he had neglected Belmir these past few days, which was truly inexcusable. When he first traversed into this world, Belmir had been so caring towards him. The thought struck him deeply, leaving a pang in his heart. With this in mind, Ye Tian slowly rose to his feet and looked at Nami, saying, "I think we need not wait until you return. Let us go find Belmir now." Upon hearing this, Nami excitedly rose to her feet and grasped Ye Tian's hand, exclaiming, "How wonderful! We can live together with my brother from now on." At her words, Ye Tian felt a sudden pang of emotion, his heart swelling as he took her hand, and together they descended the stairs. Just as Ye Tian closed the grand entrance of the villa and prepared to head toward the location of the Carp Villa, he noticed Momonosuke, now dressed in a pristine naval uniform, approaching him with measured steps. Observing this, Ye Tian offered a gentle smile and, regarding her with warmth, inquired, "So, candidate general, have you come to fulfill your promise?" Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face lowering slightly as she slowly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she said nothing further, instead standing quietly by, awaiting Ye Tian's instructions. Observing this, Ye Tian was momentarily stunned, yet he chose not to pursue the matter any further. He then took Nami by the hand and proceeded toward the direction of Carp's villa. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Navy Marshal's office, the modest space was densely populated with high-ranking naval officers. Sitting to one side was one of the three admirals, Akainu, who stared impassively at Fleet Admiral Sengoku in the main seat. "Fleet Admiral, may I inquire what urgent matter necessitated our summons?" Akainu spoke slowly. His words prompted the attendees to turn their gazes toward Sengoku, collectively hoping for an explanation. In response, Sengoku, with a grave expression, surveyed the room before finally addressing them. "Gentlemen, do you understand why the Navy exists?" Upon uttering this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware that Sengoku would not pose such a question without substantial reason. Yet, at this moment, they were utterly perplexed by the implications of his inquiry. Exchanging glances in uncertainty, it was then that Tsuru, seated beside Sengoku, spoke up gently. The Navy is one of the institutions under the world government, tasked with maintaining order across the world's oceans in the name of absolute justice. Upon hearing these words, those present nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiments expressed by Admiral Sengoku. The latter, seated at the head of the table, wore a grave expression and pounded his fist on the conference table with conviction. He then addressed the assembly, stating, "Indeed. However, after all these years of our Navy's establishment, do none of you harbor any thoughts on the matter?" As soon as this statement was uttered, the faces of the attendees shifted, their expressions turning to shock as they gazed at Sengoku. They were perplexed by the motivation behind his words, yet they understood the perilous implications they contained. Consequently, they hesitated to respond to Sengoku's inquiry. Observing the silence that enveloped the room, Sengoku remained undeterred, patiently awaiting a response from his colleagues. An eerie stillness settled over the gathering, with everyone refraining from speaking, eager to avoid entangling themselves in any unnecessary complications. At that moment, Akiji, who had been quietly resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and straightened his posture, addressing Sengoku, "Admiral Sengoku, you speak true." Instantly, Akiji's words captured the collective attention of the assembly. They were puzzled as to why Akiji chose this moment to interject and to concur with Sengoku's earlier statement. Nevertheless, Akiji disregarded their bewilderment and continued, "As an admiral of the Navy, I cannot accept that we provide protection to the celestial dragons. They are an undeniable scourge upon this world. As forces of justice, executing our duties upon the seas, must we continue to safeguard this malignant group and obey their commands? Is there any justification for our existence in the name of justice?" This proclamation caused an uproar in the room. Akaina, seated beside Akiji, swiftly turned to fix a piercing gaze upon him, stating, "Admiral Akiji, do you grasp the ramifications of such words coming from one of the three admirals?" However, Akiji remained unperturbed, silently sitting in his chair. Meanwhile, Kizaru, positioned alongside Akiji, could not suppress a sly smile that crept across his face. Before he spoke up, "Admiral Sengoku, regarding Admiral Akiji's statements, I must express my agreement. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Upon hearing this, Sengoku, with an impassive countenance, raised his hand and tapped the table. He casually glanced at Akainu, then slowly began, "Very well, let us have some quiet. Admiral Akainu, please, contain your agitation and take your seat." Akainu, though desiring to retort, ultimately remained silent. He emitted a cold snort before reluctantly sitting down. Observing Akainu's conduct, Sengoku refrained from comment. Instead, he gazed directly at those present and proceeded. "Admirals Akiji and Kizaru have also articulated their positions with considerable clarity. Therefore, let the voting commence. All in favor of the Navy's secession from the world government and a declaration of war against it, for the sake of genuine justice, please raise your hands." Having spoken thus, he promptly raised his own hand, then silently observed the assembly. These words elicited an immediate and profound shift in the complexions of those present, who stared at Sengoku in utter astonishment. Akainu, unable to restrain himself, slammed his hand upon the table, glaring at Sengoku as he thundered, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, are you cognizant of what you are proposing? Declaring war on the world government? Do you comprehend the implications thereof?" "I am aware," Sengoku replied without emotion. "Yet I remain resolved to proceed. I believe we have strayed from our true path, and only through such action can we address the core of the issue. Only in this manner can we resolve the fundamental problem." Akainu scoffed, a mirthless sound. At this juncture, Vice Admiral Doberman, seated nearby, addressed Sengoku in measured tones. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, are you fully aware of the significance of your words?" "I am," Sengoku affirmed. "It is precisely why I am certain of my course. Does Fleet Admiral Sengoku intend for the Navy, by its own strength alone, to defy the world government and the world dominated by the celestial dragons? Is this not, perhaps, somewhat ludicrous?" Another vice admiral inquired, voicing his concern. Upon hearing this, Sengoku adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, then slowly nodded and remarked, "No. We are merely a prelude. The crux lies in whether the Navy can embody true justice. Can we step beyond this world? The world is vast, indeed. In the past, we stubbornly believed that the celestial dragons were the genuine descendants of deities. However, it is only now that I realize, in the eyes of those individuals, The celestial dragons are regarded as even less than refuse. The expressions of those present shifted upon hearing Sengoku's account, for they had gleaned much from his words. Who, precisely, are these individuals that have instigated such a profound transformation in Sengoku? What audacity permits them to issue such commands within the upper echelons of the Navy without restraint? And what have these individuals bestowed upon Sengoku that instills in him the courage to confront the world government and the celestial dragon single-handedly? Observing the silent assembly, Akainu gazed steadily at Sengoku and spoke. Admiral Sengoku, I am uncertain as to the source of your convictions. Yet you must comprehend that the Navy is not your personal domain. Your actions will only drag the Navy into an abyss from which there is no return. Upon hearing this, Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Akainu, then slowly turned his head to address the gathered individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I grasp your general sentiments. However, there is one crucial point you must comprehend. The celestial dragons have never concerned themselves with whether you are part of the Navy. As long as they desire something, they will go to any lengths to obtain it, and you are still unable to lay a hand on them. It is utterly disgraceful that our Navy must dispatch admirals to protect them. Where does this place the justice of our Navy? What becomes of our conviction to uphold righteousness? Perhaps you may wonder why such a sudden decision has been made. There is one thing you must understand. The tide has already turned. The world government is not truly invincible. Rather, it is those individuals who are. Those individuals? Marshal Sengoku, the ones you have mentioned repeatedly, who exactly are they? Could you enlighten us? Vice Admiral Spider asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhanghua slowly nodded and then addressed the crowd, saying, I can briefly elucidate this matter for everyone. Your understanding of the world should be quite clear. However, from their perspective, I have acquired an entirely different viewpoint, namely, the concepts of parallel worlds and multidimensional realms. Within these numerous worlds exist countless realms inhabited by innumerable humans, and they are the ones who govern the order of these worlds, thus referred to as the envoys of the realm. The envoys of the realm possess godlike authority. Within their designated worlds, they are endowed with multiple rights, including guarding, patrolling, auditing, and sanctioning. When they establish their presence in a world, they serve as a formidable barrier for that realm. However, for various reasons, if they depart from a world for an extended period, that world may inevitably succumb to collapse, mutation, or even destruction due to invasion. As these words were spoken, the audience was momentarily taken aback, staring at Zhanghua in a daze as they absorbed the fantastical nature of his revelations. Meanwhile, Akainu clenched his teeth and looked at Zhanghua, asking, So, Commander, does this imply that resisting the world government and the celestial dragons aligns with their intentions? I shall bring them here. Upon hearing this, Zhanghua slammed his palm onto the table, gazing fiercely at Admiral Akainu, and exclaimed, Admiral Akainu, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your intentions? You are steering our world towards an irreversible abyss, subjecting us to the onslaught of a coalition far superior in number. Do you grasp the implications of this? This signifies that, should the combined forces of the world government and the Navy amount to 600,000, they will deploy 10-fold, 20-fold, or even greater numbers to cleanse this world. Can you bear such a responsibility? Can you truly apprehend them? Are you aware of the catastrophic events they are currently orchestrating? They are bent on annihilation. Do you understand what annihilation entails? Upon hearing this, Akainu stared blankly at Sengoku, his expression morphing into one of astonishment as he absorbed Sengoku's words. He struggled to comprehend why Sengoku was so resolute, only to realize the truth behind it all. He had never expected such a formidable group to stand behind Sengoku. Could the world government truly withstand their assault? It seemed futile to even contemplate. With powers akin to the divine, and their strength multiplied 10-fold or 20-fold, such a force was surely beyond their capacity to resist. The thought deepened the furrow on Akainu's brow. Yet, he chose to remain silent, slowly returning to his seat, closing his eyes in contemplation. Observing this, Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at him before addressing the assembly. I have said all that I can. Now let us proceed to the vote. With that, he raised his hand once more, quietly observing the attendees. This time, contrary to the earlier silence, the majority of hands shot up the moment Sengoku finished speaking. They were acutely aware of the overwhelming power wielded by the celestial dragons, having encountered them in various capacities, whether directly or indirectly. Among them were those who had once counted friends among the celestial dragons, only to see their lives shattered as a result. It would be impossible to claim they bore no hatred, yet, expressing that hatred was beyond their means, as they lacked the power to avenge their fallen comrades. However, this time was different. With Admiral Sengoku leading the charge and a mysterious force backing them, the embers of their long-dormant resolve flared to life. The celestial dragons, once viewed as untouchable deities, suddenly found themselves cast down from their lofty pedestals. Sons of the gods? They mused, contemplating their insignificance in the face of beings who truly embody divinity. As Sengoku noticed that the votes were tipping in favor, his gaze swept across the room, and he observed that only a handful, those truly loyal to Akainu, remained uncommitted. Akainu himself had not supported the proposal. At this realization, a flash of severity crossed Sengoku's eyes. Though it was quickly masked, he smiled at the assembly and declared, "In that case, I shall begin making arrangements. The seas must be fortified. We must suppress all pirates and other factions within our domain. Smoker and Stolly will provide support." Understood, the two responded promptly, rising to their feet. In the Grand Line, we will enhance our patrols, with assistance from Fire Mountain and Gamir. As for the New World, Akainu will lead the charge. The rest of you will gather your forces and assemble at headquarters in 2 days. Further instructions will follow. Understood, the others echoed in unison. The meeting is adjourned. With that, Sengoku rose and moved aside to pour himself a glass of water. The attendees began to disperse, though a few lingered at the table. Garp, Tsuru, Akiji, Kazu, and Akainu. Akainu surveyed the remaining individuals, an unusual glint flashing in his enigmatic eyes. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Admiral Sengoku, might I inquire whether your actions might betray the essence of justice?" "Betray the essence of justice? No, Akainu, you are mistaken. The essence of justice lies in the well-being of the citizens. Just look at the state of this world. What has it become? Justice? What does your version of justice entail?" Sengoku sighed, gazing at Akainu. "The essence of justice lies in the welfare of the people?" Akainu murmured, turning his gaze to the window. Outside, the generals who had just attended the meeting departed in pairs, smiles adorning their faces, expressions they had never worn before. Perhaps that was the aspiration concealed within their hearts. "Akainu, behold their smiles. You have always adhered to absolute justice, but does absolute justice truly exist in this world? Such a notion is extreme. If you fail to change, I fear you may descend into despair," Sengoku remarked, observing the joy reflected on the faces of the departing generals. "Is my justice truly flawed?" Akainu found himself engulfed in confusion, a struggle evident upon his countenance. Seeing this, Sengoku sighed and gently patted Akainu's shoulder. "Reflect on this. What is the foundation of your justice? Why do we eliminate pirates? Once you come to understand, the truth will become clear." With that, Sengoku returned to his seat. The day's meeting had already been sealed from public knowledge, ensuring it would not leak. Yet, nothing is absolute. He could not guarantee that spies of the world government were not present within the office. Nevertheless, there was no turning back now. The celestial dragons and the world government loomed large in his thoughts, and Sengoku felt a growing headache at the prospect. He increasingly believed in Ye Tian's words, to eradicate nations, conquer all pirates, and establish a supreme empire under which all would live. This would greatly aid the Navy in executing justice, and the oppressive golden chains of the celestial dragons would vanish. A world free from the burdens of the celestial elite and the nobility. What a beautiful vision to behold. With these thoughts, Sengoku gradually regained his focus. Beginning to plan for the events of the following days, time slipped by quietly through his fingers. On this day, Sengoku stood upon a high platform at Navy headquarters, flanked by the 3 admirals. His eyes shone with determination as he addressed the transponder snail, taking a deep breath before proclaiming, "I am Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Since assuming command of the Navy, a singular question has haunted my thoughts. What is justice? What does true justice entail? Why do we eliminate pirates? What do we protect?" These questions have persisted in my mind, and at long last, I have found clarity. Thus, I convened a meeting of all high-ranking Navy officials, and the proposal was overwhelmingly approved. Today, I shall announce this proposal to further our commitment to the justice that belongs to us. Once, I encountered a divine being who proclaimed that this world is tainted, that it should not harbor immortality, and that it defies the natural order. He spoke of the celestial dragons as parasites affixed to the world, and of the world government as a heap of filth. He urged the Navy to raise its banner and charge forth. He foretold the arrival of the divine, promising peace for the world. Thus, I, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, representing the entirety of the Navy, hereby declare war on the parasitic celestial dragons. Furthermore, I, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, representing the entirety of the Navy, declare war on the detritus that is the world government. This proposal takes effect today, and the final confrontation will commence upon the arrival of the divine army. The moment this video was released, the vast ocean fell into an eerie silence, followed by an eruption of fervor across the globe, an uncontrollable fervor. No one could have anticipated that the Navy, one of the three principal institutions under the world government, would declare war on the world government and the celestial dragons. This unforeseen event captivated the attention of many, while the public fixated on the Navy's declaration of war. A more discerning audience turned their gaze toward the references made by Sengoku both at the beginning and the conclusion of his address, the descent of deities and the existence of a divine army. In this world, the notion of gods is considered absurd. No one would dare to seek the favor of deities, as belief in their existence is virtually non-existent. Yet, since these words were spoken by Sengoku, they compelled deeper contemplation. Do gods truly exist? Is there a divine army? The answers remain shrouded in mystery. However, one undeniable truth has stirred the hearts of people worldwide: the Navy's declaration of war against the world government and the celestial dragons. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, within a grand palace, the 5 elders convened. One elder, a bald man clad in a white robe and adorned with spectacles, slammed his hand onto the table, glaring at the screen before him. "Sengoku is provoking us," he exclaimed. "Well, since war has been declared, is provocation not to be expected? In that case, we cannot allow the Navy to remain." Agreed. The events unfolding within Mariehua were beyond anyone's imagination. Meanwhile, Carp had arrived at Ye Tian's villa. Observing the bustling activities of Bermeyer and Nokigo, Carp turned to Ye Tian, who was seated nearby, sipping coffee, and remarked, "Ye Tian, the Navy has taken action. Don't you think so?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile faintly, and then looked at him and said, "All right, I understand your intention. Just wait. I have already summoned them. Please ask Sengoku to impose a lockdown on the area where I reside." Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Carp's face instantly lit up with joy, and he hurriedly took out the den mushi from his pocket, dialing Sengoku to convey Ye Tian's request. Shortly thereafter, Carp slowly closed the den mushi in his hand and, with a somewhat awkward expression, looked at Ye Tian and said, Ye Tian, Sengoku wishes to meet with him. He asked me to inquire if that would be acceptable." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily stunned, as if recalling something, and then said to him, "As you wish." However, just as Ye Tian's words faded, a dark vortex abruptly materialized not far from him. A legion of skeletons clad in golden armor emerged, their hands brandishing aloft banners. Behind them followed Ainz Ul Gon and his retinue of guardians. This sudden spectacle also caught the attention of Belmir and Nojiko, who were preoccupied nearby. They stared in astonishment at the figures emerging from the dark portal. At this juncture, Belmir, observing Ye Tian still seated motionlessly on the sofa, hastily exclaimed, "Ye Tian." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily stunned, then gently touched his forehead, exclaiming, "Heavens! I neglected to forewarn Belle-Emery." With a subtle smile directed at Belle-Emery, Ye Tian then addressed her, "Belle-Emery, allow me to introduce you to an acquaintance." Subsequently, Ye Tian and Garp gradually rose to their feet, their gazes fixed upon the Elatrian emerging from the abyss, as Ye Tian proclaimed, "Elatrian, you have finally arrived." Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel could not help but chuckle, a hint of jest in his voice as he remarked, "The leader has summoned me. I had no choice but to hasten here with my subordinates. I trust it is not too late." At this moment, the vicinity surrounding Ye Tian's villa had been entirely vacated, with all residents having cleared out. Outside the villa district, a substantial naval presence had been stationed by Zhanghua to ensure that no one could enter, thereby avoiding any disturbances to those within. Moreover, Zhanghua had dispatched a multitude of chefs on standby, ready to prepare meals at a moment's notice. Presently, Zhanghua was en route with his 3 generals and he, making their way to this location. Inside Ye Tian's villa, Ye Tian observed the ceremonial entourage that had filled the room and could not help but smirk. He then turned to the flying squirrel and said, "Old Bone, please arrange your entourage to stand guard outside. This villa is too small to accommodate everyone." Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel scratched his head and then turned to the side, addressing Demios, "Little D, please make the arrangements." In response to the flying squirrel's command, Demios slightly bowed and then led the honor guard out of the villa. Outside the villa, the Peach Rabbit stood at the entrance with a look of frustration. This was an esteemed task assigned to her by Ye Tian, to stand guard. In an effort to avoid disturbance and prevent foolish individuals like the Peach Rabbit from interrupting his life, Ye Tian specifically stationed her at the front gate. At that moment, the Peach Rabbit, who had been staring blankly and turned to look back at the villa, suddenly changed her expression. To her astonishment, she witnessed a peculiar group emerging from Ye Tian's villa. Can one imagine a line of skeletons clad in golden armor, bearing flags, marching in perfect formation from within the room? Had anyone else told her such a tale, the Peach Rabbit would have vehemently dismissed it, yet now this extraordinary scene unfolded before her very eyes. Determined to approach, the Peach Rabbit lifted her foot, only to be reminded of the words spoken by Crane earlier. In the future, you shall remain by Ye Tian's side, no matter who appears around him. Do not be surprised, nor meddle in affairs. Do less and ask fewer questions. Do you understand? Perhaps Crane's words resonated within her. For the Peach Rabbit chose to feign ignorance, remaining rooted in place, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, Demios and his entourage arrived before the Peach Rabbit. He gently adjusted his glasses and smiled at her, asking, "Greetings. May I inquire if you're a subordinate of the Supreme Leader Ye Tian?" Supreme Leader? Ye Tian? Subordinate? The Peach Rabbit was momentarily taken aback. She had never heard from Crane that Ye Tian held the title of Supreme Leader, nor that he was a leader of any kind. Dazed, she shook her head in disbelief. Noticing her reaction, Demios's expression shifted slightly, and he regarded her with a hint of coldness in his voice, stating, "An ordinary human." "I see. In that case, you may take your leave." Feeling the abrupt shift in Demios's demeanor, the Peach Rabbit felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had not provoked this individual, so why the sudden chill? She hastily inquired, "Why? Ye Tian instructed me to stand guard here. Does he have the liberty to summon me at will and dismiss me without reason? What kind of logic is that?" Upon hearing this, Demiurge's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, and as if a thought struck him, he instinctively adjusted the glasses perched on his nose. "Human. The one who is about to arrive here will be of unparalleled nobility, a friend of our Supreme Lord Demiurgos and the illustrious Lord Ye Tian. What right do you, a mere individual unrelated to Lord Ye Tian, have to be present in this place?" Demiurge spoke with a voice devoid of any emotion. "H human? You. Tao too." Having comprehended Demiurge's words, stammered in response. Upon hearing this, Demiurge could not help but let out a derisive laugh. He then gazed at her and calmly spoke. "I am Demiurge, the guardian under the Supreme Lord of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the overlord of all humans. The safety of this place will now be under our control. You may leave." After stating this, he disregarded the rabbit girl and proceeded to command the soldiers behind him to commence fortifications around the villa. Observing Demiurge's indifference, the rabbit girl's irritation flared up. Just as she was on the verge of an outburst, the villa's grand doors slowly creaked open. A squad of armored knights clad in silver, brandishing long spears, emerged from within. Behind them, they carried a banner, its base of brilliant blue, adorned in the center with a golden-stitched fist. The leading captain, upon noticing Demiurge, offered a slight nod before striding directly to the entrance of the villa. He thrust the banner into the ground, and as it stood tall, the knights behind him formed two ranks, standing rigidly at attention. Seeing this, Demiurge smiled faintly, then summoned a skeletal warrior to take the banner from him. Approaching the Alliance's banner, he stepped back slightly and planted the flag of the Great Tomb of Nazarick into the earth beside it, with a subtle wave of his hand. The skeletal warriors clad in golden armor surrounded the villa, standing still like statues. Demiurge nodded to the silver-armored captain before entering the villa. The sight left the rabbit girl momentarily stunned, her gaze fixated on the two flags fluttering behind the grand doors. Although she was unaware of the significance of these banners, she understood that they symbolized at least one faction. With the presence of two flags, it indicated that at least two powers were converging within the villa. At that moment, Sengoku and his companions arrived at the villa's entrance. Taking in the sight of the two banners, he inhaled deeply, realizing that their adversaries had arrived. His attention then shifted to the silver-armored guards protecting the flags, and he narrowed his eyes, estimating their strength. He surmised that they were at least of the rank of a brigadier general, and his three generals exchanged glances. "Karu, what are your thoughts on these silver-armored knights?" Sengoku inquired of Karu, who stood beside him. "I suspect they are merely ordinary soldiers," Karu replied after a brief silence. Upon hearing this, Zhonghua nodded slightly and prepared to proceed towards the villa. However, at that moment, the grand entrance of the villa slowly swung open. A contingent of armored soldiers, clad in black and wielding long spears and shields, emerged, proudly brandishing a fierce tiger banner, under the watchful gaze of Zhonghua and his companions. These soldiers planted the tiger flag behind the Alliance banner, standing alongside the flag of Nazarick. They then offered a slight bow to the silver-armored captain standing at the center of the doorway before organizing their subordinates to patrol within the villa. Observing this scene, Zhangguo gradually lifted his gaze and murmured softly, "3 banners now. Does this signify the convergence of 3 world powers?" Just as Zhangguo was lost in contemplation, Crane slowly spoke. "Zhangguo, dispatched 2 vice admirals with 100 elite troops to place our navy's flag there as well." Upon hearing these words, the assembled crowd turned their gaze towards Crane, perplexed by her meaning. Observing their confusion, Crane gently shook her head and remarked, "At present, we have become a faction under the command of Ye Tian. Moreover, Carp represents our navy. Without a flag, do we not appear subordinate? Is our naval strength truly insufficient?" After listening to Crane's words, Sengoku slowly nodded in agreement and then turned to the yellow ape behind him, saying, "Yellow ape, this task is entrusted to you. We shall await your return here." "Very well, leave it to me. I eagerly anticipate meeting individuals from other worlds," the yellow ape responded before transforming into a beam of light and vanishing from sight. At that moment, Sengoku suddenly noticed Peach Rabbit standing in the corner of the villa, which left him somewhat puzzled. He then directed his attention to Crane beside him and inquired, "Little Crane, do you not see that it is Ji Yuan?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Tao Rabbit was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly turned her head to look. Without delay, she hastened her steps towards the direction of the crane. As she approached, before Tao Rabbit could utter a word, the crane interjected, "Ji Yuan, why are you out here? Didn't Ye Tian allow you inside?" She had been concerned that the Navy's influence among them was rather insignificant, which might lead to underestimation, yet, unexpectedly, events had unfolded otherwise. However, to the crane's astonishment, Tao Rabbit slowly replied, "Ye Tian instructed me to remain outside to fend off those foolish individuals who seek unnecessary trouble. But, just a moment ago, so many people suddenly appeared, and one of them claimed that I am not one of the supreme beings under the command of Ye Tian, insisting that I should not stand here. Oh, and by the way, he actually referred to me as human. Moreover, his tone was exceedingly indifferent." Upon hearing this, the crane's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. The meaning behind these 2 words was abundantly clear. Referring to Tao Tu as a human implied that they themselves were not of human origin, or perhaps suggested a disdain for humanity. As she gazed at the nearby villa, an unsettling sense of dread enveloped her. Just as she pondered this, the grand entrance of the villa creaked open. A young man, clad in a deep green robe and adorned with a black scarf around his neck, emerged slowly, one hand grasping a flag and the other a book. Waz's eyes widened with revelation. His initial confusion regarding why the Dark Lord commanded him to bear a flag was suddenly illuminated. It became apparent that he was summoned to partake in an extraordinary gathering, one that belonged to the Dark Lord himself. To Waz, the individuals present exuded an aura of immense strength and terror. Observing the 3 flags planted firmly in the ground, along with the vigilant soldiers patrolling the vicinity, Waz inhaled deeply and approached the designated flagpole with a solemn demeanor. He carefully planted his flag behind the Alliance banner, aligning it alongside the other 2. As he turned to regard the silver-armored captain guarding the flags, they exchanged a knowing smile and a slight nod of respect, before Waz proceeded into the villa. Outside the villa, not far away, Sengoku remarked quietly upon the addition of another flag. The individuals accompanying him nodded gravely, fully aware of the significance it bore. Another world had joined this gathering. Sengoku's gaze settled upon the newly erected flag, which bore a white background intricately embroidered with golden thread depicting a clock. Before he could fully process this, the villa's doors opened once more. A contingent of armored goblins wielding long swords and bows emerged, led by a goblin carrying the banner of their dark kingdom, who solemnly planted it into the ground before leading his subordinates to take their posts within the villa grounds. Yet another flag. Shortly thereafter, Natasha, clad in her uniform, emerged with a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, planting their own banner firmly in the earth before dispersing to conceal themselves throughout the villa. Meanwhile, Natasha stood within the courtyard, observing the soldiers around her. The more she observed, the more her heart raced. She was bewildered by how her director had come to know such formidable figures, and was reluctant to approach them due to the overwhelming aura they exuded. As Natasha and Sengoku were immersed in their observations, the villa's doors opened once again, revealing Monya and Onodera Yusuke, followed closely by the cautious Hikari Kasumi. Monya and Yusuke, each holding their respective flags, led the way. At that moment, Onodera Yusuke gulped nervously and inquired, Monya, what is this place? Why are there so many ancient warriors? They all seem incredibly powerful. Upon hearing this, Min sure couldn't help but smile, then turned to Yosuke and said, "This is the realm of the leader. Do you see those warriors clad in silver armor? They are the elite guards commanded by the leader. If you were any weaker, it would likely be quite challenging for you to confront them." Upon hearing these words, Yusuke couldn't help but wear a bitter expression. At that moment, Kashakai also spoke up, inquiring, "What about those skeletons clad in golden armor?" Hearing Kashakai's question, Morshi subtly turned his head to look, and then, with a contemplative demeanor, he began to elucidate. "These are the soldiers under the command of the Flying Squirrel." "And what are those with green skin?" Kashakai asked again. "They are the goblin soldiers of the Monster Federation Kingdom established by the Slimes," Morshi replied slowly. "This cannot possibly be a gathering place for monsters, can it, Shirkuin? This seems far too perilous," Yusuke remarked as he swallowed nervously. "What gathering of monsters? This place is exceedingly sacred. Besides, as long as you do not provoke them, what is there to fear?" Morshi stated, before setting his flag into the ground. Yusuke, following suit, also planted his flag, representing himself. Just as Morshi turned back around, the villa's grand door slowly creaked open. Daiku emerged, accompanied by a group of individuals. Upon seeing Daiku, Morshi couldn't help but smile slightly and greeted him, saying, "Ah, Daiku, you've arrived." Upon hearing this, Daigu's face involuntarily twitched, followed by a feeble nod as he replied, "I've come." After speaking, he couldn't help but scrutinize the expression of his team captain beside him. Observing this, Kamiya K cast a sidelong glance at Daigu. The moment Daigu noticed Kamiya's glance, a sense of helplessness enveloped him even more. He had just approached Kamiya to request a long leave, but unexpectedly, he had fallen into Kamiya's trap, inadvertently revealing the reason for his leave. Seeing Daigu in such a state, Monomi sure was momentarily taken aback, and then, with curiosity, turned to Daigu and inquired, "What is the matter? Why the long face? Has something happened? Do you need my assistance in resolving it?" Upon hearing this, Daigu quickly shook his head and then turned to Monshishi, saying, It's fine. No need to help. I'll be all right shortly." Noting Daigu's refusal, Monshishi ceased his inquiries and glanced at the individuals behind Daigu, as if coming to an understanding. He then stepped forward and gently patted Daigu's shoulder, encouraging him, "Do your best." With that, he proceeded into the villa alongside Yusuke and Katsumi. Watching Monshishi enter, Daigu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the ever-curious Megumi beside him slowly inquired, "Daigu, is this gathering you mentioned? Is this really a gathering? Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding about what a gathering entails?" Well, Daigu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. "Daigu, could you enlighten us about this place? Why are there so many peculiar individuals, even a skeleton?" Kirai exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Outside the villa, Sengoku observed as Kazara had arrived with his entourage. After exchanging glances with those around him, he slightly adjusted his attire and led his group toward the villa. Meanwhile, Daigu and the others, who were engaged in conversation in the courtyard, noticed Sengoku's arrival. Seeing this, Megumi turned to Daigu and quietly asked, "Daigu, who are these people?" Upon hearing this, Daigu pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "These individuals must be the Navy our Lord mentioned, the naval forces of this world." "The Navy? The military of this realm?" The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. One could indeed say so. According to Uncle Carp, the Navy is the military responsible for upholding maritime justice in this world. However, their notion of justice is not merely straightforward, it is manipulated by the world government. This gathering has convened due to the Navy's declaration of war against the world government. Uncle Carp has conveyed that the Navy has grown weary of the celestial dragons, who regard themselves as descendants of deities, and the sordid world government. The entirety of this world exists in their shadow. For the sake of genuine justice, Admiral Sengoku recently proclaimed war against the detestable celestial dragons and the corrupt world government. Following the conclusion of this conflict, they shall receive the protection of our Lord and assist him in establishing an empire within this world, allowing its inhabitants to lead lives of stability and peace. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, then offered a slight smile and replied, "Greetings. Please inform that Admiral Sengoku of the Navy, accompanied by the 3 admirals, has arrived for this gathering." Hearing Sengoku's words, Captain Silver Armor nodded slightly and then turned to Sengoku, saying, "Very well, please wait a moment." In response to his words, Sengoku slowly nodded, standing quietly with the others. Observing this, Lina, who stood beside Daegu, was momentarily stunned and then turned to him with a puzzled expression, asking, Daegu, why are we not allowing them to enter? Upon hearing this, Daegu couldn't help but smile, then turned to Lina to explain. This is an alliance gathering, and extraneous personnel must naturally keep their distance. Although they are forces under the command of the alliance leader, it is not the right time for them to enter. Therefore, if they wish to come in, they will need Uncle Carp to lead them. Hearing Daegu's words, the others nodded in understanding. Daegu then turned to the new city member who was holding the flag of the victory team and said, New city member, please hand me the flag. I shall plant it. After speaking, Daegu took the flag from New City's hands and walked forward to plant it into the ground. Just as Daegu turned around, he heard Carp's boisterous laughter echoing from the entrance of the villa. Haha, Sengoku, you all have finally arrived. The majority are here, only you are missing. With that, Carp vanished from sight before the astonished gazes of Lina and the others, only to reappear at the entrance of the villa, witnessing Carp's sudden disappearance. Lina and the others looked at Daegu in shock, seeking an explanation. In response, Daegu helplessly rubbed his forehead and began to elucidate. This is Uncle Carp, a vice admiral in this world, a naval hero, and a figure of unparalleled honor and stature within the Navy. Upon hearing this, the group nodded with excitement. After a moment, Hikari Kamai sighed softly. What a fascinating place, a wondrous world, and remarkable individuals. Meanwhile, Captain Silver Armor, who had originally blocked Sengoku, took a couple of steps back upon Carp's arrival, offering a slight bow while stepping aside to clear a path. Observing this, Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. He had initially believed that Carp's position within the alliance was not particularly high, but it seemed they had misjudged the situation. Noticing Sengoku's expression, Carp chuckled and explained. Do not be perplexed. Technically, we members also serve as their superiors. We can give them orders, but Ye Tian's commands take precedence. In circumstances where his directives do not conflict with ours, they will execute our orders. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku nodded slowly and prepared to have the naval flag planted in the ground. However, to his surprise, Kazara stepped forward and addressed Sengoku, saying, Admiral, allow me the honor of planting the flag. With that, he took the flag from a nearby sailor and proceeded to plant it firmly in the earth. Observing this, Sengoku nodded appreciatively and turned to Crane, instructing, Little Crane, please arrange the soldiers. The rest of you, follow me inside. With that, he entered the villa, guided by Garp. Meanwhile, the bystanders, including Kiyama, stepped aside to create a path. As Sengoku and the three admirals passed by, the members of the victory team held their breath, overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from them, which left them almost breathless. Once they entered the villa, Lina dared to whisper to her companions, their presence is so imposing, even greater than that of Director Zeiji. I hardly have the courage to look at them. Upon hearing this, Daegu could not help but smile slightly before replying, of course. I have heard Uncle Carp mention that the technology in this world differs significantly from ours. It is a realm that relies entirely on individual strength. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Daegu's explanation, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they exclaimed, Individual strength. Indeed, it is wholly dependent on personal prowess, Daegu affirmed. Take Uncle Carp for instance. He claims that with a single punch, he can shatter a mountain. Yet, he is merely a vice admiral within the Navy, having chosen not to ascend to the rank of admiral due to his reluctance to protect the celestial dragons. Nevertheless, the power of the three admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku is formidable. I have also heard Uncle Carp speak highly of an admiral codenamed Akiji, who possesses the ability to freeze an entire sea. As the others listened intently to Daegu's account, waves of excitement surged within them. They could easily envision the immense capabilities of the three admirals he described. The sheer strength was overwhelming. They felt utterly outmatched. After a prolonged silence, Keijin Hui finally spoke. Her voice slightly strained. Daegu, since their power is so formidable, what purpose do we serve here? It feels rather futile. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jianhui glanced around the room and slowly shook his head, stating, I fear it may not be feasible. Did you not notice that when you expressed your desire to confront Daegu, the soldiers surrounding us tightened their grip on their weapons? Upon hearing this, Xinxing couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed and took a couple of steps back, offering a forced chuckle to the surrounding soldiers. He then turned to Daegu and whispered, I can't believe it. Are these soldiers' ears really that sharp? Daegu nodded in response, then looked at him and said, "Of course. Just look at those guards clad in silver armor. They possess at least mid-tier strength. The other soldiers are not likely to be significantly weaker." Upon hearing this, Xinqing involuntarily shrank his head and, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, all right. You are the boss here. We can discuss it later." After a casual exchange among the group outside, Daegu led them into the villa. Inside the villa, the living room had been cleared to create an open space. The attendees stood around this area, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, Ye Tian, standing to the side, slowly turned his gaze towards the somewhat anxious Bellamur and Noki Gao, offering them a reassuring smile as he said, "I'm going over now. There's no need to be nervous. They're all very approachable." With wide eyes still filled with astonishment, Bellamur nodded in response to Ye Tian. Watching his retreating figure, she felt a tumult of emotions within her. She could hardly fathom that Ye Tian had reached such an extraordinary level. As Ye Tian stepped forward, he surveyed the gathered crowd and then spoke softly. "The alliance meeting officially commences." With that, he made a slight movement, and to everyone's astonishment, he sat in midair. Just as they were pondering how he managed to do so, a flash of purple light illuminated the room, revealing a crystalline chair beneath him. The intricate designs carved into the chair seemed to emanate an overwhelming pressure, momentarily leaving the onlookers breathless. Then, Ye Tian made a subtle motion with his hand, as if resting it upon the air. He began to tap gently in the atmosphere, producing a sound akin to knocking on a stone table. At that instant, a blue light flickered again, and a grand conference table made of crystal materialized before them. The crowd gazed in astonishment at this miraculous sight. A collective thought arose within many hearts. This is the work of divine creation. However, at that moment, Feishu was the first to step forward from the crowd. Approaching the side of the conference table where Ye Tian had seated himself, he mirrored Ye Tian's movements, bending slightly to sit down. In an instant, accompanied by a blue glow, a blue crystalline chair appeared beneath Feishu, engraved with his unique insignia. Simultaneously, Hong'e moved forward, taking a seat beside Feishu. Daegu, standing among the crowd, slowly addressed Demios, who stood before him, murmuring, "Please make way." Upon hearing this, Demiugos was momentarily taken aback, and then instinctively turned his gaze towards the towering figure of Daegu behind him, a sense of bewilderment stirring within him. At that moment, Daegu spoke again, requesting, "Please make way. I need to pass." In response, Demiugos inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect before parting to create a path. Meanwhile, Lina, standing behind Daegu, could not help but utter his name softly, "Daegu." Upon hearing this, Daegu smiled faintly and turned to Lina, saying, "There's no need to be anxious. Just stand behind me when the time comes." After speaking, Daegu walked towards the red A amidst the complex gazes of the victory team, taking his seat on a chair that was uniquely his own. The sound of clanking armor echoed as a pathway was made by the gathered crowd. Meng Tian emerged from the corridor, promptly taking a seat beside Ye Tian. Min Shishir entered next, accompanied by Yusuker and Mitsuhana, and sat down beside Meng Tian. "Excuse me." A youthful voice piped up from behind the crowd, instantly parting the throng. A blue slime bounced its way forward. As it approached the conference table, a flash of white light heralded the appearance of a humanoid figure, which then took a seat beside Min Shishir. "Please make way, my lord, the Demon King wishes to pass." Waz's voice resonated from the side as he casually followed Tsukikage Sojiro. "Excuse me, don't crowd so much," Karp urged, pushing through the throng and settling down beside Daegu. "Make way, please." Nick Fury, accompanied by Natasha, also made their appearance, taking a seat beside Tsukikage Sojiro. Could you please make way?" Zhang Chulan similarly emerged and took a position next to Nick Fury. At this point, everyone from the alliance had gathered. Just then, their subordinates arrived, positioning themselves behind their respective members. Observing the orderly assembly, Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction and addressed the members at the conference table, stating, "Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting." The theme of this gathering centered around the world government and the celestial dragons, along with the various pirate factions that pose a threat to the world and its citizens. We know that the forces in this world relentlessly exploit, enslave, and indiscriminately slay the innocent. Naturally, one exception exists, the revolutionary army established by Karp's son. After sharing his insights, Ye Tian leaned back against his chair. Following Ye Tian's analysis, a moment of silence enveloped the room, leading the attendees into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, Feishu was the first to speak, suggesting, "In that case, let us first vanquish the world government and gradually reclaim and unify this world." With our strength, confronting the world government should pose no significant challenge. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly nodded, then turned to the others and inquired, "Do any of you have opinions?" Ye Tian, stroking his chin, suggested, "I believe we should take the initiative to assault the world government, annihilating all its forces before anyone has a chance to react." After listening to Manchin's remarks, Ye Tian nodded thoughtfully. He understood that although he had elucidated the distribution of power in this world to everyone, their comprehension remained superficial. They had little actual experience with the combat capabilities of this realm. Contemplating this, Ye Tian straightened his posture and addressed the group. "This matter requires a strategic plan from the Navy." "Very well," Karp responded with a slow nod. However, at that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the distance. Boom. Accompanying it was a thunderous shout that reverberated through the skies. "Sengoku, come out here." The expression of Sengoku, who had been standing behind Karp, shifted dramatically. And he turned to Karp, saying, "Karp, that voice seems to belong to Admiral Steelbone Kong." Upon hearing this, Karp's expression darkened slightly, and he slowly nodded, remarking, "Indeed. It resembles his voice." The gathered crowd turned their gazes towards Karp, having heard his words. Taken aback, Karp chuckled awkwardly and addressed the people. "I suspect that voice belongs to Steelbone Kong, the supreme commander of the world government. His combat prowess cannot be underestimated." Ye Tian nodded thoughtfully, surprised that the world government had come knocking at their door. The flying squirrel slammed his fist on the conference table in frustration, exclaiming, "I can't believe the world government has come to us." In response, Ye Tian gradually rose and said to the crowd, "Well, now that we are aware of the world government's presence, there's no point in sitting idly here. Let us go and see." With that, he strode away from the conference table towards the villa's exit. The others seated around the table promptly followed suit. The villa's door creaked open, and Ye Tian led the group outside, moving toward the direction of the sound. The silver armor captain, stationed at the entrance, shouted, "Flag transition." Immediately, the silver-armored soldiers, who had been standing guard, stepped forward respectfully, lifting the flag from the ground and hoisting it onto their shoulders as they followed Ye Tian and the others. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, in front of the square, numerous vice admirals stood with their elite soldiers, silently confronting Steelbone Kong. Neither side moved. However, it was clear that the Navy was paralyzed by fear in the presence of such a formidable opponent, as the highest rank present was merely vice admiral. The three admirals remained behind Sengoku, who posed no immediate threat to Steelbone Kong, who regarded the gathered individuals with disdain. Focusing instead on the main building of the headquarters. He had come today, partly to fulfill the orders of the world government, but also to discern what trump cards the Navy possessed that emboldened them to confront the world government. Although he had once admired Sengoku's capabilities, the circumstances were different now, as the commands of the world government were inviolable, even for him. After a prolonged silence, the doors of Marine Headquarters gradually opened. Sengoku led Ye Tian and the others into the square. He appeared anxious, his eyes betraying a mix of reluctance, frustration, and a hint of indifference. After a long moment, Sengoku let out a deep sigh and addressed Steelbone Kong, "Commander." "Huh, Sengoku, you still acknowledge me as commander, yet you dare to challenge the world government? Are you seeking your own demise, or do you find this world insufficiently chaotic?" Steelbone Kong retorted vehemently upon hearing Sengoku's words. Upon hearing this, Sengoku slowly shook his head, then turned to Steelbone Kong and remarked, "Commander, after all these years, you should be aware of the true nature of the world government. You must also understand the reasons behind the Navy's inability to eradicate pirates." Steelbone Kong was momentarily taken aback by Sengoku's words. But then he shook his head in disappointment and replied, "Sengoku, you should know that the Navy is one of the institutions of the world government. How dare you?" "How can I not dare? How does the world government truly treat us? Must you, as commander, still pretend to be oblivious to this? The instances of seizing Navy wives are numerous, yet because they are celestial dragons, we are compelled to punish our own Navy? Is this what constitutes the Navy's justice? Are the celestial dragons truly the offspring of gods, less deserving of such privileges? I apologize, but I disdain to be part of such a cowardly Navy and such a cowardly commander. At that time, I lacked the power to change anything and could only stand by. Now, however, we possess the strength to resist and to rebel. So why should I continue to endure? Commander, your past kindness towards me, Sengoku, I cannot repay. However, since I have now become the Admiral of the Navy and possess the power to oppose, why should I not act? If your purpose in coming here is to negotiate, then please, take your leave. If you have come to fight, then it seems you cannot depart from this place. At this point, a flicker of reluctance crossed Sengoku's eyes. But he concealed it almost instantaneously. He was aware of what he was doing, what he ought to do, and what he could do. However, upon hearing Sengoku's words, Steelbone Kong scoffed derisively and retorted, "Sengoku, you simply fail to comprehend the terror of the world government. As long as you are willing to admit your mistakes and surrender those who have deceived you, you can still remain in the Navy." Before Steelbone Kong could finish his sentence, Ye Tian abruptly seized Sengoku's shoulder, casually cleared his ears, and waved his hand towards the rear. Instantly, the sky was enveloped in a dark mist, and phantoms resembling specters manifested in the air. "Mortal beings of this world, you are graced with sufficient honor. Pray, revere, kneel, await, and suffer. We, endowed with boundless will, immeasurable power, and infinite influence, have descended." Supreme Sovereign Ye Tian. In that instant, a banner descended from the heavens, planting itself firmly in the ground before Ye Tian. The dust surged upward, momentarily obscuring the scene. As the haze began to dissipate, numerous silver lights gradually illuminated the sky, swiftly landing upon the earth. The Alliance's guard soldiers knelt on one knee, brandishing silver spears, standing sentinel beside the Alliance flag. Witnessing this, Steelbone Kong's eyes shimmered with a glint of intrigue as he pondered, "These individuals are somewhat beyond my comprehension. Yet, I can still glean a rough understanding of their power." He realized that the mastermind behind the manipulation of Sengoku had finally appeared. Steelbone Kong then stepped forward slowly. Just as he was preparing to speak, the sky resounded once more with that terrifying voice. "Mortal beings of this world, you are graced with sufficient honor. Pray, revere, kneel, await, and suffer. Under the Supreme Sovereign Ye Tian, the Lord of the Great Tomb of Nazareth, the immortal king at the pinnacle of the 42 supreme beings. Lord Flying Squirrel has arrived." Instantly, a mechanical voice, tinged with static electricity, echoed in the ears of Ye Tian and the others. Initiating detection. Detection successful. War mode activated. Alliance leader authorization in progress. Authorization granted. World passage opening. War channel activated. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence a holy war that will alter the fabric of the world. The authorization from the Alliance of Worlds Against Anomalies is successful, and this battle will unfold under the witness of Alliance leader Ye Tian and the will of this world. Wishing you all prosperous fortunes in battle. In that moment, a colossal wormhole materialized on one side of the battlefield, from which squads of skeletons clad in golden armor and holding banners emerged in formation. Voices echoed from the wormhole. "Rejoice! Celebrate the arrival of the Supreme Sovereign." As Steelbone Kong observed the legion emerging from the wormhole, his pupils constricted, and he found himself momentarily frozen in place. He could distinctly feel his limbs growing increasingly cold. At that instant, silver lights erupted in the sky before crashing down to the earth. Boom! 2 soldiers in silver armor, carrying the banner of the Flying Squirrel, planted it before the Alliance flag. Meanwhile, the Guardians who had stood behind the Flying Squirrel, including Albedo, soared towards the army, leaving only Demiurge at the Flying Squirrel's side. "Mortal beings of this world, you are graced with sufficient honor. Pray, revere, kneel, await, and suffer." Under the Supreme Sovereign Ye Tian, from the realm of kings, the great General Ming Tian of the Xianyang Empire has arrived. Upon hearing this, Ming Tian, standing behind Ye Tian, couldn't help but smile faintly. He then glanced at Demios and remarked to the Flying Mouse, "I must say, your subordinate certainly exudes an impressive aura." At Ming Tian's words, the Flying Mouse chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, it's nothing, really. Just a simple spell. If you wish to learn it, I can teach you. Perhaps another time. Let us first conclude our current affairs," Ming Tian replied. As the two conversed, a portal to another dimension suddenly opened, and tens of thousands of soldiers clad in dark iron armor from the Ming family marched forth, emanating an atmosphere of chilling ferocity that momentarily stunned everyone present. It was evident to all that this army was entirely distinct from that of the Flying Mouse. It was a human legion, its murderous intent soaring to the heavens. At that moment, a flag, guarded by 2 silver-armored soldiers, descended from the sky alongside Ming Tian, who planted it beside the Flying Mouse's standard. "O mortals of this realm, you are graced with profound honor. Pray, revere, kneel, and await in trepidation, for the Supreme Sovereign Ye Tian commands the arrival of the Demon King, a being capable of unraveling the very fabric of time and space." As these words echoed, Changpan Zhuangwu, who had been standing behind Ye Tian, trembled involuntarily. his expression growing anxious as he scanned his surroundings. At that moment, a dark portal opened beside him, and Hua stepped forth with swift strides. He held a tray with both hands, upon which lay a golden dial, silently resting beneath a crimson cloth. With great reverence, he knelt on one knee before Changpan Zhuangwu and proclaimed, "Your Majesty the Demon King. This is a dial created from a portion of the future Demon King's power sealed away. Please make use of it." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian inhaled deeply. Then gradually nodded, his expression solemn as he grasped the dial in his hand and proceeded to walk forward with measured steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Observing this, Steel Bone Kong's eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not help but murmur softly, "An ordinary person?" Ye Tian ambled to a position not far from the flag, quietly observing the opposing Steel Bone Kong, and then slowly retrieved a belt from behind him. He swiftly secured it around his waist and took out his Time King dial, inserting it into the belt. In an instant, a radiant light erupted from the belt. "Time-space driver Zio, Henshin." As the words left his lips, the virtual clock behind Ye Tian began to spin rapidly. "Rider time," came in Rider Zio. The armor enveloped him in an instant. Witnessing this, he slowly produced the Oma Zio dial, casting a keen glance at it before swiftly inserting it into the driver. A sensation washed over him. It felt achievable. In a flash, the surroundings transformed, and beneath his feet, a tangible golden clock materialized. The edges of this clock were engulfed in lava, reminiscent of an apocalyptic end. As the clock's hands turned, the resounding tick echoed throughout the heavens. Then, a voice of authority resonated across the expanse. "Blessed time, the king of ultimate virtue, supreme power. Omazio." The clock, flowing with lava, shattered instantaneously, revealing the true form of Omazio to the pirate world. In that moment, Steel Bone Kong felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, his pupils constricting, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloping him. The king of ultimate virtue, supreme power. The world government may soon face defeat. Such a formidable adversary, merely gazing from afar, sends shivers down my spine. Steel Bone Kong murmured weakly. At this moment, the arena fell into silence, all eyes fixated on the imposing figure before them. Just as the crowd was still processing the sight, an even more terrifying voice echoed once more. "Mortal beings of this world, you are graced with an abundance of honor. Pray, revere, kneel, await, and endure. Under the command of the Supreme, Ye Tian, the great will of the world, the guardian of humanity's truth, the protector Amiya has arrived." The red A vanished from his original position, appearing beside Omazio, silently observing Steel Bone Kong. Meanwhile, the banner of the heroic spirit throne was planted among the myriad flags. Under the command of the Supreme, the world destroyer, Kamen Rider Decade, has arrived. Matoy Ichi stepped forward at a leisurely pace, retrieving a belt from behind and affixing it to his waist, then extracting a card from a side compartment. Kamen Rider Decade. Matoy Ichi inserted the Decade card into the driver, strolling forward with an air of nonchalance. Under the command of the Supreme, from another world, the ruler of the demon nation, Rimura Tempest, has descended. As his voice faded, a black hole opened, from which emerged 1,000 armored demon soldiers and knights. Under the command of the Supreme, from the Blue Star, in the name of light, to enlighten the world, to guide all beings with the hope of light. Ultraman Digga has come. Standing at the center of the victorious team, Daiki slowly advanced, bolstered by the encouraging gazes of those around him. Under the command of the Supreme, from the Blue Star, second to none, Zhang Chulan has arrived. Under the command of the Supreme, overseeing the world, safeguarding all beings, S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Under the command of the Supreme, the Navy of this world, defending justice, is ready for battle. As these proclamations rang out, figures began to emerge from the crowd. In the sky, silver-armored guards descended, each bearing their flags. At this moment, Steel Bone Kong gazed at the fluttering banners above, his complexion paling. From the voice that echoed from the sky, Steel Bone Kong surmised that these individuals were likely from another realm. The thought of the impending situation for the world government caused him to grimace in despair. Just as he was about to speak to Sengoku and others, the voice from the sky resonated again. "Mortal beings of this world, you are graced with an abundance of honor. Pray, revere, kneel, await, and endure. This world, with its myriad missions and abilities, guarding, safeguarding, purging, judging, and more. Under the alliance stationed across the realms, the Supreme, the unparalleled sovereign, and one who bears many titles, Ye Tian, the alliance leader, descends with the members of the alliance. With the authorization and witness of alliance leader Ye Tian and the will of this world, the holy war begins. The opposing forces, the world government and celestial dragons. With the approval of the world's will, national fortunes diminish, luck wanes, combat power decreases, will falters, and vitality fades. The war officially commences. May fortune favor the alliance. This proclamation seemed to follow closely on the heels of Demigurgo's necromantic incantation, yet it bore a distinct difference. As these words fell, it appeared as if stars were scattered across the sky, illuminating the earth below. Steel Bone Kong could distinctly feel a portion of his vitality draining away, his already aged body deteriorating further. Disregarding Steel Bone Kong's current state, Ye Tian strolled forward. Hands in pockets, gazing at the fluttering banners above. He gradually came to a halt and spoke aloud. I, Ye Tian, Alliance Leader, declare that this battle shall proceed under my oversight alongside the will of the world. Having spoken, he turned to the surrounding individuals and announced, I declare the holy war has begun, with the objective of purging the filth from this world. During this period, all those burdened with sins shall be attacked indiscriminately. The once youthful and innocent Ye Tian now spoke with an air of chilling menace. Receive the order. Receive the order. Thus, the great battle officially commenced. Steel Bone Kong felt as though he had been marked, unable to move an inch. Just then, a chilling dark aura emanated from behind him, descending menacingly from above. Sensing the frigid presence, Steel Bone Kong's body, once paralyzed, sprang into action. His body became enveloped in a black armament, shrouding him entirely. With a clang, the massive axe collided with the armed body, causing the ground to fracture beneath them. Countless shards of earth erupted, sending the soldiers of the world government scattering. End of days. Make way. Takit Zigo bellowed, launching himself into the air. Upon hearing the words, the crowd, initially rushing towards Steel Frame Sky, abruptly halted their steps and swiftly retreated. The Demon Time King unleashed a lethal strike. In that moment, the Demon Time King resembled an apocalyptic beast, exuding an ominous aura, with a smoky radiance emanating from his very being. He then propelled a direct kick towards Steel Frame Sky. With a thunderous roar, the Marine headquarters at Marineford began to tremble. As the Demon Time King descended, the earth gradually fractured, splintering into countless fragments. An overwhelming tide surged forth instantaneously. Once the smoke cleared, the Demon Time King found himself standing on a mere patch of land barely sufficient for a single individual, surrounded entirely by an oceanic expanse. The 20 or so warships belonging to the world government had vanished without a trace. Behind the crowd, figures like Sangoku fell into a profound silence. They had long suspected that the power of the Demon Time King was formidable, yet they had not anticipated its sheer magnitude. He had eradicated all surrounding foes, leaving nothing in his wake. Had they been present, it would likely have taken them no less than half a day to descend. Meanwhile, the initially entertained flying squirrel, upon witnessing the scene, was momentarily stunned, turning towards Ye Tian with a blank expression, before quietly inquiring, Ye Tian, is Ban Zigo truly so powerful? Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but nod, followed by a sigh as he remarked, this is merely the power derived from the future of Changpan Zhuangwu. I initially thought he would only transform into the Time King. However, just as Ye Tian's words fell, it seemed he recalled something, and he slowly approached the flying squirrel. Gazing at him, he inquired, tell me, how did you come to orchestrate this performance? How did Changpan Zhuangwu suddenly acquire the power of the Time King of Omen? Upon hearing Ye Tian's question, the flying squirrel chuckled softly, casting a furtive glance around before leaning close to whisper in Ye Tian's ear. After all the effort we put into organizing this grand battle, how could we not add a touch of excitement, right? Hiki. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion wash over him. He pondered to himself, isn't the flying squirrel supposed to be characterized differently? Could it be that his golden finger has led him astray? Or perhaps he is inherently a repressed individual? TSK, this presents quite the conundrum. With this thought in mind, Ye Tian slowly turned around and scrutinized the flying squirrel. In an instant, he perceived that the creature, with its skeletal visage, bore an expression of utter lewdness. Ye Tian gently shook his head, casting aside these unwelcome thoughts, and then spoke with deliberation, the battle here has concluded. Let us proceed directly to the sacred land of Mary Geos and eradicate the world government and the celestial dragons. The flying squirrel and others nearby nodded in agreement, expressing their strong support for Ye Tian's proposition. Subsequently, Ye Tian directed his gaze towards Carp, who stood still in a daze, and urged, Carp, Make the necessary arrangements to transport us to Mary Geos. Let us resolve this swiftly to avoid any future complications. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Karp finally snapped back to reality. He then gazed, somewhat bewildered, at the figure standing in the middle of the sea, murmuring, "Is this truly the extent of that young man's power? This strength, it seems to defy all norms." Upon hearing this, the others, including Sengoku, nodded in astonishment, exclaiming, "Indeed, such formidable power, and so well controlled, is truly astonishing. What an impressive young man." At that moment, Kizaru also put away his languid demeanor and spoke earnestly. "Yes," Kizaru affirmed, while Akiji and Akaina continuously nodded in agreement. Focusing on Tokinokazuki, he stood in a daze, fixated on the small patch of land beneath his feet. Gradually, he gazed around at the areas engulfed by the sea, murmuring to himself, "Is this the power of the king of the twilight hour? Even a fragment of it is so overwhelmingly potent." Daigu, did you just witness that? That armored figure, with a single kick, what sheer prowess. Kirai excitedly nudged the still-dazed Daigu, who, upon being roused, stared in astonishment at Tokinokazuki and murmured, "Indeed." Nick Fury looked at Tokinokazuki's silhouette, somewhat bewildered. "Is this truly the strength of this group? It is genuinely terrifying," Natasha whispered in response. Disregarding the awestruck individuals still reeling from the King of the Twilight Hour's singular kick, Ye Tian had already approached Karp's side, gently stating, "Karp, arrange for the warships to head directly to the Holy Land of Mariehua and resolve this matter swiftly." "Huh? Oh, yes. I'll arrange it immediately," Karp replied, nodding vigorously in response to Ye Tian's words. He then took Sengoku and the others to coordinate the upcoming tasks. After a brief period of bewilderment, Tokinokazuki and the others gradually congregated around Ye Tian. Although many remained in a state of shock, none dared to underestimate Tokinokazuki any longer. Even Emperor Knight, who had previously boasted about honing Tokinokazuki's combat skills, now refrained from speaking too freely, wary of inadvertently provoking the king of the twilight hour. Observing the cautious demeanor of the crowd, Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly before turning to Tokinokazuki and inquiring, "Kazuki, will you be able to harness the power of the king of the twilight hour from now on?" Upon hearing this, Tokuwanatsu Esko was momentarily taken aback, then turned to gaze at what was behind him. Noticing this, was immediately comprehended Esko's thoughts. Slightly bowing before Ye Tian as he spoke, "The power of the Demon King of Time has not been significantly infused by His Majesty the future Demon King. His Majesty has stated that this timepiece can be utilized 3 times. After that, it shall shatter." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly nodded, then casually glanced at the individuals present. He turned his gaze back to Tokawaki Zigo and remarked, "Yes, be judicious with your resources. After all, only 2 opportunities remain." "I understand, Alliance Leader," Tokawaki Zigo replied solemnly, nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd, upon hearing Waza's explanation, couldn't help but exhale in relief. "All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. First, withdraw your armies into the Alliance space. We shall release them once we have crossed over," Ye Tian instructed the assembly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of perplexity as he gazed at Ye Tian. "Isn't it better to go together? Moreover, how do we store it in the Alliance space? Going together? You must be joking. Shouldn't you count how many troops they brought?" Ye Tian shot him a glance of disdain. He then turned to Fei Shu and the others, stating, "Let me open the spatial gate. You can let them in." With that, Ye Tian connected with the Alliance space and promptly opened a portal in the vacant area ahead. Observing this, Fei Shu and the others began to make arrangements. At this moment, Karp had prepared the warship, boarding Ye Tian and the others before setting sail towards the world government. On the deck of the warship, Ye Tian reclined on a beach chair, taking a deep breath of the ocean air before finally speaking. "This lifestyle truly suits me," Zhang Chulan interjected. "If you want to be lazy, just say so." Ye Tian shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Do you not enjoy it?" "Of course. I relish the lazy life," Zhang Chulan admitted, settling into a beach chair beside him. Just then, applause resonated in their ears. "Bravo! That side kick from Shijun was magnificent." "Careful, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly turned his head to look. He discovered that Minya Shur had inexplicably engaged in battle once more with Tokawakyo Esko. It appeared that Tokawakyo Esko was still at a disadvantage. After exchanging blows for a while, Minya Shur gradually spoke up. "Well, why Sook? Would you care to join us?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Yosuke couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth, then looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "How do we play? Are we both going to take you on alone?" Upon hearing Yosuke's words, Murasaki tilted his head and replied, "It's a free-for-all. Free-for-alls are the most entertaining." "A free-for-all, is it? Very well, then, let us begin." With that, he swiftly summoned his belt and transformed into Kuga, joining the fray. In an instant, the three were engaged in battle. Observing the ongoing conflict, Montaigne, seated nearby, couldn't help but chuckle heartily, his fingers twitching slightly as he remarked with a hint of exasperation, "TSK, watching this makes me a bit eager to join in myself." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian turned his head and looked at the fidgety Ming Tian, asking, "Would you like me to arrange someone for you?" Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Ming Tian's eyes brightened, but he quickly shook his head, saying, "Maybe not. I'm afraid I might damage the boat." "Haha, not at all. I know someone with whom you can spar without worrying about wrecking the vessel," Ye Tian replied with a mysterious smile. "Who?" Ming Tian's eyes lit up again, and he hurriedly inquired. In response, Ye Tian slowly turned his gaze towards the nearby Red A, who was reclining in a beach chair like him, and gestured towards him for Ming Tian to notice. Upon realizing this, Ming Tian slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, how could I forget him? Fighting with him truly poses no risk to the boat." With a smile on his face, Ming Tian approached Red A. Upon reaching Red A's side, Ming Tian grinned and expressed his thoughts. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Red A sprang up from his chair, bewildered, and exclaimed, "Is it my ears playing tricks? Or did you misspeak? Do you have no shame? I am an assassin, an assassin. Do you even understand what that means?" Hearing Red A's words, Ming Tian felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, replying, "Well, you see, it's just that my hands are itching." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Red A was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Ming Tian and said, "I understand what you were trying to convey. In truth, you could find a compromise. You see, my inherent barrier can withstand combat without issue, yet I am an assassin at heart. Therefore, I recommend seeking out Carp. However, should you engage him in battle, you might find it difficult to rein in your strength, and I fear the ship may be damaged. Given this, allow me to suggest an individual who can both safeguard the vessel and ensure your satisfaction." At this, Ming Tian was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion crossing his face as he pondered who Red A was referring to, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Observing this, Red A shot him a knowing glance before gesturing subtly towards Ye Tian. As Ming Tian watched Red A signaling towards Ye Tian, a flicker of understanding seemed to dawn upon him, and a smile broke forth on his face. He then quickly approached and seized Ye Tian, who had been basking in the sun, leaving him bewildered by Ming Tian's sudden boisterousness. With a feeble expression, Ye Tian looked at Ming Tian and slowly said, "Ming Tian, I am afflicted with a peculiar ailment that renders me lifeless if I do not have any salt fish." Upon hearing this, Ming Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him, simply gazing at Ye Tian in silence. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Ye Tian sighed softly and, with a look of resignation, remarked, "Is your hand so restless that you must strike?" Upon hearing this, Ming Tian quickly nodded. Observing this, Ye Tian could only slowly put on his shoes and then step to the opposite side of Ming Tian, reciting the incantation for the inherent barrier. In an instant, he pulled Ming Tian into the barrier. Watching Ye Tian, who had suddenly distanced himself, Ming Tian laughed heartily, pounded his fist, and then spoke softly, "Little Ye Tian, be careful." Instantly, a suit of armor enveloped Ming Tian, and a long spear and a large shield appeared in his eyes. Not to be outdone, Ye Tian also manifested a suit of armor, along with a long spear and a large shield in his hands. Seeing Ye Tian's formidable appearance, Ming Tian suddenly recalled Ye Tian's abilities. He couldn't help but slap his forehead and exclaim, "I almost forgot, you possess this ability as well." With that, he shook his head and sighed. "In that case, let us compete and see whose formation is superior." With that, a large banner appeared in Ming Tian's hand, which he raised high while calling out, "Ming family army, return to position." Instantly, 1,000 soldiers of the Ming family materialized before them. In response, Ye Tian raised his spear high and shouted, "Charge!" Hearing Ye Tian's command, Ming Tian let out a hearty laugh and issued his own orders, "Defensive formation." In an instant, Ye Tian's army coalesced like a unified spear, transforming into a bolt of lightning as they surged toward Meng Tian. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided. At that moment, Ye Tian bellowed, "Defensive formation, shield strike." The Meng family soldiers echoed with a mighty roar, and the clash of shields and spears resonated. Hearing this, Meng Tian shouted, "V formation." Ye Tian simultaneously called out the same, and the armies clashed once more. Seeing this, Ye Tian gradually lowered his spear and shield, and his fists were suddenly enveloped in armed hockey. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Meng Tian. Gathering his strength, he aimed a powerful punch at Meng Tian. Sensing the gust of wind behind him, Meng Tian swiftly turned around to find Ye Tian poised to strike, and he raised his shield just in time to block the blow. The punch landed with a dull thud against the shield, causing Meng Tian to stagger back 2 steps. Raising his gaze, Meng Tian rested his spear on his shield and launched a fierce counterattack toward Ye Tian. In response to Meng Tian's movements, Ye Tian activated the shave technique, enveloping his arm in armed hockey. As Ye Tian's voice echoed in the air, Meng Tian's spear came racing toward him, its tip meeting Ye Tian's palm with a clang of iron. "Ah, delightful, truly delightful," exclaimed Meng Tian, his spirit soaring as he advanced toward Ye Tian once more. The two continued to clash, reveling in their battle within the inherent barrier. The dust of combat enveloped the entire space, and the soldiers they had summoned faded away, leaving only the two engaged in relentless offense and defense. At last, the two warriors halted their movements, and Ye Tian gradually lowered his hands, dissipating his armed hockey and armor. He gazed at Meng Tian and said, "That will suffice. Your shield is quite sturdy." With that, he closed the inherent barrier. In an instant, they found themselves back on the ship. Returning to the deck, Ye Tian reclined once more on a beach chair, while Meng Tian walked slowly to sit beside Hong A. With a deep sigh, Meng Tian expressed his thoughts. Observing this, Hong A smiled slightly and asked Meng Tian, "What's wrong? Did you not win?" Upon hearing this, Meng Tian slowly nodded and casually replied, "Indeed. Haha, under normal circumstances. Just relax." Ye Tian had long possessed the abilities of both US and Carp. He is still held back considerably. Otherwise, you would have been defeated long ago. Don't fret, there is no comparison to someone who merely hangs around. Hong A smiled gently, and then looked at Meng Tian to offer him some reassurance. Hearing Hong A's words, Meng Tian couldn't help but nod in agreement. He understood that he could not defeat Ye Tian, especially since Ye Tian had already acquired the powers of 3 individuals. I believe the hockey and physical techniques Ye Tian just employed were quite impressive. Those must have been obtained from Carp, right? Meng Tian slowly turned his head to ask Hong A. Yes, those were indeed acquired from Carp. Hockey and physical techniques are exclusive to this world. If you are interested, you can exchange for them in the Alliance Mall and train on your own, or spend exchange points to learn them, Hong A replied after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing Hong A's explanation, Meng Tian became engrossed in thoughts about the Alliance Mall. Meanwhile, Ye Tian gradually rose from the beach chair, unconsciously smacking his lips before turning his attention to Carp, who was seated at the bow of the ship, and called out, "Carp, let us have a feast. I'm famished." Upon hearing this, Carp slowly turned around and gazed at Ye Tian, who had just risen from the beach chair. He then spoke gently, "All right, that's just perfect. I too am in the mood for a bite to eat." As he spoke, Carp leapt off the bow of the ship and stood upon the deck. He made his way towards the cabin, giving orders to the kitchen, and soon cleared a space on the deck with his companions. Before long, an array of delectable dishes was served. Just as everyone was preparing to take their seats, a resounding cannon shot echoed, followed by a sudden explosion on the side of the ship. Instantly, the expressions of those on the deck turned grim. They hadn't even begun to eat, and they were already under attack. This was intolerable. In a flash, Ye Tian's anger flared up. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from afar. "Haha, Carp, do you fancy my little gift?" The crowd turned their gazes skyward, following the sound of laughter. To their astonishment, numerous islands of varying sizes floated in the sky, having seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Before Ye Tian and the others could utter a word, a voice boomed from above. "I've heard all about your Navy affairs. I must say, well done, haha." Feeling insulted, Ye Tian sprang to his feet, gradually forming a long sword in his hand, ready to hurl it skyward. However, at that moment, Carp abruptly stood up and bellowed, "Golden Lion, are you seeking death? Haha, even if I am courting death, can you ascend to meet me? Just watch helplessly as I smash your beloved ship to smithereens, haha." The voice of the Golden Lion echoed once more. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly took a step forward and then turned his head to address those beside him, saying, "Esteemed friends, let us engage in some activities before dining. This will surely aid in our digestion." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding crowd revealed smiles, and the flying mouse slowly extended its hand, conjuring an image before it and subsequently opening a portal within that image. Raising its head to look at the figures of Demerugos and Yalbed behind, it commanded, "Let us proceed." Indeed, how dare they disrupt the gathering of the Supreme One? They are truly deserving of death. With that, the attire of the two transformed dramatically, and they stepped directly into the space portal opened by the flying mouse. Observing this, Ye Tian slowly spoke, "Let us also venture forth. I am curious to know just how audacious this golden lion is to interrupt our meal." With that, he was the first to enter the portal, followed closely by the others. Seeing this, Carp could not help but sigh, silently pondering, "Old friend, today you shall not rise again. I hope to see you in the next life." He then followed the crowd into the space gateway. Within the palace on the island where the golden lion resided, the lion gazed upon the warships below, unable to suppress a laugh. However, at that moment, he sensed a disturbance behind him and swiftly turned around. In an instant, a flash of an axe swept before his eyes, prompting the golden lion to retreat several steps to evade Yalbed's attack. Steadying himself, the golden lion took a deep breath, his expression chilling as he glared at Yalbed and Demerugos, demanding, "Who are you? How did you come here? Those wretched humans dare to disrupt the feast of the Supreme One. You shall pay dearly." Yalbed paid no heed to the golden lion's inquiries, swiftly engaging with her massive axe, which danced adeptly in her hands. Behind her, Demerugos spoke calmly, "You, the transgressor against the Supreme One's banquet, kneel." As his voice fell, an invisible pressure descended upon the golden lion, causing his legs to bend involuntarily. Seeing this, the golden lion gritted his teeth, his expression one of horror as he questioned, "Who are you? When did I disrupt your so-called feast?" Just as he uttered these words, he noticed a pitch-black void behind the two, from which a child emerged. Momentarily stunned, soon after, more figures began to step forth from the darkness. Suppressing his rage, Ye Tian fixed his gaze upon the golden lion and asked in a deep voice, "Was it you who just dropped the cannonball below? Golden lion, are you seeking death? Allow us to escort you on your journey." With that, Ye Tian raised his hand, enveloped in an ominous aura of haki, and vanished from sight, delivering a powerful punch to the golden lion's head. With a resounding crash, the golden lion was sent crashing through the massive island beneath him, landing on the ground below. Gradually rising, he wiped the corner of his mouth and glared furiously at the group standing above him. Just as he was about to retaliate, he spotted Carp among them, instantly freezing in place. He had initially thought he might have struck the Supreme One, but it became evident that it was the same group from Carp's ship. He had not noticed before how formidable they were, capable of appearing unannounced on his island, and even a mere child among them wielded such strength, exhibiting haki comparable to Carp. "Ye Tian, is he the one?" the flying mouse inquired beside him. "Yes, indeed," the golden lion replied. "I had planned to deal with him later after we dealt with the world government, but to encounter him here after my exit from the East Sea, how fortuitous. Let us resolve this matter now," Ye Tian said, a cold smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, everyone nodded and charged toward the golden lion. At that moment, Hong-A took the lead, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, his dual blades clashed against the golden lion's defense. Not surprised, Hong-A smiled faintly and remarked, "So this is observation haki. Not bad." With that, he disappeared once more. As the invisible Hong-A evaded the golden lion's gaze, the latter furrowed his brows and tightened his grip on his long knife. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the rapidly moving Hong-A. Suddenly, the golden lion opened his eyes wide and shouted, "I understand." The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, their weapons clashing and sparking. Just as the golden lion grew more adept, several beams of energy shot toward his back. He rolled to evade the attack, glaring menacingly in the direction of Daegu and the others. As he prepared to charge at them, a dark axe blade rushed toward his face, narrowing his eyes. The golden lion rolled swiftly to escape the blow. As he attempted to rise, dozens of weapons shot toward him. Reluctantly, the golden lion continued to roll on the ground to evade the barrage. He then sprang to his feet, casting a furious glance at Daegu and the others, and swung his long knife at the incoming dual blades with a fierce shout, "You shall perish, golden lion." Carp raised his fist and charged towards the golden lion. Overwhelmed by the increasing number of attackers, the golden lion cursed under his breath and hastily exclaimed, all right, I apologize." Can we not come to an understanding? Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly and said, "An apology? Do you think it would suffice? It is likely not that simple." Hearing Ye Tian's words, the golden lion was momentarily stunned, then replied solemnly, "What do you intend to do? What do we intend to do? Since you are not targeting me, then it is all quite negotiable. It is simple, and you can easily accomplish it. Take your own life, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." Ye Tian stared coldly at the golden lion as he spoke. "Take my own life? Huh, you jest. A golden lion dies in battle, not by suicide. Come, let us fight." At this moment, the golden lion, reminiscent of his youth, radiated an indomitable spirit. His eyes filled with defiance. Observing this, Ye Tian slowly shook his head and then addressed those around him. "Everyone, step forward and accompany him on his journey. Since he does not desire a complete corpse, let it be transformed into something else." As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd around them vanished in an instant. When Ye Tian glanced down at the golden lion again, he saw that the latter was now covered in wounds, occasionally being struck by an assailant. Noticing that the unengaged Ban Ziyu and Minya Shi, along with the flying squirrel, had not joined the fray, he slowly spoke. "Shall we not give it a try? No, it would be pointless. While Red A may be ineffective against him, with Uncle Carp, a master of this world's hockey, it would be a different story," Minya Shi replied, shaking his head gently. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian could not help but smile faintly, then gazed down at the combatants below, remarking, "They must be quite pent up, having not engaged in a proper battle." Beside him, Men Shi and Takuban Zigo exchanged knowing smiles before chiming in. "Let them have their fun. The banquet can always be resumed later." Ye Tian nodded slowly and then turned his attention to the members of the victorious team standing nearby. He spoke up, "You lot, are you not concerned about being caught in the fray?" Upon hearing Ye Tian's voice, Cocoyasi was the first to turn around, grinning as he asked, esteemed leader, might I inquire why this island is floating in the sky?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile slightly. He then turned his gaze towards the group engaged in battle alongside the golden lion and said, "There is nothing particularly extraordinary about me. I simply happen to know the trajectory of your world." "The trajectory of the world, you say? Then may I inquire what role you play in this realm?" Kajima K asked, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at Ye Tian. At her question, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into laughter and replied, "That is quite a bold question. To be frank, we are merely a group of gatekeepers. Aside from the inevitable calamities that the world must endure, we shall shield you from all other disasters." Upon hearing this, Kujo Hui slowly nodded. Glancing at the nodding Kujo Hui, Ye Tian spoke again, "Of course. With this responsibility comes significant privileges. You are likely aware that as long as we do not recklessly destroy the world or slaughter innocent beings, we are free from repercussions." "Then, did Dagu join you quite some time ago?" Kujo Hui gently inquired, voicing the question that lingered in her mind. "Certainly not. He joined us before becoming Diga. We do not accept those devoid of combat capabilities, although we can swiftly endow individuals with formidable powers," Ye Tian replied, a smile gracing his lips. Before Kujo Hui could pose another question, Ye Tian slowly rose to his feet. After casting a glance at the battle unfolding below, he declared, "Let us descend and continue the banquet." With that, he walked directly towards the spatial gateway behind him. On the deck, Ye Tian turned to Nicole Fury, who was leaning against the railing, gazing out at the scenic ocean view. "How does it compare to your world? Quite captivating, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Nicole Fury gave a slight nod and then spoke, "Indeed. This world is wondrous yet perilous, a true reflection of the dark laws that govern it." After listening to Nicole Fury's words, Ye Tian couldn't help but nod in agreement, subsequently letting out a sigh as his gaze drifted into the distance. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "Yes, the survival of the fittest remains an immutable rule of that world. However, in those realms where laws are firmly established, this rule is merely subdued." Nicole Fury nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent thereafter. Observing this, Ye Tian shrugged and proceeded towards the dining table. As he walked, he rubbed his stomach and muttered under his breath, "I'm starving. It's all that wretched lioness' fault for interrupting my meal." Upon reaching the table, Ye Tian did not wait for anyone else and began to eat without hesitation. All other matters faded from his mind. What was battle to him? What significance did it hold? Eating was of paramount importance. One could hardly bear the hunger of skipping a meal. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind Ye Tian, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Wow, my lord, you've already started eating? Why didn't you call for me?" Zhang Chulan exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly turned his head to gaze at Zhang Chulan, who had already seated himself beside him. A moment of surprise washed over him, followed by a look of confusion as he inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be playing with them?" Zhang Chulan nodded in response, then picked up a piece of roasted meat, saying, "Yes, I returned after playing for a while. That golden-haired fellow was in such a pitiful state that I could scarcely bring myself to strike him. Haha. Let him be. After all, he interrupted our banquet. I was already hungry, and with his ruckus, well, didn't he just fan the flames of our irritation?" With that, Ye Tian hastened his pace, zealously attacking the delectable spread laid out before him. As time passed, the others gradually returned. Observing Ye Tian, who had devoured nearly half the feast, they were momentarily taken aback, but soon joined the fray, diving into the culinary bounty alongside him. At the side of the table, Carp stared blankly at the empty plates, momentarily stunned. However, his gaze soon fell upon a plate that still held a solitary piece of meat. In an instant, he sprang into action. Just then, a hand snatched up the piece of meat ahead of him. Upon noticing this, Carp sharply raised his head, only to find that Red A had already popped the morsel into his mouth. Instantly, Carp's demeanor darkened. "Chef, bring me more meat," he bellowed, slowly rising from his seat and striding towards the ship's prison. "Hey, Carp, where are you going?" Red A inquired at the opportune moment. "I'm going to check on the Golden Lion," Carp replied, his expression clouded with gloom, before making his way to the brig. Before long, the sound of the Golden Lion's curses echoed from below deck. Gradually, the vitriol diminished, and Carp emerged, looking quite pleased. Seeing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but curiously ask, "Carp, you wouldn't have?" "Oh." At this remark, those seated near Carp subtly shifted away, their faces revealing an expression of trepidation. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Carp's countenance darkened further, and he hastily clarified, "You're all overthinking it. I merely went to give the Golden Lion a little thrashing, to release some stress." Yes, we understand," Red A nodded gravely in agreement. Upon hearing this, Carp's expression darkened considerably. At that moment, several chefs entered, carrying freshly prepared roasted meat. After casually tidying the dining table, they placed the delectable dishes upon it and promptly departed. Following a hearty meal, the group reclined on deck chairs, basking in the soothing sea breeze. "Hey, Carp, how much longer until we reach Mariewa?" inquired the flying squirrel, breaking the comfortable silence. Upon hearing this, Carp pondered for a moment before slowly responding, "I estimate it will take another half a day." The flying squirrel casually acknowledged with a brief reply before lapsing into silence. The deck was enveloped in a profound stillness. Time drifted by languidly. At long last, as they were nearing the Red Soul continent, a series of thunderous roars erupted in the air. Following this, a voice, filled with indignation and authority, echoed forth, "Navy, retreat. The world government will momentarily pardon your foolish transgressions." The voice gradually resonated, rousing the resting individuals from their slumber. With half-closed eyes, Ye Tian turned to Carp and inquired, "Carp, can you discern who is speaking over there?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel nodded in agreement and remarked, "What a splendid idea." With the flying squirrel's consent, Ye Tian turned to Carp beside him and stated, "Prepare the Navy trailing behind us. Soon, the old bones will bestow upon the world government forces a transcendent spell. After that, the remaining soldiers will be entrusted to the Navy." "Very well, I shall inform them at once," Carp replied, producing a transponder snail from his pocket to notify Sengoku and the others following behind them. On the deck, the flying squirrel slowly raised his hand, and a magical array instantly enveloped his feet, followed by a beam of light composed of pure energy shooting skyward. Within the magical array, the flying squirrel shattered a small hourglass, and the spell's reading was instantly cleared. Transcendent magic, falling from the sky. In an instant, a torrent of magical energy surged forth. With a resounding boom, immense energy swept over the position of the world government forces, decimating a significant portion of their ranks. Observing this, Ye Tian glanced at Carp and nodded affirmatively. Carp promptly spoke into the transponder snail, "It's done. The remnants are now in your hands." Having concluded his message, he hung up the device, and their warship gradually came to a halt. Shortly thereafter, hundreds of warships sailed past them. Countless cannonballs were fired from the Navy vessels, their sights set directly on the world government troops. In no time, the two sides engaged in battle. Pleased with the turn of events, Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Carp, saying, "Let us proceed to the Red Earth continent and behold the so-called Holy Land, Meriewa. I set sail." Carp affirmed, issuing commands to continue their journey. Just then, a flash of light suddenly descended onto the deck, and the figure of Kizaru gradually materialized. Gazing at Kizaru, Ye Tian expressed a hint of envy, saying, "What a remarkable means of travel." "Indeed, quite impressive," chimed in Red A and the others in agreement. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Kizaru smiled and replied, "The general will be arriving shortly. Please hold on." "Oh, very well," Ye Tian responded nonchalantly, as it made little difference to him, merely a slight delay in their plans. Before long, Sengoku, accompanied by Akiji and Akainu, approached via the ice path laid out by Akiji. They swiftly leaped onto the deck where Ye Tian stood. "Apologies for our tardiness," Sengoku said with a hint of regret. "No matter, let us proceed," Ye Tian replied, shaking his head dismissively. Upon seeing everyone aboard, Carp ordered the warship to navigate toward the Red Earth continent. Beneath the towering Red Earth continent, Ye Tian and his companions gazed in awe at the land that reached into the clouds, then turned to Sengoku. In response, Sengoku let out a wry smile and said, "Typically, we ascend using bubble fishing boats, but now it seems our only option is to utilize the abilities of the recently captured golden lioness fruit." Upon hearing the words, Ye Tian smiled faintly and turned to the flying squirrel beside him, saying, "Old Bone, I entrust this to you." "Indeed, no problem." The flying squirrel nodded and promptly conjured a mirror, which revealed the scenery of the Red Earth continent. With that, the flying squirrel opened a spatial gate beside him and nodded to Ye Tian, saying, "You can enter directly." Hearing this, Carp was the first to step inside. Observing Carp's figure disappearing, Sengoku and the others followed suit. "Let us proceed," Ye Tian reminded the group before stepping through the spatial door himself. At the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent, the entrance to the world government stood, a long and wide stone staircase. However, at this moment, the staircase was densely populated with armored guards wielding long spears. These were the world government's guardian troops, tasked with safeguarding the world government and the celestial dragons residing in Meriewa. They had gathered in response to the highest directive from the world government, a joint command signed by the five elders to repel the impending rebel navy. As Ye Tian crossed through the spatial gate, he overheard Sengoku conversing with others. "Sengoku, why do you rebel against the world government? The world government has treated you and the navy well." A CP0 member, clad in a suit and mask, questioned loudly. The world government, beneath its glamorous facade, is rife with corruption. We in the navy can barely enforce the so-called justice in such an environment. Yet, have you ever pondered whether your so-called justice aligns with the values we in the navy uphold? Sengoku replied, his expression resolute as he gazed at the CP0 member. "Sengoku, do not be obstinate," the CP0 agent retorted sharply. Before Sengoku could respond, Ye Tian's voice resonated from behind him. "Sengoku, why engage in dialogue with a group of beasts that only know how to gnaw on the bones their master has bestowed upon them?" This statement caused the expressions of the world government personnel to shift to one of extreme displeasure. "A child?" The CP0 agent looked bewilderedly at Ye Tian as he emerged from the spatial gate. Yet, in the next instant, their faces morphed into shock. With a mere flick of his hand, a colossal spatial gate materialized. Following that, an exquisitely ornate door creaked open slowly. 3 soldiers clad in silver armor and wielding long spears stepped forward and stood not far from the staircase. Following them were 10 soldiers, each holding various flags. They planted the flags into the ground and stood behind them, silently guarding the area. Almost instantaneously, the sound of marching troops echoed as a multitude of flags emerged from the spatial gate, followed by rows of skeletons clad in golden armor. Seeing this, Ye Tian smiled slightly, glanced back at the others who had just emerged from the spatial gate, and turned to the flying squirrel, saying, "Old Bone, clear this path." "Leave it to me," the flying squirrel replied, taking the guild staff in hand. With the protection of Demergos and Albert, he stepped forward. Raising his skeletal hands to embrace the sky, the flying squirrel proclaimed loudly, "I am the ruler of the great tomb of Nazareth, the king of the undead." The flying squirrel, "My soldiers, advance." The skeletons in golden armor began their slow march toward the staircase. In an instant, the sounds of slaughter erupted, and the once pristine stone steps gradually stained with blood. However, at the center of the battlefield, Around 10 CP0 members were continuously striking down the golden-armored skeletons. Witnessing this, Sengoku roared, "Stop! Akiji, Akainu, Kizaru, follow me." With that, he vanished in an instant using the shave technique. The three admirals, named by Sengoku, promptly followed suit. Charging towards the CP0, the spatial gate connected to the Alliance continued to pour forth golden-armored skeleton soldiers. Under the assault of Sengoku and the three admirals, the CP0 personnel scattered in disarray. The front line advanced steadily, blood having already drenched the entire staircase. Ye Tian, accompanied by his members, walked slowly up the steps, each footfall landing upon blood. In this moment, his heart bore no trace of emotion, as if devoid of any feeling. Meanwhile, behind them, the victory team stood at the foot of the staircase, hesitating to move forward. Observing this, Daegu stepped forward and addressed the others, saying, "Captain, you should halt here. I must ascend." With that, he prepared to follow in Ye Tian's footsteps. Seeing this, Jiuan Hui looked at Daegu with a conflicted expression and replied, "Daegu, these people are engaging in a massacre. Why would you wish to follow them? You are different from them. You are light. You are Diga." Upon hearing this, Daegu could not help but smile faintly, then turned to Kamiyake, saying, "I appreciate your goodwill, Captain, but I firmly believe that their actions pose no harm to me. Moreover, I will strive to keep pace with them. I cannot let them down." With that, Daegu turned away without a backward glance and stepped onto the blood-stained stone staircase. Watching Daegu depart, Kamiyake and the others found themselves increasingly troubled. They were merely ordinary individuals, utterly incapable of accepting such slaughter, and they lacked the authority to counsel Ye Tian and his companions. At that moment, Nick Fury approached, accompanied by Natasha. As he passed by Kamiyake, he paused briefly and spoke solemnly. "I originally served merely as a director tasked with maintaining global security, devoid of any real power. However, upon joining them, I came to understand the world's darkness, and within them, I glimpsed a glimmer of hope to alter my world. If I were you, I would never turn away from this flicker of hope, even if their hands are stained with countless lives. Even if they are the harbingers of death, never forget this. Within their rules, they are the gatekeepers. In the realms they guard. Aside from the inevitable calamities the world must endure, all else falls within their jurisdiction. Should you reject them, your world will swiftly descend into ruin. Much like the world we are destined to cleanse. That would herald humanity's end, with all vitality buried by our hands. Ponder this carefully. The world is not as beautiful as you imagine. Know this, aligning with them places you forever on the side of righteousness, while opposing them casts you as a sinner." After delivering his words, Nick Fury ascended the stairs, walking alongside Daegu into the distance. Would following them signify eternal righteousness, while opposing them would render one a sinner? Kamiyake gazed at Nick Fury's receding figure, lost in contemplation. At this juncture, Shinjo interjected, "Captain, why ponder so much? Have you not heard what they said? This world's governing body has long since rotted. It is corrupt, and these soldiers are complicit in their wickedness. They deserve their fate." Kamiyake disregarded Shinjo's remarks and slowly turned to Lina beside him. "Lina, what are your thoughts?" "Oh, me? I believe we cannot oppose or confront them. Captain, you must understand one thing. That individual just now did not deceive us, and Daegu has frequently mentioned this in our world." Lina spoke earnestly, fixing her gaze on Kamiyake. "Are you referring to the gatekeepers?" Kamiyake asked, furrowing his brows. "Indeed, becoming a gatekeeper of the world grants certain privileges, and among them, the leaders possess even greater advantages. I suspect you overlooked something that the child named Ye Tian said to the elder, known as Steelbone. He mentioned eliminating national fortunes, erasing luck, and, under the witness of the world's will, initiating a holy war. While I am unaware of what the world's will entails, it is evidently related to the world itself, and he stands as its equal. This sheds light on the terrifying nature of this alliance. To put it in the terms of our Eastern Celestial Empire, with but a word, he could cast you away, incite the world's disdain, and have you hunted down. Do you think we can oppose or confront them?" Lina's expression was grave as she shared her deductions with the victory team. At this point, Kamiyake's countenance darkened, a tumult of emotion swirling within her. She could certainly perceive the formidable and tyrannical nature of this alliance, yet the bloodshed they orchestrated. However, such matters were beyond her capability to halt. After a moment of inner turmoil, the members of the victory team slowly ascended the now blood-soaked stone staircase. The battle raged on, with slaughter unabated. Ye Tian and his companions had reached the center of the staircase. Countless streams of blood flowed down before them. Sengoku, accompanied by the three generals, persistently pursued CP0 and other formidable figures of the world government. As they walked, Flying Squirrel continuously transformed the deceased members of the world government escort into his undead army. At the summit of the staircase, a line of armored soldiers stood ready, grasping their long spears. However, as they gazed upon the slaughtering of their comrades below, a chill began to creep into their hearts. At that moment, an army general stepped forward, surveying the battlefield below, and bellowed, "Bring the cannons forward. We must not allow these demons to ascend the staircase." "Yes," came the soldiers' replies as cannons were wheeled into position, their barrels aimed at the staircase below. Yet, upon seeing the soldiers below, the general's eyes flickered with momentary compassion, only to be swiftly replaced by a fierce resolve. He then shouted, "Fire!" With the resounding blasts of artillery, shells rained down upon the skeletal soldiers. However, upon impact, the armor they wore emitted small magical arrays that deflected the incoming projectiles into the skies. In an instant, the air was filled with explosions akin to fireworks. Unfortunately, the members of the guard were far less fortunate. Stray shells struck among them, sending bodies flying. Witnessing this scene, the army general's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, What is happening? Why are the shells bouncing off them?" The soldiers behind him shook their heads, equally bewildered. Meanwhile, Dagu atop the staircase observed Flying Squirrel with great curiosity. "Old Bone, why are the shells being deflected?" Upon hearing this, the Flying Squirrel couldn't help but chuckle softly, then gradually elaborated. "Do you think the armor they wear is merely ordinary armor? What a jest! It is enchanted gear, capable of deflecting projectiles. What of it? It is nothing extraordinary." Listening to the Flying Squirrel's words, a glimmer of envy filled Dagu's eyes. Observing Dagu's expression, the Flying Squirrel inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Do you desire it?" Upon hearing this, Dagu quickly nodded in agreement. Observing his reaction, Fei Shu grandly waved his hand and said, "Very well, I shall return and have them craft a few items for you. Do not hesitate to express your desires." Hearing such a magnanimous statement from Fei Shu, Dagu immediately responded without a second thought, "Old Bone, should you ever require assistance in the future, feel free to speak up. I will do my utmost to oblige." "Haha, splendid," Fei Shu replied, visibly pleased by Dagu's words. At that moment, Hong A and the others turned their gazes towards Fei Shu, their intentions unmistakably clear. They too wished to partake. In response, Fei Shu, exuding confidence, declared, "Very well. I shall cater to all of you. Just provide me with the designs you desire, and I shall ensure they are created." Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their gratitude towards Fei Shu. However, he then turned his attention to the figure of Ye Tian walking ahead and gently inquired, "Young Ye Tian, what would you like?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly turned his head and gazed at the flying mouse, inquiring whether the armor he had created could be donned and retracted at will. In response to Ye Tian's question, the flying mouse gradually lowered his head, his bony fingers absent-mindedly caressing his skull. After a prolonged silence, the flying mouse finally spoke, indicating that it would indeed be possible, albeit with some difficulty in sourcing the materials. He promised to look into it upon his return. "Very well," Ye Tian nodded thoughtfully. "Feel free to approach me with any issues that may arise." However, to his surprise, the flying mouse interjected directly, stating, "I actually have a matter to discuss right now." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, and then curiously gazed at the flying mouse, inquiring, "What is it?" "I have an inkling that my world is rather extraordinary, yet I cannot pinpoint what makes it so. Do you have any insights?" The flying mouse looked at Ye Tian with eager anticipation. At this moment, Ye Tian could easily discern what the flying mouse wished to ask. Having only recently encountered the concepts of kingdoms, empires, and a religious state, he had yet to fully explore the map. It was evident that the world was indeed complex. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Tian slowly replied, "Once this matter is concluded, I shall share with you all pertinent details regarding your world. Additionally, there is something imperative I must convey." At the pinnacle of a magnificent edifice, 5 elderly men were gathered, intently observing images relayed from the front. Their brows furrowed as they beheld the skeletal army advancing halfway up the stone steps. After a lengthy silence, one elder, clad in a flowing white robe, felt the veins on his forehead bulge as he abruptly rose from his seat, seizing a wicked blade that leaned nearby, ready to stride forth. Observing this, the elder beside him, adorned in a deep crimson suit, inquired, "Where do you intend to go?" The elder in white retorted sharply, "Are we to wait until they breach our defenses before we act? What would that say about the dignity of our world government? Upon hearing this, the figure clad in a black suit among the 5 elders revealed a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. He then addressed the Taoist-robed elder, stating, "We must not allow them to breach this place. We must intercept them at the stone steps. They must not be permitted to retreat even a single step further." Following this, the elder transformed and rose to his feet, casting his gaze upon Sengoku, who was engaged in combat with the CP0 and other organizational members. In a solemn tone, he uttered, "Sengoku." At this moment, an aura of formidable presence enveloped him, exuding a palpable sense of murderous intent that swept across the entire room. The CP organization has arrived at this juncture, yet they prove utterly useless, despite their numbers. They cannot withstand Sengoku and his forces, the Taoist-robed elder scoffed. "You need not be so harsh. Observe those soldiers in the footage. Which of them is human? I even doubt whether they belong to this world at all," remarked the elder in a deep red suit with a hint of exasperation. "Never mind. Why dwell on such matters? I shall assess their strength first. You all must swiftly mobilize all forces and combatants from Holy Land Mariawa. We cannot allow them to mount an offensive here," declared the elder in the white Taoist robe. "Agreed." The remaining 4 nodded slowly in unison. On the battlefield ahead, Ye Tian and his companions walked leisurely upon the stone steps, observing the advancing army with faint smiles. They then turned to one another and inquired, "By the way, why have the 5 elders yet to make their appearance?" Upon hearing this, Karp could not help but chuckle, then turned to Ye Tian and remarked, "Do you believe that the strength of the 5 elders is formidable? If they were truly powerful, they would have emerged long ago. Their capabilities merely resemble those of a rear admiral. However, one among them, who wields a sword, possesses commendable strength." Listening to Karp's words, Ye Tian gradually nodded in agreement and responded, "Indeed, that assessment is quite accurate. It aligns closely with my own conjectures." Just as the group continued their conversation while moving forward, a sudden, thunderous voice resonated through the sky. "Sengoku, why do you choose to attack the world government? Are you not aware of what this signifies? Have you considered the favor the world government has bestowed upon you?" Spoke Admiral Shioka, his tone measured yet firm. Upon hearing this, Sengoku, who had been relentlessly attacking the members of CP0, gradually ceased his actions and turned to Shuka, saying, "Shuka, serving the world government is a necessity born of desperation. Do you, as a vice admiral, still remain oblivious to the sordid nature of the world government?" Upon hearing those words, Shioka hesitated momentarily, then fixed his gaze resolutely upon Sengoku, declaring, "The world government is the very cornerstone of peace and tranquility in this world. Do you comprehend what would transpire if the world government were to collapse?" Sengoku, upon hearing Shioka's remarks, could not help but smile faintly before responding, "I do not need to envision a world without the world government, yet I am certain of one outcome: the entire world shall be unified." Taken aback by Sengoku's unwavering conviction, Shioka let out a derisive laugh, retorting, "Is it merely reliant upon your navy? Or perhaps these skeletons? Do not jest, Sengoku." "Jest? No. No, I am not jesting. You are unaware of the origins of these soldiers, yet I am well aware of what they represent. They are not entities that the world government can rival," Sengoku stated with resolute determination. "How infuriating. It appears that a battle is unavoidable, Sengoku." With that, Shioka instantaneously utilized the Sara technique, vanishing from his original position. He reappeared at Sengoku's side, preparing to unleash a powerful punch. However, just as he was about to strike, a brilliant light streaked across his vision. Upon witnessing this, Shioka swiftly retracted his arm and turned sharply toward the source of the light. "Kizaru," he called out sharply. Well, I cannot allow you to ambush Admiral Sengoku," Kizaru replied, his voice laced with his characteristic intonation. Upon hearing this, Shioka felt a sudden ache in his head. Who could have anticipated that Sengoku's rebellion would draw the entire navy into a singular camp? Upon hearing Shioka's words, Sengoku could not help but let out a derisive laugh, slowly replying, "It seems you possess a certain naivety, only grasping the superficiality of the world government." Shioka, taken aback by Sengoku's remark, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The words of Sengoku left Shioka momentarily speechless, but he soon gathered his thoughts and replied, "As for the world government, I have no personal stake, yet it cannot be allowed to fall. Are you jesting? Shioka, prepare to receive a blow from me." With that, Sengoku swiftly engaged in combat with Shioka. Meanwhile, the 3 admirals followed the skeletal soldiers, relentlessly assaulting the forces of the world government, with Shioka no longer obstructing them. The advance of the skeletal army accelerated. Observing this, Ye Tian could not help but smile faintly, turning to his companions, including the flying squirrels, and remarked, "I surmise that the 5 elders must be quite astonished right now, considering how swiftly we have arrived here." Upon hearing the words, Kabu did not heed Ye Tian's remarks, but instead nodded incessantly. "Alliance leader, let us join the fray as well," proposed both Hong A and Meng Tian, who stood nearby. They had engaged in battle not long ago, yet as allies, they had barely scratched the surface of their potential. Now, observing the tumultuous battleground before them, the two exchanged a glance and promptly advanced toward the front lines. Meanwhile, the rest of the group languidly stifled yawns, nearly succumbing to slumber. Are they truly battle enthusiasts? They mused, pondering which of the two would ultimately claim more victories. At that moment, atop the stone steps, an elderly man clad in a white robe ascended to the summit. Gazing down at the combatants below, a trace of concern etched itself upon his features. He harbored an unsettling premonition that the warring states might very well reach the stronghold of the world government. Contemplating this thought, a sense of reluctance surfaced on the face of the man in white. Just then, Ye Tian slowly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the elder at the summit of the stone steps. A smile gradually graced Ye Tian's lips as he murmured, "Is this one of the 5 elders? I did not anticipate our meeting would come so soon." At that moment, Carp, standing beside Ye Tian, could not help but nudge him gently, saying, "Ye Tian, that is indeed one of the 5 elders. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Upon hearing this, Carp furrowed his brow even deeper. Having served in the Navy for so many years, he was astonished to learn that there were yet others above the 5 elders. With this thought in mind, he involuntarily turned to glance at Ye Tian. Noticing this, Ye Tian shook his head, then spoke. "The one in the depths of the flowers is named M." Carp murmured softly. Observing Carp lost in contemplation, Ye Tian chose not to engage him further and resumed ascending the stone staircase. With the arrival of the 5 elders, the morale of the guard team and the army surged, momentarily creating an impression that they could withstand the onslaught of the skeletal soldiers. However, it was not long before they were completely subdued, suffering heavy casualties in an instant. The skeletal soldiers advanced in an unrelenting push, while the guards retreated step by step, paralyzed by fear. Their attacks proved utterly ineffective, failing to even dent the armor of the skeletal soldiers. At best, they managed to topple a few to the ground, slightly delaying the relentless march of their foes. Ultimately, the morale of the guards shattered. Only a few, able to maintain their composure, refrained from fleeing in that very moment. Those who succumbed to panic turned to escape, but as they pivoted, they were met with the piercing thrust of a spear penetrating their chests, a fatal blow beyond recovery. At the summit of the stone steps stood a member of the 5 elders, clad in a white robe, his eyes darkened with intensity. He could scarcely fathom that the members of the guard could only withstand the advance of these foes for but a fleeting moment. He keenly observed their relentless progress, which bore little difference from the pace of those ascending a staircase normally. Finally, he spoke. "Sengoku, Carp, is this how you repay the world government for its nurturing? Do you intend to disrupt the entirety of the seas?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku's movements momentarily halted, and those engaged in combat with him also ceased their actions upon hearing the voice of the 5 elders. Meanwhile, Carp, who had been lost in thought, was startled back to reality by this voice. He slowly lifted his head, casting a brief glance at Ye Tian beside him, before turning to face the 5 elders and saying, "You are but a pitiful lot, manipulated by those foolish celestial dragons. Enough, you may leave, do not hinder our progress." At Carp's words, an expression of incredulity crossed Ye Tian's face as he regarded Carp. Sengoku, standing at the center of the battlefield, was nearly at a loss for words as he turned to look at Carp, momentarily speechless. However, the 5 elders clad in white robes were visibly taken aback by Carp's statement, their expressions shifting as one of them gazed at Carp with a hint of fear in his eyes, asking, "Carp, do you comprehend what you are saying?" Yes, I understand. You may leave. We are headed to, what was it called?" "Ah, yes, the flower between," Carp replied, slowly turning to Ye Tian. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian's face displayed a look of exasperation as he helplessly corrected Carp, saying, "It's the flower between." "Oh, right, the flower between," Carp echoed, then looked once more at the 5 elders at the top of the stone steps, declaring, "We are going to the flower between to find that person." The onlookers could not help but cover their foreheads, feeling somewhat embarrassed as they distanced themselves slightly from Karp, fearful of being affected by his peculiar demeanor. Ye Tian, however, took a more direct approach. He abruptly tore off a portion of his sleeve and forcefully stuffed it into Karp's mouth. With a serious expression, he admonished, "Karp, I think you should pause for a moment. If you can't remember, then perhaps it is best not to speak. It is quite embarrassing." Upon hearing this, Karp scratched his head awkwardly, filled with confusion, questioning whether he had misspoken. It seemed not. At that moment, one of the Gorosei, clad in a white robe, took notice of a child standing beside Karp, his brows furrowing as he pondered something. Just then, the battle resumed. The CP members, having enjoyed a brief respite, summoned their strength and unleashed their attacks, known as the Gale Steps, upon the golden-armored skeletal soldiers. With a whoosh, the strikes from the CP members dissipated like a fleeting breeze upon contact with the soldiers' golden armor. As they prepared to retreat and gather their energies once more, they were pierced by long spears, collapsing into pools of their own blood. Witnessing this, the Gorosei, dressed in white, let out a fierce roar. "Enough. Receive my blade." He bent his body slightly, one hand gripping the hilt of his sword, the other resting on the sheath, gathering his strength. With a resonant hum, he unleashed a massive sword aura that surged toward the skeletal soldiers before him. However, in an instant, a towering blue figure interposed itself in the path of the strike. This figure was none other than Cocoyasi, the guardian of the 5th tier under the command of the flying squirrel, standing at a height of 2.5 meters. This insect warrior wielded 21 weapons and boasted the highest attack power among the 4 NPCs skilled in hand-to-hand combat within the Great Tomb of Nazarick. At that moment, Cocoyasi, wielding 2 long blades, deflected the Gorosei strike and slowly lifted his gaze. Addressing the Gorosei, he declared, "Human, shall I engage you in battle?" With that, Cocoyasi leapt forward, charging directly at the Gorosei clad in white. Seeing this, the Gorosei's expression shifted, and he swung his long knife once more, executing an even more powerful strike. The impact reverberated with a boom. Cocoyasi endured the blow, seemingly unscathed, landing before the Gorosei and pointing his dual blades menacingly at his nose. Silence enveloped the scene. The Gorosei in white instinctively held his breath, his gaze locked onto Cocoyasi, scrutinizing him closely. It struck him as peculiar. He had never encountered such a being. Could there still exist realms untouched by the world government? Observing this, Cocoyasi gradually lifted the blade he had pointed at the Gorosei's nose and spoke slowly, "Human, you possess the ability to unleash sword energy. Impressive. Allow me to introduce myself." Upon hearing this, the elder clad in white robes nodded slightly and then spoke. "Please proceed." "I am Cocoyasi, the guardian of the 5th tier under the Supreme Master, Lord Ainz Ul Gon of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. I am proficient in various weapons and possess a modicum of magical ability." Cocoyasi regarded the elder with solemnity as he introduced himself. After listening to Cocoyasi's introduction, the elder in white robes gradually nodded and replied, "I am one of the 5 elders of the world government, the highest authority." With that, the elder in white robes swiftly attacked. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air as his blade struck against Cocoyasi's armor. What remarkably sturdy armor! The elder mused in awe. "In that case, I too shall make my move. Do be cautious." With these words, Cocoyasi slowly raised his long blade. In an instant, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, followed by a faint ringing of steel. The elder in white robes instinctively raised his sword to parry Cocoyasi's assault. However, as Cocoyasi applied more force, the veins on the elder's forehead bulged prominently. In an effort to throw Cocoyasi's weapon aside, the elder's sword tilted downwards. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Cocoyasi deftly adjusted his grip, aiming his weapon directly at the elder's forehead through the gap created. Seeing this, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately crouched down, his sword tracing a circle along Cocoyasi's arm, sparking briefly upon contact. Nonetheless, it had no effect on Cocoyasi's armor. After narrowly evading Cocoyasi's strike, the elder in white robes retreated several steps, seeking to create distance between them. Naturally, Cocoyasi would not let this opportunity slip by. He swiftly withdrew his long sword and drew forth a massive axe. After performing a flourish with the weapon in hand, he raised his gaze to meet the elder, who stood still, his countenance darkened with contemplation. The elder realized he had underestimated these individuals. After all, if they were without merit, how could they possibly be present in such a blood-soaked arena? Reflecting upon this, the expression of the elder in white robes turned grim once more, and he addressed Cocoyasi. "Does the world government hold any enmity against you?" "None whatsoever," Cocoyasi replied. shaking his head slightly. Upon hearing this, the elder in the white robe once again inquired, "Why do you assist the rebellious navy in their malevolent endeavors against the world government?" "We adhere solely to the commands of the Supreme One. This battle is an edict of the Supreme One, who leads us in this conflict." Cosette replied with a calm demeanor. "The Supreme One? The Supreme Being? Who are they? I do not recall having offended such an entity." The elder in the white robe murmured softly, glancing around. "You need not ponder it further. We are not of this world. We have come at the behest of the Supreme One. This war has commenced under the joint witness of the Supreme One and the will of your world. You cannot defy it. Your only options are surrender or death," Cosette stated slowly. "From another world, you say? Does this world possess a will?" The elder fell into contemplation upon hearing Cosette's words, yet he remained perplexed by the notion of a world will. "What do you mean by the will of the world?" The elder inquired with measured curiosity. "You may interpret it as the rules governing your world, or perhaps as the deity of your realm, or even as a unique consciousness of the world. It oversees the trajectory, fate, existence, and annihilation of this realm," Cosette elucidated further. "Thus, you imply that your arrival is sanctioned by the deity of our world? Your assault on the world government is also under their approval and witness?" The elder inquired slowly. "Indeed, you cannot halt this conflict. Following the decree of the Supreme One, all fortunes of your world government have been nullified, rendering your annihilation inevitable. At this moment, the will of the world no longer offers you protection," Cosette replied in a measured tone. Upon hearing these words, the 5 elders in white robes narrowed their eyes, and one of them could not help but scoff, exclaiming, "Preposterous! We have never heard of any world will. If anything exists, it is Lord M. Gods? You have never truly comprehended divinity. The might of the gods is beyond the grasp of mere mortals like yourselves. Enough. I have imparted sufficient knowledge. Now, carry the truth into eternal silence." With that, Cosette swung his massive axe with ferocity, launching a sweeping attack toward the 5 elders. The sound of metal clashing echoed clang, clang. Clang, clang. In an instant, the two resumed their fierce battle. Each strike from Cosette grew increasingly powerful, causing beads of sweat to form on the brow of the elder. Gradually, he felt the drain of his stamina. How infuriating. Where on earth did these individuals come from? While he desperately defended against Cosette's onslaught, his mind raced with questions. Meanwhile, Ye Tian and the others, including the flying mouse, remained oblivious to the unfolding conflict, engrossed in their own conversation. "Wow, Old Bone, your subordinate is quite impressive. Is he truly this powerful?" Carp remarked, his gaze fixed in astonishment on the clash between Cosette and the 5 elders. Upon hearing this, the flying mouse slowly turned its head in that direction, and a faint smile graced its features. "Cosette," it began, "was once a dear friend of mine, a guardian crafted at considerable expense by the warrior Jin Yulei. He now serves as the protector of my 5th layer." "Crafted?" Cap was instantly engulfed in a sea of confusion, his mind stirred by tumultuous thoughts. Could it truly be a creation? If so, then the one who fashioned him must be a deity. Otherwise, how could he possess such intellect? Seemingly perceiving Cap's bewilderment, the flying mouse offered a gentle smile and continued, "Indeed, however, upon my arrival in this realm, they attained their own consciousness, the reasons for which remain a mystery to me." Well, Cap couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy upon hearing this. "Enough, Cap. No matter how envious you may feel, it is of no consequence. This is a fortune that belongs solely to the flying mouse and cannot be taken by anyone." Ye Tian teased, casting a playful glance at Cap. Upon hearing this, Carp slowly nodded and then turned his gaze towards the battlefield. The skeletal soldiers advanced with remarkable speed and were on the verge of reaching the summit of the stone steps. Atop the stairs, Cosette was relentlessly suppressing the white-robed Elder Stars. At this moment, the white-robed Elder Stars had abandoned any notion of continuing the fight and were instead preparing to escape at the opportune moment. Noticing this, Ye Tian stepped forward deliberately, with his companions following closely behind him as they ascended towards the summit. The white-robed Elder Stars also noticed the approaching figures of Ye Tian and his group, their hearts racing with urgency. If they did not retreat soon, they would likely find themselves encircled once Ye Tian and his companions arrived, rendering any escape impossible. Seizing the opportunity, the white-robed Elder Star swiftly positioned his long knife defensively before his chest, blocking Cosette's incoming attack. In an instant, he retreated deep into Mariejois. Witnessing this, Cosette was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by a sudden fury. He sheathed his giant axe and drew 2 long knives from the void, pursuing the fleeing Elder Star with haste. Atop the corpses, the skeletal soldiers had successfully eliminated all forces belonging to the world government in the vicinity. They then lined up, awaiting the arrival of Ye Tian and his companions. As they ascended the final steps upon hearing this, the two individuals nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their understanding, and promptly instructed their subordinates to make the necessary arrangements. Subsequently, under the guidance of Karp, the group arrived at the headquarters of the world government. This edifice was an immensely magnificent structure, adorned with the emblem of the world government. Before the grand entrance, a multitude of soldiers clad in armor and wielding weapons had already gathered. Behind them, a heavy iron gate stood firmly closed. A glance was sufficient for Ye Tian to discern that these soldiers were akin to mere pawns. Disregarding these individuals, Ye Tian found himself intrigued, pondering whether the five elders had already ventured deep into the flowered depths, preparing to summon him. Indeed, Ye Tian's thoughts were not far from the truth. After the retreat of the five elders in white robes, they immediately contacted the remaining four. They informed them of their inability to withstand Ye Tian and his companions. And soon, Cossets had arrived. Consequently, the white-robed five elders could only retreat while adopting a defensive posture. Meanwhile, the remaining four instructed all soldiers within the world government headquarters to move outside to halt Ye Tian and his companions, while they hastened towards the inner sanctum of the flowered depths. At this moment, deep within the flowered depths, sat languidly upon a towering throne, enveloped in slumber. Just then, a faint knock echoed softly. Who had been in peaceful repose, instantly opened his eyes and coolly commanded, "Enter." With a creaking sound, the door swung open, and the five elders entered hastily, bowing respectfully before him. Observing this, waved his hand slightly and inquired, "What is it?" "Your Excellency, the Navy has rebelled. They are currently assaulting the front of the world government headquarters with their forces. We are unable to withstand them." As he spoke, beads of sweat began to form on the forehead of the five elder clad in black suit. Upon hearing this, slowly nodded, then turned to the four individuals below and began to speak. "How do you manage this situation? Why did the Navy rebel?" "We are equally perplexed," one of them replied. There were no signs of rebellion prior to their announcement of war against the world government. It seemed to occur without reason. Afterward, we learned that Steelbone Kong was dealing with the two of them. However, up until now, we have received no news regarding Steelbone Kong. "It is likely he has met with misfortune," spoke one of the five elders, clad in a black suit. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Upon hearing this, the tension etched on the faces of the four elders instantly dissipated, replaced by an eager gaze directed at him, who occupied the throne. They exclaimed in unison, "Yes." The four of them strolled out, gently closing the palace doors behind them, and began to arrange matters concerning the celestial dragons. However, just as they were about to summon individuals for the task, they received news that nearly sent them into a frenzy. It was reported that not long ago, the naval rebels had dispatched soldiers to the dwelling of the celestial dragons, initiating a brutal massacre. Upon hearing this report, the four were rendered motionless, and they hurriedly made their way to Mariehua, the Holy Land. They aimed to rescue a dozen or so pure-blooded celestial dragons to facilitate the awakening of the king. Yet, upon their arrival at the residence of the celestial dragons, they discovered that vast areas had been engulfed by the flames of war, with only those residing slightly farther away remaining unharmed. Swiftly, they rushed over to rescue the untouched celestial dragons, guiding them deeper into the sanctuary. Meanwhile, had already arrived at the entrance of a cavern, gazing at the stone door before him. M's eyes betrayed no emotion as he slowly extended his hand and pressed lightly against the stone. With a resounding boom, the door swung open, revealing an exceedingly dark passageway within. However, did not enter immediately. He stood quietly at the cave's entrance, awaiting the elders' arrival with the celestial dragons. At last, it was not long before the four elders appeared, each carrying two celestial dragons. Upon reaching the cave, they casually discarded the celestial dragons to the ground, ignoring their curses, and approached him with respect, stating, "My lord, we have rescued these individuals." Upon hearing this, slowly nodded and then cast his gaze upon the several celestial dragons on the ground. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "Take two of those who seem presentable from within and nurture them. Do not allow their extinction." With that, he strode towards the nearby celestial dragons. Observing this, the celestial dragons instinctively recoiled, as they often felt an overwhelming discomfort in his presence. As anticipated, Im swiftly seized one celestial dragon and hurled him into the cave. "Ah, audacious commoner, release me, let me go at once." Just as I'm prepared to grasp another celestial dragon to toss into the cave, he was interrupted by the loud cries of the young celestial dragon. Upon hearing this, Im's eyes instantly turned cold. Without hesitation, she delivered a sharp slap to his face, her gaze filled with an unfathomable chill. The celestial dragon, struck by Im, immediately changed countenance and turned to the four elders, demanding, "Why haven't you captured him yet? I shall have him torn asunder." However, before he could finish his sentence, another slap struck him, sending him crashing against the wall. A profound silence enveloped the scene. At that moment, Im spoke slowly. "I never anticipated that this generation would be so lacking, entirely forsaking the honor that is due." "Indeed, master," the elder in black attire echoed in agreement. "Please, enlighten them." Im cast a sidelong glance at him and proceeded into the cave. "Yes," the elder in black swiftly replied, then turned to the remaining celestial dragons, asking, "Do you understand why the celestial dragons proclaim themselves as the descendants of gods?" Observing him who had already entered the cavern, the celestial dragons gradually concealed their trepidation. Then, an elder among them, disregarding the elder's words, boldly declared, "If you lead us out, I shall ensure your descendants enjoy boundless wealth and prosperity." Upon hearing this, the 5 elder stars clad in black suits were momentarily taken aback, their previously smiling faces gradually transforming into a mask of impassivity. Observing the indifference of the 5 elder stars, the other celestial dragons echoed in agreement, proclaiming, "Yes, take us away from here, and we shall bestow upon you inexhaustible wealth and supreme authority for eternity. Hurry." The expression of the 5 elder stars darkened, and they gazed at the celestial dragons, remarking, "It seems you remain oblivious to your true standing. It is likely that years of peace and boundless riches have led both your forebears and you into a state of moral decline. What are you talking about? We are the celestial dragons, possessing unparalleled power and wealth in this world. You 5 elder stars are merely our servants. How dare you defy our commands?" One celestial dragon exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at the elder stars. Upon hearing this, the elder in the black suit slightly shook his head and then addressed them. "It appears that you continue to dwell within the confines of your own consciousness." Just then, a piercing scream echoed from within the cave, causing the previously composed celestial dragons to momentarily panic, turning their gazes towards the 4 elders. Observing this, the elder in black could not help but smile faintly and continued, "Within this cave lies the ancient weapon, the Celestial King. The key to its activation is the blood of pure-blooded celestial dragons. Are you not envious of those statues that stand proudly in the square? Today, fortune smiles upon you. Enter the cave. And should you activate the Celestial King and eliminate the rebels, your statues shall grace the square as well." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, the noble celestial dragons instinctively contracted their pupils, their bodies retreating in an attempt to distance themselves from the 4 elders. However, after only a few steps back, they halted, for behind them loomed a wall, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Observing the plight of the celestial dragons, the 4 elders exchanged faint smiles and addressed them. "Do not harbor thoughts of fleeing. There exists but this single exit behind us, and you shall not escape. Therefore, make your choice. Will you step forth for the honor of your family, or will you resolutely refuse, thereby marking your lineage with disgrace, only to be cast aside by us?" The elder clad in a deep green suit spoke with a disconcerting smile. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, this smile appeared devilish, causing their hearts to convulse with trepidation. At last, a young celestial dragon, expressionless, slowly rose to his feet and, under the gaze of the 4 elders, began to walk deliberately towards the cave. Observing this, the elder in the black suit gently intoned, "Remember, be joyful. This is for the future legacy of your family, a moment of greatness, a matter of honor." Upon hearing the words, the young celestial dragon, who had already reached the entrance of the cave, paused momentarily and then forced a strained smile before stepping inside. "Indeed, this is the way it should be. Look, this is a grand and glorious matter. In the future, you shall be revered and worshipped by countless individuals, hailed as heroes by numerous celestial dragons," remarked the elder in a black suit, guiding the remaining hesitant celestial dragons with gentle persuasion. As his words echoed, there was still no movement from them. Left with no choice, they prepared to step forward and forcibly usher them into the cave. Just as they lifted their feet, one celestial dragon slowly rose, trembling as he approached the cave. Observing this, the elder in black did not press them further. Instead, offering a reassuring smile, "Please maintain a joyful demeanor as you enter the cave." All right, all right. The celestial dragon, upon hearing the elder's words, involuntarily shuddered, and a faint, forced smile appeared on his face as thoughts of his own happiness echoed in his mind. Gradually, the burden in his heart lightened, and he stepped into the cave with deliberate slowness. "You see, two have already set an example for you. Please proceed." The elder in a dark green suit continued his persistent encouragement. At that moment, another celestial dragon rose and walked towards the cave, not forgetting his task. The elder in black reminded him, "Remember to keep a joyful heart." Upon hearing this, the celestial dragon at the entrance of the cave trembled slightly, took a deep breath, and managed to force a smile before entering. As each celestial dragon stepped inside, the four elders felt an involuntary easing of their tension. However, just as they were about to relax, a sudden sound of marching footsteps broke the silence. The expressions of the four elders changed instantly as they exchanged alarmed glances, silently acknowledging the impending danger. "Ah, so you are all here?" The voice of Ye Tian drifted over slowly. Behind him, Cocoyasi swung his arm, hurling a figure forward. With a thud, the figure landed abruptly before the four elders, causing them to pause momentarily, their eyes widening in shock. Old five. One could not help but admire the sacrifice of this individual, yet they were thwarted by their own subordinates, ultimately failing to impede our progress, the flying mouse lamented. Who are you? Why do you target the world government?" An elder clad in black suit exclaimed urgently. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian's brow involuntarily arched slightly, and a faint smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the four individuals before him, slowly speaking. "You rely on the kings behind you? And that emu? How do you know?" The four elders trembled slightly, instinctively retreating 2 steps. "How do I know? How could I not know?" "Very well, let them emerge. I wish to see what abilities emu truly possesses. Furthermore, what powers does your so-called king hold?" Ye Tian stroked his chin and inquired thoughtfully. The four were taken aback by Ye Tian's imposing words. "Let me take a guess. The 3 ancient weapons. One is the king of the underworld, whose power lies in destruction and annihilation, rumored to possess the capability to obliterate an island with a single blast. The second is the king of the seas, who can command marine creatures. So what about the last king? The king, Uranus. His powers are procreation, rebellion, and patriarchy. If I am to speculate, I feel I am quite close. I surmise that this king may pertain to the technology of artificial beings, or rather, the ability to mass-produce countless formidable warriors who would obey your commands." With a contemplative expression, Ye Tian gradually lifted his gaze, directing it toward the dark cave, and then began to stride towards its entrance alone. At that moment, a wave of intense killing intent suddenly erupted from within the cave, enveloping everyone present. Upon witnessing this, Ye Tian's figure, initially poised to advance, halted abruptly. He slowly raised his head, looking toward the mouth of the cave, where heavy footsteps began to echo ominously. Ye Tian's eyes widened slightly as he beheld the figure emerging from the cave. "Emu," he murmured, fixing his gaze on the foremost silhouette standing at the entrance. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression gradually appeared on Ye Tian's face. He then turned to him and inquired, "Indeed, those celestial dragons behind you were created by the celestial king?" "You are correct. Those individuals are indeed the creations of the celestial king. Only the bodies and blood of the celestial dragons can be perfectly adapted for transformation." Replied truthfully to Ye Tian's question. "Ah, no wonder they refer to themselves as descendants of the gods. It turns out this is the reason," Ye Tian remarked, nodding slowly. "Precisely. It is for this reason that they are able to maintain such a lofty status," stated in a matter-of-fact tone. "Then why are you divulging this information to me?" Ye Tian asked, puzzled as he gazed at him. "I believe our goals do not conflict, do they? We both aspire to possess a power so formidable that it poses no threat from this world, do we not? I am willing to share this with you." Im responded gently. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon a light chuckle escaped his lips as he inquired, "Why is that?" Hearing Ye Tian's words, Im was momentarily stunned. Ye Tian then continued, "Why should I share this world with you? I possess the experience of navigating all the powers within this realm. What reason do I have to share it with you? Is it merely because of the king in your hand and the augmented beings behind you? The power of the king is not something a singular force can withstand. It can bestow an ordinary person with extraordinary strength, rivaling even that of a marine vice admiral or a rear admiral. Are you certain you can withstand it?" Im's expression remained tranquil, as if recounting an event that no one could possibly resist. However, this only elicited laughter from Ye Tian. Observing Ye Tian, who was doubled over in laughter, Im's brows furrowed in confusion. "What are you laughing at?" Im asked, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to continue laughing, and slowly straightened his body, gazing at him and saying, "My apologies. I had presumed that the king possessed powers akin to those of Hades or Gunpowder Rock. However, it appears I was mistaken. The android system is indeed more advanced than Germa's technology. Yet, even with this, it is far from sufficient to withstand us." Ye Tian gazed at him, unable to suppress a sigh of astonishment. It seems that a consensus cannot be reached. Im's expression remained unchanged, as if everything was well within his control. "Indeed, it seems we have reached an impasse. Now, behind you. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 6. So it appears." Ye Tian counted the modified celestial dragons standing behind him. He then turned to the nearby flying squirrel and said, "Old Bone, I entrust these 6 modified individuals to your guardians. What do you think?" "Yes, no problem," Flying Squirrel replied with a slow nod. He then glanced at the few guardians behind him and acknowledged them with a nod. Consequently, those who had originally stood behind Flying Squirrel, such as Demios, stepped forward. Upon witnessing this, Im was momentarily taken aback, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He then inquired with urgency in his voice, They're not human, are they? What a rare species." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Flying Squirrel and the others shifted dramatically, their demeanor turning hostile as they glared at him. Noticing this, Ye Tian looked at him with an odd expression, then, with a hint of suspicion, remarked, "You can't possibly be a pervert, can you?" Upon hearing this, the previously agitated Im abruptly ceased his actions, then cleared his throat and said, "No. Please do not misunderstand. Since you possess such a rare species under your command, why not collaborate with me? How dare mere humans speak so audaciously in this place, courting their own demise?" As soon as the words left his lips, Yalbed could no longer contain herself. In an instant, her attire transformed into a suit of jet black armor. Brandishing a colossal axe, she prepared to launch an assault on him. Witnessing this, Ye Tian could not help but slap his forehead, then turned to the flying mouse and said, "Handle this on your own. I find him of no use. Perhaps you might discover some utility?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Im was momentarily taken aback, only for an exhilarating smile to gradually emerge upon his visage. He was filled with eager anticipation for what Demios would articulate next. The Supreme One believed that since you possess a remarkable aptitude for research, you shall assist me in tending to the sheep. Demios slowly articulated his conjecture. He then turned respectfully to the flying squirrel, his expression one of reverence, and inquired, "Is this indeed the Supreme One's intent?" Yes, precisely so," the flying squirrel responded, somewhat dazed as he gazed at Demios. At that moment, however, Im's countenance abruptly shifted, and a flicker of anger manifested upon his otherwise stoic face. With a deep, resonant voice, he addressed the assembly, "You. How dare you insult me? I shall ensure you face dire consequences." Demios, who had just turned around, furrowed his brows, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Are you implying a refusal?" Demios asked, his tone icy. "What do you think?" Im retorted coldly. Having uttered these words, he prepared to launch an assault on Demios. Yet, unexpectedly, Demios interjected, "How audacious. Kneel." In an instant, the power of word magic was unleashed, and under Demios's penetrating gaze, Im's form came to a standstill. A sudden weight descending upon him. This pressure sought to pin him to the ground, struggling against the oppressive force enveloping him. Im's body was swiftly cloaked in a layer of armed hockey as he continued to resist the weight imposed by the word magic. Observing this, Demios was momentarily stunned. Then a cryptic smile graced his lips as he regarded Im. What a formidable human you are. With that, he swiftly moved, aiming a kick at Im's head. Ah! Im erupted in a furious roar at Demios's approaching kick. Just as Demios's leg was about to connect with Im, he shattered the hold of Demios's word magic. With a resounding boom, Im's hockey-clad hands were raised to his forehead, effectively blocking Demios's strike. A powerful force erupted between them, sending the stone tiles within a 5-meter radius flying. Die! Im bellowed, forcefully propelling Demios away, then instantly pursuing him. As Im's hockey-imbued leg was about to strike Demios, a shadowy axe blade surged toward him from behind. Perceiving this with his observation hockey, Im quickly turned, drawing a western sword from an unknown source and positioning it defensively. Clang! Im repelled the axe swung by Yabel, then retreated several meters, conjuring a water sphere in his hand. Within mere seconds, the entire area began to absorb moisture. Countless droplets converged, encircling the position of Ye Tian and his companions. Taken aback by this, Ye Tian glanced at Akainu and Akiji, asking, "Can you halt this water?" He then turned his attention back to him. "Among us, only a few of the Navy possess devil fruit abilities, the rest do not. If you intend to use water to counteract those abilities, I regret to inform you it will be of no use to us," Ye Tian said with a hint of disappointment directed at him. At that moment, Im bellowed, "Attack!" Instantly, the 6 celestial dragons who had been standing behind Im vanished from sight, charging toward Ye Tian and his group. Turning to the 4 elders, Im commanded, "You too. Engage them. I will enter and release the king." Understood, the 4 elders nodded in unison, preparing to assault Ye Tian and his companions. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Tian turned sharply to Takanashi Zongo, urging, "Zongo, kick her." "All right," Takanashi Zongo agreed, hastily retrieving the time drive from behind him, inserting the Time King dial. Then following with the Amaga Time King dial on the other side. Time King, Amaga Time King. As this earth-shattering declaration resonated, the ground manifested a doomsday-like clock. Blessed moment. The king of supreme benevolence and strength, the clock's hands began to move, each tick resonating with a thunderous chime. Finally, when the hands reached the terminus, the ground fractured, and a surge of magma erupted from beneath, encircling the clock. As the Amaga Time King materialized, Im, who had just stepped into the cave, turned back to witness a figure emerging as if from the apocalypse. Promptly fled deeper into the cave. Amaga Time King's lethal strike. In an instant, the Amaga Time King soared into the air, his feet enveloped in dark flames, aiming a kick toward the cave. Im, having just entered the cave, spun around to see the figure shrouded in dark crimson flames leaping into the air. In an instant, he vanished from sight, retreating deeper into the cave. However, just as he disappeared, the Amaga Time King had already arrived. With a resounding bang, the cave crumbled under the might of the Amaga Time King's strike. Debris and stones disintegrating into ash, scattering into the sky. The Amaga Time King, crouched on the ground, gradually stood, surveying the vacant surroundings with a nod before preparing to revert to his original form. Yet, at that moment, a voice filled with excitement, madness, and liberation echoed through the depths of the flower-filled area. As the laughter resonated, the glass structures surrounding the area shattered, obliterating the once lush environment. "Ah, at last, I have emerged. This world, I have awakened once more." Upon hearing this voice, the crowd instinctively covered their ears and swiftly turned their gazes toward the source. There, a towering figure clad in pitch black stood, golden hair cascading about him, wielding a massive blade. At that moment, Im rose slowly from the rubble, addressing the giant before him, "King Uranus, according to the ancient covenant, I have presented you with 6 liberated souls. Please fulfill your duty and eradicate these individuals. In return, I shall instruct my subordinates to grant you 3 years of unrestrained exploration in this world. During this time, whatever you do, neither I nor my subordinates shall intervene." Upon hearing this, Uranus nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Im and said, "Well, it is settled. So, are those individuals your enemies?" "Indeed, they are my adversaries. Please eliminate them completely," replied, bowing respectfully. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Allow me to crush these little insects," Uranus exclaimed. Yet, in a sudden shift from his earlier excitement, Uranus raised his hand, and the massive blade he wielded swiftly descended towards Ye Tian and his companions. With a thunderous crash, accompanied by Uranus's maniacal laughter, a colossal blade was embedded in the ground where the group had stood, cleaving the earth in two, leaving a fissure that stretched onward. Crack, crack. Observing this, the group leaped into action, retreating behind the King of Time, their eyes glinting with murderous intent as they glared at Uranus. At that moment, Ye Tian stepped forward slowly, fixing his gaze upon Uranus. You're the king? Who cares who you are? It doesn't matter. Just be prepared to be annihilated. Your soul and vitality are quite delectable. I shall consume you, Uranus sneered ominously. Feeling a chill run down his spine at the sight of the towering giant, Ye Tian thought to himself, this creature devours humans? Yet, I recall the speculations from my previous life, one of which suggested that the king consumes life force. However, resorting to cannibalism to replenish. Before Uranus could finish his sentence, Creation Rider, Galloping Rider, 01, Spirit Rider, Omega Drive, Xaid, hit, beautiful, perfect. In an instant, numerous temporal wormholes materialized around Uranus. As each knight unleashed their signature techniques upon him, with each attack from the masked riders, the sound of cracking bones echoed as Uranus endured a deluge of damage, gradually collapsing to the ground. However, even as he fell, the onslaught from the masked riders continued unrelentingly. With a resounding crash, a cloud of dust billowed as Uranus hit the ground, and the final blow descended, marking the end of his resistance. Lying on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, Uranus gazed in shock at the figure of the King of Time standing before him. Who are you? He stammered, each word drawing forth more blood. Meanwhile, Im stood to the side, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the armored figure before Uranus. After a long silence, he finally managed to swallow hard and spoke. His voice hoarse, how is we this powerful? At that moment, Was stepped forward amidst the confusion of the crowd, moving to stand beside the King of Time, respectfully bowing to him before exclaiming with fervor, rejoice. He embodies the strength of all riders, transcending time and possessing knowledge of both past and future. The Kamen Rider's Eo, he has tapped into the power of the future, and the might of the future King of Time has descended upon us. Celebrate, cheer. As these words echoed, a light sheen of sweat trickled down the King of Time's brow, and he subtly gestured for Waz to quiet down. Waz, enough, he murmured. Acknowledging the request, Waz nodded slightly, then gazed at the King of Time with admiration and said, Your Majesty, I understand your desire for discretion. With that, Waz took a few steps back, positioning himself firmly behind the King of Time. Upon hearing this, the dark lines on the head of the demon king multiplied. Standing not far away, Ye Tian could not help but lightly cough and said, Well, Zhuangwu, come back. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Zhuangwu hurriedly nodded, then instantly leaped towards Ye Tian's location. With both feet landing steadily, he removed his armor and transformed into an ordinary person, standing beside Ye Tian. Ye Tian, is this sufficient? Is there any problem? Zhuangwu inquired, slowly nodding as he glanced at the fallen Uranus. Are you certain that everything is fine? Noticing Zhuangwu's skeptical expression, Ye Tian rolled his eyes at him and replied, It's all right. He has very little strength left. After explaining to Zhuangwu, Ye Tian took a step forward, observing the four elders and IMM standing in the corner. A faint smile crept upon his lips. Do you have any other abilities? Let us witness them. Broaden our horizons, he said with a smile. I concur with this viewpoint, remarked Flying Squirrel. Instantly, the previously tense five became even more apprehensive. The atmosphere was thick with silence as a group watched the few standing there, the moment feeling almost suspended in time. Finally, the elder in the deep green suit could not help but swallow hard. His expression tense as he looked at Ye Tian and stated, This is not a power from this world. However, what he did not anticipate was Ye Tian's nonchalant acknowledgement. And then? Ye Tian admitted so simply, without a trace of falsehood, only endless sincerity and honesty. You, just admit it like that? The elder in deep green stared at Ye Tian in disbelief. Otherwise? It's quite evident to the discerning eye, isn't it? Skeletons? No, they should be called the Undying. Ye Tian shrugged casually and continued, in this world, although there are skeletons, only Brook, who consumed the Yomi Nomi, possesses consciousness and can walk freely. There is no one else. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment and shock mirrored in the other's eyes. So, what do you intend to do now? Will you fight to the death? Or will you announce your surrender in the dissolution of the world government? Ye Tian tilted his head, a childlike smile gracing his lips as he addressed them. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, the group shared a silent look before slowly turning their gazes toward Im, standing quietly to the side, falling into a contemplative silence. Noticing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a hint of intrigue, he regarded the five individuals and slowly spoke. Quite loyal, aren't we? Very commendable. The four elders of the stars twitched at the corners of their mouths, subsequently lapsing into silence. They were not in a position to make this decision, after all. Despite their apparent authority over the world government, those in the know understood that Im was the true sovereign of the realm. As the attention of the assembly converged upon Im, a brief stillness ensued. Finally, Im lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon Ye Tian, and asked, "Who exactly are you? Why have you chosen to assault the world government? What is your connection to the Navy?" Upon hearing this, not to mention Ye Tian, but merely considering the four elder stars beside him, their expressions were a tapestry of dismay. With black lines adorning their foreheads and their lips twitching at an increasingly rapid pace, they appeared as if their mouths were askew. At this moment, their minds were enveloped by a singular thought. "Oh, King, we have lost the battle. Surrender is our only recourse. Why do you still pose questions?" They were uncertain of their very survival and wondered what purpose further inquiries could serve. However, to their astonishment, Ye Tian did indeed respond. Although his answer was somewhat unsatisfactory, he had nonetheless provided a reply, had he not? His inquiry suggested a desire for power, yet the prospect of building it himself seemed too sluggish. Thus, he encountered the Navy and decided to assimilate them, subsequently uncovering the existence of the world government, and resolved to absorb them as well. How does this answer strike you? Ye Tian mused, almost in jest. Upon hearing this, Im silently nodded, then looked seriously at Ye Tian and inquired, "So, what will you do with us?" Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback by Im's question, then began to ponder deeply. After a considerable pause, he slowly raised his head. However, as he did so, the four elders beside him felt an involuntary tension grip their hearts. "To release you seems inappropriate. To imprison you feels somewhat wasteful," Ye Tian remarked thoughtfully. The four elders nodded in agreement, indicating that his words resonated with their station. Yet, when they heard what Ye Tian would say next, their expressions darkened instantly. Then, Ye Tian elongated his tone. "Yes, yes," the four elders nodded eagerly in anticipation. Then, Ye Tian smiled with a hint of mischief, gazing at them. "Yes, yes," as they listened to him prolong his words, a flicker of anger surged within them, yet they dared not reveal it. Finally, Ye Tian articulated his decision, "Flying squirrel. Eliminate them all. If you prove useful, you may remain. Consider it a gift." With that, Ye Tian slowly waved his hand and proceeded toward the exit. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel silently nodded, then turned to Demerugos beside him and said, "Little D, Yalbed, the decision is yours." After speaking, he followed closely behind Ye Tian as they departed together. The words of the flying squirrel left Demerugos and the others momentarily stunned. Before a touch of emotion surfaced on their faces, they pondered inwardly. So it turns out, Lord Ainz cares for us so deeply, truly. He is my most revered Lord Ainz. As their thoughts gradually settled, the group approached the five elders and Im with a hint of cruel smiles. Meanwhile, as Ye Tian walked upon the blood-stained stone steps, he remained silent for a moment before slowly addressing Sengoku. "Gather the scribes shortly. I have an announcement to make." Upon hearing this, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile swiftly illuminated his face. He eagerly nodded and said, "Very well, I can make the arrangements immediately. Would you prefer to hold the press conference here or at another location?" Hearing Sengoku's words, Ye Tian was momentarily stunned. He then slowly surveyed his surroundings, eventually glancing at the crumbling headquarters of the world government behind him. After a brief pause, he replied, "Let us convene here. We shall wait for a while as you expedite the arrangements." Upon hearing this, Zhangguo promptly nodded, then took out a communication device from his bosom and stepped aside to make a call. At that moment, Karp approached slowly, regarding Ye Tian with a look of curiosity and inquired, "Ye Tian, what thoughts do you harbor regarding the Navy?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian gazed at Karp with a hint of a smile, then, with an expression that was both amused and contemplative, remarked, "Rest assured, I will not withdraw. Regardless of the circumstances, this world requires the Navy." Hearing Ye Tian's words, Karp finally felt a sense of relief and quietly stood to the side. Before long, Demiugos and others emerged with the five unconscious individuals, approaching the flying squirrel. After exchanging a few words in his ear, the flying squirrel opened a black hole, allowing them to return first. However, at that moment, Ye Tian languidly voiced, "Old Bone, why do I feel that conquering a world is not particularly difficult?" As soon as this statement left his lips, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched, and they were instantly cloaked in a sense of disbelief. Internally, they lamented, "This fellow has completely lost his sense of decorum. He claims it's simple to conquer. He exerted minimal effort, and throughout the entire ordeal, he merely played a passive role while consuming as much as anyone else." Nevertheless, one individual fervently nodded in agreement with Ye Tian, then added, "Indeed, it is quite simple." I hardly lifted a finger, and it truly felt effortless. Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their gaze toward the flying mouse, only to swiftly avert their eyes once more. The sight became wearisome. What manner of individuals were they, incessantly imitating Ye Tian? As if sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Ye Tian nonchalantly scanned the crowd, only to find his expression darken instantaneously. What was the matter? This group was utterly uncooperative. In that fleeting moment, as Ye Tian surveyed the assembly, he noticed that apart from the flying mouse, who seemed to resonate with his sentiments, the corners of everyone else's mouths twitched uncontrollably, their expressions betraying a profound sense of discomfort. An overwhelming surge of irritation welled up within Ye Tian as he addressed the crowd. Am I not speaking the truth? Upon hearing this, Menshir couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, followed by a soft snort, choosing to disregard Ye Tian. Hong A glanced at Ye Tian, curling her lips in disdain, and muttered softly, "I wonder who it is, all along just playing the role of a bystander, pretending to be impressive. This path has become quite narrow." The others nearby nodded in agreement, clearly in favor of Hong A's statement. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ye Tian managed a sheepish grin and addressed the crowd. "Well, you see, I'm still young, right? It's only natural for the older ones to look out for the younger ones. Therefore, I should take it upon myself to bear the burden of pretending to be impressive. You wouldn't believe how exhausting this has been for me. Such matters should be my responsibility, considering how much you've all helped me. It wouldn't be fair for you to shoulder all the burdens." At that moment, Ye Tian stood tall, his demeanor earnest, and his gaze sincere, as if he were merely stating a fact. However, as soon as those words left his lips, it was as if he had ignited a powder keg of collective outrage. Hong A's brows furrowed intensely, and she swiftly raised a finger, pointing it accusingly at Ye Tian's nose, exclaiming, "Enough! I've never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Brothers, let us go." With those words, it was as if a nerve had been struck within the group, and nearly everyone sprang into action. Pants. Take his pants off. Spank him. Spank him. Children are always mischievous. What to do? A good spanking will suffice. Where's my shoe? Let me give him a lesson. This is truly infuriating. Hey, my pants. You lot are unbelievable. Oh, Carp, save me. Ye Tian shouted, covering his backside and lying on the ground. Carp, who had been idly picking his nose and not participating in the commotion, immediately changed his expression upon hearing Ye Tian's cries. He rolled up his sleeves and strode confidently toward the crowd. However, just as he was about to approach, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, who struck the old man?" Yet, as he spoke, he stealthily moved closer to the group. A hand extended through the gaps in the crowd, and he caught sight of a pair of delicate, pale buttocks. Gradually lifting his roughened hand, he swiftly brought it down. Smack! After delivering the blow, Carp quickly retracted his arm, wearing an expression as if nothing had happened. After a while, as Ye Tian's pleas for mercy echoed, the crowd finally ceased their raucous antics. Ye Tian rubbed his backside, adjusting his disheveled clothing, a mixture of indignation and embarrassment on his small face, and looked at the crowd, asking, "Now, who was it that was picking their nose and then smacked my backside?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing those words, Carp, who was previously picking his nose, suddenly froze, staring incredulously at Ye Tian, and exclaimed, "What are you talking about? I didn't even go there. Don't wrong an innocent man. I wronged your grandfather, Carp. I will fight you to the end." With that, Ye Tian vanished in an instant. Observing this, Carp was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his feet taking flight as he hastily made his escape. "Carp, damn it. You boast about your abilities, yet you lack the courage to admit it? A vice admiral? A hero, Carp? Bah, stand still, for today I shall ensure our mutual destruction." Ye Tian's cheeks flushed crimson as he furiously pounded the ground where Carp had been. "Ye Tian, you wish to be the good guy. Yet how can you be so certain it was me? Do you have any evidence? Assaulting someone is a crime. You know," Carp shouted as he evaded with swift movements, attempting to justify himself. "Bah, look at the others. Who else has a habit of picking their nose? Just you old miscreant. Stand still." Upon hearing Carp's words, the murderous intent on Ye Tian's face surged. Boom, boom, boom. Everywhere they passed, debris was sent flying, leaving what was once a relatively intact area now riddled with craters. Observing the chase, Red A, with a beaming expression, remarked, "How splendid." Carp took the fall for him. TSK. I must thank Carp properly later. The onlookers, witnessing the formidable Ye Tian, felt a sense of relief and cast grateful glances toward Carp. Ahem. So, beer, sunflower seeds, and mineral water? Who wants some? Additionally, we offer rental services for small stools. The uniform price is 10 alliance points. Zhang Chulan cleared his throat and quietly pitched to the crowd. The onlookers looked at Zhang Chulan, bemused. Come on, bring me some. Such a spectacle would be incomplete without snacks. It might be 100 years before we see something like this again. I want some too. Thus, with his wares selling out rapidly, Zhang Chulan gazed at the still pursuing duo, filled with gratitude, for it was the alliance leader that had bestowed upon him this hard-earned fortune. With that thought, Zhang Chulan discreetly retrieved a phone from his pocket and quietly saved the footage, then casually began recording the ongoing chase. Meanwhile, on the high seas, shocking headlines spread across the world, disseminated by newspaper hawkers. Shock. The Navy launches an assault on the Holy Land, Mariehua. Fear. The secrets of the world government. Why did the Navy hastily attack the world government? Astonishment. The world may change. Will history repeat itself? The untold secrets between the Navy and the world government. A world-shattering war? Who will emerge victorious, the world government or the Navy? Chilling. The Navy's attack on the world government. What hidden secrets lie beneath? Let us delve into the sciences and explore the deepest mysteries. All right, Ye Tian, someone is approaching. You must stop now, Fei Shu said helplessly, covering his forehead as he watched Ye Tian continue his pursuit of Carp. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian abruptly halted his steps, then slowly exhaled, steadying his mind before casting a fierce glance at Carp and gradually making his way towards the flying squirrel. At that moment, Carp could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, subsequently collapsing onto the ground as he gazed at Ye Tian's retreating figure, muttering, "This kid truly holds a grudge." Not someone to provoke, indeed. Just as Ye Tian descended the steps, he seemed to catch Carp's words, slightly turning his head. His eyes filled with a murderous intent as he glanced at Carp. Taken aback by the intensity in Ye Tian's gaze, Carp feigned indifference, looking skyward while forcibly diverting the conversation. "Hey, the moon looks splendid today." Hearing Carp's remark, Ye Tian's lips twitched involuntarily, and he raised his head to observe the sun high in the sky, almost believing him. Nevertheless, Ye Tian chose not to engage further with Carp and continued his descent down the steps. At this moment, at the base of the stone steps, before the entrance of the World Government Headquarters in Mariehua, the flying squirrel had placed a portal a short distance ahead, from which figures emerged one after another. Each bore the insignia of their respective news agencies on their chests. However, as they stepped out, they were struck by the gruesome sight before them. The once solemn and majestic World Government Headquarters was now drenched in blood. The formerly opulent entrance was now soaked in crimson, the stench of blood so potent that it induced a wave of nausea upon entry. This repulsive odor overwhelmed the journalists, who were but ordinary citizens. In that moment, Ye Tian slowly stood up, surveying the throng of reporters gathered in the square from around the world. Observing this, he took a step forward and casually addressed Sengoku nearby. "Please fetch me a chair and a table. I have use for them." After speaking, Ye Tian remained still, quietly observing the reporters below, whose agitation was palpable, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. For at that moment, they finally noticed behind Ye Tian and his companions a formidable array of skeletal soldiers clad in armor, brandishing long spears, standing in meticulous formation. Is this the Holy Land? Surely not. Why is it in such disarray? World government? Have we come to the wrong place? Amidst the ensuing discussions, Sengoku, accompanied by others, soon delivered the requested table and chairs, placing them before Ye Tian. Upon seeing this, Ye Tian stepped forward and unceremoniously sat down. "Ladies and gentlemen, silence," he declared. Upon hearing his voice, the chatting journalists turned slightly to look in Ye Tian's direction. Acknowledging their gazes with a nod, Ye Tian smiled and stated, "From this day forth, the Navy shall be under my command." Just as these words left his lips, a snail phone was placed before him, and a voice rang out. "As far as I know, the Navy is an institution under the world government. May I inquire if such actions will receive their approval?" Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Ye Tian's countenance as his brow arched slightly. He then addressed the inquiring reporter, stating, "You need not harbor any concerns regarding this matter. The very reason I have summoned you here is to unveil a momentous announcement." Thereafter, Ye Tian stood in placid stillness, his gaze sweeping across the assembled multitude. "I hereby declare," he proclaimed, "the dissolution of the world government, effective immediately." These words detonated like a bombshell, igniting a maelstrom of fervent lamentations among the throng. Observing the reporter's agitated state, Ye Tian offered a gentle smile and raised his hand in a placating gesture. Gradually, the clamor of voices subsided. Furthermore, he continued, in 2 months' time, I shall establish an empire. Henceforth, no other power, including pirates, shall be tolerated upon the seas. Our capital shall be erected here, in the sacred land of Mary Geos. I bid you all return in 2 months hence. With that, Ye Tian cast a fleeting glance towards Sengoku before turning and striding towards the direction of Flying Squirrel and his comrades. Congratulations, Flying Squirrel remarked as Ye Tian approached, on finally establishing your own empire. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then gradually nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were uncertain how long it would take to establish the city. After pondering for a moment, Ye Tian spoke, very well, I shall arrange it shortly. The flying mouse lightly nodded, casually remarking, Is this how a nation is founded? Is it truly this simple? Dagu and Nagakubo exchanged glances and slowly responded. Meanwhile, Nagakubo gazed at Waz with bright eyes, declaring, Waz, I have made up my mind. I, too, shall establish a nation. My dark lord, I will surely assist you. Waz's smile blossomed even brighter. He could distinctly perceive that, following this incident, Nagakubo's thoughts were increasingly aligned with his own. Overall, this was a positive development. Yes, absolutely. I believe it is achievable, Nagakubo asserted earnestly. Standing at the center of the crowd, Ye Tian surveyed his surroundings, then grinned slyly, casting a somewhat mischievous glance at the flying mouse. Well, old bone, could you assist me in tidying up this place first? Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel was taken aback momentarily. After surveying the surroundings, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile and remarked, You truly excel at extracting benefits from a single individual. However, he did not decline the request and promptly instructed the skeletal soldiers to tidy up the area. Meanwhile, Ye Tian led the group towards the summit of the stone staircase. At the pinnacle, gazing at the chaotic ruins that had been nearly obliterated by their efforts, Ye Tian pondered for a moment before turning to the flying squirrel and stating, I believe I should establish the kingdom at the very center. Yes, I shall draft a blueprint and present it to you. You can then proceed with the construction according to the plans. Upon hearing this, the flying mouse cast a sidelong glance at Ye Tian, responding with a hint of irritation. So you truly regard me as merely a laborer? Am I not, after all, an unparalleled sovereign? In response to the flying mouse's grievance, Ye Tian chuckled softly and then turned towards him, saying, Ah, esteemed Bone King, how could I possibly think that? I dare not presume such a thing. In the future, I shall indeed rely on your esteemed assistance. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhangguan nodded gravely, indicating his understanding, and swiftly departed with his 3 generals. Ye Tian, observing the retreating figures, turned to Carp, who stood nearby, and said, Carp, you should assist as well, quickly stabilize the situation across the world. As Ye Tian addressed the matter at hand, Carp gradually withdrew the smile from his face, his expression resolute as he nodded in agreement, understood. With that, he vanished from Ye Tian's side in an instant. Once the arrangements were made, Ye Tian prepared to find a suitable place to sketch the capital S blueprint. However, just as he was about to proceed, he paused abruptly. A thought striking him, it occurred to him that among the members, there were indeed a few individuals from modern society. Thus, could it be? With this realization, Ye Tian hurriedly accessed the Alliance Mall, fervently searching through its offerings. At last, he discovered what he sought within the miscellaneous category of the Alliance. Blueprint of the Hanging Gardens of Ancient Babylon, 50 Alliance Exchange Points. Blueprint of the Ancient Chinese Forbidden City, 50 Alliance Exchange Points. Blueprint of the Ancient Roman Palace, 30 Alliance Exchange Points. Gazing at the array of blueprints listed before him, Ye Tian unhesitatingly exchanged for the Forbidden City. With a solemn expression, he placed the blueprint into the palm of the flying squirrel, looking at him with earnestness. Old Bone, this structure embodies my faith. You must ensure its construction. I am immensely fond of it. I implore you. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel nodded slowly and then turned to Ye Tian, saying, "Very well, I shall assist my younger brother in constructing this edifice to alleviate his homesickness." After speaking, the flying squirrel promptly summoned Demios and handed him the blueprints, conveying Ye Tian's requirements. "Rest assured, Supreme Master, I shall expedite the completion of this structure. However, Master Flying Squirrel, might we also consider erecting a capital akin to this one? I believe it would be most befitting of your stature," Demios suggested in a hushed tone. Upon hearing Demios' proposal, the flying squirrel pondered for a moment before nodding and replying, "Indeed, I have always held an affection for the Celestial Empire since my youth. Now that we possess the blueprint for it, constructing one would not be amiss. However, let us prioritize this current project before proceeding with mine." "Yes, I shall not disappoint your expectations," Demios affirmed before hastily departing. Watching Demios retreat, the flying squirrel felt a wave of relief, though a tinge of shame lingered for not having considered this idea earlier. At that moment, Meng Tian approached, regarding the flying squirrel and Ye Tian, and suggested, "The Xianyong capital is quite commendable as well. Perhaps young Ye Tian might find it worthy of consideration." "Xianyong capital?" Ye Tian queried, looking at Meng Tian with confusion. He had scarcely paid attention to what the Xianyong capital entailed, and now, hearing Meng Tian mention it, he felt a stir of curiosity. "How about this? Upon my return, I will see if I can locate the blueprints to share with you," Meng Tian offered with a chuckle. "Yes, however, I suspect the Xianyong capital may bear some resemblance to my design," Ye Tian remarked, as he retrieved the blueprints from the flying squirrel and handed them to Meng Tian. Upon receiving the blueprints, Meng Tian quickly unfolded them, his brow furrowing in contemplation. "It does bear a striking resemblance, yet it appears considerably more grandiose. However, it seems to lack something essential. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota." Status: resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he tentatively responded, "Shall I give it a try?" "Very well. I shall leave it to you, dear brother. Let us first indulge in a meal, and then you can instruct your subordinates to construct a few living quarters. Otherwise, I fear we may find ourselves sleeping beneath the sky, with the earth as our bed." As he concluded, Ye Tian could not help but display a wry smile. "But why, with so many structures around, do we still need to build places to live?" Limulu inquired, perplexed. "Brother, just take a look at those buildings. Is there one suitable for habitation?" Zhang Chulan retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Limulu. Upon hearing these words, Rimuro instantly leaped onto a nearby structure, gazing at the dilapidated ruins not far away, and then, with a tinge of melancholy, remarked, "Well, it is indeed uninhabitable. I was hoping to see the opulence of the celestial dragon's abode." "I too wish to witness it," Dagu nodded in agreement. "Ah, the celestial dragons. I almost overlooked an important matter." Ye Tian suddenly recalled something significant and instinctively tapped his forehead. "What is it?" "It can't be of great consequence. Otherwise you wouldn't have forgotten," Hong A commented nonchalantly. This matter is neither trivial nor monumental," Ye Tian replied as he guided the group to the central conveyor belt, subsequently lowering his gaze to point at the belt beneath their feet. He then addressed the group. "Beneath this conveyor belt lies a multitude of slaves. However, I am uncertain how to descend, hence." He shrugged his shoulders in resignation. "Slaves? Still underground?" Dagu stared at Ye Tian in astonishment. "Indeed, they are below." Ye Tian confirmed with a slow nod. The expressions of the others darkened considerably. In their world, human rights held paramount importance, which only intensified their disdain for the celestial dragons and the world government. Observing the somber demeanor of the group, Flying Squirrel clapped his hands to draw their attention. "All right. Let me take a look," he said, conjuring a mirror and casting a detection spell, which transmitted the imagery below onto the mirror's surface. Instantly, the mirror revealed a series of frail figures clad in prison garb. Witnessing this, Dagu's hands clenched tightly, turning pale. Unable to contain himself any longer, he turned to Flying Squirrel and implored, "Brother Flying Squirrel, do you possess a means to rescue them?" Upon hearing this, the flying mouse nodded slowly, then traced a circular motion in front of the mirror. Instantly, a portal materialized within the mirror. Not far from the group, another portal emerged. Witnessing this, the flying mouse nodded once more and addressed the crowd. "Very well, I have opened a passage. We can now traverse the portal to rescue them." As soon as he finished speaking, Daga hurriedly dashed into the portal, descending into the subterranean realm. Upon reaching the underground, Daegu gazed at the enslaved individuals laboring within and clenched his teeth in frustration. He then bellowed, "Everyone, immediately pass through the portal behind me, and you shall be free." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the previously vacant eyes of the slaves ignited with a fierce glimmer, a spark of survival. They hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed towards the portal. However, just as they had barely distanced themselves from their workstations, a resounding clank of chains echoed throughout the space. Daegu then realized that each slave was bound by iron chains, a deliberate measure to prevent their escape. Just as he prepared to speak, a commanding voice pierced the air, followed by the shrill sound of an alarm. "Intruders! Quickly, seize them." The sound of rushing footsteps echoed in response. Upon hearing this, Daegu was momentarily taken aback, and then swiftly drew the handgun from his side, preparing to defend himself. However, at that moment, the portal gradually expanded, and a series of footsteps echoed from the other side. Hearing the footsteps, Dagu's face lit up with joy, as he knew that it must be Fei Shu or Ye Tian mobilizing their armies. Sure enough, just as the army guarding the slaves was about to approach Daegu, soldiers clad in deep black armor emerged from the portal. "By order of the general, slay all slave overseers and guards here. Kill." With that command, they swiftly moved to Dagu's side, intercepting the approaching guards. As more and more soldiers of the Ming family army entered, the already somewhat cramped space became even more congested. Nevertheless, they effortlessly defeated the army guarding the slaves. After severing the chains on the slaves' feet, they escorted them out. Seeing that there was no longer any room for him to stand, Daegu stepped out of the portal and onto the ground. Watching the slaves emerge from the portal one by one, Dagu's face was filled with a smile. Liberating slaves was, in his view, a very gratifying deed. Even if it was in another world. Standing not far from the crowd, the members of the victory team quietly watched the prisoners emerge from the portal, their faces gradually adorned with smiles. Some of their reservations about Ye Tian and his comrades were slowly diminishing. "Pleased?" A voice softly echoed in Dagu's ear. Upon hearing this, Daegu was momentarily taken aback, but soon turned to his side. As he pivoted, he was greeted by the beaming face of Ye Tian. "Indeed. Such matters are my duty to uphold," Daegu declared with an unwavering smile. "Haha, rest assured, in the future, you may find yourself inundated with such responsibilities. However," he continued, "how has your development of the thunder fruit progressed since your last acquisition? Relying solely on Jia without any personal strength is simply untenable," Ye Tian gently reminded him. Upon hearing this, Daegu was momentarily taken aback, and then he awkwardly chuckled, saying, "Well, I find myself somewhat at a loss." "At a loss? How could that be?" Ye Tian replied. "You reside in the modern era. Contemplate the utility of electricity, consider the composition of points. Then infuse a bit of imagination. Strive to enhance your own strength." Ye Tian patted Daegu on the back, speaking with a tone of seasoned wisdom. "Yes, I understand now. Thank you for the reminder, Alliance Leader," Daegu said with a smile, gazing at Ye Tian beside him. "Haha, it's nothing of great significance. No need for such formality. Let us proceed. There will be others to handle the matter of transporting slaves. How about we procure some food? Nightfall is approaching." With that, he led Daegu towards an open area nearby. Meanwhile, Fei Shu and the others had already begun preparing for a gathering. A plethora of ingredients were transported from Fei Shu's realm, piled together. Observing the assembled members, Ye Tian slowly began, "Once I have arranged affairs in this world, we shall embark to that realm, bringing back countless resources to fortify ourselves and convert them into substantial exchange points, thus enhancing our per capita income." "Good," the crowd exclaimed in unison. They had all been eager to inquire about this matter, as it had lingered unresolved for quite some time. They were astonished that Ye Tian had already set a plan in motion. Their anticipation for the forthcoming scenario grew. Surely it would be more magnificent than their current surroundings. That night, everyone indulged in ample libations, save for the solitary Fei Shu, who wept in a corner. He longed to drink, yet whatever he consumed immediately returned. This led Fei Shu to cover his face in sorrow, cursing the unfairness of fate for a considerable time, ultimately casting envious glances at the others as they feasted. While he alone gazed at the gradually ascending moon in the sky, a profound solitude enveloped him. After a long while, it culminated in a deep sigh. Ye Tian, who had been relishing his meal, glanced over casually, only to be struck by the sight of Fei Shu sitting silently atop a dilapidated structure. After finishing the last morsel of meat, he made his way toward Fei Shu. "What troubles you, my brother? Are you feeling melancholic?" Ye Tian inquired as he settled beside him. "Leave me be. I wish to be alone," Fei Shu replied, his voice tinged with sorrow and indignation. Why not share your thoughts? What do you still require to exchange for skins? Ye Tian said with a chuckle, turning his gaze toward Fei Shu. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel slowly turned its head towards Ye Tian and sighed, saying, as for creatures with formidable vitality, I cannot ascertain what they are or the extent of their strength. My dear brother, life can be quite arduous. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a period of contemplation. After a considerable pause, he slowly began to speak. Are you merely referring to the need for a formidable vitality? There are no specified standards or required amounts. Indeed, the flying mouse replied, somewhat helplessly nodding his head. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian also nodded in acknowledgement, then gently patted the mouse's shoulder and reassured him, I understand now. Do not worry. It is not too distant, merely requiring your patience. Listening to Ye Tian's comforting words, the flying mouse slowly nodded, remaining silent thereafter. Observing this, Ye Tian shook his head, sighed, and remarked, once someone from the realm of fantasy enters our group, your dream will be within reach. The realm of fantasy? What is that? The flying mouse inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback and soon felt a pang of headache. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, and after a brief period of contemplation, he managed to reply, it is a world of exceedingly high caliber. You will understand when you encounter it. Indeed, Fei Shu nodded in agreement. Well then, let us go and have a seat together, engage in some conversation. Sitting here alone feels rather desolate. With that, he pulled Fei Shu to his feet, and they made their way into the throng of people. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. This day marked the final day before Ye Tian's nation-building commenced. During these 2 months, the warring states had unified all naval forces, successfully purging the first half of the Grand Line along with every pirate and influential faction in the 4 seas, leaving no stone unturned, except for the kingdoms. Meanwhile, Karp, along with Zifa, Akainu, and Akiji, stood at the entrance of the New World, intercepting the 4 emperors to prevent them from disrupting the warring states' cleansing operations. In a certain part of the New World, a dragon-shaped pirate ship was anchored at the shore. On the beach, the one-armed Shanks sat with a melancholic expression, surrounded by his crew as they gathered around a campfire. Noticing this, the first mate, Ben Beckman, let out a sigh and turned to Shanks, asking, what troubles you? Are you still pondering that matter? Indeed, Shanks replied with a sigh. That enigmatic boy has crushed the world government with overwhelming force, bringing the Navy under his command. Now, he is cleansing the first half of the Grand Line of all pirates and factions. Thus, the impending doom of our New World pirates is not far off. There is nothing we can do about it. For now, let us not dwell on it. Let us enjoy whatever joy we can find. Ben Beckman said with a wry smile. Ah, true enough, Shanks said, gradually allowing a smile to break through, though a trace of sorrow lingered in his eyes. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from a distance. Ha, red-haired kid, I've arrived. The voice grew closer until it finally reached the shore, where a small sailing boat was anchored, bobbing gently with the waves. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Karp slowly set down the piece of meat in his hand and gazed at Shanks with keen interest, saying, of course, it will be akin to the first half. Once the empire is established, he intends to abolish all kings and nobles across the globe and relocate them to the Sabaody archipelago. Listening to Karp's words, Shanks couldn't help but gasp in shock, his expression one of disbelief as he looked at Karp and said, Old man, are you not going to intervene in this man's reckless actions? Do you not realize that such a move will undoubtedly stir up tremendous upheaval across the seas? Observing the astonishment on Shanks' face, Karp merely smirked and replied, what is the matter? What kind of turmoil could possibly arise? Do you think that is not how he crushed the world government? The celestial dragons were easily vanquished, weren't they? Moreover, do you suppose he is unaware of the consequences of his actions? That is precisely why he has mobilized substantial military forces, preparing to forcibly dissolve those kingdoms and unify the laws of the world once the nation is founded. From this moment forth, there shall be no pirates in this world. Only adventurer crews may exist. However, to form an adventurer crew, one must register with the Navy and refrain from any outrageous conduct, lest they face devastating repercussions. Upon hearing Karp mention adventurer crews, Shanks' eyes brightened with intrigue, and he looked at Karp with eager anticipation, asking, adventurer crews? What is this about? Could you elaborate? Upon hearing this, Karp couldn't help but let out a sigh, and then spoke slowly. All right, let me share with you the details. The maximum number of members in the adventurers group is 30, and the ship must not be equipped with powerful weapons such as cannons. Additionally, in this adventurers group, the quantity of firearms and bladed weapons is limited. These are merely for self-defense during your adventures. Furthermore, when the adventurers land on an island, they must register at the local police station before they can roam freely, although weapons are not permitted on the island. As for the economic source of the adventurers group, you may assist merchant ships in transporting goods and providing escort services, but all economic activities must be conducted through legitimate means. Bounties can be earned by hunting down pirates who venture out under the guise of adventurers. Once the Navy and the police station provide evidence, we shall reward you accordingly. As Carp recounted these details, Shank's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, for this was the very essence of the freedom he had always yearned for. Despite the numerous restrictions, they were ultimately intended to protect the common folk, a sentiment Shanks wholeheartedly endorsed. Carp nodded slowly and then cast a sidelong glance at Shank's severed arm, casually remarking, alternatively, you may choose to join the Imperial Army or institution. When your merits are sufficient, perhaps your severed arm could be reattached. The mention of his lost arm left Shanks feeling somewhat awkward as he looked at Carp. Ignoring Shank's discomfort, Carp stood up, gazing at him as he said, I am aware of your aspirations. In the future, I shall no longer oppose Luffy's venture to the sea. However, there is one thing you must understand. Do not take the life of any Imperial personnel lightly. Even if they wrong you, you must refrain from resorting to violence. After a while, when the Empire is established, numerous inspection teams will be dispatched, with their members remaining confidential. They will continuously monitor the merits of active personnel. Thus, if you encounter officials who harm the common people, you merely need to report them to the nearest police station or directly call the inspection team's hotline with a snail phone. Specific details will be announced on the day of the Empire's establishment. Upon concluding his words, Carp turned to leave, casually taking a piece of roasted meat with him. Watching Carp's departing figure, Shanks found himself in a daze for a long while. It was only after Ben Beckman nudged him that he regained his senses, and with an excited expression, he addressed the crowd. This is the ocean I have always yearned for. Everyone, we can finally embark on our adventures freely. Haraha. At the Holy Land Mariewa, countless Navy personnel stood in solemn formation on the stone steps. Alongside the road, flags of the Alliance members were planted. In the center of the path stood a proudly fluttering flag of the Alliance. About 10 soldiers clad in silver armor surrounded the Alliance flag, standing like statues, imposing and unwavering. Further up, 2 rows of soldiers in dark red armor wielded long spears, their menacing aura deterring anyone from approaching. As they stepped forward slowly, 2 rows of skeleton soldiers dressed in golden armor stood silently on either side of the path. Anyone passing by would feel an involuntary chill enveloping them, instilling a deep sense of fear. Beyond these soldiers, a magnificent and towering palace emerged, instantly evoking a sense of awe. Inside the palace, in the main hall, Ye Tian sat upon a dragon-shaped throne custom-made for him, adorned in a dragon robe. He gazed calmly at those standing beside him and asked, Tell me, is this truly necessary? You yourself declared the intention to establish an empire. Look at the emperor of that empire. Does he not wear a dragon robe? Though I must admit, you look somewhat adorable in it. We shall not mock you. Red A was the first to respond. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian cast a sidelong glance at him, then murmured softly, If you won't laugh, perhaps you should shut that mouth of yours, which seems unable to close. Ahem. Well, today marks the day when Ye Tian establishes his empire, so let's refrain from your incessant chatter. Fei Shu cleared his throat and shot a glance at the incessantly laughing Hong A, who was holding his belly in mirth. All right then, at such a serious moment, let us all maintain a semblance of seriousness. Ye Tian couldn't help but grimace. Just then, the grand door creaked open, and Kapu swaggered in with a broad grin. So, how is it? The time is drawing near. Are you prepared? Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian slowly lifted his gaze. Observing the approaching Carp, Ye Tian gradually rose to his feet and remarked, Yes, I am prepared. Carp nodded slowly in response, stating, Very well. I shall instruct them to open the grand gates and allow the kings to enter. With Ye Tian's words, the agile mouse turned his head at an opportune moment. Whispering to the imposing demiurgos behind him, As you command, came the respectful reply as he stepped out of the grand hall. Amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, Demiurgos' resonant voice echoed, The time has come, open the gates. At his command, a majestic melody enveloped the entire palace, and outside, the grand doors creaked open. The kings of various nations, already present, ascended the stone steps with their attendants. Upon noticing the imposing Meng family soldiers flanking the path, they momentarily froze, sensing an overwhelming aura of menace that raised the hair on their arms. Their hearts quaked as they pressed on. However, as they approached the golden-armored skeletal soldiers under the command of the agile mouse, a chill swept over them. Their steps faltered, transforming their initial excitement into sheer terror. Traversing through numerous checkpoints and feeling the formidable presence of the soldiers, they realized that this empire was, without a doubt, far more formidable than the previous world government. Upon reaching the square and beholding the grandeur of the palace in its entirety, they stood in stunned silence, at a loss for words to describe the architectural marvel before them. The castles they inhabited paled in comparison to this magnificent edifice, which seemed to belong to a realm far above their own. Demiurgos, stationed at the entrance of the Hall of Heavenly Peace, acknowledged their arrival and spoke. "The kings of the nations have arrived. Enter and present your tributes." Following his words, several soldiers clad in silver armor stepped forward to escort the foremost king into the grand hall. Upon entering, Cobra was taken aback to find a child seated upon the throne, surrounded by individuals clad in bizarre attire, some of whom did not even appear to be human. He stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, forgetting the purpose of his visit. Just then, a nearby attendant gently nudged Cobra, jolting him back to reality. Quickly regaining his composure, Cobra bowed slightly to Ye Tian and announced, "I, Cobra, King of Alabasta, come to present my tribute and offer congratulations to the empire and its people." As his words faded, the agile mouse and others surrounding Ye Tian stepped back, intrigued by Cobra's presence. After a prolonged silence, Cobra felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He gradually raised his gaze to meet Ye Tian's. At that moment, Ye Tian spoke, "Bring forth a seat for King Cobra. Would it be acceptable for him to wait beside me for a brief moment?" "Thank you, Your Majesty Ye Tian," Cobra replied gratefully, leading his attendants to his seat on one side of the hall. Just as he settled down, another king entered, and Ye Tian similarly invited him to sit beside Cobra. As time passed, Ye Tian finally began to receive the tributes of the various kings. Observing the multitude of sovereigns seated on either side, Ye Tian smiled faintly and addressed them. "I have an idea that I would like to propose. I wonder if the esteemed kings would lend their support." "Your Majesty, please do share." "We are all ears," one of the kings from a smaller nation responded with a respectful bow. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian smiled and nodded, then cast a sweeping glance at the surrounding kings before speaking slowly. "You are all aware of my arrangements. I have already dispatched individuals to eliminate all pirate forces and any threats to the common people along the first half of the Grand Line." "Thank you, Your Majesty Ye Tian," the kings expressed in unison, their faces adorned with smiles. In the past, the world government extorted vast sums of celestial gold from each king. But I assure you, such a practice will not exist within my empire. At this proclamation, the countenances of the kings brightened further, symbolizing the promise of greater wealth to cater to their own needs or to benefit their subjects. However, there remains a matter that weighs heavily on my heart. For the sake of the populace and their prosperity, I wonder if you, esteemed kings, might acquiesce to the empire's arrangements. Ye Tian gazed at the kings with a gentle smile. At that moment, Cobra slowly rose, offering a slight bow to Ye Tian before stating, "Your Majesty, please speak freely. Anything that benefits the people will receive the unwavering support of Alabasta." "Indeed, we shall heed your arrangements," the kings echoed in agreement. "Excellent, excellent." Ye Tian's smile grew even more radiant. For many years, the exploitation of the people has not only been the doing of the celestial dragons and the world government, but has also been exacerbated by the nobility. Thus, I have resolved to abolish all noble titles across the world. Pausing momentarily to survey the astonished faces of the kings, Ye Tian continued, "In the future, titles will be granted uniformly by the empire. Nobles shall retain honor and certain tax privileges but will possess no other rights. Moreover, beyond the nobility, I perceive that there are far too many kings in this world. Therefore, I have decided to dissolve all kingdoms." Ignoring the reactions from those present, he pressed on, "In the future, each king shall be unified under a single title, relieving you of those burdensome affairs. The subjects under your reign shall flourish under the guidance of the empire. What say you, esteemed kings?" As he concluded, a playful smile crept across Ye Tian's face as he regarded the assembly of kings. Eventually, after much heated debate among the kings, one stood up boldly. Addressing Ye Tian with a fierce tone, "Your Majesty Ye Tian, are you intent on making enemies of all nations?" Not at all. Do not use the term enemy, for your strengths are vastly lacking, Ye Tian replied nonchalantly, dismissing their concerns with a flick of his wrist. Ye Tian, how dare you treat us this way after we have traveled such distances to present our tributes? Another king rose, pointing an accusing finger at him. Ah, if even that courtesy is unnecessary, then so be it. I had hoped for a cordial discussion, but since you show no desire for dialogue, there is no need for me to engage with you further. Ye Tian's smile remained unchanged. Ye Tian, do you truly intend to pursue this course? One king asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Meanwhile, Cobra sat silently, his eyes closed in contemplation. At that moment, a voice rang from outside. King Neptune of Fishman Island has come to present tributes. As the announcement echoed, the clamor among the kings gradually subsided, each casting scornful glances toward the entrance. Neptune then entered, accompanied by Jin Bei and several attendants. Upon seeing Ye Tian seated on the throne, Neptune offered a slight bow and proclaimed, King Neptune of Fishman Island brings tributes to the empire, paying homage to your majesty Ye Tian. Thank you, King Neptune. Please, take a seat, Ye Tian replied, turning his attention back to the other kings. Now, let us resume our prior discussion, shall we? Do you agree, or do you dissent? We dissent. You wish to wage war against all our nations. Do you dare? One king retorted vehemently. Do you question my courage? Not long ago, the 5 elders spoke similarly, and now they are no more. Do you think yourself stronger than the world government? Do you believe I fear you? Ye Tian's smile remained unwavering. At this, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Sighing inwardly, Cobra rose slowly and addressed Ye Tian, Your Majesty. May I inquire how the empire intends to treat the people, and us should we relinquish our thrones? Upon hearing these words, a broader smile spread across Ye Tian's face. He then nodded in satisfaction at Cobra and said, You are commendable. Now, let me elucidate my plans. Following the abolition of the monarchy, the empire will foster trade among the various islands, thereby enriching the populace. Each king will be compensated with the title of Earl, though their retinue shall be limited to 50 to 100 attendants. You need not fret about your livelihoods. An Earl is entitled to the tax revenue from a small town, which will sustain a comfortable existence. In the future, I shall establish a police station and a naval base on each island to ensure your safety from any threats. After Ye Tian's explanation, Cobra slowly raised his head, surveying the individuals around him before directing his gaze towards those accompanying Ye Tian. He could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from them. Among them, one figure resembling a skeleton sent chills down his spine, awakening a tremor of fear within him. He realized that Ye Tian might indeed regard them with disdain. At that moment, Ye Tian spoke again. I shall grant you half an hour to contemplate your course of action. After 30 minutes, I shall expect to see your decision. With that, he turned and walked away, followed closely by Fei Shu and the others as they exited the grand hall. As Ye Tian and his entourage departed, the surrounding soldiers also began to leave, casually shutting the doors behind them. In an instant, the hall was shrouded in darkness. The kings of the various nations could not help but feel a sense of despair at such a sight. However, it was not long before they began to engage in discussion. From their brief encounter with Ye Tian, they had gleaned insights into his character and intentions. Gradually, the hall descended into a cacophony of arguments. Half an hour later, the doors creaked open, and Ye Tian, accompanied by Fei Shu, re-entered the hall. Seated upon the throne, Ye Tian surveyed the kings below and spoke slowly. Well, have you reached a decision? We refuse. You have no right to demand that we relinquish our thrones. One of the kings retorted vehemently, glaring at Ye Tian. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian remained calm and turned his gaze towards a soldier standing nearby, instructing, Summon the generals of the warring states. Yes, the soldier replied promptly before swiftly departing the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, the general entered with measured steps. Casting a casual glance at the kings flanking the hall, he positioned himself at the center and offered a slight bow to Ye Tian, inquiring, Your Majesty, what commands do you have for me? In response, Ye Tian nodded slowly and addressed the general. Mobilize the navy to dismantle the kingdoms and nobility along the first half of the Grand Line. Should there be any resistance, eliminate them without hesitation. The moment Ye Tian concluded his statement, numerous kings rose abruptly, their expressions filled with astonishment as they exclaimed, Ye Tian, what are you planning to do? Upon hearing this, Ye Tian could not help but smile slightly, then turned to address them. I am here to make choices for you. In the future, your presence will no longer be necessary, for you merely encroach upon the livelihood of the common people. Furthermore, I have no desire for autonomous militia within my empire. You are truly ruthless, a king exclaimed, his voice laden with sorrow as he gazed at Ye Tian. No, it is you who are merciless. With that, Ye Tian shifted his gaze to Cobra. Cobra, what is your decision? Upon hearing Ye Tian's inquiry, Cobra slowly raised his head, his expression resolute as he declared, I consent to relinquish the throne and agree with His Majesty's decision. All I seek is the safety of my family and the well-being of the populace. Very well, then. Count Cobra, you shall accompany the warring states. This is the only way to avert further casualties, Ye Tian remarked with a gentle smile. Thank you, Your Majesty, Cobra replied, preparing to depart. However, just as he turned, Ye Tian's voice echoed once more. In due time, once the Empire has vanquished the pirates of the New World, arrangements will be made for your residence. Upon hearing this, Cobra expressionlessly nodded, then offered a respectful bow to Ye Tian before departing the Grand Hall. As Ye Tian observed Cobra's retreating figure, a fleeting expression of amusement crossed his face, and he turned to Zhang Guo, saying, That will be all. Please make the necessary arrangements. Understood, Zhang Guo replied, bowing to Ye Tian before exiting the hall. However, the moment Zhang Guo stepped out, the hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. Your Majesty Ye Tian, we agree to relinquish our thrones. We agree to relinquish our thrones. Indeed, we are willing to forego our crowns. As he gazed at the anxious expressions of the kings present, a smile flickered across Ye Tian's face. He then spoke slowly. Are you certain? Do you harbor no regrets? Decidedly so, without remorse, the kings affirmed, nodding in unison. Very well, in that case. You shall all follow Zhang Guo as you depart, Ye Tian concluded, turning to call out to Zhang Guo, who had just exited the Grand Hall. Zhang Guo. These individuals are entrusted to your care. Upon hearing this, the warring states gradually turned his head, nodded at Ye Tian, and then departed with a multitude of kings. Observing the vast emptiness of the hall before him, Ye Tian could not help but burst into laughter. The nearby Hong A and others looked at Ye Tian, each raising their thumbs in admiration. Ye Tian, you executed that splendidly. Hong A was the first to speak. Ah, it was nothing, Ye Tian chuckled, hastily waving his hand in modesty. It must be said, Ye Tian's strategy was indeed commendable. Given the inherent weakness of their nation, the threat had an unexpectedly profound impact. Indeed, Nicole Fury slowly remarked. Absolutely, Zhang Chuan nodded in agreement. Haha, well then, in a couple of days, we shall venture into the New World and witness the true might of the so-called Four Emperors, Ye Tian stated, gazing at the group. That sounds splendid. The title of Four Emperors is indeed formidable. I wonder, however, about their actual strength, Menshir mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Oh, by the way, Carp, would you like to go have a chat with Whitebeard? After all, you are old friends, are you not? Ye Tian inquired, looking at Carp. Chat with Whitebeard? About what? Carp responded, momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting confusion as he looked at Ye Tian. Hearing Carp's response, Ye Tian cast an exasperated glance in his direction and retorted, to see if he might be willing to relinquish his pirate status and join the adventure crew. However, I suspect it may not be likely. He has far too many pirates under his command. Hence, I thought it prudent for you to gauge his disposition. Upon hearing this, Carp nodded slowly and then turned to Ye Tian, saying, Very well, I shall attend to it shortly. Ye Tian contemplated for a moment before addressing the assembly. In due course, once the arrangements for this world are in place, I shall initiate a grand conscription and select a contingent of personnel. We shall venture into that realm. The crowd appeared perplexed by his words. Noticing their confusion, Ye Tian cast them an exasperated glance and elaborated, the world I previously mentioned. The one we are set to engage in battle. Have you all forgotten? It is a realm overrun by the undead, and we must cleanse it. Oh, I see. That sounds promising, Rimuru exclaimed, nodding eagerly in response to Ye Tian's declaration. Indeed, let it be settled then. Come, let us stroll through my imperial garden. Ye Tian added with a playful tone. With that, he descended from his throne and led the group towards the royal garden. Meanwhile, Sengoku, accompanied by numerous kings, boarded a colossal warship. Within Sengoku's office, he was diligently reviewing documents when a gentle knock resonated at the door. Enter, he replied without lifting his gaze. A figure gradually stepped inside, remaining silent, which prompted Sengoku to sense an unusual atmosphere. He abruptly raised his head and was met by the sight of Cobra standing before him. Seeing this, Sengoku calmly set down his pen and closed the file on his desk. Is there something you wish to discuss, Count Cobra? Sengoku inquired casually. Upon hearing this, Cobra could not help but let out a bitter smile. He then gazed at General Zhanghua, slightly shaking his head as he spoke. General Zhanghua, there are certain matters I wish to inquire about. What matters? Zhanghua asked, his expression tinged with curiosity. Concerning the Empire, Cobra replied hesitantly. The Empire, you say? Well, I shall divulge whatever I can. If it is beyond my purview, I apologize in advance, Zhanghua responded with a slow nod. Rest assured, I shall not pry into anything excessively confidential, Cobra hastily reassured him. Very well, proceed with your questions, Zhanghua encouraged. Regarding His Majesty, Emperor Ye Tian? Why have I never heard of him before, especially considering his youth? And what are those accompanying him? How is it? Cobra began, then added, oh, of course. If this is classified information, there is no need to disclose it. Upon hearing this, Sengoku smiled faintly and then addressed him, saying, there is no need for concern. These matters are not shrouded in secrecy, and I am willing to share some insights with you. Pray, enlighten me, Cobra responded, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at Sengoku. Your Majesty, Lord Ye Tian, has only recently emerged in this world. Previously, it was said that the celestial dragons are descendants of deities. Thus, for us, Lord Ye Tian is akin to a god. I do not refer to his prowess, but rather his stature, his position, which transcends mere appearances. As for those who surround Lord Ye Tian, you may perceive them as gods from other realms. Hence, I would advise you, obedience and submission are not erroneous choices. Rather, they are privileges and honors. Sengoku remarked, a smile gracing his face as he spoke to Cobra. Are their origins truly so profound? Cobra murmured, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Sengoku. Indeed. Otherwise, do you wonder why the world government did not call upon our Navy's assistance before their annihilation? They merely traversed the corridors of the world government. Sengoku affirmed with conviction. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku, for clarifying my doubts. I now comprehend my course of action, Cobra replied, his demeanor brimming with excitement. Very well, it is settled then. Align yourself closely with His Majesty's directives, and you shall not suffer. However, should you oppose His Majesty's will, neither our Navy nor even His Majesty himself will intervene. And you shall find yourself forsaken by the world. Take care. With that, Sengoku turned his attention back to his documents, leaving Cobra to ponder his words. At the Alabasta dock, several naval vessels gradually made their approach. Elite sailors assembled in disciplined ranks. On the deck of the flagship, Sengoku observed the conflicted expression on Cobra's face and could not help but smile gently, then stated, You have made a judicious choice. The Empire will not neglect you. Upon hearing this, Cobra slowly nodded, then took a deep breath as he gazed at Zhanghua, saying, Now that we have reached this point, any action would be futile. I only hope the Empire will not discard us like a worn-out tool. After speaking, he descended the deck at a measured pace, surrounded by a throng of naval officers. Arriving at the gates of the kingdom, at that moment, Princess Vivi, with her flowing blue hair, stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting. Father, you have returned, Vivi exclaimed, her steps light as she ran towards Cobra. Witnessing this, Cobra couldn't help but smile knowingly, then turned to Zhanghua, whispering, Forgive my daughter's exuberance. Ah, no offense taken. The bond between a count and his daughter is indeed profound. I can relate, Zhanghua replied with a hearty laugh, his eyes glimmering with delight as he regarded Cobra. Upon hearing Zhanghua's words, Princess Vivi, who had just leapt into Cobra's embrace, paused in surprise, her expression shifting to one of confusion as she looked up at her father and asked, Father? Seeing the puzzled look on his daughter's face, Cobra sighed deeply. He gently stroked Vivi's long blue hair and said, You will understand shortly. He then turned to Zhanghua and added, General Zhanghua, let us ascend the battlements together, for I have an announcement to make. With that, he took Vivi's hand and led her toward the tower. Zhanghua nodded slowly, subsequently following along with the other naval officers. On their way, Cobra instructed a nearby guard, Go gather all the citizens within the capital. I have something of great importance to announce. Yes, my lord. The guard replied and promptly departed. At the base of the tower, the citizens arrived in scattered groups, observing Cobra and the naval officers above. Sensing that the king was about to make a significant declaration. As expected, just as the crowd gathered, Cobra raised his head and addressed the amplification device in his hand. Speaking slowly, My fellow citizens, I, Cobra, stand before you to announce an important matter. At these words, the crowd looked up in anticipation. In that moment, Cobra, his expression previously stoic, inhaled deeply, and tears began to well in his weathered eyes. After a brief moment of self-composure, he spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. I hereby announce the dissolution of the Alabasta Kingdom. Henceforth, the citizens of Alabasta shall be directly governed by the Empire, and the welfare of the people will be administered by the Empire. This declaration plunged the crowd into shock, enveloping the area in an oppressive silence. After a long pause, a captain standing behind Cobra, his voice choked with emotion, inquired, "My king, why is this? Has the Empire forced your hand?" With that, the captain's fierce, reddened eyes shot a glare at Zhonghua, fully aware that the Navy had already aligned itself with the Empire, suspecting their presence here was merely to oversee matters. Just as he was about to confront Zhonghua, Cobra's voice, filled with emotion, interrupted, "Silence, Ikalam. This is the result of my careful deliberation." Upon hearing these words, Ikalam found himself momentarily frozen in place, gazing blankly at Cobra. Meanwhile, the Marshal of Wano, with a slight smile, turned to Cobra and said, "Count Cobra, I implore you to disband the royal army. However, you may temporarily reside within the palace. The decision of where to relocate shall rest with His Majesty. Congratulations on making a prudent choice." Cobra, feeling somewhat relieved, responded, "The Marshal of Wano is overly gracious. In the future, we shall require the Empire's continued support." Having made his decision, Cobra realized there was no turning back. Even if he wished to retract it, it would be futile. For the might of the naval commander was not to be trifled with. Concurrently, Cobra instructed his subordinates to dissolve their respective armies. Observing Cobra in this moment, Wano could not help but shake his head, silently sighing before addressing him. "Well then, Count Cobra, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and walked straight towards the lower city walls. Cobra did not see him off, but instead stood quietly, contemplating the retreating figure of Wano, lost in thought. At that moment, Vivi, standing beside Cobra, looked at him with concern and said, "Father." Upon hearing this, Cobra smiled faintly and then gazed at her, saying, "It is all right, Vivi. Everything will be fine. In the future, the people will live better lives. No longer will there be pirates on the seas who threaten the populace." "Is that truly the case?" Vivi inquired hesitantly upon hearing Cobra's words. "Indeed," he affirmed. "In the time to come, the Empire will establish police stations in every island and village to safeguard the local citizens. However, unlike the world government, which is rife with numerous nations, the Empire will not permit such a situation. Thus, to prevent further casualties among the people, this is the most prudent course of action." Cobra smiled wryly, unable to hide his resignation. In truth, upon announcing this decision, he felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He could finally relinquish the burdens he bore. At the same time, he harbored hopes that his people would enjoy a better existence. He believed wholeheartedly that the Empire would fulfill this wish. As he gazed down at the citizens below the city walls, who wept bitterly, he sighed deeply and turned to Ikalam, speaking softly. "Close the palace gates and await the Empire's summons." With that, he took Vivi's small hand and descended from the battlements. Witnessing this, Ikalam clenched his teeth, remaining frozen in place for a moment before responding weakly, "Understood." He was acutely aware that, regardless of his reluctance, he could not alter the outcome. The world government was beyond his capacity to confront, and the Empire, which had utterly overwhelmed the world government, was even less within his reach to challenge. Exiting the capital, he stood quietly atop a sand dune with a contingent of Marines, positioned not far from the city. He could not guarantee that Cobra was genuinely submitting and willing to dissolve his nation. Hence, early on, he had dispatched 2 Marines to infiltrate the capital for continuous observation and immediate response. At last, 2 figures hurried towards him, halting before him. They bowed directly to Wano and reported, "Marshal, Count Cobra has disbanded Alabasta and closed the palace gates, refusing to meet with anyone, awaiting the Empire's summons." Upon hearing this, Sengoku nodded slowly, then turned to the 2 individuals and said, "Indeed, I understand. Let us return to the warship and proceed to the next nation." With that, Sengoku turned decisively and, accompanied by the Marines, made his way towards the dock. During this period, Sengoku had been escorting the kings from the first half of the Grand Line, stopping at each nation. Those who dared to betray were swiftly dealt with by the Navy. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions, under the leadership of Garp, advanced toward the New World. In a vast expanse of ocean within the New World, a colossal pirate ship rose and fell with the tumultuous waves. On the deck of this great vessel stood a formidable figure, his robust physique accentuated by a white mustache that curved like a crescent moon, constantly declaring his identity. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, a man renowned as one of the 4 emperors of the New World, and also hailed as the world's strongest man. At this moment, on the ship where Whitebeard resided, A particular figure stood out prominently. Gururara. Garp, have you come to initiate combat on behalf of the Empire? Whitebeard remarked with a confident smile, gazing at Garp and laughing heartily. Upon hearing this, Garp could not help but shake his head. He then slowly raised his gaze towards Whitebeard and said, Newgate. The world has changed. The existence of pirates has nearly been resolved by the Empire. Now, only the New World remains. What do you think? Hearing Garp's words, Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Gwahaha. I am the strongest man in the world. The Empire is merely another world government. Isn't it? If they have the capability, let them come. Let us see if Whitebeard fears them. Upon hearing Newgate's response, Garp was momentarily stunned. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he slowly replied, Whitebeard, you are not their match. They are invincible, destined never to fail. For opposing them is tantamount to opposing the world itself. Gwahaha. Garp, as you grow older, your courage diminishes. Whitebeard roared with laughter. Upon hearing this, Garp fell into a moment of silence, then slowly turned to the group of pirates surrounding him, saying, Newgate, you cannot act this way. I understand your intentions. But do you think the world government was merely crushed by the Empire without reason? The secrets of the world government are not few, nor is their military strength weak. Yet, in just a few hours, the Empire laid bare the world government, revealing even its hidden cards. What was the outcome? The world government and Mary Geos were drenched in blood, and the five elders, along with the shadowy figure behind the world government, did not even manage to escape. You must consider your actions carefully. I do not have much time to persuade you. As an old friend, I felt compelled to share these thoughts. Now, I must take my leave. With that, he gradually rose and stepped toward the nearby naval ship. Watching Garp's departing figure, Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback, then focused his gaze upon him. Contemplating Garp's retreating silhouette, Whitebeard turned his attention to those surrounding him. After a long while, he finally raised his head to gaze at the vast ocean. He understood Garp's intentions, yet he felt an overwhelming helplessness. It was impossible for him to abandon his family, no matter how volatile his nature might be. They were still his family. He recognized the immense strength of the Empire that had effortlessly overwhelmed the world government. If it were up to him, he would not wish to disband his crew to form some adventurers group. However, if he did not dissolve his crew, it would mean standing against the Empire. Although he was aware of the Empire's might, he could not forsake the family he had painstakingly built merely because of their strength. How could he then claim to be the strongest man in the world? On a small naval vessel, Garp gazed wistfully at the receding pirate ship. After a long pause, he finally murmured, Take care of yourself. Their power is beyond your ability to withstand. Edward Newgate. Farewell. With that, Garp began to paddle back toward his original direction. He could easily guess Whitebeard's thoughts. He knew that many of the ruthless pirates on Whitebeard's ship would never reform, and given the emotional ties involved, he found himself unable to make any definitive choices. Such was his nature. Not far from this maritime expanse, on an island, Ye Tian and others sat in a circle, quietly roasting chunks of meat in their hands. This world was indeed wondrous. The pieces of meat were remarkably large and delicious too. Rimuru, having transformed into a human, devoured his portion with gusto. Hey, Rimuru, slow down. We haven't even started eating yet, and you're finishing yours already, complained Red-A, observing him with dissatisfaction. Oh, it's impossible to resist. This meat is simply too delectable. Though it was merely roasted casually, the flavor is truly remarkable, Rimuru replied, taking another hearty bite. Seeing this, Ye Tian was momentarily stunned, then suddenly lunged in front of Rimuru, snatching the other piece of meat from his hand. Hey, Ye Tian. You can't do this. That is mine, Rimuru exclaimed, springing to his feet and tugging at the meat that Ye Tian had seized. No, you've already eaten so much. Can't you leave a little for me? Let go. I'm starving, Ye Tian insisted, gripping the meat tightly. Upon hearing this, Rimuru was momentarily taken aback, and then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he slowly released his grip. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, Well, I won't compete with you for this piece. After finishing the morsel in his hand, he fixated his sparkling eyes on the meat sizzling on the grill, not blinking even once. Observing this, Red-A could only facepalm in exasperation, lamenting, My goodness, both of you are late, and we haven't even started eating yet, especially you, Rimuru. However, Rimuru paid no heed, his gaze still glued to the cooking meat. As the sound of sizzling grease erupted, he quickly extended his hand, ready to snatch it. Just as he did, Matoy raised him up with a swift motion, retrieving a piece of grilled meat for himself. which he eagerly devoured. After everyone took a share, the remainder was handed to Rimuru. Seeing this, Rimuru immediately reached out to claim the leftover piece, preparing to indulge. At that moment, a face suddenly loomed large before him, revealing Ye Tian, who took a hearty bite of the meat. Rimuru froze in place, while Ye Tian and the others were merrily engaging in playful banter. Carp arrived at the shore aboard a small military vessel. Upon witnessing the group feasting with delight, his expression darkened, and he leapt from the ship onto the shore. "Leave me a piece," he exclaimed, then swiftly bounded over to Rimuru, snatching the very piece he was about to eat and stuffing it into his own mouth. Rimuru, momentarily stunned by Carp's audacity, stared blankly as Carp savored the meat, grease dripping from his lips. Enraged, Rimuru transformed into a slime and leaped onto Carp's head, clinging tightly, shouting, "Carp, give me back my meat." Carp, unfazed, continued munching away, ignoring Rimuru's desperate cries. After some playful scuffling, they gathered around the campfire to chat. Seizing the moment, Ye Tian inquired, "So, has Whitebeard agreed?" Upon hearing this, Carp couldn't help but shake his head. He then gazed at Ye Tian and sighed gently, saying, "No, I suspect they would never agree. The Whitebeard pirates place immense value on familial bonds. Moreover, while it may be simple for the captains of the main fleet to request changes, it is indeed more challenging for those outside. However, let us give them some time. I believe Whitebeard will give it serious consideration." Listening to Carp's words, Ye Tian nodded slowly and then turned to him, saying, "Well then, let us first deal with Kaido and Big Mom before heading to Whitebeard." The others nodded in agreement. Afterward, Ye Tian shifted his gaze to the flying squirrel, a curious expression adorning his face as he inquired, "So, have you gathered enough exchange points?" At Ye Tian's words, the flying squirrel was momentarily taken aback, before looking somewhat dejected as he replied, "Not yet. I still need several thousand exchange points to transform into a human while retaining my current abilities." "Yes, keep pushing forward. Once we arrive in that world, I believe you'll be close to achieving it." Ye Tian reassured him with a nod. "All right," the flying squirrel replied, filled with anticipation. However, just as the group was about to embark on a new topic of conversation, a voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Ding! Supplementing new members. Animal Keeper has joined the Alliance Group. Incompetent Fury Subaru has joined the Alliance Group. Shining Asuna has joined the Alliance Group. As the voice gradually faded, Ye Tian was the first to break into a smile, looking around at everyone. "We have newcomers." "Yes, let me take a look," Rimuru said as he promptly entered the Alliance Group. Slime, "Hello, newcomers." Incompetent Fury Subaru, "Help, someone, save me, save Amelia." Shining Asuna, "Huh? Where is this?" Animal Keeper, "Could this be the legendary Golden Finger?" Ye Tian, the leader of the Alliance, responded, "Incompetent Fury Subaru, you must be Natsuki Subaru." "All right. I will come to your aid." Incompetent Fury Subaru, "Thank you. I am immensely grateful." Nonsensical talk. Another world? Huh? Ye Tian, "My brother, I wish to accompany you to see what this other world is like." Slime, "I want to go too. I want to join." Ye Tian, the leader of the Alliance, replied, "Well, feel free. I shall head over first." In a somewhat dilapidated tavern in the world starting from zero, Natsuki Subaru, who had been hiding to the side, watched as Amelia fought against the hunter Elsa. After inexplicably entering a chat group of sorts, he began to seek help. Finally, when someone responded to his plea for assistance, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Striding forward, he shouted at Hunter Elsa, "Are you sure you want to leave? You'll die." Upon hearing this, Elsa, who had been evading Amelia's attacks, was momentarily taken aback. A wicked smile crept onto her lips as she remarked, "Little brother, are you merely stalling for time?" With that, she swiftly charged towards Natsuki Subaru. In response, Subaru's heart raced with urgency as he repeatedly thought, "Is it not time yet? Is it not time yet?" Finally, just as Elsa was about to reach him, a black hole suddenly appeared beside Subaru. Accompanying this spectacle was a thunderous roar. How audacious! To dare obstruct the path of my master! Instantly, several armored knights clad in silver and wielding longswords surged forth from the black hole, pushing Elsa back several paces. As Elsa gradually regained her footing, she cast a curious glance at the newly arrived knights, and then turned her gaze towards Subaru, asking, "Little brother, are these soldiers your saviors?" Upon hearing the words, the initially terrified expression of Tsukiyomi Aki transformed into one of exhilaration, his eyes fixated on the nearby black hole. He murmured indistinctly, "Is it coming? Is it really coming?" The leader of the Alliance. However, as everyone turned their attention towards the black hole, They found no figure emerging from within. Just as confusion set in, several voices resonated from inside. Hey, 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 little brother Ye Tian, slow down a bit. I say. Old Bone, must you be so pushy? Look at those two horns atop your head. You're nearly breaking this passage. Montaigne, be quiet. Your Majesty the Demon King. Let us not get too excited. You can't outpace them. Let us just wait our turn. Rimuru, could you refrain from standing on my head? Do you dare challenge me to become Digga and burst this black hole? Enough with the banter, Dagu, let us go. The patrons in the tavern. Upon hearing the commotion from within the black hole, couldn't he help but feel a wave of exasperation. Nevertheless, Emilia and Elsa discerned something unusual from the exchange. The titles mentioned, Your Majesty the Demon King, Montaigne, Ye Tian, the Horned Old Bone, Rimuru, Dagu, Digga provoked questions about the identities of those who were about to emerge. Both women directed their gaze towards Tsukiyomi Aki. At that moment, Aki hastened to the edge of the black hole, standing quietly in anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a child clad in a dragon robe stepped out from the black hole. Ye Tian emerged, slowly turning his head to regard Tsukiyomi Aki, and said, Ah, you must be Tsukiyomi Aki. I recognize you. I am Ye Tian. Upon hearing this, Natsuki Aki's pupils involuntarily constricted, and he promptly bowed, saying, Natsuki Aki, pay my respects to the alliance leader. I am immensely grateful for your timely assistance. Hearing his words, Ye Tian could not help but smile, casually waving his hand in response. It's nothing, really. However, just as he was about to say more, a voice emerged from behind him. I say, little Ye Tian, could you please not block the doorway? We are all waiting for you inside. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but curl his lips and say, You criticize me, yet have you taken a look at your own two horns? They almost couldn't make it through. Nevertheless, Ye Tian took a few steps forward, casting his gaze over the crowd present, gradually settling his eyes upon the hunter Elsa. Elsa, noticing Ye Tian's unwavering stare, instinctively licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with a sudden glimmer of brilliance. She was certain that this young boy possessed formidable strength, and this realization caused a flicker of hesitation to arise within her heart. Seeing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile and remark, Old Bone, do you think this lady has any use for you undead folk? The term undead escaped Ye Tian's lips, prompting the onlookers to furrow their brows in confusion. Just as they were contemplating this, a skeletal figure clad in a long robe and had slowly emerged from the dark void. My pen is already full. He is of no use, the flying squirrel said nonchalantly. A pen? Elsa's pupils instantly constricted as she swiftly turned her head towards the source of the voice. Upon catching sight of the flying squirrel, she froze in place, her heart racing. What had she just witnessed? A skeleton that could speak. In that moment, a chill surged through her, and beads of cold sweat formed across her skin. She was increasingly convinced that she needed to escape this place. It had transformed into a hellish realm. Indeed, it was hell. She had no idea how Jukiyama Akira had summoned these individuals. But the mere presence of the two who had emerged was enough to send shivers down her spine, let alone those yet to appear. Wow, so many people. A voice chimed as a figure clad in dark crimson armor, Meng Tian, emerged from the void. As he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landed on Jukiyama Akira, who stood quietly beside the dark void. With a hint of amusement, he stated, Ordinary folks, welcome to the Alliance. However, congratulations are in order, for you shall soon become the envoy of this world. I have high hopes for you, lad. With that, Meng Tian patted Jukiyama Akira's shoulder. At that moment, a voice called out from behind Meng Tian, Hey, General Meng, could you hurry up? You're blocking our way. An arm reached out from the dark void, nudging Meng Tian forward, and soon after, the figure emerged. The silver-haired Red A greeted Jukiyama Akira with a smile before striding over to Ye Tian's side. Kapu, you scoundrel. Don't wipe your boogers on me. Do you dare to believe I'll have Ye Tian strip you of your vice-admiral position? A youthful voice echoed from the dark void. Go ahead, I'm not afraid. I'll just head home to take care of my grandson. How infuriating. Kapu, dressed in a formal suit and draped in a vice-admiral's cloak, stepped out of the void, holding Limulu. Your Majesty, take it slow. We don't know what awaits us ahead. Oh, Waz, I'm quite curious about what other worlds are like. Hurry up. Takaban Zongwu exclaimed excitedly as he dashed out from the dark void, with Waz trailing behind, looking exasperated. Upon seeing Takaban Zongwu emerge from the void, Jukiyama Akira's face broke into a smile, for he recognized the modern attire, indicative of a person from the contemporary world. Just as he was about to greet him, Takaban Zongwu spoke first. Hey there. Are you a traveler? Haha. Welcome to the Alliance. Hello, Jukiyama Akira promptly replied. At that moment, Minyashur, toying with the camera hanging around his neck, leisurely emerged from the dark void. Hey, young man, greetings. Hello. Thank you all for coming to assist me, Jukiyama Akira quickly expressed. It's just a small matter. And congratulations on becoming the envoy of this world. From now on, you shall traverse this realm unhindered, for the world will yield to you. With that, Minyashur gently patted his shoulder and made his way towards Ye Tian. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he turned back toward the dark void and called, Daegu, hurry up. Coming. My gun just fell. I'm on my way. As the voice faded, Daegu, donned in a victory team uniform, hurriedly stepped out. The moment he emerged, the dark void began to close. Yet, at that instant, another dark void appeared nearby. Haha. Did I arrive just in time? It was tough escaping from class. Zhang Chulan exclaimed excitedly as he rushed out from the dark void. Elsa gazed at the growing crowd. Her expression filled with terror, causing her to tremble slightly. She realized that this time, there was no escape for her. Among the crowd, her keen eye discerned those who appeared ordinary and those whose power was terrifyingly formidable. Yet, she dared not gamble or threaten anyone with a reckless attack. At that moment, Ye Tian slowly approached her. However, nearby, Emilia urgently called out, Hey, little one, be careful. He is very dangerous. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly turned his head to gaze at Emilia. A smile graced his face as he remarked, You must be Emilia. Indeed, you are quite charming. How do you know my name? Emilia asked, her eyes wide with surprise. At that moment, a soft rustle accompanied the appearance of a gray cat perched on Emilia's shoulder. Its weary expression directed at her as it inquired, What is the matter? Yet, in an instant, its attention shifted to Ye Tian and his companions. As its gaze swept over them, the atmosphere grew tense. So formidable. Each one is incredibly strong, Parker whispered into Emilia's ear. Upon hearing this, Emilia's expression instantly became grave and filled with vigilance as she gazed at Ye Tian and the others. Noticing her demeanor, Ye Tian casually waved his hand and assured her, There's no need for concern. If we truly intended to engage you in combat, your demise would occur in but an instant. At this point, Ye Tian's voice paused momentarily before his figure abruptly vanished from sight. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Elsa? Upon hearing this, Elsa, who had been cautiously observing Ye Tian, suddenly froze. Swiftly turning her head to behold Ye Tian, who had already approached her from behind. With a slight tremor, she nodded and replied, Yes. Stay here and do not move. I will attend to you shortly. As she spoke, Ye Tian's figure returned to its original position. Ye Tian, is this truly another world? It feels nothing like the realm where Old Bone resides, Carp remarked, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, Think carefully about what you did when you visited the Old Bones. You merely witnessed a battle. What did you truly observe? Indeed, Carp chuckled lightly. Of course, in another world, everything is somewhat similar, only the species differ. Ye Tian, not wishing to engage further with Carp, slowly turned his gaze toward the flying mouse and remarked, This world is quite intriguing. One can acquire abilities through blessings. Would you like to give it a try? Through blessings? The flying mouse pondered for a moment in silence, then revealed the emblem of the realm envoy affixed to his clothing. With a serious tone, he declared, I shall first attempt to discern its effects. I am the realm envoy of the otherworldly realm, the flying mouse. As I step into this world, I beseech the world's will to bestow upon me its blessings. In an instant, the flying mouse sensed a peculiar alteration within himself. Unconsciously, he began to utter the names of the blessings. Worldly fortune blessing, worldly ability enhancement, worldly defense enhancement, linguistic blessing, mana doubling. A multitude of blessings, both great and small, enveloped the flying mouse in a flash. Witnessing this, Parker, who had initially appeared wary, stared at the flying mouse as if he had seen a ghost. This piqued the curiosity of the others, who subsequently summoned their own emblems and sought blessings akin to the flying mouse. Ye Tian joined them as well. After a considerable time, Ye Tian slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The flying mouse, intrigued, inquired, What did you acquire? Imperial blessing, golden decree, words manifest power. As long as they are not overwhelmingly stronger than me, it shall prove effective. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were filled with envy. They too yearned to possess such abilities. Allow me to make an attempt, Ye Tian declared as he slowly turned to face Elsa. With a grave demeanor, he commanded, I order you to kneel. The moment those words left his lips, Elsa's expression shifted dramatically. He could distinctly feel an overwhelming force enveloping him, intent on forcing him to the ground. With a resounding thud, Elsa found himself kneeling, unable to lift his head under the weight of that immense pressure. "Where is that jester?" Ye Tian inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Elsa was momentarily taken aback, and then she stared blankly at Ye Tian. Noticing her silence, Ye Tian's expression gradually darkened. In response, Elsa spoke with a quiver in her voice. I do not know either." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian slowly nodded, then gazed at her and said, "Very well, proceed with your suicide." As soon as the words left his lips, Elsa's pupils instantly constricted, and she involuntarily cried out, "No. Please, no." Yet, despite her desperation, she could not restrain her hand. Gradually, it lifted a dagger from behind her and plunged it directly into her chest. In an instant, she collapsed into a pool of blood. Witnessing this, Emilia and the others quickly covered their mouths, staring at Ye Tian in horror. She could hardly comprehend why a mere child could so calmly provoke another to take such a drastic step. At that moment, Parker slowly approached Ye Tian, taken aback. Ye Tian looked at it with curiosity and inquired, "What is it?" "The clown you mentioned earlier. Who is it?" Parker, with a grave expression, asked. "The clown? It is. Of course, the one you all know. The one who wishes to slay dragons and harbors a fondness for his teacher." Ye Tian replied straightforwardly. "Roswell? But why?" Just as Parker began to articulate its thoughts, it suddenly froze in place. It had come to a realization. However, before it could pose further questions, Ye Tian interrupted, saying, "Everyone, we have made the effort to arrive in this alternate world. Let us explore it a bit. Honestly, old bone, what do you think about conquering this realm?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian slowly turned his gaze, and then remarked, "Indeed, however, it is rather troublesome. Let him follow the narrative until he encounters the sorceress." Sorceress? The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Ye Tian's statement, and then they collectively expressed their astonishment. "Do you think he simply arrived here by chance? He was summoned by the sorceress and possesses the ability to save his progress in the game." Just as Ye Tian's words faded, a dark aura began to envelop him. However, in an instant, the emblem of the Boundary Guardian on his chest radiated brightly, dispelling the ominous presence. Sensing the change within his body, Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly, then slowly remarked, "TSK, can this fellow still hear my words? Isn't it only effective for Jukiyama Aki?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the meaning behind Ye Tian's statement. Just as they were about to voice their inquiries, Ye Tian preemptively spoke. "Very well, let it be. Kaiyuan, I shall reserve the position of boundary envoy for you. In due time, it shall be yours. Fear not, you shan't meet your demise. Seize this opportunity to hone your skills." With that, Ye Tian slowly raised his hand, conjuring a card, which he subsequently crushed. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, a black void gradually manifested before him. Without hesitation, Ye Tian stepped into it. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, observing this, Fei Shu and the others could not help but shake their heads, muttering, "Oh well, we shall return another time." They then turned their attention to Kai Yuan, who they gently encouraged. To become a boundary envoy, one must earnestly train and prepare. "We eagerly await the day you ascend to that role." With their words, they too approached the black void. As Kai Yuan watched their departing figures, a sense of calm enveloped him. He understood the nature of the boundary envoy position. Attaining it meant that death would be a near impossibility in this realm, for all dangers would deftly avoid him. Their implication was clear. He could indeed become a boundary envoy, but only after undergoing rigorous training. With this realization, Kai Yuan abruptly turned, gazing at the closing black void, and declared loudly, "I will diligently train myself." As his words echoed, the void sealed shut. At that moment, Parker floated beside Kai Yuan, observing him with keen interest, and inquired, "Young man, are you also one of them?" Upon hearing this, Natsuki Subaru slowly nodded and replied, "They have just recently joined." "Just recently joined? Who are they? Do you know?" Parker inquired slowly. Hearing Parker's words, Natsuki Subaru couldn't help but smile faintly before looking at him and saying, "I am unaware of their identities. All I know is that they possess formidable strength. They traversed the barriers of worlds to assist me." "They crossed the barriers of worlds? What an extraordinary group indeed. So what did they mean by world envoy?" Parker exclaimed, before asking again. Upon hearing this, Natsuki Subaru slowly shook his head and said, I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information. Those who hear it may face dire consequences. Animal Tamer, Iwatani Naofumi, esteemed members of the group. Have you also transcended to become heroes? Slime, Rimuru heroes? What does that entail? Are they not merely humans summoned by mages from another world? Nonsensical remarks. Flying Mouse, I have yet to encounter the term hero in this realm. Could they be players who have crossed over? Nonsensical remarks. Flying Mouse, are you a player as well? Have you transitioned from the modern world? Red A, heroic spirit Emoi, could it be that nonsensical remarks, Slime, Animal Tamer, and the ineptly furious Subaru are all compatriots from the same place? Nonsensical remarks. Flying Mouse, that is a possibility. Leader Ye Tian, you are all from parallel worlds. Animal Tamer, Iwatani Naofumi, Leader Ye Tian. Are you indeed the leader of this alliance? Not Shaking Green Lotus. Zhang Chulan, who else could it be? Did you not notice that his name differs slightly from ours? Animal Tamer, Iwatani Naofumi, my apologies. Animal Tamer, Iwatani Naofumi, after joining the group, I heard several esteemed members mention you. They suggested you likely possess knowledge about everyone in this group and what the future holds, correct? Liquid Leader, ahem. Who told you that? Let us keep things low-key. I merely happen to know. Animal Tamer, Iwatani Naofumi, please, do not be modest. I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Leader Ye Tian, what is it? Ask away. I shall share what I know. Animal Tamer, Iwatani Naofumi, is it true that everyone in the group and I do not inhabit the same world? Leader Ye Tian, indeed. Animal Tamer, Iwatani Naofumi, I currently face a dilemma, and I would appreciate your guidance, Leader. Leader Ye Tian, very well, go ahead with your question. Animal Tamer, Iwatani Naofumi, I have been betrayed. My slave has turned against me, and now, without any means of defense, what should I do? Leader Ye Tian, I see. You have been ensnared by that foolish princess beside the gun hero, correct? Have you acquired the Shield of Wrath yet? Animal Tamer, Iwatani Naofumi, the Shield of Wrath? No, I have not. Leader Ye Tian, that can be remedied. Animal Tamer, Iwatani Naofumi, I implore you for your guidance. Leader Ye Tian, let your wrath erupt. Do not remain silent any longer. That nation is unworthy of your restraint. Animal Tamer, Iwatani Naofumi, but. Leader Ye Tian, but what? Are you not enraged? Betrayed? Belittled? And subjected to scornful mockery? Are you not a man? And yet you choose to endure this? Red A, heroic spirit EMY, Leader Ye Tian. I can't help but feel this young man's plight is rather tragic. Shining Asuna indeed. It sounds quite sorrowful. Nonsensical remarks, Flying Mouse brother, do not weep. Stand up and fight back. Slime, Rimuru, I concur with the Elder's words. Rise up and do not tarnish the name of us travelers. Dagu boiling soup, 1. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming, Minusure Dagu, don't you have work today? Dagu boiling soup, not today, it's Christmas. I'll patrol later tonight, hehe. Ineptly furious Subaru, not Suki Subaru brother, stay strong. As fellow travelers, I empathize with your situation. Ominous Time King, Tokoa Esco, though I may not fully grasp the situation. Brother, do not cry. Rise up and fight back. Black Braised Egg, Nick Fury. Dragon Slayer, Ming Tian, 1. Leader Ye Tian, why is everyone so unified today? Meanwhile, in the Shield Hero's world, Iwatani Naofumi knelt on the ground, dazed and motionless, while the gun hero continued to mock him mercilessly. Suddenly, the surrounding sounds seemed to fade away, and Iwatani felt as if he were enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Gradually, he descended into obscurity. At that moment, the shield on his arm glimmered faintly, revealing an emblem of wrath. Just then, his young mate approached him, intending to assist him while offering words of comfort. However, Iwatani slowly straightened his body, his cold gaze sweeping across the assembly. With a frigid tone, he addressed the onlookers. You lot, with your disdain for the shield. Before he could finish, the king waved his hand and interjected, you. Instantly, Iwatani's expression shifted, and he began to speak. Is there still someone willing to assist me? Before he could complete his thought, 2 soldiers abruptly approached. Iwatani could not help but ask, what is your intention? Shield hero, I apologize, but this is an order. There is nothing I can do, one soldier replied, bowing in apology as he prepared to advance. Seeing this, Iwatani took a step back, his demeanor turning serious as he regarded the 2 soldiers before him, stating, then I shall not take the blame for what follows. At that moment, a black vortex materialized before them, and Ye Tian, adorned in a dragon robe, emerged gracefully. He first glanced at the bewildered Iwatani beside him before shifting his attention to the shield on his arm. After a thorough examination, Ye Tian finally spoke. You are the shield hero, Iwatani Naofumi, am I correct? I am Ye Tian. Upon hearing this, Iwakuni Naofumi turned to Ye Tian, his expression filled with astonishment, and exclaimed, I have met with the alliance leader, Ye Tian. I implore you to assist me and illuminate my path. Hearing Iwakuni's words, Ye Tian slowly nodded and then, with a relaxed demeanor, inquired, Do you harbor resentment? Indeed, Iwakuni Naofumi emphatically affirmed. Do you wish to seek vengeance upon the princess and the king of this nation? Ye Tian continued. I do, Iwakuni replied. Very well, within the alliance, there are over 5 million skeletal soldiers under the command of Old Bone. 4,000 silver-armored soldiers directly affiliated with the alliance, 200,000 from Meng Tian's Meng family army, and 1 million naval forces under my command, which you may direct. With this, you could sweep across the world. What do you think? Ye Tian observed Iwakuni with keen interest. Iwakuni, upon hearing Ye Tian's words, was momentarily dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that the alliance possessed such formidable military strength. Ah, indeed, among these forces, the navy is the strongest, commanded by exceptionally powerful leaders. Next are the skeletal soldiers, whose numbers are particularly vast, followed by the alliance's elite guard, and lastly, the Ming family armies. Ye Tian elaborated on the military situation for Iwakuni. However, at that moment, standing not far away, Chang Yong could not help but burst into hearty laughter. I thought Iwakuni Naofumi was the only fool, but it appears another has emerged. Look at this little brat, so pretentiously composed. TSK, what a pity for him. He must still be nursing. Chang Yong unabashedly mocked both Iwakuni Naofumi and Ye Tian. Upon hearing this, a glint of killing intent flashed across Ye Tian's eyes. Simultaneously, the nobles in the stands on both sides began to mock him, echoing the words of the spear hero. Ye Tian casually surveyed the surroundings, then smiled disdainfully. A suit of armor abruptly materialized on his body, and a standard of the Anti-Otherworld Alliance appeared in his hand. At that moment, clad in dark red armor, with the Alliance standard held high, Ye Tian gazed coldly at the crowd and declared, I am Ye Tian, leader of the Anti-Otherworld Alliance. I hereby formally notify the world's will of this realm. I shall not be dishonored, nor are my words mere jest. Therefore, I, Ye Tian, leader of the Anti-Otherworld Alliance, initiate a declaration of war. The entirety of the world-ruling empire from the Grand Pirate world under my command shall invade this world. Henceforth, under my command, the Sorcerer Kingdom led by Ainz Ul Gon, overlord of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Supreme Being, King of the Undead, formally declares war and invades this world in its entirety. Henceforth, under my command, Meng Tian's army from the King's World, General of Order, Dragon Hunter, and First General of the Xinong Empire, shall invade this world in its entirety. Henceforth, under my command, the Great Jura Alliance led by Remura Tempest, ruler of the Jura Tempest Federation and demon lord from another world, shall invade this world in its entirety. Henceforth, under my command, the benevolent and supreme king from the Zio world, a demon king possessing the power to reshape the universe, shall lead his forces in an all-out invasion of this world. This battle shall be a relentless and unending war. Those who insult me shall be slain, those who revile me shall be slain, and those who bring calamity upon this nation shall be slain, as shall those burdened with sin. This war is jointly overseen and witnessed by myself, the leader of the Anti-Otherworld Alliance, and the world's will of this realm. This war shall inevitably bring carnage across the land, with blood flowing for miles. After this war, I shall personally sign a world covenant for this realm and guide its reset. This war commences immediately. I hereby declare the commencement of the World War. As his words faded, system notifications appeared in the minds of both Ye Tian and Naofumi Iwatani. They knew the war had begun. At that moment, Ye Tian fiercely thrust the war banner into the ground. Instantly, the ground cracked in layers, raising a cloud of dust. A magnificent spatial gate opened behind Ye Tian. 100 meters away, a detachment of 4,000 silver-armored knights marched out in formation, guarding his flanks. Meanwhile, in the pirate world, Ainz and the others, who had been awaiting Ye Tian's return, received the war commencement notification and hastily contacted their subordinates to begin assembling their forces. Finally, the sound of footsteps echoed, followed by the blare of horns. All eyes focused on the magnificent spatial gate. The appearance of the 4,000 guards had already caused some disquiet. But when they heard the horns signaling war, a wave of cold dread washed over them. They then witnessed a row of war banners emerging from the spatial gate, followed by skeletal warriors clad in golden armor marching out, to their utter dismay. Simultaneously, another spatial gate appeared not far from the first. A banner emblazoned with a fierce tiger slowly emerged, followed by soldiers clad in dark red armor. Nazarik's forces cleanse this place. I want the people of this world to know that while some may be mocked, for others, the price of mockery is death. Ye Tian's chilling voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. The king, standing on the high platform, was now ashen-faced, trembling uncontrollably. The spear hero and the princess, still in a daze in the arena, simply collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the soldiers pouring out of the two magnificent spatial gates. They now realized just how foolish they had been to provoke such a powerful person with such terrifying power. As the two remained stunned, Ye Tian slowly turned his gaze towards them. With a frigid expression, he said, "I do not know if killing you now will truly end you, but rest assured, I remember your names. When my armies enter your original world, I will slaughter your entire family. If your nation opposes me, I will obliterate your nation. Know this, kings must not be dishonored, nor emperors, and certainly not a sovereign. To insult me, an emperor, is tantamount to declaring war. Whoever protects you, I shall destroy. Nation? People? World? I will annihilate them all if need be. I possess the power to reset worlds. The world must bend to my will. You are insignificant." With that, Ye Tian slowly turned his head towards another gate that had appeared, from which ranks of naval officers in naval uniforms were emerging. Ye Tian looked at the assembled navy and slowly said, "Soldiers, this world is tainted, rife with lies and slavery. Now, the Empire, along with the kings of other worlds, will collectively invade this world. I will make the people of this world understand that the dignity of the Emperor of the Empire is inviolable, and the Empire is inviolable. Let us cleanse this world, abolish all those disgraceful systems of slavery, and slaughter all the nobles of this world. Let the people of this world live peacefully in every corner of this world, and let them know that there will be no more oppression, no more hateful slavery, and no more exploitation by nobles, just like our empire." Yes. Instantly, the morale of the entire navy soared. Then, launch the attack. Do not shame our world. Do not shame the empire. Let the kings of other worlds see that our navy, our empire, is also very powerful. Yes. Kill. Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand sharply and shouted in a deep voice. Deep within the royal palace, in a room, a masked woman knelt respectfully before a beautiful noblewoman. This beautiful noblewoman's expression was filled with terror and despair, but even more so with resentment and regret. She was Mirelia Q. Melromark, the Queen of Melromark, and the true ruler of this nation. Always known as the Melromark Fox, she always gave the impression of being in control. But now, she had truly lost her former luster, for she had heard shocking news. The Queen of Melromark slowly stood up, looking anxiously at her subordinate below. "Where are they now? I need to get there." The member of the secret force, kneeling on one knee in front, quickly stood up, looking at the queen with some hesitation. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Queen Melamag halted her steps, her expression shifting to one of indignation as she glared at her subordinate. "What? Is it unacceptable for me to intervene and avert this calamity? My queen, the enemy forces have already seized control of that area. If you were to venture there now." At these words, Queen Melamag paused momentarily before settling into a profound silence. Gradually, she lifted her gaze to meet her subordinates. "Take me there. This matter requires resolution, and perhaps I am the only one capable of rectifying this mess. If I do not step forward now, our kingdom shall fall into their hands. And in that eventuality, both you and I will be branded as traitors to the realm, bearing the weight of eternal condemnation." With that, Melamag resolutely bypassed the member of the covert unit and prepared to depart. Observing this, the member shook his head and hurriedly followed her. Meanwhile, in the original duel arena, the nobles who had failed to escape were now forcibly brought before Ye Tian. Witnessing the multitude of nobles on their knees, Ye Tian could not help but smirk. Then turned to his companion, Yin Gu Shangwen. "Look at them. What were they like moments ago, and what are they now?" Thus, it follows that if one seeks to earn the respect of others in this alternate world, one must first possess absolute strength, or else they must keep their distance. Having said this, Ye Tian disregarded the nobles entirely and nonchalantly gestured, "Take them away." At that moment, Fei Shu and Ming Tian emerged slowly from the portal. "Ye Tian, what is happening? Why has war suddenly erupted?" Fei Shu approached, accompanied by a group of guardians. "Indeed, I am still somewhat bewildered by it all," Ming Tian concurred, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian could not help but smile softly, then turned to them and said, "The nobility and the king of this kingdom are rather oppressive. I find it intolerable, especially as they lead the way in humiliating me. They cannot be allowed to remain." Absolutely not. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Fei Shu was momentarily taken aback and then asked with a hint of inquiry in his tone. Is it that you are merely upset that others mock you? No, not at all, completely not. Ye Tian quickly shook his head in denial upon hearing Fei Shu's remark. Ah, well, it's really nothing. If I were in your position, perhaps I too would be unable to restrain myself, Ming Tian said, looking at Ye Tian with some understanding. Seeing this, Ye Tian chuckled and then reached out to pat Ming Tian's armor, giving him a knowing glance. So, what do you intend to do? Shall we eliminate them all? Fei Shu looked at Ye Tian with confusion. Of course not. In truth, I merely wish to bring an end to this kingdom. At that point, I shall support Yin Gu Shangwen in becoming the king to govern this world. Ye Tian said after pondering for a moment, looking at Yin Gu Shangwen. To make him king? That could work. It would significantly enhance the military strength of our alliance. Fei Shu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yin Gu Shangwen was momentarily stunned and then exclaimed, Wait, me? How could I? Upon hearing his reluctance, Ye Tian slowly turned to Yin Gu Shangwen and said, Why not? With your temperament, becoming the king of a nation could greatly improve the lives of the citizens. At that moment, a voice came from the side. Oh, are you the new member? So beautiful. Miss, shall we be friends? As soon as these words were spoken, Ye Tian, who had been educating Yin Gu Shangwen, was left speechless. He abruptly turned to Zhang Chulan and said, not shaking the bicolor lotus, calm yourself. Just because she is a beautiful lady does not mean you should flirt. I am discussing serious matters here. Upon hearing Ye Tian's voice, Zhang Chulan, who was about to make another advance, paused and then awkwardly smiled. Apologies, I shall restrain myself. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Chulan, then turned his attention back to Iwaguchi Showan, asking, Well, have you made your decision? Can you bear to see the people of this world continue to suffer in dire straits? Iwaguchi Showan was momentarily taken aback, then fell into a contemplative silence. Observing this, Ye Tian refrained from disturbing him further and slowly turned to the gathered crowd. At that moment, a young maiden clad in white soft armor, with flowing orange hair and a slender figure, stood awkwardly among the throng, engaging in a sporadic conversation with those around her. Meanwhile, Lai Yuang and Zhang Chulan quietly huddled together, discussing some arcane matters. Noticing this, Ye Tian gently clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention toward him. As their gazes shifted to his presence, Ye Tian began to speak. Esteemed guests, some of you are seasoned members of our assembly, while others are new faces. Should the newcomers have any inquiries, feel free to approach the elders for guidance. Now, let us deliberate on the arrangements for this world. With a sweeping glance over the faces before him, he continued, This world is in a state of critical decline. Thus, I have resolved to dismantle all nations and nobility within it, to reconstruct a government that will enable the citizens to lead better lives. Additionally, this will facilitate the rapid expansion of our alliance's forces and influence. Who stands in agreement? And who opposes this course of action? I concur. Fei Shu nodded, his tone measured. I too, Rimuru chimed in simultaneously. However, at that moment, a soldier clad in silver armor approached Ye Tian briskly. After bowing respectfully, he announced, My lord, Queen Melamag requests an audience outside. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian furrowed his brows slightly before turning to him and saying, Let her go. After receiving Ye Tian's command, the silver-armored soldier promptly prepared to depart. However, just as he took a step back, he heard Ye Tian's words once more. Allow her to enter. I am curious to hear what she wishes to convey. With these words, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Ye Tian's mouth. Yes. The silver-armored soldier acknowledged the order and swiftly departed. Before long, the grand doors of the arena creaked open, and amidst a throng of covert troops, Queen Melamag gracefully entered. Upon seeing Ye Tian and the multitude of soldiers densely packed within the arena, as well as those still emerging from the unsealed portal, she was momentarily frozen in shock. Initially, when she heard of the declaration of war against the Melamag kingdom, she assumed it was merely a minor affair. Now, it was evident that the situation had escalated to an uncontrollable degree. Queen Melamag's gaze shifted to the soldiers surrounding her. She could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from them, particularly the silver-armored warriors. Though few in number, each one surpassed the bravest of heroes in strength. The sight of the golden-armored skeleton soldiers sent shivers coursing through her body. A chill crept up her spine as she turned her attention to the uniformed naval soldiers and their commanding officers, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. She had never encountered such a formidable force. At that moment, a silver-armored soldier approached her, his expression devoid of emotion. Queen Melamag? The leader has consented to your audience. Please, follow me. Without further ado, he turned and strode ahead. The members of the covert troops accompanying Queen Melamag furrowed their brows, poised to act. However, just as one raised her hand, she noticed Queen Melamag gently shake her head, compelling her to reluctantly lower her hand. When Queen Melamag's subordinate exhibited even the slightest movement, she observed the subtle reactions of the surrounding soldiers. She was certain that had her subordinate acted, they would have faced simultaneous strikes from all the soldiers, who would unhesitatingly eliminate them. After halting her subordinate's motion, she could feel the silver-armored soldier ahead slightly tilt his head. At that moment, a tempest of emotion surged within her. The mere presence of a soldier with such perceptive abilities left her feeling both helpless and apprehensive. Who was this person who had declared war upon them, commanding such a multitude of powerful and elite soldiers? She could not dismiss the notion that the tide had arrived prematurely, for the time was not yet ripe. Thus, she retained a sense of wariness and dread towards the skeleton soldiers. Following closely behind the silver-armored soldier, she advanced into the depths of the arena. Her eyes fixated on the center. In the heart of the arena stood a child clad in regal attire, quietly observing her. Surrounding this child were a diverse array of figures: robed skeletons, armored generals, cloaked commanders, and numerous young individuals, each exuding an undeniable strength. As she approached Ye Tian and his companions, the leading silver-armored soldier suddenly bowed before Ye Tian, announcing, "Greetings, Alliance Leader. I report that the Queen of the Kingdom has arrived. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Upon hearing this, Queen Melamag could not help but let out a weary smile. She then slightly bowed to Ye Tian and said, "I have the honor of meeting the esteemed leader of the Alliance." Hearing her words, Ye Tian responded with a mocking smile, gazing at her as he declared, "Leader? That title is not one you are entitled to use. You may address me as Emperor Yi. As a sovereign, I am worthy of such a title." The mention of an empire left Queen Melamag momentarily stunned, for she was unfamiliar with the concept. Observing her confusion, Ye Tian smiled and explained, "You may understand it as a unification of numerous kingdoms." Disregarding Queen Melamag's astonishment, a smile gradually crept across Ye Tian's lips as he inquired, "Do you have anything to say now? Will you allow your husband to insult me at will? To demean the members of my alliance?" The phrase "members of the alliance" prompted Queen Melamag to slowly turn her gaze towards Ainz Ul Gon. As if coming to a realization, she then looked back at Ye Tian and said, "I sincerely apologize, esteemed Emperor Yi. I am willing to make amends." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian could not help but let out a derisive laugh, then turned to her and said, "Apologies? Forgive me, but my army has already arrived." At this moment, what good would apologies do? You must understand, 10 worlds are declaring war against you right now. Tell me, what use is an apology? 10 worlds? Queen Melamag was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how her husband's insults had brought such calamity upon her kingdom. 10 worlds. As this realization dawned on her, she gazed upon the 2 or 3 portals behind Ye Tian, still open, with soldiers standing at the edges, seemingly unable to step through due to a lack of space. With this thought, Queen Melamag slowly shifted her gaze back to Ye Tian and sincerely implored, "Most exalted Emperor Yi, may I ask how you might spare the Melamag kingdom?" "Spare? No, I believe you're mistaken. When did I ever say I would spare you? I have never made such a claim," Ye Tian scoffed, immediately turning his head away. He then addressed Fei Shu, Ming Tian, and Kapu, saying, "Organize the soldiers for a full-scale assault. Eradicate all the nobles and slave merchants within the kingdom without disturbing the common folk in the slightest. Moreover, execute those nobles as well." "Understood," the 3 responded in unison. Just as they were about to arrange the soldiers, Ye Tian added, "Those nobles make me feel quite nauseous." Queen Melamag, standing beside them, was taken aback by his words and abruptly raised her head to look at Ye Tian, exclaiming, "Your Majesty Yi, you cannot. Why may I not? What right do you have to shout at me?" He retorted, "Are you relying on those secret troops behind you? You are overestimating your position." With that, Ye Tian snorted coldly and ceased to regard her any longer. At that moment, he turned to Iwaguchi Shoin and stated, "From this day forth, you shall be the king of this kingdom. I anticipate you will achieve great victories for the alliance in the future." Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Iwaguchi Shoin was momentarily stunned, then responded with a dazed yes. Meanwhile, Queen Melamag stood frozen, unable to fathom how her behind-the-scenes scheming had led to such a disastrous outcome. What she could never have anticipated was that the source of her kingdom's downfall would be her own husband, the princess, and that foolish warrior. While they had shamelessly humiliated Iwaguchi Shoin, she had initially intended to wait and see. However, that wait had culminated in the annihilation of her kingdom. She could scarcely believe that her realm had perished so inexplicably. Such dramatic events were unfolding before her very eyes. Ye Tian walked past Queen Melamag without even a glance. Just then, a bell tolled, echoing in everyone's ears. Queen Melamag, once frozen in place, suddenly snapped back to reality. Her expression filled with terror as she turned to Ye Tian and stammered, The tide is coming. The tide, you say? Ye Tian did not heed the frightened Queen Melamag but softly murmured. He then slowly lifted his gaze towards the resplendent starry sky and spoke, I am Ye Tian, the leader of the alliance against anomalies across the myriad realms. From this day forth, Iwaguchi Shoin shall serve as the envoy to this world, with responsibilities including inspection, oversight, and judgment. All who invade this realm shall be deemed enemies of the alliance and of this world. Should such individuals arise, I shall unleash millions of troops to slaughter your nation and the populace of your world. Henceforth, this realm shall stand independent of the tide, exempt from its assault. Let the world pact be established. As he spoke, an ancient parchment materialized in Ye Tian's hands. He gently lifted it above his head. At that moment, a radiant beam of light descended, illuminating the parchment. As the brilliance gradually faded, a resonant sound reverberated in the minds of all the citizens of this world. The world pact is established. Therefore, this world shall be under the protection of the alliance, and Iwaguchi Shoin, the shield hero, shall serve as the envoy. As long as the envoy remains, this world shall be independent from the tide. As this proclamation echoed, Queen Melamag and her secret guard stood in shock, gazing at Ye Tian. They could hardly believe that the tide, which had plagued the world for so long, could be resolved by this young boy's mere words. What, then, had been the purpose of their efforts over the years? Ye Tian glanced at them disdainfully and said, You may leave. From this day forward, all nobles and kings of this world shall vanish, and we will support Iwaguchi Shoin in becoming the emperor of this realm. With that, Ye Tian waved his hand casually at the soldiers beside him, signaling them to escort the guests out. At that moment, Iwaguchi Shoin stared blankly at the suddenly appearing emblem in his hand, lost in thought. He murmured, Envoy. Is this the emblem of the envoy? Seeing this, Ye Tian smiled faintly and said, Indeed, this is the emblem of the envoy. You will frequently reside in this world from now on. I hope you fulfill your duties well. Upon hearing this, Yen Gushangwen solemnly nodded and addressed Ye Tian. Thank you, alliance leader, for your cultivation. I shall undoubtedly not betray your trust. Hearing Yen Gushangwen's words, Ye Tian could not help but smile faintly. He then casually patted his shoulder and, accompanied by the others, leisurely exited the arena. Meanwhile, Asuna, who was trailing behind the crowd, couldn't help but gently bite her lip, as if she had resolved something within her heart. Subsequently, she hastened to catch up with Ye Tian. Originally observing the nearby structures, Ye Tian, upon hearing footsteps behind him, gradually turned his head. Seeing it was Asuna, he instinctively paused. Asuna, is there something you wish to discuss? Ye Tian inquired with a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Asuna deeply bowed to Ye Tian before turning to him and saying, Leader, there is something I wish to consult you about. Upon hearing Asuna's words, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile slightly and replied, Is it regarding being trapped in the game? You truly know, Asuna said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Ye Tian. Observing Asuna's animated expression, Ye Tian chuckled softly and then addressed her. It's actually quite simple. After you return, you just need to sign a contract with the will of the world and become a resident envoy. Then, the predicament you currently face will merely be a game to you. Upon hearing this, Asuna instinctively covered her mouth, gazing at Ye Tian with astonishment. Utterly unprepared for such a revelation. Observing her reaction, Ye Tian let out a soft chuckle and remarked, Is it truly hard to believe? Allow me to inquire. Do you understand the significance of patrolling within the role of a resident envoy? Patrolling? Asuna, who had yet to become a resident envoy, felt a sudden wave of uncertainty wash over her at Ye Tian's question. At that moment, Yen Gushangwen stepped forward, offering a gentle smile to Asuna before elaborating. Patrolling means that within the world, you are free to traverse any location without restriction, and the rules governing that realm hold no sway over you. In other words, once I become a resident envoy, I can roam freely within the game? The rules of the game will no longer bind me? Asuna exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Indeed. Not only that, but you will also possess the authority to directly access the management permissions of the game you inhabit. This is known as auditing. However, I would advise you to detach yourself from it. The rest will depend on them. After all, that game is part of the trajectory, Ye Tian explained calmly to Asuna. Understood, Asuna replied with a serious and earnest nod. At that moment, Ye Tian led the group out of the arena. Gazing at the stone-bricked houses beyond and inhaling the faint metallic scent of blood in the air, he chuckled softly, remarking, "Now, this is truly natural and unpolluted air." Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, La Fatalia, clad in a simple burlap garment, gazed despondently at Yin Gu Shangwen. At that instant, he inexplicably turned his head, locking eyes with La Fatalia, whose expression was filled with sorrow. Surprised by the encounter, Yin Gu Shangwen stood frozen, lost in thought, while La Fatalia fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, hesitant to approach. Observing this, Ye Tian, who had intended to continue exploring, noticed Yin Gu Shangwen's frozen demeanor and allowed a smile to creep onto his lips. He then addressed him. "What's the matter? Still not going over? Are you waiting to regret it later?" "Regret?" Yin Gu Shangwen murmured softly, yet he remained motionless. Noticing this, Ye Tian glanced at the nearby Red A, nodded in acknowledgement, and stepped back to observe quietly. Red A, seeing the situation, sighed and approached Yin Gu Shangwen from behind, seizing his shoulder and propelling him toward La Fatalia. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Yin Gu Shangwen looked at Red A, who casually clapped his hands, internally contemplating whether he should voice his annoyance. As La Fatalia witnessed Yin Gu Shangwen being thrust toward her, she was momentarily taken aback, but her expression quickly shifted. She leaped forward, catching him midair and embracing him tightly. With a fierce glare directed at Red A, she seemed to resent him for launching Yin Gu Shangwen. Once steadied, Yin Gu Shangwen patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, "It's all right, they were merely jesting with me." He then took La Fatalia's hand and led her toward Red A and the others. Elsewhere, Queen Melamag walked through the palace, accompanied by a retinue, her expression somber. Her gaze swept over the structures, a poignant realization settling in that she would never return. Though uncertain if Yin Gu Shangwen would claim this place as his residence, she knew her opportunities to revisit had vanished. "Your Majesty." A member of the covert unit trailing behind Queen Melamag softly inquired, noticing her pensive demeanor. Upon hearing this, Queen Melamag slowly shook her head and said, "Very well. Accompany me to the treasury, take what you wish and depart. From this day forth, I shall no longer be your queen." As these words left her lips, the countenances of the covert operatives behind her shifted dramatically, and they hastily knelt on one knee, paying their respects to Queen Melamag, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this cannot be. We vow to follow you unto death." Witnessing this, Queen Melamag could not help but sigh and then addressed them, saying, "There is no need for such formality. We have sworn to follow our queen. Without her, we have nowhere to go. Please, allow us to remain by your side." With that, the group lowered their heads, their expression solemn as they spoke. Upon hearing this, Queen Melamag let out a soft sigh and slowly nodded. "Very well, you may continue to follow me. However, developing the kingdom will require substantial financial resources." With that, she turned and made her way towards the royal treasury. At this moment, the capital was under strict surveillance, with skeletal soldiers clad in golden armor patrolling every corner. The common folk, trembling in fear, hid within their homes, uncertain of the gravity of the situation that had befallen the kingdom, for the absence of soldiers was indeed alarming. The streets were filled with skeletal warriors and soldiers donned in dark red armor. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the silence of the street, drawing the attention of the citizens who had been peering cautiously through their windows. They witnessed two soldiers in dark red armor dragging a nobleman in a particular direction, followed closely by other nobles being similarly towed along. The soldiers remained impassive, ignoring the curses hurled at them by the nobles, as they continued their relentless march. The onlookers felt a sense of satisfaction. These nobles, who typically oppressed them, were finally facing their reckoning. Just then, a voice resonated through the skies of the capital, declaring, "The kingdom has met its demise. Henceforth, all nobles bearing guilt shall be executed." With the proclamation, anguished cries echoed across the heavens. Before the palace gates, Ye Tian entered with his companions. Turning to Yin Gu Shangwen, who had been following closely behind, he remarked, "I shall leave you 1,000 silver-armored guards, and I will speak to Feishu, requesting him to send demi-uogos to assist you for a time. Once stability returns to your domain, they shall depart." "Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader. Your assistance is invaluable," Yin Gu Shangwen replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, The flying squirrel beside him gently patted his shoulder and said, "Take your time. There is no rush. I have great faith in you." Slowly lifting his head, Iwaguchi Shumen gazed at the flying squirrel, whose hollow skull seemed to stare back at him, causing him to instinctively recoil. However, after retreating a short distance, he regained his composure and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "I apologize." Witnessing this, the expression on the flying squirrel's face darkened. Meanwhile, Ye Tian and the others could not help but burst into laughter, covering their mouths. Ye Tian, ever direct, slowly patted the flying squirrel's leg bone, chuckling as he remarked, "Old bone, look at you," scaring the newcomer. Upon hearing this, the expression on the flying squirrel's face darkened further. However, as it was reduced to mere bone, no discernible emotion could be observed. "All right, dear Ye Tian, that's enough. I never intended for it to come to this," the flying squirrel explained feebly. Observing this, Ye Tian gradually retracted his smile and turned to Yin Gu Shangwen and the others, saying, all right, no more laughter. Let us continue our exploration of the royal palace of this nation." With that, Ye Tian led the group to stroll towards the interior of the palace. As he admired the surrounding pavilions and towers, Ye Tian couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Seemingly struck by a thought, he turned to Yin Gu Shangwen and inquired, "By the way, do you plan to reside in this palace in the future, or will you construct a new one?" After pondering for a moment, Yin Gu Shangwen replied, "I believe this one suffices. Building a new would be time-consuming, labor-intensive, and would squander considerable resources." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian nodded and refrained from further comment. After the group had meandered through the royal palace, Ye Tian had already formulated his intention to depart. He then turned to his companions and said, "As for you, if you wish to linger here a while longer, feel free to do so. I shall take my leave, as there are still matters I need to attend to." Upon hearing these words, everyone raised their heads to gaze at Ye Tian, subsequently contemplating their own decisions regarding departure or stay. Meanwhile, the flying squirrel Rimuru and his companions resolved to accompany Ye Tian to the pirate world, while the others chose to remain behind, recognizing their inability to contribute meaningfully. As Iwatani Shun and Matoi Shun observed Ye Tian and the others entering the black hole, they prepared to take their leave. At that moment, a small black hole silently opened nearby, from which Demigolkos emerged with measured steps. Adjusting his glasses, Demigolkos surveyed those present, his gaze eventually settling on Iwatani Shun. With a subtle smile, he approached and addressed him, "Greetings, you must be Iwatani Shun. I am Demigolkos, sent by the illustrious Lord Rimura to assist you in the establishment and stabilization of the empire." Upon hearing this, the once perplexed Iwatani Naofumi hastily stepped forward. Addressing Demirugus with gratitude, "I appreciate the assistance of my esteemed brother, the flying squirrel, as well as your invaluable help." "Thank you." In response, Demirugus smiled faintly and declared, "As the wise strategist who stands by the side of the supreme ruler, I shall undoubtedly aid you in establishing and fortifying your empire." Although many troops had departed with yachting and the flying squirrel, a portion remained stationed in the capital. This day marked the second since those events. In the early morning, a gentle breeze caressed Iwatani Naofumi's face, softly rousing him from his slumber. However, as he awakened, he stood frozen in place, the scenes of the previous day replaying incessantly in his mind. At that moment, a singular thought reverberated within him. "I have become the emperor." Before long, Raphtalia entered the room, carrying a basin and toiletries. Upon seeing her, Iwatani Naofumi was momentarily taken aback, then abruptly leaped from the bed. Yet as he did so, he instinctively recoiled under the covers, for he realized he was entirely unclothed. Unbeknownst to him, Raphtalia, who had just closed the door, did not notice. She approached the bedside with measured steps. "Ahem. Raphtalia, could you please step outside?" Iwatani Naofumi's voice emerged muffled from beneath the covers. "Eh, Lord Naofumi?" Raphtalia paused, momentarily surprised by his words. Nevertheless, she dutifully placed her belongings aside and gracefully exited the room. Upon hearing the door close, Iwatani Naofumi swiftly sprang from the plush bed, hastily donning his garments. At that moment, the door opened once more. Raphtalia, observing Iwatani Naofumi, who was nearly dressed, appeared momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Lord Naofumi, you are wearing the wrong attire." With that, she hurriedly exited, returning shortly with an exquisite set of garments. The sight of the splendid attire, along with the crown resting atop it, reignited a spark of excitement within Iwatani Naofumi. Slowly extending his hand, he tenderly traced the intricate patterns on the clothing. fully aware of the weighty responsibilities that would accompany the donning of such a symbol of power. After a brief moment of reflection, he calmly requested, "Please assist me in putting it on." "Of course," Raphtalia replied, equally stirred with emotion. As Iwatani Naofumi placed the crown, delicately cradled in Raphtalia's hands, upon his head, he felt a profound transformation within himself. Before he could fully absorb the moment, a knocking echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. At that instant, Demirugus stood outside the door. Upon hearing this, Naofumi Iwatani swiftly turned his head and was taken aback to see Demiugos standing outside the door. He quickly approached him. Observing this, Demiugos offered a slight smile and then addressed him, saying, "The establishment of the nation is scheduled for 1 month from now. At present, there is a matter that requires your attention. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Upon hearing this, Iwatani Shun slowly nodded and then followed Dimarugos outside. They arrived at the slave trader's warehouse, a place shrouded in darkness and dampness, where the stench of blood permeated the air. With a loud bang, the heavy door was thrust open, flooding the previously dim warehouse with light. Immediately, a cacophony of footsteps surged in from outside, encircling the entire space. In the iron cages scattered throughout the warehouse, slaves gazed vacantly towards the source of the newfound brightness. However, as armored soldiers clad in silver approached and stood silently before them, a flicker of hope briefly ignited in their otherwise dull eyes, only to extinguish almost instantly. Is this truly the warehouse of those slave traders? It is indeed vast. Iwatani Shun's voice gradually resonated within the warehouse, his gaze sweeping over the imprisoned slaves within the iron cages. With a deep breath, he addressed the surrounding captives in a calm tone, stating, "In this nation, slavery shall never again exist, and you shall all be set free." With that, he prepared to have the cages opened. At that moment, a soldier in silver armor hurried towards him, carrying 2 trays. Upon reaching Iwatani Shun, he halted and spoke in a monotone voice. "I discovered these items in a remote corner." Iwatani Shun turned to look at the trays, and as his eyes fell upon several eggs resting on one of them, he froze in place, his gaze fixated on one particular egg. A sense of urgency gripped his heart, whispering to him, "This is it. This is the one." Gradually, Iwatani Shun extended his hand to pick up the egg, biting his finger to draw blood, which he then let drip onto the eggshell. Instantly, the blood vanished, and the previously stained white shell returned to its original pristine state. He then handed the egg to the waiting Raphtalia before following Dimarugos outside. Once they departed, the silver-armored soldiers began to open the iron cages one by one. Standing at the highest point of the city, Iwatani Shun and Dimarugos quietly observed the now thriving streets. Noticing Iwatani Shun's lingering confusion, Dimarugos chuckled softly and inquired, "What troubles your mind?" "Well, I find it perplexing that the skeleton soldiers under Brother Flying Squirrel are patrolling and standing guard on the streets at this time." Iwatani Shun replied, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. "Ah, that is the curious psychology of humans. Once the first person steps out of their door, more will follow suit. And when they confirm that these skeleton soldiers pose no threat, their courage increases," Dimarugos explained. What began as a deserted street now bore a semblance of bustling activity. Iwatani Shun found himself at a loss for words. "Very well, we must return to the palace. There are matters that require our attention," Dimarugos stated, adjusting his glasses thoughtfully. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Tian had returned to the pirate world. Seated on the deck with Flying Squirrel and others as they made their way toward Kaido's territory. "Shouldn't we wait for the Navy to arrive?" Carp asked, his expression grave. "There's no rush. I understand your concerns. Remember, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Worry not. When we reach the next island, we will pause and then proceed to find Kaido together," Ye Tian replied with a slight smile, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing Ye Tian's reassurance, Carp let out a sigh of relief, his earlier worries dissipating. On an island somewhat distant from Kaido's domain, Ye Tian and his companions disembarked and casually found a spot to sit. Carp instructed his men to set up camp along the shore, patiently awaiting the assembly of the Navy's main forces. Time passed swiftly, and as dawn broke the following morning, a fleet of Navy ships approached the island where Ye Tian and his group were stationed. As the Navy vessels anchored and gathered at the shore, Ye Tian, who had been resting in his tent, stirred upon hearing the commotion. He gradually opened his eyes and peeked out from the tent flap, observing that most of the Navy's high-ranking officers and 3 admirals were already assembled on the shore. Seeing this, Ye Tian fully opened the tent and, yawning, stepped outside. The gathered Navy officers promptly saluted him, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian casually waved his hand and replied, "It's nothing. You all wait for a moment while I collect my thoughts." With that, he made his way towards a military vessel docked at the shore. After a brief period of freshening up, the others gradually began to awaken. Ye Tian stood before them and said, "All right, have we all gathered? Then let us set sail towards the island where Kaido resides." Saying this, he led the way onto the military ship, followed closely by the others who boarded their respective vessels, maintaining a steady formation behind and alongside Ye Tian's ship. On the deck, Ye Tian gazed quietly at the vast azure sea, feeling an unexpected sense of tranquility, devoid of any anticipation for the impending battle. At that moment, Carp approached slowly, observing Ye Tian as he admired the ocean, and then began to speak softly. "Ye Tian, leave Kaido's matters to us shortly." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Kapu with a hint of confusion. "What is the matter? You are, after all, the emperor of the empire. To take matters into your own hands." As he spoke, Kapu's voice gradually diminished. However, Ye Tian understood and could not help but smile faintly. He then replied, "Rest assured, my strength is not lacking. If you cannot defeat me, what is there to fear?" Noticing that Ye Tian had dismissed his advice, Kapu could only smile wryly, as he had suspected this from the beginning. Yet, now that Ye Tian had voiced it, he felt there was little more to say, for Ye Tian was indeed correct. The sun slowly began its descent towards the western horizon, ushering in the twilight. The once calm sea suddenly became tumultuous. The previously dim sky was now illuminated by flashes of lightning and the rumbling of thunder. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed to plunge into silence. At that moment, Ye Tian narrowed his eyes and gazed into the darkness ahead, his brow furrowing. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the surrounding ocean, revealing movement in the shadows. Just as Ye Tian was about to speak, a booming laughter echoed across the waves. "Ha ha! Navy, can you no longer contain yourselves? I am right here. Come at me." A colossal pirate ship glided into view, and at its center sat Kaido, looking menacingly towards Ye Tian. In response, Ye Tian merely smirked and turned to Kapu, saying, "You go first."